Chapter 1. The Ferocious Lowly. My friends, it seems I have truly traversed realms. Yi Chun helplessly rubbed his head, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, where an unruly hairstyle greeted him. He lamented into the void. Most notably, behind Yi Chun, a tail swayed incessantly. The golden tail was remarkably agile and quite lengthy, capable of wrapping around Yi Chun's waist twice. Sigh, I have indeed crossed over, yet I remain oblivious to who I have become. This tail is rather uncomfortable. Had I known, I would have refrained from choosing a scion. Yi Chun appeared somewhat foolish as he spoke to himself. Were there anyone nearby, they would undoubtedly deem him, in truth. Countless comments floated above his vision. Before numerous computers on Earth, thousands were captivated by a live stream on Douyu, where the scene depicted Yi Chun brandishing his tail. Isn't it just a glitch that something interesting happens when the streamer vanishes? Streamer, the cosplay act of pretending to traverse realms is so outdated. This streamer is quite the show-off. I simply cannot believe it. I only wish to know where that tail is tucked away. That comment is rather lewd, but the streamer is putting in quite the effort to deceive us. My heart aches for our streamer. Amidst the cacophony of voices, no one believed Yi Chun after all. The notion of traversing realms was far too fantastical. Yi Chun could clearly perceive these comments, witnessing the skepticism of the audience, and he could only smile wryly. This all transpired an hour prior, when Yi Chun was live streaming League of Legends. As a minor game streamer on Douyu, his skill level hovered at Diamond, garnering minimal popularity, barely around 300 viewers. After concluding a match, he anxiously assessed his pitiful viewer count, realizing such low numbers made signing a contract virtually impossible. Alas, is my life destined to remain this mundane forever? At that moment, a synthesized voice echoed in his ear. The ultimate traversal system has located its host and is commencing fusion. What on earth? Yi Chun was startled, quickly scanning his surroundings. Nothing was amiss, he pondered, if he had merely imagined IT that instant. Another voice resounded. The ultimate traversal system is now active, streamer. Please select the world to traverse. This time, Yi Chun was certain it was not a figment of his imagination. Yet, with no one in sight, he contemplated aloud. Where are you? Host, I reside within your mind. Please choose the world to which you shall travel. The cold, synthesized voice reverberated once more. Could it be that I have encountered a system? Yi Chun was taken aback and hastily inquired. You expect me to board without any explanation? Surely, you must first divulge your purpose. I am the supreme system for traversing worlds, where the streamer can journey into any realm to showcase their prowess, all while being perfectly captured by camera that broadcasts their adventures to the Douyu live stream. The streamer must display their bravado. Each act of bravado will be evaluated by the system and audience. A score exceeding 80 signifies a successful display, earning the streamer points and an array of rewards, such as equipment and elixirs. How exhilarating! Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's face lit up with excitement. What worlds can I visit? Any fantastical world, including but not limited to Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, The Holy Grail War, Tokyo Ghoul, Attack on Titan, Bleach, Gintama. In short, any world from the stories you can dream of, we can venture into. Yi Chun was utterly thrilled at this point. If any world is possible, then I'll go to the Chronicles of Alabasta, or perhaps the Tale of the Golden Scale, or even the alluring by. He reminisced about the tantalizing stories he had encountered in his youth. If he could step into those tales, it would be extraordinary. Due to the streamer's unhealthy thoughts, the opportunity to choose a world has been revoked. You will randomly enter the Dragon Ball universe. Regarding the punishment for the streamer's unhealthy thoughts, the chance to select a race within the Dragon Ball realm is mocked, and you will randomly enter as Scion. Upon entering the world, Yi Chun had yet to fully comprehend the situation when he suddenly vanished from his original spot. The 300 viewers who witnessed this event were immediately in an uproar. Those who had been lurking in silence surged forth to flood the chat with exclamations of a supernatural occurrence. Friends, I know you may not believe that I have truly traversed worlds. In fact, I find it hard to believe myself. Let me step outside and see. Yi Chun addressed the audience in the live stream, gradually making his way toward the door. Beside him was an invincible 360-degree camera, ready to transmit Yi Chun's image in 3D format to the Douyu live stream at any moment. The audience was skeptical, as Yi Chun was still in a room, making it difficult to ascertain the truth. Thus, when he announced his intention to step outside, they unanimously supported him. As he grasped the doorknob, Yi Chun gazed at the scene beyond the threshold, utterly astonished. Inside the live stream, silence reigned. Those who had previously mocked Yi Chun as a fraud quickly fell silent. For outside the room lay a vast expanse of flat ground, where 3 or 4 children were engaged in a spirited scuffle. Fighting is hardly an extraordinary spectacle, yet the manner in which they fought was astonishing. Firenze, take this slap. A charming girl with brown eyes, seemingly around 16 or 17 years old, donned a snug white combat outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, particularly her pronounced curves. Wow, where did the streamer find such a beautiful girl to serve as a prop? This cosplay seems truly chaotic. Even such a lovely girl is not spared. Lowly, and indeed, a true lowly. This is the first time I've encountered a genuine giant lowly streamer. I humbly beseech you, for the Lola's contact details, please send me a private message, and I shall reward you with a rocket. Upon witnessing this enchanting girl, the entire live stream room erupted in excitement. Yi-chan was equally astonished by the beauty before him. Who was this girl? At that moment, the girl charged towards a defiant young man, extending her delicate hand to deliver a fierce slap to his face. Yi-chan was taken aback by her violent demeanor, utterly dumbfounded by the unfolding scene. That young man was unexpectedly sent soaring through the air by her strike, tracing an arc before crashing forcefully against a nearby rock wall. The thunderous sound of falling debris left Yi-chan in a state of shock. Inside Yi-chan's live stream, silence reigned supreme. This was indeed a violent lowly. Chapter 2. Time to show off, seeking support and collectibles. The live stream room had exploded with excitement in a mere 300-person Douyu stream. The chat was inundated with messages. All present bore expressions of disbelief at the spectacle before them. Could this possibly be a special effect? The giant lowly is shockingly fierce, and she even has a tail. I can hardly fathom it. If the giant lowly is also in cosplay, it would be even more outrageous. Streamer, go flirt with her. Why are you just standing there? The chatter in the live stream intensified, as those who had initially believed Yi-chan was merely cosplaying began to express their doubts. Observing the scene, Yi-chan felt the overwhelming power emanating from the young boy and girl before him. And he couldn't help but chuckle wryly, thinking to himself, do you now believe? Unless they are scions, which child possesses such prowess at a young age? Yi-chan's words resonated with the audience. Indeed, they are all just mischievous children. Go for it, streamer. You cannot let that giant lowly slip away. He'll donate 100 fish balls. He'll donate 1,000 fish balls. The viewers showered Yi-chan with donations. He regarded the scene with a hint of exasperation. What purpose did their donations serve? He was in the Dragon Ball world. What could he do with money? At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Donations received by the streamer will convert into show-off points. 10,000 fish balls can be exchanged for 1 show-off point. Upon reaching 1,000 show-off points, the exchange mall will be unlocked. Host, please strive for it. Hearing this, Yi-chan felt a flicker of consolation. The exchange mall would mark the true beginning of his ostentation in the Dragon Ball world. Yi-chan pondered this. The young man who had been sent flying began to return slowly. Aphia, you have truly grown more formidable. You are indeed worthy of your high warrior bloodline. The young man, named Firenze, was a mid-tier bloodline warrior, gazing at Aphia with unabashed admiration. Aphia let out a faint scoff, her indifference leaving Firenze feeling somewhat awkward. However, his attention was swiftly diverted to the figure of Yi-chan emerging from the room. Instantly, a mocking expression adorned his face. Raditz, you worthless fool, how quickly you've awakened this time. You lowly bloodline warriors are utterly unworthy of being scions. Initially, Yi-chan found their exchange rather amusing, but upon hearing Firenze's derision aimed at him, he felt puzzled, particularly by the name Raditz, which resonated with a sense of familiarity. Friends, who exactly is Raditz in Dragon Ball? It sounds so familiar. In his mind, Yi-chan queried the live chat. Wow, Raditz, isn't he the brother of Kakarot? Son Goku? Indeed, he's just a minor character. In Dragon Ball, Raditz is the antagonist who came to Earth boasting, only to be defeated a few pages later. It said he's a pathetic low-tier warrior. I feel for you, streamer, having transmigrated into such a character. Praying for the mental scars of the streamer. Upon realizing Yi-chan's identity, the live chat was instantly flooded with sympathy for him. Transmigrating into such a minor role was indeed a pity. Yi-chan was equally dumbfounded, realizing he had inexplicably found himself in the shoes of such an inept warrior. Suddenly, a surge of memories flooded his mind. After sifting through these recollections, Yi-chan's face turned pale. A low-tier bloodline warrior's combat power was below 100 at birth, while a mid-tier warrior boasted 300 and a high-tier warrior was born with 500. Raditz, being a low-tier warrior, had a combat power of merely 5 at birth, truly the epitome of ineptitude. Even at the age of 14, he still possessed only 100 combat power, an astoundingly low figure for someone's age. For instance, Firenze, a mid-tier warrior of the same age, had already achieved a combat power of 500 And oh wonder, he mocked. Yi Chun upon their first meeting, the disparity in strength was a staggering fivefold. Yi Chun felt the urge to weep. Haha, why the silence? Are you too frightened to speak? Ready to concede? Seeing Yi Chun's lack of response, Furunsa chuckled with delight. Furunsa had always held disdain for Raditz, and with the goddess Aphia by his side, it was the perfect opportunity to showcase his prowess at Raditz's expense. Yi Chun contemplated making a hasty retreat, sensing that a beating was imminent. The sentiment in the live chat echoed his thoughts. Streamer, you're currently a pathetic warrior. It's best to flee. Indeed, better to save yourself than to suffer humiliation. My heart aches for the streamer, facing a beating on the very first day of his transmigration. The streamer must make a comeback. Do not disgrace us earthlings. Yi Chun gazed at the barrage of comments, filled with endless exasperation. It wasn't that he wished to lose face, but the challenge lay in his ability to confront it. Just as he contemplated whether to turn and flee, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Host has triggered the first show-off mission, the commencement of arrogance. Upon entering this world, did you not feel an insatiable thirst, a compelling urge to showcase your prowess? The truth is, one must boast, and not do so is to waste one's youth. If one refrains from boasting, how does life differ from that of salted fish? The first task is initiated. The initial display of prowess, show-off requirements. You must establish a magnificent persona before these unruly children naturally. The giant lowly cannot be overlooked. Since the protagonist is new to this world, an invincible body enhancement for 3 minutes is generously granted, available for immediate use. Successful boasting rewards. Intermediate bloodline refinement pill. Consuming this will instantly elevate your scion bloodline to an intermediate level. If your boasting evaluation reaches 90 points, an additional reward of the weak version of the King's Fist will be granted. The King's Fist, as you know, is the weaker variant, providing a mere 1.5 times enhancement. Youngster, give it your all. Upon reading these words in his mind, Yi Chun was utterly bewildered. You want me, a mere weakling, to show off? I refuse. I absolutely refuse. Due to this being the initial task, should the host refuse, the system will vanish, leaving the host to exist perpetually as a weakling. Please consider carefully. What a trap. This is coercing me into boasting. Yi Chun felt like crying, while the live chat buzzed with speculation that the streamer would undoubtedly cower and should flee, as being defeated so soon after crossing over would be a significant loss. Looking at the barrage of comments, Yi Chun shared their sentiment of despair. He wished to run too, but since refusal was not an option, he decided to put on a show. He boldly addressed the live stream. Dear viewers, I have made my decision. I shall boast. A mere weakling with a combat power of 500 dares to flaunt himself before me. An Earth streamer? Truly, he seeks his own demise. Most infuriatingly, he dares to target the giant lowly. Who else should he provoke if not him? Chapter 3. The girl is stunned. Raditz, what's the matter? Lost for words? Then be swift to depart. Our world of geniuses has no place for you. Flunsha mockingly taunted Raditz, eager to capture Aphia's attention. Yet, regrettably, Aphia did not even cast a glance at Flunsha, leaving him disheartened. Nevertheless, Flunsha's arrogant remarks ignited a fervor within the live stream, uniting the viewers in their disdain. Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. I can barely contain myself. Streamer, you must slap him down. Give him a resounding blow. Should the slap succeed, I shall reward you with a grand gift. I too shall contribute. The streamer must strike his face. Yi Chun, feeling vexed, pondered how he could bear the ridicule after having accomplished nothing upon arriving in this world that, I cannot allow this to continue. It is time to assert myself. At that moment, Frunza was laughing heartily, for Yi Chun's combat prowess was merely 100. Typically, Yi Chun would cower in fear, enduring scorn and ridicule without uttering a word. Frunza eagerly anticipated the sight of Yi Chun slinking away in defeat. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Chun did not retreat this time. Instead, he boldly approached Frunza. Useless Rithies, are you dissatisfied and itching to strike this genius? Come on, I could stand here unmoved, and a mere finger would suffice to end you. Frunza continued his mockery with delight. In response, Yi Chun revealed a cold smile, saying with a hint of disdain, a genius, you say? How ludicrous! In this vast universe, teeming with extraordinary talents, you, a mere mid-tier bloodline warrior, dare to label yourself a genius? Is truly amusing. If it were Aphia, that would be a different matter, but you should spare us the embarrassment. As soon as Yi Chun said this, many smiling little brats were instantly stunned. The cowardly waste Raditz actually resisted and even cursed. When Aphia heard her name mentioned in Yi Chun's words, her brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of confusion appeared on her cute little face. On the other hand, France's face instantly turned red with anger, his veins bulging. Although the intermediate Scion bloodline was not bad, it was nothing compared to the higher bloodlines. The fact that Chen, a lower-class warrior, looked down on him ignited France's fury. You a waste, dare to despise me? Just wait, I'll make you pay. France, after all, was still a child, and he was instantly provoked, wanting to take action against Chen. Chen didn't care at all. With 3 minutes of invincibility time activated, even if the universe exploded, he would be fine, let alone facing a Scion with only 500 combat power. So, just as Frisia angrily charged in and threw a powerful punch at Chen's face, Chen activated his invincibility time. Upon seeing Frisia actually make a move, the crowd around them showed excited expressions. Scions were a warlike race, and it was common for them to fight at the slightest disagreement. Everyone was mourning for Chen, wondering if he had taken the wrong medicine today to dare to mock Frisia. It was truly courting death. Even Aphia's face showed disappointment, as if she was disillusioned by Chen's lack of awareness. In a live broadcast room, there was an uproar. The streamer is probably going to be killed. This is the shortest-lived transmigrator. Streamer, I was wrong to tempt you with a reward plane. Even if you die, I will still donate for the plane. Streamer, I will burn paper for you, hoping you receive it in the Dragon Ball world. My heart aches for the streamer. You're the only transmigrator on the entire Earth. Why court death? Everyone thought Chen was doomed, but Chen wore a calm smile and slowly extended a finger, pointing at the massive fist coming towards him. Raditz thought he had gone mad. Instead of running, he was using his finger to block. Yes, Frisia's punch could probably break his arm. Raditz was indeed crazy. After all, it's nothing for a mid-level warrior to kill a lower-level warrior. Frisia, kill this madman. The onlookers shouted loudly, urging Frisia to take down Chen. Frisia was even angrier. How dare Chen look down on him like this? He must be killed. Frisia's fist had viciously struck Chen's finger, but in that instant, Frisia froze. Because on Chen's finger, there seemed to be infinite power that prevented his fist from advancing even an inch. How is this possible? Frisia couldn't believe it. He exerted more force, but found that he couldn't even shake Chen's finger. Child, being low-key is the greatest form of flaunting. Being human means being low-key is the way to go. Why be so aggressive? Just back off. I don't want to hurt you. Chen slowly retracted his finger, with a mysterious smile on his face. The friends on site were all stunned by this scene. What was going on? With a combat power of 500, how could not even withstand a single finger from? What was happening? On's cute little face, a look of surprise was even more evident. Seeing the girl looking at him in astonishment, Chen felt quite pleased. System prompt. This act is pretty good. Keep it up. The task is about to be completed. Chen knew that he had embarked on the irreversible path of showing off. Chapter 4. Scoring for showing off? In a live stream, all the viewers were watching this scene as if they had gone mad. This is not scientific. Did the streamer suddenly transform into a Super Saiyan? Just a finger can show off. The streamer is truly impressive. Although they didn't know how the streamer did it, they gave full marks for this show-off moment. The viewers in the live stream originally thought Chen was about to fail, but who knew he would surprise them and put on a mysterious act. Even the kid from Dragon Ball were scared. Streamer, you are too wicked. Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. So this is what showing off feels like. It's simply exhilarating. The brat was dumbfounded, and Francia had a look of complete daze on his face. Even the last of the Aphia was filled with surprise. Impossible. How could it be? You, Raditz, only have a battle power of 100. How could you withstand my attack with just one finger? I don't believe it. Francia shouted frantically and pulled out a green detector from his pocket. The detector was a curved piece of plastic glass. One side hung on his ear, while the other side was positioned above his eyes, capable of detecting the opponent's battle power. Francia immediately checked Chen's battle power. In an instant, the numbers above Chen's eyes were wildly fluctuating. 100, 1,000, 10,000. Snap! In an instant, the detector shattered into pieces. How could this be? All the Scions, including the high bloodline of Aphia, could no longer suppress their shock, staring dumbfounded at Chen. How could this be possible? At this moment, everyone's heart echoed the same thought. The detector had actually shattered, although Francia's detector was just a low-level green one. It could still detect power levels below 10,000, unless Chen's battle power had already surpassed 10,000. How could your battle power be so strong? Francia trembled as he looked at Chen. Chen was a bit puzzled at first about how the detector broke. At that moment, the system voice in his mind sounded. Because the host is currently in an invincible state, the aura emanating from him exceeds the strength of this world. The destruction of the detector is a normal phenomenon. After the invincible time passes, the protagonist's aura will return to normal levels. Upon hearing this, Chen suddenly realized. So that's how it is. However, this was truly the moment when the show-off began. At that moment, Chen took a step forward calmly, scaring Frunsat into running backwards. Chen smiled. The reason my combat power is strong is because I have the heart of a warrior, although I am just of a low-level warrior bloodline. What I hide in my heart is the endless universe and void. If a person wants to become strong, they must have a powerful heart. Chen had never shown off before, but due to the recent destruction of the detector, this display of prowess left a profound impression on the frightened youths, especially on Frunza, who was almost in tears. How lucky he was that he had been mocking such a strong opponent for so long without getting killed. But why does he only have a combat power of 100 on a regular basis? Aphia, who had been silent until now, finally couldn't hold back and asked Chen. Her beautiful face was filled with curiosity as she looked at him. Chen chuckled and walked over to Aphia, immediately catching a whiff of her refreshing fragrance. It was the delicate scent of a young girl. Aphia, do you know how lonely it is to be invincible? I used to gaze at the universe alone in the deep of night, yearning for a worthy opponent, but such thoughts were rare. This loneliness drained my drive. So, I sealed my own power, limiting myself to just 100% of my combat strength, wanting to experience what it feels like to be weak. I found that their weakness is unchangeable. However, you, Aphia, are different from them. Your heart can also hold infinite stars and seas. That is why I chose to show you my true strength, so you won't be complacent at this small level. Your future should be about enjoying the company of the infinite strong alongside me. Chen's words carved a tall and mighty figure in the pure heart of Aphia, the lowly class. Meanwhile, in the hearts of Frunza and the others, Chen's figure was like that of a demon. It is worth noting that even King Vegeta did not have the ability to make the detector explode. There are 5 seconds left until the invincible time disappears. Host, please get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chen knew that his show-off phase was coming to an end. Sure enough, at that moment, the system spoke up. First show-off character completed. Since it is the host's first time showing off, it feels a bit forced, which is a low rating. However, considering that the streamer is just a newbie in the show-off world, we will give the host a bit of encouragement, adding 10 points. With a system evaluation of 85 points and an additional 10 points, for a total score of 95 points. Next comes the audience rating segment. And the final score for the host's show-off will be determined based on the average score. Chen truly felt powerless to complain. Is this really okay? You're not just showing off, but also giving scores. You're forcing me to go further down the path of showing off. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast room, seeing Chen trick those little brats, especially the cute, lowly Aphia, into a daze, that aura of a master is just too much. I'm on my knees for the streamer. This is really shameless. Yeah, on top of showing off, he has even flirting with girls. What about integrity? The streamer is going further and further down this road of showing off. Streamer, hurry up and flirt with girls. Stop showing off. Just at that moment when the audience was buzzing with discussions, a window popped up on their Douyu live broadcast room interface. Please rate the streamer's level of showing off. Chapter 5, Girl, come cultivate with me. Below is an input box where you can enter the score you want to give. What the heck, streamer, what is this? This is the first time I've seen this, and the live room was filled with comments asking Chen. Chen explained to himself, this is my golden finger. The higher the scores from everyone, the better rewards I can obtain. Everyone, please give me high scores. After I get good rewards, I can become even stronger, and then everyone will definitely enjoy it more. I hope you all support me. Rest assured, I support you 100 points. I also give you 100 points. I'm very satisfied with this performance. 100 points coming your way. The host's show-off skills are a bit lacking, but since it's the first time, 100 points. Soon, the scoring session reached its time limit, only 3 minutes. The system, as Chen anticipated, spoke again. System score 95 points, average audience score 100 points. The average score is 97.5 points. Congratulations to the host for exceeding expectations and completing the task, receiving 1 intermediate bloodline refining pill, 1 weak version of the King of Worlds martial arts manual, and 97 points show-off value. The host is encouraged to continue working hard to quickly reach the ultimate level of show-off, where everything in the world can be flaunted. A flower is a world. A leaf is a Bodhi. Chen was incredibly excited as a white transparent jade bottle appeared in his storage space, containing a round pill. This was the intermediate bloodline enhancement pill, which would elevate his scion bloodline to an intermediate level. Chen couldn't wait any longer. After all, the previous show-off had been without real ability, which felt somewhat forced. True strength was the best way to show off. The weak version of the Kaioken was a divine skill for Yi Chun. It's worth noting that when Sun Wukong faced off against Vegeta, who was several levels stronger, he used the Kaioken, this divine technique. Of course, the multiplier used by Wukong was not comparable to Yi Chen's weak version of the Kaioken, but for Yi Chun, a 1.5 times boost was already terrifying. He needed to hurry up and train to increase his power, although he didn't know much else. Yi Chun was aware that the planet he was on was definitely Planet Vegeta. Since that was the case, Planet Vegeta was destined to be destroyed by Frieza. While he didn't know the exact time, Yi Chun didn't dare to take his life lightly and decided to prioritize increasing his strength. By then, even if he couldn't defeat Frieza, he would at least have some means of self-preservation and could escape with the girl. Yi Chun opened his character panel and looked at his character attributes. Yi Chun, combat power, 100. This value is just trash in the brutal world of Dragon Ball. So please try hard to show off and go further on the path to becoming strong. Show off value, 97 points, reaching 1,000 points can unlock the exchange mall. Martial skills and spells. None, can't do anything, can't even unleash a combat power 100, useless. Hurry up and cultivate. Yi Chun looked at the attribute panel and really felt like kneeling. Your system that keeps calling me trash, is it really that bad? Host, hurry up and flirt with girls. Yeah, if you act cool, but don't flirt with girls, you'll be struck by lightning. The host has achieved success at this moment, and should start flirting with girls. Sister Juru, the host can't let you go. Is everyone upstairs an idiot? The host is Raditz. Although I don't know how he just rose up for a moment, his combat power is definitely trash, so it's better to go train. I remember in the original work, Raditz could use the Kamehameha. Let us see him use it. For this group of shameless viewers, Yi Chun was really drunk. However, acting cool left a good impression on the girl, and if he didn't seize the opportunity, he would be really foolish. So, Yi Chun slightly curled his lips and said to the still stunned beauty next to him, Aphia, do you want to become stronger? Raditz, can I also become very powerful like you? Excitement appeared on Aphia's small face. Yi Chun smiled. Scions are indeed warlike, always wanting to become stronger. And even the girls are battle maniacs. Originally, you wouldn't have had a chance, but I see your talent is good, so I plan to suppress my strength to a level lower than yours to cultivate together. Wait a moment, I'll suppress my strength first. Yi Chun is just talking nonsense. He just got a bit carried away with showing off. In case someone later checks their level with a detector, he can explain himself. Then, Yi Chun slid his arms back, puffed up his face, and posed for a while with a look of constipation, and that was it. Well, I've suppressed my combat power to 100, so let's train together. I will teach you. Yi Chun spoke grandly. Anyway, you all don't know. Aphia's face was filled with surprise. Leitais, you are so good to me. After saying that, she happily threw herself into Yi Chun's arms. Oh my, this was overwhelming. Yi Chun only felt his chest soft and cute. He didn't dare to think too much, fearing he wouldn't be able to hold back. Leitais, can I go home with you? Aphia also felt a bit shy and hurriedly jumped down from Yi Chun's body, but still insisted on saying, Yi Chun la fait lude. Turned around to look at Francha's face, which seemed to be constipated, and felt even more joyful in his heart. Chapter 6, Francha, don't cry, stand up and fight. Francha looked at his beloved Aphia, who was about to be taken away by Yi Chun, feeling extremely frustrated. If it were any other scion daring to snatch his girl, there would be no hesitation. He would just stand up and fight. However, Yi Chun's strength was so overwhelming that even the detector couldn't handle it. With his battle power of 500, he felt like a complete weakling in comparison. It was estimated that only the strongest King Vegeta on the entire planet Vegeta could possibly challenge Yi Chun. Francha's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers were laughing hysterically at the scene. The streamer was effortlessly stealing the girl. Police. Someone is abducting a young girl. Come and catch him. What does the streamer plan to do with Sister Ju? My heart aches for Francha. Francha, don't cry, stand up and fight. Countless people were sending bullet comments, expressing their delight at Yi Chun's ruthless act of stealing love. Yi Chun looked at the soft girl Aphia and naturally wouldn't refuse her request to go home with him. However, after thinking for a moment, he said to the kids behind him, I've always wanted to hide my strength, so I don't want to expose it. You'd better not talk about what happened today, or some bad things might happen. Do you understand? Yi Chun put on a sinister smile. In the past, his threats were just jokes to others. How could a low-level warrior threaten anyone? But now, all the troublemakers were obediently nodding their heads under Yi Chun's threat, not daring to say much. Yi Chun smiled at the scene, thinking that this is the benefit of showing off. Everything is easy to say, and then he left. After that, Yi-chan took the soft hand of Aphia and walked toward his room. Raditz, are you very lonely? Aphia asked curiously, recalling what Yi-chan said while showing off. Yes, invincibility is the loneliest. Yi-chan's loneliness is just a facade. Only a silly girl like you would believe it. Yet he still pretends to be inwardly lonely. System, invisible show-off, the most lethal. The host has gradually realized the essence of show-off. Please keep it up. Yi-chan, then I also want to become stronger and invincible, so that Raditz won't be lonely anymore. Aphia said softly, looking firmly at Yi-chan. Yi-chan was deeply moved, thinking to himself that as long as she stayed tonight, he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. However, he didn't say it out loud and continued to maintain an air of superiority. All right, I will lead you on the path to invincibility in the future. Upon hearing Yi-chan's words, Aphia was extremely excited. Then, Yi-chan took the girl back to his room, slowly closing the door amidst the envious and jealous gazes of Flunsa and the others behind him. The scene of Yi-chan taking his sister back to the room excited the wolf friends in the live stream. Host, I've already prepared my tissues. I have purchased 5 bottles of glucose, fully nourished, and ready to complete the task. The doll I ordered online has arrived. Host, please synchronize. Host, don't rush. I'm going to call my little buddies to share this exciting moment together. Yi-chan felt helpless looking at the chaotic barrage above his eyes. How could it happen so quickly? Besides, even if something really happened, I could just turn off the 3D camera. How could I let you all see my woman? This is really enough. Raditz, shall we start training now? Aphia arrived at Yi-chan's room, her eyes wide as she asked him. Yi-chan felt a bit frustrated when others called him Raditz. After all, his name was Yi-chan. After thinking for a moment, he said to Aphia, from now on, when you address me, just call me Yi-chan. Yi-chan? All right, Raditz. Aphia didn't ask any further. Yi-chan, the standard configuration for a seance room, includes a gravity chamber. Yi-chan directly opened the gravity chamber and walked in. Yi-chan, what level of gravity do you usually train with? People feel very tired at just 5 times. Aphia said innocently to Yi-chan. Yi-chan, countless complaints filled his mind. I only have a combat power of 100, and 3 times that is already a struggle. This is just a way to show off without any substance. Wait, don't I have the bloodline refinement pill? After taking it, my bloodline will reach the intermediate level, which should significantly enhance my strength. I can't be weaker than a girl when it comes to bearing weight. That would be so embarrassing. Yi-chan thought about it and acted immediately, taking out the white, transparent jade bottle from the system's storage space. Inside the jade bottle, a red pill was spinning around, emitting a mysterious glow. A good item. Let's see how much it can enhance my strength. Yi-chan directly poured the elixir into his mouth. The fragrant elixir melted instantly upon entry, transforming into a warm current in his mouth, flowing toward his stomach and intestines. The warm energy continuously integrated into Yi-chan's body, and soon he felt as if something was awakening within his blood. As a result, the veins in Yi-chan's hands kept bulging, and intense pain surged through his mind, causing him to break out in a sweat. This medicine is truly powerful. The only thing left in Yi-chan's mind was this sentence, and he directly fainted. Before losing consciousness, Yi-chan heard Aphia's exclamation. Chapter 7. Weak chicken version of the King Fist. Ouch, my head hurts. Yi-chan slowly woke up, rubbing his aching head as he looked around. He was inside a technology capsule, his body immersed in a healing liquid. The Scions only knew how to fight and had a very backward technology. Later, they conquered Planet Plant, eliminating the plant people and obtaining their scientific achievements, which led to the development of various technologies, such as healing capsules and healing liquids. Yi-chan lay naked in the transparent healing liquid, feeling incredibly comfortable all over. A mid-level bloodline refining pill has caused me so much pain. That's really enough. Yi-chan helplessly complained and then opened the bullet screen, discovering countless comments flying by. Streamer, you finally woke up. Streamer, you're so big. I want to have your babies. Yi-chan looked at this scene and suddenly felt depressed. He hurriedly opened the hatch from the inside, jumped out, and put on his combat suit. After covering his body, he asked the live stream, "What happened after I fainted? Where's Aphia?" The number of people in the live stream had already exceeded 10,000. They were all brought in by friends, calling them over. Looking at Yi-chan in his combat suit, with his hair explosively cool and hanging down to his waist, everyone understood that his hairstyle was akin to that of a Super Saiyan 3, incredibly cool. Streamer, you beast. You actually pretended to faint to surprise Aphia, and then did something worse than a beast to her. What? Yi-chan was stunned. Did he really do such a thing? However, he quickly calmed down because the first person to speak was completely talking nonsense. After the host fell into a coma, Aphia sent you to the technology chamber. Yes. The delicate Aphia actually undressed the host. That's really too dirty. Envy the host, what a blessing. The biggest fan of Dragon Ball donated a rocket. Zhangqi said I love you and sent 10 rockets. Countless donations flew in. Suddenly, a synthesized voice appeared in Yi Chen's mind. The host Douyu donations can be exchanged for 3 cool points. Would you like to exchange? Of course, why keep it? Yi Chen nodded directly. Suddenly, Yi Chen thought about how he had taken the intermediate bloodline refining pill yesterday, so his body should have undergone some changes. He opened the attribute panel. Yi Chen, combat power, 500. This value is just slightly stronger than a loser in the brutal world of Dragon Ball. So please try hard to show off and continue your journey to become a powerful being. Show off value, 100 points, reach 1. 000 points to unlock the exchange mall, martial skills, and spells. None, you don't know anything, just have 500 combat power, which is pathetic. Hurry up and start training. Yi Chen his combat power had unexpectedly surged to 500, which was truly astonishing. As expected, the intermediate Scion bloodline is indeed stronger than the low-level Scion bloodline. Yi Chen sighed and took out a book from his package. The golden letters on the cover sparkled. Weak chicken version of the King of Worlds Fist. Weak chicken version, enough already system. The viewers in the live stream were originally urging Yi Chen to hurry up and find a girlfriend, but suddenly noticed the book he took out, fell into a brief silence, and then erupted. It's actually the King of Worlds Fist. The streamer is cheating. Yeah, it's something that Sun Wukong learned with great difficulty, and the streamer got the secret manual just after crossing over. Sun Wukong. Damn it, I really want to kill you crossers. Frisia, crossers must die. Although Yi Chen obtained a weaker version of the Kaioken, it still excited these guys. The Kaioken is not a martial art or technique, but a specific method that enhances physical strength, agility, intensity, and other attributes. This is a unique technique created by the Kaishin, and in the entire world, only the Kaishin, Sun Wukong, and Cell can use it. It's really a benefit that Yi Chen could learn it as well. Yi Chen opened the weak version of the King Fist manual amidst the envious comments in the live broadcast room. The weak version of the King Fist can temporarily increase the host's strength by 5 times, but it puts a significant burden on the body. The duration of the King Fist use depends on the body's strength, and because it is the weak version, it cannot increase the multiplier. Only by learning the normal version of the King Fist can the host increase the multiplier based on their body strength. Does the host confirm to learn it? Yi Chen nodded, of course. The moment Yi Chen nodded, the weak version of the Realm King Fist secret technique transformed into a beam of light and shot directly into Yi Chen's mind. In Yi Chen's consciousness, a plethora of memories appeared, as if he had already learned it. TSK. This is the convenience of it. All he has to do is click to learn, without needing to practice continuously like Sun Wukong and the others. That's really great. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, looking at his combat power again, which was still 500 and had not increased. The King Fist is a combat skill and does not increase regular combat power. Just then, the viewers in the live stream curiously asked Yi Chen if there were any changes since he learned the King Fist. Yi Chen's room was opened, and a beautiful figure appeared behind the door. Yi Chen was instantly overjoyed, thinking it was Aphia, and happily rushed over to embrace the beautiful figure. But in an instant, he felt something was off. Although Aphia seemed not small, she wasn't this big, right? Last time it felt like a lake. But this time, it had directly turned into an ocean. Yi Chen was puzzled, but still did not let go. Then, a cold voice, suppressed with anger, came from beside his ear. Raditz, have you had enough of holding? Chapter 8. The Iceberg Beauty Leona. Yi Chen was immediately stunned. This cold voice definitely wasn't Aphia. As expected, when he lifted his head, he saw a beautiful face covered in frost. I'm sorry. Under the gaze of the other person's cold and beautiful eyes, Yi Chen felt embarrassed and quickly let go of his arms that were wrapped around her soft body. Feeling a hint of loss in his heart, Yi Chen took 2 steps back to look at the other person, who appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old, with a plump and upright figure, especially the prominent chest, which was like the most delicious cream cake, attracting Yi Chen's attention. Who is this? Yi Chen felt a bit dazed under the icy gaze of the other party. He inwardly asked the viewers in the live stream, everyone, who is this beautiful woman? The comments in the live stream were filled with discussions. Such a beautiful woman, and she looked like a young mother, had never appeared in the Dragon Ball series. Otherwise, with that figure and face, she seemed like a classic ice beauty, definitely giving off the vibe of being the main female lead. Host, we don't know either, but it doesn't matter, just go for it. Yeah, who cares who she is, just take her. Such an ice beauty if the host doesn't take her. It would be against the natural order. Go for it, host. We're supporting you in our hearts. If you get her, I'll send 10 planes as a reward. The live stream was filled with a group of shameless viewers who went crazy upon seeing the beauty, regardless of who she was. Chen was too exhausted to complain and directly skipped over it to look at the beauty. The ice-cold beauty continued to stare at Chen with her frosty gaze, and the aura she emitted was filled with a vigorous vitality. At that moment, Chen was simply no match for her. Leitais, you lowly warrior. How dare you deceive my daughter Leona? Are you seeking death? The beauty's first words left Chen stunned. What? Your daughter? You're not joking with me, are you? You already have a daughter? Chen felt his heart shatter. The existence of such an icy beauty had already been developed by another man, which was simply unbearable. Moreover, based on the marks on her cheeks, Chen guessed a few things. This woman named Leona was actually Aphia's mother. After all, he had interacted with Aphia since coming to this world. Sure enough, the next thing the woman said was, my daughter Aphia has the highest scion bloodline flowing through her veins. A lowly warrior like you can only look up to her from afar, and you are not worthy to stand beside my daughter. So you better stay away from her, or else I will kill you. The killing intent surged towards Chen along with the woman's words, making him feel a chill in his body and igniting anger in his heart. This woman was really too much. What did she mean by saying he was a lowly warrior who should stay away from her daughter? What did she mean by saying he could only watch her daughter's back in the future? As a traveler from Earth, he couldn't tolerate this. Sure enough, the live chat was also incensed by the woman's domineering attitude. The streamer couldn't back down. He had to push back hard. Yes, this icy woman should be challenged. A streamer who doesn't push back isn't a man, isn't Chinese. Streamer, where is your dignity as a man? You must push back, or the ice goddess will always remain a goddess, and you will forever be looked down upon. Indeed, such icy personalities enjoy being challenged. This has been said in countless books by predecessors. The streamer must now show strength and resilience, or he will be looked down upon for the rest of his life. Chen's popularity was already nearing 10,000, with countless netizens offering him advice and strategies based on the woman's personality for how to respond. Chen simulate faintly. Having a system and online friends gives him enough confidence. Although forcibly promoting anything is nonsense, the girl in front of him looks like a superior warrior, with a combat power of at least 10,000. Daring to forcefully promote would be tantamount to seeking death. For Scion, a warrior race, killing a fellow clansman is like child's play. True strength is not measured by bloodline. Such thinking is really too primitive. Chen could only resist with words. This is something only you lowly bloodlines would say. Isn't it determined by bloodlines? Then why does your father Bardock have a combat power of only 3,000, while my combat power has already reached 9,000? This woman's words were truly sharp, and she hit a point that left Chen speechless. She even brought up Chen's father, which was really enough. His father only had a combat power of 3,000, while others had 9,000. This was truly frustrating. It was already looked down upon in the previous generation. Your father, that useless person, even dared to pursue me back then. What a dreamer. Just a worthless person who couldn't even defeat me. If I hadn't gone to the distant reproduction star and found the holy water, drank it, and given birth to Aphia. The woman coldly said, looking down on Chen. However, Chen was shocked to hear Leona say that she drank the deep water from the reproduction star to give birth to Aphia. The beautiful woman before him was already a mother, yet she was still untouched. Father, I won't say anything more, the woman you couldn't pursue. Your son will undoubtedly fulfill your unfulfilled wish. This is the most perfect mother-daughter flower. Chapter 9. Strength leads to death indeed. Chen was not the only one thinking this. The audience was also excited upon seeing this scene. Anchor, if you let this go, you'll regret it for life. Anchor, you must start showing off. Yes, hurry up and impress the other party. A virgin young woman. This is simply prepared for the protagonist. This group of people was going crazy, showering Chen with various gifts, one plane after another, tons of fish balls, crazily sweeping across the screen, making it hard to read the comments. Chen was also stunned by this scene, followed by endless complaints. Are you sure you're not joking with me? This young woman in front of me has a battle power of 9,000, while my 500 is just trash in front of her. Especially in a place like the Scion race, where only strength matters and there are no laws, showing off in front of the strong is just asking for death. I've used up all my invincibility. Do I have the guts to show off? And Leona, seeing Chen's silence after hearing her disdainful words, felt frustrated and looked down on him. A lower-level warrior who doesn't even dare to argue is indeed useless. I'll say this. If I see you around my daughter again, I'll kill you. After saying that, Leona intended to walk away. Upon hearing this, Chen couldn't suppress his displeasure any longer. What a joke. Both of you are people I have my eyes on. As a transmigrator with a system, if I let you go, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Instantly, the anxiety in his heart was replaced by anger, and Chen shouted directly at Leona. Leona, do you dare accept my challenge? What? A challenge? Leona was taken aback by Chen's words. She never expected that a lower-level warrior, especially one who was still underage, would dare to challenge her, an adult high-level warrior. No one is this foolish. But the dignity of a high-level scion cannot remain silent after being provoked. Filled with anger, she said, "Little thing, are you sure you want to challenge me? You should know that even your father wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. My dad is my dad, and I am me." Chen disdainfully curled his lip and said, "If your combat power is the same as mine, you're not my opponent at all. The reason you can look down on me with such arrogance now is simply because you were born earlier than me. You're just taking advantage of your age to bully me. What kind of advanced scion are you?" Leona couldn't hold back after hearing what Chen said. "You think I would lose to you in terms of combat power? Raditz, do you know how many life and death battles I've experienced, how many strong enemies I've defeated, and how many times I've survived against the odds? How dare you say that I wouldn't be your opponent?" Leona was furious. Chen's words were simply insulting her combat dignity. Chen heard the other person's words and smiled disdainfully, not bothering to respond. In Leona's eyes, this attitude was utterly excessive. The livestream audience was also left dumbfounded by Chen's sudden remarks. After a long while, the comments slowly started to appear. "The host is digging their own grave. I admire them." A certain host streamed in the Dragon Ball world and met their demise the next day, earning millions daily. "Host, money is precious, but life is even more valuable. Why take such a risk? Yes, as long as you stay alive, there will be opportunities for wealth and relationships. Why seek your own death? Sigh. I shouldn't have given the host a tip just now. Seeing the money made them lose their mind. I'm so tired. This is the first time I've seen a live stream with a crossover, and now the host is about to die." Chen looked at the barrage without saying a word, as he felt quite uneasy in his heart. However, he had been provoked and a bit angry earlier, which was why those words slipped out. "Do you dare to fight me with equal combat power? If you dare, I will definitely defeat you." Chen thought of his only chance to survive and shouted loudly at Leona, because Leona's delicate hands were trembling with anger from Chen's provocation. He was really afraid that she might not be able to hold back and would directly unleash a ki blast at him. If someone with a combat power of 9,000 launched a ki blast at him, he wouldn't even need to resist. He would be instantly turned to dust. Very good, very good. If you lose, I will kill you on the stage," Leona said fiercely. Her face, which resembled that of an ice goddess, was extremely cold. Chen nodded, but then thought of something and immediately said, "If I lose, you will kill me, but what about you if you lose?" "I lose." Hearing this word, Leona looked dismissive, but still said, "If I lose, then you can kill me." "No way. You are Aphio's mother. I can't kill you, otherwise Aphia will hate me. If you lose, you have to be my bodyguard," Chen said with great confidence. Chapter 10, Corinta Fairy Beans. Leona was almost amused by Chen's ignorance and fearlessness. He actually thought he could win against her, even if her fighting power was only equal to Chen's. The combat skills she had learned and the experience she had gained still existed. In this case, Chen's chance of victory was less than 1 in 1,000. A weakling like him actually thought he could surpass her. It was simply a fool's dream. The show-off task was activated, and the second task was to defeat Leona in front of a large crowd. Task success reward: Advanced Bloodline Refining Pill. Corinta Fairy Beans. The number of fairy beans awarded is determined by the final score. The higher the score, the more beans. Advanced Bloodline Refining Pill. After consuming it, the Scion bloodline level can be raised to advanced, greatly enhancing talent and combat capabilities. Corinta Fairy Beans. Rare beans cultivated by the Corinta sage living on Earth. Extremely scarce in quantity. Eating one can heal any internal or external injury, restoring one to their original state. And one does not need to eat for 10 days. Note: ineffective against diseases. As soon as Chen saw the rewards, he was shocked. The first advanced bloodline refining pill was one thing, but after consuming the intermediate bloodline refining pill, his combat power directly increased from 100 to 500. This was without any training. If he took the advanced bloodline refining pill, the increase in combat power and talent would be unimaginable, certainly terrifying. The second reward, the Senza Bean from Master Karen, was even more incredible. It was like a second life. During a battle, if both sides were exhausted and covered in wounds. Eating a senza bean would restore him to full strength instantly. If he didn't win, that would be absurd. Moreover, he had to win this battle. On one hand, if he lost, given the ruthless nature of Science, Leona would definitely not go easy on him. So, he had to fight for his life. On the other hand, the proud ice goddess Leona saw no weakness. He could only earn her respect by defeating her. Furthermore, if he won, he could have her as his bodyguard. And Yi-chan was confident that their relationship would improve. Plus, with the system rewards, he had every reason to fight hard. For both emotional and logical reasons. Yi-chan couldn't afford to lose. Losing would be intolerable. So what do you say? Are you willing to agree? If not, you can kill me directly. But I will always look down on you. Yi-chan put on a proud demeanor and said, Riona is really angry. The pride of Science is undeniable. Fine, I agree. Let's go to the arena now. I will ask King Vegeta to suppress my battle power to match yours. Riona shrugged and said disdainfully. Then, she directly reached out and grabbed Yi-chan's arm, quickly rushing out of the room. The fragrance of the beautiful woman was right beside him, making Yi-chan feel very happy, but it was also too swift and decisive. Moreover, the speed of her flight technique was so fast that Yi-chan couldn't even open his mouth against the strong wind. It was quite overwhelming. Planet Vegeta was fast, but Riona was even faster. In an instant, they flew over mountains and rivers, arriving at the central square of the Science. In the middle of this square was a huge arena. On the arena, 2 lower-class warriors with a battle power of 2,000 were fighting, surrounded by a crowd of Scions cheering and betting, making it incredibly lively. When Riona appeared, everyone was stunned by the aura surrounding her. After all, as one of the few high-level warriors among the Scions and a beautiful woman, she naturally attracted a lot of attention. Hey, that kid Riona is holding on to, isn't he the waste from your family? A sharp-eyed Scion spotted Yi-chan and immediately said to the muscular man beside him, Our family's waste. Raditz? The muscular man was somewhat surprised and turned to look. This man was none other than Bardock, the father of Raditz and Kakarot, son Goku. This waste? How did he end up with Riona? Seeing this scene, a look of disdain appeared on Bardock's face. The Scion race was very cold towards family ties, only revering battle power, and Bardock's 2 sons were both weak, which was extremely embarrassing for him, making it impossible to hold his head up in front of the crowd. Raditz was born with a battle power of 5, truly a low-tier warrior. Son Goku was even weaker, with only 3 points. He was practically useless. For the strong-willed Bardock, this was intolerable, so he had sent son Goku to Earth right after he was born. Raditz, having been born much earlier than Goku, was left behind. But Bardock had no regard for this son, allowing Raditz to fend for himself. At this moment, seeing Raditz with the goddess he had always dreamed of, Bardock was puzzled. However, before he could ask, Riona released her overwhelming aura. In an instant, a terrifying presence filled the entire square. The aura of 9,000 battle power shocked everyone, causing them to look up, and the 2 fighters on the arena stopped fighting. You 2 get down. Riona, want to use the arena, clear the field. Riona's commanding voice was incredibly powerful, and Yi-chan, being held by her, found himself liking her more and more. He loved conquering such a dominant girl. Chapter 11. King Vegeta. Riona's commanding voice shocked everyone in the arena, but no one dared to refute her. The 2 fighters who had been enjoying their battle didn't dare say a word and jumped down immediately. The intimidation of a high-level warrior was indeed terrifying. The live broadcast room erupted with excitement, with people calling friends and classmates to watch the impending battle. After all, one side was a time traveler, which was already enough to stir up a commotion. The other side was also a stunning beauty, pure and cute in appearance, with a terrifying battle power of 8,000. It's worth noting that the strongest on planet Vegeta right now was King Vegeta, with only 10,000 battle power. The streamer is incredible. Although it's a battle of equal power, I think the streamer will definitely lose. The streamer knows how to play. If he wins, he'll have to make her his bodyguard. I want a beautiful bodyguard too. The streamer is playing with fire, making millions a month. Streamer, I'll give you a plane as a tip. Go spend it in the underworld. Are you all idiots? The streamer has the weak version of the Kaioken. If he boosts his power by 1.5 times, that is 750 battle power, he can suppress her. You didn't consider Riona's battle experience. You're the real idiot. The popularity surged at that moment, going from just 10,000 to 50,000. The live streaming system's achievement task. Beginner streamer, 50,000 popularity point achieved. Reward, random martial arts technique. Random selection in progress. Gain combat skill, solar flare. Utilize the sun to concentrate light energy. temporarily blinding the enemy, and then swiftly attack their vital points. Its effect is similar to that of a flashbang. The secret technique has been sent to the host's storage space and can be learned at any time. Yi Chen was stunned. This was truly a case of sleepiness bringing a pillow. He had just been a bit worried that if he used the Kaioken and his body wasn't strong enough to last, he wouldn't be able to win. But now, he had been given the solar flare, this divine skill. This skill is genuinely a godly technique in Dragon Ball. Although it doesn't deal any damage, it can briefly blind the opponent at a moment when they're fully focused on the fight, allowing one to quickly defeat them. If used well, it can definitely turn the tide of battle. By now, Yi Chen had already convinced himself that he could achieve victory. Meanwhile, Leona was still unaware of anything. When Leona emitted a terrifying aura, the crowd instantly vacated the arena. Then, a towering figure appeared in the sky. Upon seeing this figure, all the Scions present immediately looked respectful. "Hail, King Vegeta!" Everyone shouted in unison. Even the proud Leona was no exception. "Wow, is this King Vegeta?" Yi Chen quickly looked over. He has a small mustache, somewhat resembling Vegeta from the anime. Dressed in a red cape, standing in the void, he looks quite grand. Not bad. In the live stream, everyone was the first to see King Vegeta, and they were instantly filled with excitement. As the king of the Scions, King Vegeta naturally possesses all the flaws of the Scions: coldness, a belief in power above all, and a history of various misdeeds, such as killing young Broly and his father. However, he is also ambitious. Although Frieza originally wanted to eliminate the Scions, if it weren't for King Vegeta leading a surprise attack, it might have taken much longer. Wow, King Vegeta launched a surprise attack on Frieza? Yi Chen thought of this and suddenly exploded, because behind Vegeta, a small child appeared about 3 or 4 years old, with black hair and a handsome, cool face, as if he were carved from the same mold as King Vegeta, especially with that adorable yet arrogant expression on his face. Everyone else was shocked. This guy can't be Vegeta, right? Wow, he's already this big. Yi Chen's mind was in chaos because the destruction of planet Vegeta happened when Vegeta was 4 years old. Looking at Vegeta now, he probably was already 4 years old. This meant that he could die at any moment. What a joke. No, he had to confirm. "Leona, how old is Vegeta now?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's question, Leona, though cold, still replied, "Vegeta just celebrated his 4th birthday yesterday. Don't you know? But someone like you, a waste, can't compare to Vegeta at all. He's only 4 years old, and his battle power has already reached 8,000. Tomorrow, King Vegeta will send him to a dangerous planet to carry out a mission, while someone like you can only enjoy peace on planet Vegeta." Yi Chen's face twitched in helplessness. "Leona, you're so beautiful, but your words are so sharp. Is that really okay? Aren't you afraid of not being able to get married? If you weren't a woman, and beautiful, and a mother of a Fuya, I would have spanked you a long time ago." Yi Chen expressed his anger, but after hearing Leona's response, he realized that he didn't have much time left and had to leave. Chapter 12, Bardock's Ruthlessness. "Leona, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so angry?" King Vegeta was clearly startled by Leona's sudden outburst of anger. This kid actually dared to say that when my battle power is on par with his, I wouldn't be his opponent. So I decided to teach him a lesson and asked King Vegeta to suppress my strength, Leona said respectfully. As soon as Leona finished speaking, the entire venue was shocked. "What? Bardock, is your son crazy?" Bardock's comrades stared at him in disbelief. Bardock's face twitched as well. This disgraceful guy, being the weakest among the lower-class warriors, actually dared to challenge Leona. Didn't Raditz know that Leona's countless terrifying battle experiences and various uses of energy were top-notch? Even with equal battle power, Raditz would absolutely have no chance of winning. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta glanced at Yi Chen beside Leona. A hearty laugh appeared on his originally stern face. "Leona, why should you care about the reckless words of such a child?" Meanwhile, countless onlooking Scions below also looked at Yi Chen with mocking expressions, filled with disdain for his ignorance of his own limits. Yi Chen watched this scene with a faint smile, as if the clouds were light and the wind was gentle. Leona looked at Yi Chen's demeanor, and her anger surged even more. "I have made up my mind. Please, King Vegeta, suppress my power," Leona said firmly. Seeing this, King Vegeta didn't need to choose. One was a high-level warrior, a pillar of the Scion race, while the other was a low-level warrior, making them incomparable. "Sigh, since you insist, there's nothing I can do." King Vegeta smiled helplessly. Beside Bardock, his comrade anxiously said to him, "Bardock, hurry and stop your son. Otherwise, he will definitely be killed." Bardock coldly laughed and replied, "A waste like him doesn't deserve to be my son. seeking death without brains is even worse. If he dies, so be it. It's better to have no son than a useless one. His words were truly ruthless, exposing the Scion race's inherent flaws. Power is everything. Emotions are merely ancillary. These Scions are not good people. Look at them, relishing the misfortune, probably wanted to see the streamer get taken down. The Scion race is just like this. The streamer is in trouble. Sai, look over there. Isn't that the streamer's father, Bardock? You can see Bardock as the streamer's father with such a cold expression, which reveals the thoughts of these Scions. The streamer is now the enemy of the people. He is likely doomed. Sai, why does the streamer have to court death? In the live broadcast room, discussions were rife, but all were filled with pessimism. Even if a few believed that with equal combat power, Yi Chun could defeat Leona with his weak version of the Kaioken at 1.5 times. The majority quickly silenced those opinions. All right, Leona, since you've made your decision, I won't stop you. I'll suppress your power now. King Vegeta said loudly. After speaking, he extended his hand, and a massive aura instantly engulfed the entire area, then surged toward Leona. Leona tightly closed her eyes, allowing this overwhelming aura to enter her body. After that, Leona let out a muffled groan and slowly opened her eyes. In that instant, Yi Chun could no longer feel the overwhelming momentum within Leona's body, meaning that the aura inside her was now only 500. You still have 500 combat power left. You're stronger than I expected, Leona said, somewhat surprised as she felt the remaining power within her. Yi Chun smiled lightly, and what would surprise you is yet to come. Let's go. After speaking, Yi Chun took the lead and stepped onto the arena. Seeing Yi Chun's calm demeanor, Leona bit her silver teeth in displeasure and leaped directly to the opposite side of Yi Chun. Are you ready? Leona said coldly. Ready. Yi Chun stood ready. Although he had confidence in his heart, this was nonetheless his first battle after arriving in this world, and he felt quite anxious. Remember, if you lose, you will die, Leona said through gritted teeth. As a high-level warrior, being challenged by Yi Chun, the lowest-ranked warrior, was the most humiliating way. Only Yi Chun's blood could wash away this insult. Yi Chun heard this and curled his lips slightly. Why be so beautiful yet so ruthless? In the future, I must train you well so you understand what it means to be a virtuous wife and good mother, what it means for a husband to be like a mountain, and what it means for a man to support half the sky. Yi Chun assumed a battle-ready stance, and the fight was about to begin. Chapter 13. One blow is all it takes. Raditz, I will teach you what it truly means to be a Super Saiyan, and then I will use your blood to wash away the humiliation you have brought upon me, Leona said coldly as she stood on the arena. Yi Chun also smiled. Remember our agreement. If I lose, I die. If you lose, you will be my bodyguard. Wherever I go, you go. Fine, go die. At this moment, seeing that Yi Chun still thought he could win, Leona could no longer hold back. Kick a wave. Leona raised her hand, and a white light instantly gathered and appeared in her palm, then fiercely shot towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun's facial muscles twitched, and with a swift step, his body instantly dodged to the side. At the moment Yi Chun moved, the energy wave grazed his body and struck fiercely at the spot where he had been standing. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted instantly, and the diamond floor tiles beneath Yi Chun's feet immediately cracked open, with intricate fissures spreading out. This scene drew loud cheers from the onlookers. Truly, our female warrior Leona, even when suppressed to a battle power of 500, her attacks are still superb. Even a casual energy wave can unleash her full power. Damn it, can you stop flattering? Yi Chun felt as if he had been cursed in his heart in an instant. Yi Chun dodged the chi wave, and his mind finally settled slightly. But just at that moment, a fragrant scent wafted into Yi Chun's nose. This feeling made Yi Chun's hair stand on end, because this fragrant scent was from Leona. In other words, Leona had now arrived right beside him. Unfortunately, Yi Chun realized this too late. In front of him, Leona's cold face had already revealed itself. Little thing, I told you that you would regret it. A chilling voice reached Yi Chun's ears. Accompanying, it was a powerful and heavy attack. Shattering Fist. The Shattering Fist concentrated all its power into the hands, and then with immense force, the two fists struck together, attacking the enemy's abdomen. In an instant, Yi Chun felt as if his internal organs had been directly smashed through by a giant hammer, causing unbearable pain. Ugh! Accompanied by a cry of pain, Yi Chun's body was instantly sent flying out. Bang! Bang! Yi Chun's body was instantly thrown dozens of meters away, finally rolling on the ground. If it weren't for the ring being large enough, he might have been knocked out of the ring and lost this challenge. Leona, good job, kill him, kill him, kill him. Leona, I love you, kill this waste. Raditz, you asked for death. Now you regret it, right? Countless loud voices shouted enthusiastically. In Yi Chen's live stream room, there was silence. Although everyone had already guessed this scene, seeing Yi Chen being beaten like this made everyone silent. Streamer, don't be cowardly. Get up. Yes, streamer. You must win, survive. Streamer, as long as you win, I'll give you 10 planes as a reward, survive. Earthlings, never say die. Don't be cowardly. Then, those who previously thought Yi Chen would definitely lose this match were now supporting and encouraging him. They were all Earthlings, all Chinese. And seeing Yi Chen's painful expression when he was knocked away made them feel a sense of empathy. They really didn't want Yi Chen to lose. And they truly didn't want him to lose his life. Cough. Yi Chen, lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly got up. Leona's battle experience was indeed not something a newcomer like him could compare to, especially with her final move, the Shattering Fist. Although Leona only had a combat power of 500 now, her actual attack power far exceeded 500. This was the combat power that could be unleashed by combining martial skills and battle experience, far surpassing one's own strength. However, as a transmigrator, as someone with a system, if I lose in my first battle in this world with equal combat power, then it would really be better to die. Raditz, if you admit defeat now, I'll spare your life. Yi Chen was so weak that it made Leona look at him with disdain, and she even lost the desire to kill him. But it was precisely this attitude that made the anger in Yi Chen's heart burn even more fiercely. Only I, Yi Chen, have the right to pity others. None of you are qualified to look down on me. Do you think you've already won? Yi Chen stood up and looked directly at Leona. Leona was taken aback by Yi Chen's question, but then she said, "You are bound to lose. Is that so? Then what about now?" Yi Chen let out a loud roar, and a red light instantly enveloped his entire body, as if an unknown red flame was burning above him. What? How is this possible? Leona's expression changed drastically as she felt the aura emanating from Yi Chen. Chapter 14. Suppressing Leona in that moment. Yi Chen seemed to be enveloped in a layer of red flames. These red flames appeared extremely illusory, but the power they emanated instilled a sense of fear in those around him. Had his combat power risen from 500 to 750? King Vegeta, witnessing this scene, felt a rush of anxiety, unsure why Yi Chen's strength could increase so dramatically. Although 750 was still weak in front of King Vegeta. Such a sudden surge in power was truly surprising. Behind King Vegeta, Vegeta sneered disdainfully at the sight. Although only 4 years old, his arrogant demeanor was quite unpleasant to behold. The broadcaster must be using the KO Ken. I believe the broadcaster can definitely win this match. Go, broadcaster. 10 planes are waiting for you. Broadcaster, you must give that ice goddess a good beating. The chat room was filled with excited shouts and cheers. How did your strength suddenly increase so much? Leona asked cautiously, looking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not answer, just gazing at him faintly. The long hair cascading down to his waist, resembling flames, extraordinarily enchanting. Yi Chen felt a tremendous power emerging from his body, but at the same time, deep within, a sense of fatigue surged. This feeling of fatigue was not only physical, but also mental. An instinct deep within his genes told Yi Chen that he could only sustain the weak version of the King's Fist for 5 minutes. 5 minutes? That's enough. Yi Chen smiled faintly and looked at Leona. Are you ready to be my bodyguard? Yi Chen's words stunned Leona for a moment, but then she became even angrier. It's just a sudden increase in combat power, and even if you have a surge in combat power, you're still no match for me. Leona said angrily. Is that so? Yi Chen smiled faintly and instantly took a step forward, his body leaving a residual shadow as he charged towards Leona. So fast. Everyone was a bit surprised by this scene, but it was normal. The Kaioken could enhance the user's defense, attack power, speed, and evasion. It was simply an all-around skill. If it weren't for the high physical requirements, it would be the #1 skill in the Dragon Ball world. If one's physical condition were infinitely strong, even the Super Saiyan transformations couldn't compare to the Kaioken. Of course, having an infinitely strong body was impossible. In an instant, Yi Chen had already closed in beside Leona, swinging his arm horizontally as his wrist struck fiercely towards the back of Leona's neck. In Leona's eyes, Yi Chen's speed is not considered very fast, but now his combat power is suppressed, and his body speed is also restricted, leaving him barely able to react and only just managing to evade. Yi Chen's wrist created a strong wind that directly swept up Leona's beautiful hair. You're definitely going to lose. Yi Chen gently whispered in Leona's ear. Then, with a powerful punch, he struck her in the abdomen. Oof! Leona's body instantly staggered back a few steps, using that force to create distance between herself and Yi Chen. Leona's face turned pale. The force of Yi Chen's blow was immense, and her current strength was suppressed, causing her great pain in the abdomen. Leona was furious, unable to believe that she was being pushed back by a junior despite having the same combat power. Meanwhile, everyone in the audience was left with their mouths agape in shock. No one could have imagined that in a situation of equal combat power, Leona will be pushed back by Yi Chen. Bardock's face showed an expression of astonishment, staring blankly. In the live broadcast room, cheers had already begun. The streamer's punch was truly satisfying. Yes, the girl is beautiful, but she also needs to be properly trained. Streamer 666, 10 rockets have been sent. My favorite Zhang Qi has sent 10 rockets. Triple X donated a ton of fish balls. A feast of donations has begun. I don't believe you can last long in this state. After Yi Chen unleashed the power of the King of the Realm Fist, Leona felt a bit embarrassed. But she still looked at Yi Chen firmly and said, Yi Chen smiled. I won't be in this state for long. Is that so? Then you've already lost. Leona didn't expect Yi Chen to directly address her weakness, which left her a bit stunned. But soon, she responded to Yi Chen with a refusal to back down. Yi Chen smiled. Although the duration won't be long, it's enough to deal with you. This statement was incredibly arrogant, but no one in the audience mocked or looked down on Yi Chen's bold words, because his previous strike had already demonstrated that he truly had such strength. Is that so? I'm curious to see how you plan to win against me. The pride of a high-ranking Scion warrior made Leona refuse to admit defeat. She absolutely could not lose to Yi Chen, otherwise she would never be able to hold her head up for the rest of her life. Leona had already decided that as long as she kept blocking, she could definitely endure the time when Yi Chen's combat power surged. Chapter 15. Solar Fist. Leona stood in place, adopting a defensive stance, fully focused on Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled at this scene, and he immediately saw through Leona's plan. Wanted to drag it out indefinitely? That idea is a bit too naive. There are still 3 minutes left of the King of World's Fist. Yi Chen stepped forward again, his aura fiercely radiating as he approached Leona. Leona seemed to have learned some techniques, although she was at a disadvantage in terms of strength, agility, and evasion at that moment. She was still barely able to withstand Yi Chen's storm-like attacks. Seeing the scene, the Scions in the audience immediately cheered, as expected of Goddess Leona. Even in defense, she looks so beautiful. Indeed, Goddess Leona managed to withstand an attack with a battle power of 500 against one with 750. Truly impressive. Go, Goddess Leona. After holding on, take this guy down. A group of Scions shouted loudly, cheering for Leona. Yi Chen felt utterly powerless to retort after hearing what this group of guys were saying. Damn it. Is it that your goddess's farts smell sweet? Clearly, I have the upper hand here. So why do you make it sound like I'm being suppressed? The live streaming room was also shocked by the shamelessness of these Scions. For a long time, no bullet comments appeared, and after a while, a comment finally floated up. I thought only humans could be this shameless, but now I realize I was too young. Sigh, the world is vast, and shamelessness knows no bounds. Yi Chen saw that Leona's defense was impenetrable, and he knew that simple grappling was no longer useful. It would only waste time, and might even drag on until the duration of his weak version of the spirit bomb ran out. Seeing Yi Chen at a loss, Leona laughed. Little one, you're bound to lose. Yi Chen curled his lips and raised his eyebrows, saying, we'll see. After speaking, he executed a backflip and flipped backward. Yi Chen felt a bit helpless. He had a combat power of 500, yet he still hadn't learned the sky dance technique. This was really enough. He had to hurry up and improve, otherwise it would be too inconvenient. Leona, you will definitely lose to my move. Yi Chen stood opposite Leona and said loudly. As soon as he said this, everyone was jolted and focused their attention on Yi Chen. Yi Chen's sudden surge in battle power surprised everyone. Now, looking at Yi Chen, they wondered if he had any hidden tricks up his sleeve. The Scions were discussing among themselves, and Bardock also felt puzzled for a moment, realizing he couldn't see through his son, whom he had always considered to be useless. Look at my ultimate move. Yi Chen shouted, and his hands instantly moved to his forehead. Leona saw this scene and immediately focused all her attention on Yi Chen, especially on his raised hands. The energy from Yi Chen's body had completely concentrated in his hands. This was bound to be a dangerous strike, and if she wasn't fully concentrated, she could very well be defeated by Yi Chen's move. Therefore, Leona focused intently, and everyone outside the ring was also watching Yi Chen strike, eager to know just how powerful his ultimate move could be. Meanwhile, the crowd in the live stream had no idea what other tricks Yi Chen had up his sleeve, and they all stared at the screen, wanting to know what this time traveler still had hidden. Seeing that his actions had drawn everyone's attention, especially Leona, who was already fixated on him, made him feel a sense of accomplishment. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Yi Chen's face. Seeing Yi Chen smile, Leona instantly realized she had fallen into his trap. She felt something was off, but it was already too late. Solar Fist. With a loud shout from Yi Chen, a powerful beam of light filled the entire arena and instantly burst forth from his palm. Everyone who was fully focused was suddenly attacked by the strong light. Their eyes were abruptly exposed to the blinding glare, which could lead to temporary blindness. Even the strongest of humans would experience a moment of blindness. Ah, my eyes! The crowd around him immediately cried out in pain, having been caught off guard. And Leona, standing directly opposite Yi Chen, was inevitably affected as well. In an instant, Leona's eyes went temporarily blind, and tears streamed down her face due to the stimulation. Seeing Leona's tear-streaked face, Yi Chen felt a pang of sorrow. But it was of no use. He would definitely not hold back. In that moment when Leona was unprepared, Yi Chen charged forward. "Leona, you are bound to lose." In an instant, Yi Chen had already risen to Leona's side, and then he directly reached out a hand to grab Leona's unsuspecting jade leg. "Throw her." A powerful force surged into Yi Chen's arms in an instant, and then he slammed Leona's body down toward the ground outside the arena. There are two ways to determine the winner. One is to defeat the opponent, and the other is to directly knock the opponent out of the arena. Yi Chen watched as Leona's body fell toward the edge of the arena, a faint smile appearing on his face. He had already secured his victory. Chapter 16. Throwing Leona, seeking collections, seeking flowers, seeking rewards, the scions below, not standing directly opposite Yi Chen, were only swept by the overwhelmingly powerful light beam of the solar fist. Their eyes flickered but quickly recovered. However, when they saw Yi Chen grab Leona's delicate leg and spin her around, flinging her toward the ground outside the ring, they shouted in alarm. "Oh, Leona, be careful. Leona, quickly use the air dance technique. Leona, you can't lose to this kid Yi Chen." The scions all yelled, giving Leona advice, not wanting her to lose. This was understandable, as Leona was a high-level warrior. Losing to Yi Chen would be a severe blow to their spirits. Moreover, they were all less experienced in battle than Leona. So if she lost, it would imply that they were also no match for Yi Chen under equal combat power. This was something that countless proud scions could not tolerate. Therefore, they hoped Leona could win this match. Watching Leona being thrown hard toward the ground, about to make contact, Yi Chen wore a calm smile. Was victory finally at hand? The surrounding scions looked serious. Leona, is she going to lose? In a live stream, cheers had already begun. At first, only a few people thought Yi Chen could win. Later, though they supported him, they still believed his chances of victory were low. Now, Yi Chen was truly close to victory. How could that not make everyone cheer? Streamer, you must admit you shouldn't have been underestimated at the start. The streamer successfully conquers the goddess, stepping onto the peak of life. Yes, the streamer is about to have a beautiful bodyguard, so envious. I have to say, streamer, you've given us a surprise. No more words, here come the planes. I gifted the streamer 20 planes for Timo reaching king rank. Just as everyone was cheering, Yi Chen thought he was certainly victorious, but at that moment, the stunning figure that had been flung out suddenly stopped in midair, just 1 meter from the ground. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's pupils widened. Air dance technique. Leona had actually used the air dance technique at the last moment to halt her fall. In other words, Leona had not lost yet. However, his Kaioken technique had already lasted for 4.5 minutes. In another half minute, if the effect of the Kaioken faded, he would definitely be beaten by Leona. No, he absolutely could not lose. Yi Chen let out a loud roar and charged out directly. The surrounding scions erupted into cheers upon witnessing this scene. Leona had not lost yet. Since she had not lost now, victory was certain in the next moment. Just as they were cheering, Leona slowly opened her eyes. If she hadn't used the void dance technique at the last moment, she would have definitely lost. Thinking of this, a chill rose in Leona's heart. Yi Chen's strength should not be underestimated, but since he hasn't fallen yet, it's certain that he has won. At this moment, she was planning to fly back to the arena. However, just then, a red figure suddenly dashed in front of her. What? How is that possible? It was too late to dodge now. The black figure pounced directly into her arms. In an instant, a tremendous gravity pressed her body, which was only 1 meter above the ground, down hard. Looking at this scene, the surrounding scions were stunned. Just a moment ago, they were cheering, celebrating that Leona had not been knocked off the stage. But what was happening now? Because at this moment, Leona had already fallen to the ground. with Yi Chun tightly lying on top of her perfect body. Was this considered a win for Yi Chun? This couldn't be how it was supposed to be played, right? The Scions felt 1,000 horses of confusion rushing through their minds. Meanwhile, the livestream room was also shocked by this dramatic turn of events at the last moment. When Leona was suspended in midair, everyone gasped, thinking Yi Chun was doomed. But no one expected that Yi Chun would act so decisively, directly knocking Leona down to the ground. Now, the two bodies were pressed closely together. Although he won, winning like this felt so embarrassing. No wonder he was a streamer. Not only did he win, but he also gained such an advantage. Streamer, you are incredible. Your flirting skills are unmatched. Even in battle, you can flirt. Streamer, why don't you just go to heaven? Streamer, if you come back now, Song Zhongji would definitely be overshadowed by you. The live stream room was completely conquered by Yi Chun. However, Yi Chun didn't have time to pay attention to these comments, because he was savoring the fragrant scent coming from Leona's body. Ah, this feels so good. Not only did I win the match, but I also get to enjoy this delightful moment. Life is truly a win-win situation. Chapter 17. I just won't accept that Leona lay on the ground, and Yi Chun was on top of her. Looking at this scene, the entire audience fell into an eerie silence. What has happened? Leona actually lost? Yi Chun lay contentedly in Leona's arms, extremely happy. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from Leona's side. Raditz, are you not getting down yet? Yi Chun then noticed that Leona beneath him was about to bite her silver teeth, and she was likely on the brink of an explosion. Yi Chun thought it was not good and wanted to jump down, but suddenly said, I won, right? Yi Chun still wanted to confirm. Yes, you won, Leona said through gritted teeth. Although she was very reluctant to admit defeat, the pride of the Scions made her disdain to deny it. That's good. Yi Chun finally relaxed, once again intoxicated by the fragrance of Leona, and hurriedly jumped down before she exploded. Only then did Leona get up. The surroundings were still silent, and no one expected this outcome, especially Raditz's father, Bardock, who widened his eyes in disbelief at this scene. The Yi Chun he had always considered a useless person actually defeated Leona? This completely shattered Bardock's worldview. In the sky, King Vegeta twitched the corner of his mouth but still said, Raditz, good, good. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the sealing power within Leona's body immediately disappeared. Leona felt the power within her body return and instantly shot a cold gaze at Yi Chun. Under the threat of the opponent's 9,000 battle power, Yi Chun was utterly powerless and could only think to himself, You're so beautiful. Please don't go back on your promise. Everyone was watching, eager to know what Leona intended to do. At this moment, if Leona wanted to kill Yi Chun, absolutely no one would stop her. I'm da Ahabitisabit. From today on, I will be your bodyguard, so take care of yourself. Leona stared at Yi Chun for a while, and only after some time did the killing intent in her eyes dissipate as she reluctantly said. Yi Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The entire venue fell silent again. The most beautiful and powerful female scion had actually become a bodyguard for a low-ranking warrior, which was truly shocking. Leona doesn't have to keep her promise to play with the kids, King Vegeta said somewhat unhappily. After all, Leona was a high-ranking warrior just like him. Yet she had ended up as a bodyguard for a low-ranking warrior, which was quite embarrassing. Hearing this, Yi Chun immediately felt very displeased. Vegeta, damn it, I finally defeated Leona, and now you tell me it's just playing with a child? What the hell are you talking about? Since I lost, I have to fulfill the bet. The fact that Leona has integrity makes Yi Chun breathe a sigh of relief. Will the winner also think this is a joke? Vegeta sneered and fixed his gaze on Yi Chun. Instantly, a tremendous, almost tangible pressure surged toward Yi Chun like a vast river. Raditz, don't you think so? Vegeta was threatening Yi Chun. At this moment, Yi Chun seemed to bear an immense weight, as if he was carrying tens of thousands of pounds, feeling incredibly painful. Especially after using the Kaioken, his entire body was sore, and he felt the pressure from King Vegeta, making him almost kneel down. Damn, how shameless. Yi Chun could guess that this guy just thinks he is easy to bully. But I won't accept it. No way, Yi Chun said firmly. Although his body trembled under this pressure, his words showed no hesitation. Kid, you really know how to joke. I'm asking you again, is it? King Vegeta's eyes flashed with coldness as he saw Yi Chun daring to resist him, but his face remained smiling. Unbeknownst to him, an even more overwhelming force pressed down on Yi Chun. Yi Chun's body seemed to creak at this moment, as if it could be crushed at any time. I refuse to accept it. I just refuse to accept it. Yi Chun was angrily shouting in his heart. The people around him could see it, but no one stepped in to stop it. Leona's expression was somewhat unpleasant as she said loudly, King Vegeta, please do not interfere with our wager. As a high-level warrior, If you become his bodyguard, it will bring shame to us high-level warriors. As the king of the Scions, I absolutely cannot tolerate this situation. Leona's face looked very bad, but she did not dare to argue with King Vegeta and could only look apologetically at Yi-chan. Yi-chan's face was filled with pain, sweat pouring down his face. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully, you bastard? You won't live much longer, but I will definitely make your son pay the debt when the time comes. Yi-chan was shouting angrily in his heart. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Task completed. Defeat Leona. Based on the astonishment of the surrounding Scions at the moment of victory and the excitement in the live broadcast room, this system awarded a score of 95 for this task. Chapter 18, Advanced Bloodline Refining Pill. The system prompt sounded again. Now it's time for the audience scoring session. Since the number of viewers has reached 50,000, the final reward for the show-off value will be 5 times. In an instant, a pop-up appeared in front of the viewers in Yi-chan's live broadcast room. Please rate the host completion of this task. Seeing this, the new viewers were somewhat confused, not understanding what was happening, with some even thinking they had caught a virus. Everyone, please don't overthink it. Now please give me your scores. Yi-chan spoke to the audience in his heart. Everyone, can you see that my current condition is a bit off? As soon as Yi-chan finished speaking, the audience immediately flooded the screen with comments. Yeah, host, you won, so why are you sweating so much? Come on, it's just King Vegeta talking. Why are you shaking a bit? That's so cowardly. Seriously cowardly. I look down on you, host. Host, cheer up. You've already won over the beauty. Is it really okay to be this timid now? A crowd of people shouted. Yi-chan looked helpless, as they were not present at the scene. They couldn't see the hidden dynamics between him and King Vegeta. So, Yi-chan explained to everyone, it's not that I'm cowardly, but King Vegeta is too shameless, using his pressure to bully me. He has a battle power of 10,000, and I just finished a fight. Being pressured by him, I'm almost out of breath. As soon as Yi-chan spoke, the entire venue erupted, and then everyone became angry. How could this guy be so shameless? In the original story, King Vegeta was not a good person. Fearing that Broly would threaten him and Vegeta, he killed the infant along with his father. He is really a bastard. Host, don't back down, just go for it. Is the person upstairs an idiot? The host currently has a combat power of 500. Is he seeking death? Yi-chan saw that everyone understood his current situation and immediately said to them, please give your scores first. After I complete the task, there will be rewards. Once eaten, I will not be overwhelmed by his pressure, unless he truly has no shame and directly attacks me. Yi-chan said this. Everyone understood the urgency of the situation. As for the scores, they were naturally all 100. After the scoring session, the audience's average score was 100, the system score was 95, and the average score was 97.5, achieving a high-level task completion. Reward: 1 high-level bloodline refining pill, 10 Kalinta fairy beans, and 97 times 5 in bragging points, totaling 485 points. The reward had been sent to the host's storage space and can be used with thought. Finally, at this moment, Yi-chan's legs began to tremble under the pressure of King Vegeta, but he still did not yield. King Vegeta was truly angry. A mere low-level warrior dared to ignore his authority. In an instant, the pressure from the Scion King surged towards Yi-chan. A sense of danger suddenly arose in Yi-chan's heart. Without thinking, Yi-chan decisively used his mind to consume the celestial beans stored in his spatial storage. In an instant, a gentle power surged throughout Yi-chan's body, and his originally fatigued muscles and cells crazily absorbed this gentle energy. A feeling of vitality emerged spontaneously. Yi-chan felt a surge of power within his body. It was no wonder that the Catalan immortal being was so impressive. It instantly replenished all his mental and physical injuries and fatigue. Now, he felt warm all over. Initially, Yi-chan wanted to show a calm smile to indicate that he remained unfazed even under such overwhelming pressure. But the subsequent pressure emanating from King Vegeta caused his smile to freeze on his face. It was truly terrifying. It seemed that there was a heavy mountain weighing 100,000 pounds pressing fiercely behind Yi-chan. Even after restoring all his strength, Yi-chan could not withstand it. Even the people around him could feel the stagnant aura in the air. The pressure was so great that it seemed to solidify the atmosphere. Damn it! Yi-chan's heart was roaring with anger as he struggled to lift his head, only to see the proud and cold smile on King Vegeta's face. Behind King Vegeta, Vegeta's expression was the same, looking at him with a disdainful and arrogant attitude. Two bastards. Yi-chan cursed inwardly, but the creaking sound coming from his body made him realize that if he continued to hold on like this, he would definitely die. What should he do? Yi-chan's personality is not proud, but he absolutely cannot lower his head. high-level bloodline refining pill. After taking it, his combat power will soar, and it will also improve the purity of his bloodline, evolving into a high-level bloodline. Do you want to take it? Eat it. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and said, there's only one way left, and that is to consume the advanced bloodline refinement pill. Only then will I have a chance to withstand the pressure from King Vegeta. As Yi Chen finished speaking, a red pill suddenly appeared in his mouth, then dissolved as soon as it was ingested, transforming into a warm current that flowed into Yi Chen's lungs. Chapter 19. The Guardian of a Year Boom. The moment the advanced bloodline refinement pill was swallowed, Yi Chen felt a thunderous roar erupting from within his body, terrifying beyond measure. The muscles, blood, and cells inside him were like starving wolves that hadn't eaten for 3 days, devouring the energy brought by the advanced bloodline refinement pill. In an instant, countless sensations of pain and itchiness spread throughout his body, far stronger than the suffering he experienced when consuming the intermediate bloodline refinement pill. Yi Chen couldn't suppress the pain he felt and began to roar loudly. The sound waves were tumultuous and fierce, venting the anger in his heart and the dissatisfaction suppressed by King Vegeta. Numbness, numbness, numbness. Aren't you King Vegeta? Aren't you the so-called elite Saiyan warrior? Why are you pretending in front of me? I can get my own girls, and you can be your king, living your own life without interfering with each other. Why do you have to pretend in front of me? It felt as if there was a chemical explosion within him, continuously producing thunderous sounds. Even the surrounding Saiyan crowd heard the strange noises, and their energy looked towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes glowed with a blood-red light, staring directly at King Vegeta, filled with an indomitable spirit. King Vegeta was first startled by Yi Chen's crimson gaze, but then he became even more furious. How dare a lowly Saiyan warrior look at him like that, with such defiant eyes? It was simply a provocation. King Vegeta wished he could directly crush Yi Chen with his own pressure. However, at first, Yi Chen's body trembled under the pressure, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. But slowly, as time passed, the onlookers' expressions grew more astonished. Yi Chen, who had initially been bent under the pressure, was gradually standing tall, his trembling legs now straight and firm. How is this possible? Seeing the scene, a hint of surprise crossed King Vegeta's eyes. He was aware of his own pressure, although it was merely pressure. It contained the innate bloodline suppression that the Saiyan King had over ordinary Saiyans. For lower bloodline warriors, even with a battle power of 2,000, they would be unable to resist his pressure. Yet Yi Chen, a lower bloodline warrior with only 500 battle power, was still standing firm under his pressure. How could this be? At this moment, not only King Vegeta, but all the Saiyans present showed undisguised astonishment on their faces. The most shocked of all was undoubtedly Bardock. Bardock looked in amazement at Yi Chen, standing proudly in the center, resisting King Vegeta's pressure, with a cold yet determined expression. Could this person really be his weak son Raditz? Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, there was a complete silence. Although Yi Chen did not speak, he has already shown a determination that words cannot express. Keep it up, streamer. Streamer, once you become awesome in the future, take down that bastard. King Vegeta won't last long, but later, take it out on his son. Yes, debts must be repaid, and those who mix in the world always have to pay back. Everyone is cheering for Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly at this scene. Thank you, everyone. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he proudly lifted his head, which had been pressed down by the oppressive force. He looked at King Vegeta and said, King Vegeta, I still insist on my demands. Are you going to continue to interfere? King Vegeta was stunned. Yi Chen not only was not crushed by the oppressive force, but he could also speak. It seemed that the pressure had no effect on Yi Chen at all. At that moment of shock, a final thunderous explosion erupted from Yi Chen's body, as if it were meant to resonate throughout the entire universe, reaching everyone's ears. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to him. Yi Chen raised his hand, looked at his unchanged body, and smiled. Then, he approached Leona and said, Leona, are you willing to keep your promise and become my bodyguard? Yi Chen's voice was like thunder, but his face was remarkably calm as he quietly looked at Leona. Leona had 1,000 words to say, feeling unwilling, but the pride of a Saiyan prevented her from having any thoughts of regret. Fine, I will become your bodyguard, but there has to be a time limit, Leona said solemnly. Yi Chen nodded and said, all right, 1 year as time. Tomorrow, I will go on a mission, and you will come with me to ensure my safety. After a year, we will return, and the contract will be concluded. Yi Chen's straightforwardness surprised Leona a bit, but a year is just a drop in the ocean for the long lives of Saiyans. Fine, a year it is. Leona agreed with this time frame. However, Their conversation made King Vegeta's veins bulge in anger. Leaving tomorrow? How could that be? As a high-ranking warrior of the Scions, Leona would be a crucial assistant in his upcoming battle against Frisia in just 2 days. How could she be absent just to protect this kid? Absolutely not. Chapter 20. I really can't use instant transmission. Thank you all for your support. I said no, absolutely not. King Vegeta could hardly bear this situation, roaring in anger. His fury astonished everyone once again. Why was King Vegeta so intolerant of Leona becoming Yi Chen's bodyguard? This was quite strange. King Vegeta raged internally. You don't understand. You don't understand anything. When dealing with Frisia, you lower and mid-level warriors are of no use at all. Only high-ranking warriors can be of assistance. And there are only 5 adult high-ranking warriors in the entire Scion race. If Leona leaves, there will only be 4 left, reducing their chances of victory even further. So Leona absolutely cannot leave. Hearing the voice that tried to stop him, Yi Chen smiled, knowing the plot and the subsequent developments. If he didn't take Leona and Aphia away, the 2 of them would definitely die here. Otherwise, why hadn't these 2 high-level Scion warriors appeared even once after Dragon Ball? So, they must have perished at the hands of Frisia, along with the entire planet Vegeta. If he were unaware, it would be one thing, but now that he knew, how could he just stand by and watch the 2 beautiful women die? It was his duty to escape with them. King Vegeta, my mind is made up. You don't need to say any more, Leona said firmly to King Vegeta. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta's expression turned grim. He didn't expect Leona to actually contradict him. However, some things were difficult to say outright, so he could only cast a dark glance at Yi Chen. If it weren't in a public setting, he would probably have acted directly to eliminate Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt the killing intent and smiled faintly. You're impressive, all right. Anyway, I'm leaving tomorrow. I won't stay on this broken planet for even a second longer. A planet that could be destroyed at any moment. Staying here even one more day is nerve-wracking. Forget it. King Vegeta, for some reason, did not use his royal authority to suppress Leona. He flicked his red cape and flew directly back to his palace. Meanwhile, the small Vegeta glared angrily at Yi Chen, the one who had angered his father. Seeing Vegeta's fierce gaze, Yi Chen smiled. In the future, I will return the humiliation your father gave me in full. Yi Chen opened his mouth but did not make a sound, silently pronouncing each word. Although he didn't speak, the clever Vegeta immediately noticed the shape of Yi Chen's lips, and his expression turned extremely furious, wanting to come up and beat Yi Chen up. Yi Chen laughed heartily, but no longer looked at Vegeta. Instead, he turned and walked in front of Bardock. Bardock stared blankly at his son. This Raditz, who he once thought was the most useless trash, had brought him endless shock today. He defeated Riona, who had equal fighting power, and dared to ignore the king's authority by confronting King Vegeta. These were things that even he did not dare to do. Yi Chen was also observing Bardock. He looked very much like Kakarot, Son Goku from the anime, as if they were carved from the same mold. It feels like Son Goku is truly his biological son, while Raditz is merely adopted. Yi Chen didn't have a good impression of this guy, but he still stood in front of him. In the live broadcast room, the comments started flying. Wow, he really looks like Sun Wukong. But he's too ruthless. Otherwise, he would definitely be the main character. It said that in one of the movies, Bardock also became a Super Saiyan. The movies can be considered alternate history at most, so don't take them too seriously. The streamer is Raditz, his son, and who knows what he's going to do now. It must be a great moment of father-son recognition. Recognition, my foot. Bardock is so cold-hearted. It would be good if they didn't end up fighting each other. The audience made various guesses, but Yi Chen shook his head lightly. What they said was all wrong. Hurry up and leave planet Vegeta. Yi Chen whispered a reminder. Bardock was a bit stunned, not understanding why Yi Chen said this. However, Yi Chen was unwilling to elaborate further. It was likely that King Vegeta had already shown enough tolerance by allowing him to take Leona away. If he spread rumors now, King Vegeta would definitely disregard everything and eliminate him. At this point, he felt he had fulfilled his duty with that statement. It was as if he had taken over Raditz's body to provide you with compensation. Yi Chen took a deep look at Bardock, then returned to Leona's side. Let's go back. Yi Chen smiled at Leona and said, all right, let's go. Leona replied indifferently, sure, and took off directly. At that moment, she noticed Yi Chen wasn't moving and curiously asked, are we leaving now? Of course we're leaving now, but you pulled me along when we came here. Why aren't you pulling me now? I can't fly. As soon as Yi Chen said this, the entire audience was stunned. You don't know how to use the air technique? Are you sure you're not joking? This is a fundamental skill that every Scion has to learn shortly after birth. The most basic method of using ki. Everyone felt as if 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through their minds. Chapter 21. Which planet should we go to? The people around were shocked. But Yi-Chun was just helpless. He really didn't know how. Maybe the original Raditz could, but after I traveled here, I didn't receive anyone else's memories, so... Sigh, it's exhausting to think about. Thus, under the gazes of everyone who completely couldn't understand, Yi-Chun was lifted away by Leona, who had a look of disbelief on her face. As a result, Yi-Chun slowly left the place amidst the envious and jealous eyes of the crowd. In the distant sky, a sinister gaze was fixated on Yi-Chun. It was Vegeta's eyes. Back in his room, Leona just threw herself onto the ground. Leona, we better leave quickly, Yi-Chun said to Leona. Leona nodded in response. Since she had become Yi-Chun's protector, she naturally had to prioritize his requests. All right, I'll go back and settle my daughter. I'll come find you tomorrow morning, Leona said with a smile. Yi-Chun shook his head and said, How can you settle your daughter? Of course, she has to come with us. First of all, I'm not willing to leave her behind. Such a cute girl with a youthful face and a long tail is probably one of a kind in the entire Dragon Ball universe. And I definitely can't let her go. I think it's also time for Aphia to go through some training. It's just right for her to go out and train with me, Yi-Chun said with a smile. Leona scoffed and replied, Our Aphia's combat power is already 2,000. For you it's training, but for our Aphia, it's just a joke. There's really no need for her to come with us. Damn, is your mouth really that venomous? When I become strong in the future, I will definitely give your but a good spanking. Yi-Chun felt very angry about this woman who belittled him with just a few words. The result of his anger was, Oh really? Then why don't you check my combat power now? Yi-Chun smiled as he looked at Leona. Upon hearing this, Leona pouted, thinking that a battle power of only 500 wasn't anything impressive. However, she still closed her eyes to feel Yi-Chun's aura. Huh, how is this possible? A look of disbelief appeared on Leona's beautiful face. Yi-Chun exclaimed, How is that impossible? Do you believe it now? No, I still don't believe it. I must have misperceived something. Leona truly couldn't believe it, because Yi-Chun's combat power had directly increased to 2,000. This was simply unbelievable. 2,000 combat power wasn't high, but when they fought earlier, Yi-Chun's combat power was only 500. How could this be? Leona took out the detector, unwilling to give up, and confirmed it again. Beep beep beep, combat power, 2,000. At this point, Leona finally believed it. All right, since you've confirmed it, then go back and prepare a large spaceship. I don't want a space pod. I want to sleep the whole way. It's too much of a waste of time, Yi-Chun said with a smile. Leona nodded and said, Okay, I will take Aphia with me this time. After finishing, she turned around and left. Yi-Chun and Kanzei lay Auna left gracefully, smiled faintly, and then lay down on the bed. There was nothing he needed to take with him. Anyway, after he left, the entire planet would turn into ruins. He opened the attribute panel and looked at his attributes. Yi-Chun. Combat power, 2,000 bloodline. High-level Scion bloodline show-off value. 100,485,585 points. Reach 1,000 points to unlock the exchange mall. Martial skills and spells. Weak version of King Kai Fist. Sun Fist. The improvement in strength is really slow. Yi-Chun frowned as he looked at his combat power. Not to mention anything else. That guy Vegeta had a combat power close to 8,000 when he was just 4 years old. And those guys like Frieza are even more terrifying. Frieza's combat power is probably already over 100 million. If my combat power continues to improve so slowly, I will definitely be beaten. Not to mention, if I can't even defeat my brother Kakarot by then, how embarrassing would that be? Therefore, I must train to increase my combat power. Thinking about improving my combat power, Yi-Chun couldn't help but feel a bit envious of beings like Cell and Majin Buu. These races can actually enhance their combat power by devouring others. Theoretically, if the number of beings they devour is infinite, their combat power could also be infinite. Such a terrifying talent. Why wasn't it given to me? However, there's no point in thinking about that. Yi-Chun addressed the audience in the live stream. Everyone, I will be escaping from Planet Vegeta tomorrow. Which planet do you think I should go to? Yi-Chun's question immediately stirred up a frenzy. Host, of course it's Earth. The main character, Sun Wukong, is still playing there. You two can bond as brothers. Who cares about Sun Wukong? The important thing is that little beauty, Chi-Chi, can't be taken by Wukong. That makes a lot of sense. I was left speechless. Upvote 666. I think we shouldn't return to Earth for now. Based on the timeline, the basic plot hasn't even unfolded there yet. Sun Wukong is 4 years younger than you. If you're 14 now, then Wukong is only 9. And the plot on Earth starts when Wukong is 14. So, host, it's better for you to go to other planets first to increase your strength. Your current combat power is really insufficient. A long barrage of comments caught Yi-Chun's attention, and he nodded continuously, looking convinced. Then may I ask this viewer named Fish God in Water, which planet should I go to? Chapter 22, Planet Adralat. Yi-Chun takes the audience's suggestions seriously, as he has mostly forgotten the plot of Dragon Ball that happened before, considering it was an anime from 10 years ago. He humbly accepts others' advice now. Seeing Yi-Chun ask so earnestly, everyone in the audience stopped sending bullet comments, waiting for the viewer named God of Fish and Water to guide Yi-Chun. The plot on Earth hasn't reached its starting point yet, so there's no need to go there, as the streamer doesn't need Dragon Balls for the time being. Next, everyone will definitely bring up Namek. Although Namek is hospitable, it doesn't provide any benefits for the streamer's combat power improvement, and they don't have many skills or training methods worth learning from. So, there's only one place left that is worth the streamer visiting. God of Fish in Water analyzed point by point, and the others felt it made a lot of sense as they looked at each other's comments. Yi-Chun also thought it was good and hurriedly asked, what other places are left? Yadarat Star is the most suitable place for the host to go now. Water Fish God sent out a bullet screen. What? Yadarat Star? What the hell is this? Yi-Chun was taken aback. Did this planet really appear in the original work? The others were also discussing, confused about this suddenly emerged planet. However, there was a large audience watching Yi-Chun's livestream, and some of them had a deep understanding of the original work and immediately thought of it. Wow, isn't that the planet where Sun Wukong escaped to after defeating Frisia when Namek exploded? Right, it seems that Sun Wukong also learned instant transmission there. Water Fish God made a valid point. Once you learn instant transmission, it will be convenient to go anywhere in the future. Yadarat Star makes sense. Just try to study there for a few years, and then go to Earth to find little lowly Chi-Chi. Everyone was moved by Water Fish God. His words, and greatly appreciated it. Yi-Chun lowered his head and thought for a while, feeling that this decision was indeed a good one. First of all, according to what Sun Wukong said in the original work when he arrived at the Yadarat planet, he was already seriously injured, and it was these people who healed him. This means that the aliens on this planet have good character. As long as he and Aphia, Leona, and the others arrive at this planet without showing hostility, there should be no problems. Moreover, teleportation is truly a great skill. He must learn it, right? Although the skill might appear in the shop later, the price will definitely be high, so it would be better to learn it himself. Secondly, is Yadarat, a planet mentioned only once in the original work, limited to just this unique skill of teleportation. There must be things that were not mentioned in the original work. With this in mind, Yi-Chun made up his mind to go to the Yadarat planet. He would learn skills and work hard to cultivate. His combat power was simply too weak. Having made the decision, Yi-Chun sincerely thanked the God of Fish and Water and loudly announced to the audience, everyone, I have decided to go to the Yadarat planet. I don't know what will happen when I get there, but I hope that if any danger arises, you can give me advice like the God of Fish and Water. Thank you. Countless audience members shouted and flooded the screen, expressing their support. Yi-Chun Simidet said goodnight to the audience and then closed the live stream to go to sleep. The day's fatigue caused Yi-Chun to fall into a deep slumber. The first day in the Dragon Ball world passed slowly like this. The next morning, early in the day, there was an impolite knocking at the door. Yi-Chun was still dazed from sleep, planning to sleep in a bit longer when the door was pushed open. Get up quickly. Didn't you say you were going to leave early in the morning? Leona looked at Yi-Chun, who was lying in bed in a strange position, with an unhappy expression. Yi-Chun opened his eyes, still drowsy. Although his body had already transformed into a scion, the monster of laziness was indeed a top-level boss. Even though he had become stronger, he still found it difficult to break free from the seal. Oh, Aphia is here too. It seems you didn't sleep well either. How about lying down with me for a while? Yi-Chun saw Aphia standing behind Leona and immediately felt happy, grinning as he spoke. However, he quickly shut his mouth because Leona was already looking at him with a murderous glare. All right, you're tough. One day I'm going to spank you. Yi-Chun could only mentally say to himself in an AQ spirit. Aphia looked at Yi-Chun with admiration in her eyes. After all, she had heard yesterday that her mother was no match for Yi-Chun when their combat powers were equal. Thinking about Yi-Chun's unfathomable combat power displayed yesterday morning, which had directly caused the combat power detector to explode, she felt that such terrifying combat power must be incredible. Brother Raditz, I'm so happy to be able to train with you. Hurry up and get up, let's go. Aphia said eagerly, under this soft and sweet voice. Yi-Chun felt his bones go weak. Indeed, lowly is the best. Chapter 23. UFO shocking the world under the temptation of a lowly, Yi-Chun directly got up. Which planet are we going to train on? At this moment, Leona's identity was still Yi-Chun's protector, so she had to follow Yi Chen's thoughts to decide the journey. Let's go to the planet Adralat. Yi Chen smiled and replied, Yadralat planet? Where is that? Let me see if there's a coordinate for this planet on the star map. Leona was a bit puzzled and took out her detector. Leona's detector was a new blue model that not only could detect enemies' combat power, but also stored planetary coordinates. Over the years, the Scions, due to their underdeveloped technology, had been working as mercenaries for Frisia, slaughtering planets and accumulating many coordinates. Some planets they had never visited also had positions provided by Frisia. The reputation of Frisia, the cosmic emperor, was well-deserved. Most of the data on the planet sent included coordinates. Found it. Leona quickly searched and located the coordinates for Yadralat planet. Mysterious planet, unknown race. Level of technological development unknown. Combat power unknown. Evaluation, danger level. Coordinates. Leona slowly recited the information above, most of which was unknown. What are we going there for? We don't even know who lives there. It's too dangerous. The unknown is the most terrifying, so Leona was somewhat reluctant to go. Yi Chen smiled and said, Don't worry. We're not going to that planet to slaughter the aliens there, but to cultivate. So, there's no need to worry about threats. As far as I know, they're quite peaceful. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Leona had some doubts about his sources of information, but she didn't pursue it further and nodded. Aphia, on the other hand, didn't care where they were going. As long as she could be with Leona and Yi Chen, it didn't matter to her. In that case, let's go report in and then leave, Leona said. She then glanced at Yi Chen, reached out, and grabbed his collar, flying toward the sky. Mom, why are you treating Brother Raditz like this? Aphia pouted and looked at her mother with some dissatisfaction. Leona frowned. Well, your Brother Raditz can't even perform the void dance. It's really embarrassing. Aphia looked at Yi Chen with a face full of surprise. Yi Chen, feeling helpless, could only lower his head silently. For Scions, going out was very convenient. They just needed to register. As a high-ranking warrior, Leona had significant authority and directly took a spaceship. This spaceship was not a small one. It resembled a flying saucer, a flat, oval-shaped white object. How cool! Yi Chen, who saw a spaceship for the first time, was astonished by the size of it. The live chat was also buzzing with discussions. 666, I finally saw a real spaceship. This is a flying saucer. Come quickly to see the aliens, wife. I also want to ride on the spaceship. The streamer is going to start a shameless life aboard the spaceship. So envious. The audience in the live chat expressed countless shock at this technology that surpassed human capabilities. Various pictures were immediately screenshot and posted on various forum websites, attracting countless onlookers. Wow, such high-definition flying saucer pictures. If this isn't a scam, I'll live stream eating poop. The person above is amazing, but I also think it's fake. Look, there are no gas exhaust ports at the bottom of the flying saucer, which means if this is a real spaceship, then they have at least mastered anti-gravity technology. Is the person above a legendary tech enthusiast? There's a source for the screenshot. It's from a Douyu live stream. Sure enough, it's just hype. Nowadays, people will do anything for fame. Enough with the nonsense. Let's go see for ourselves. If it's real, great. If it's fake, we'll roast that streamer. No one can compete with our forum in arguments. The pictures posted in the forum attracted a crowd who directly entered Yi Chen's live stream to watch. When they saw the real-life flying saucer on the screen, they were all stunned. Wow, there really is a flying saucer. How is that possible? However, countless comments reminded them. Did this streamer travel through time? Travel through time? Are you sure you're not joking? It took a while for someone to truly believe this. In an instant, the entire internet exploded. In Yi Chen's live broadcast room, the original popularity of 50,000 people instantly surged to several hundred thousand, with countless bullet comments nearly obscuring the screen. Countless news media were alarmed, wondering if it was really true that someone had crossed over. Were you sure you weren't joking? The media forcefully entered Yi Chen's live room and were shocked when they saw it. All right, you're impressive. You're actually doing this for real. These media outlets would not let such a big story slip by, and immediately countless screenshots accompanied by news articles flooded the front pages of various portal websites. Then, the whole of China was stunned. Chapter 24. Slapping face from afar? Such a significant event could not have gone unnoticed by government departments. And the first to be shocked was the National Radio and Television Administration, NRTA. The NRTA is the authoritative body that plans and sets rules for all domestic TV dramas and films. Due to some incompetent individuals taking leadership positions, many foolish policies have been implemented. For example, ghosts cannot appear in movies, leading to the majority of domestic horror films having absurd plots and collapsing storylines. Additionally, time travel cannot be depicted in films. Alright, some films that could potentially become hits and be loved by audiences have ended up being shelved. Enough is enough. As an authority, the NRTA has always acted as the final word. Countless anime and films have been taken down because of the NRTA. Despite being scolded by countless netizens, the NRTA still maintains a dominant attitude. During a meeting of the NRTA, the director, a chubby man, pointed assertively at his subordinates, saying, "Thanks to everyone's efforts, we have taken down XX anime series that promote bloody violence, which would definitely pollute our nation's spiritual world. We have successfully created a safe environment for the youth of our country. This is all our achievement." Applause erupted, and the director happily spoke of his plans. However, at that moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses in the audience had a somewhat unsightly expression. "What's wrong, Deputy Director? Do you have any objections to what I said?" The director, noticing his displeasure, assumed it was about his remarks and responded angrily. "No, I have no objections," the man hurriedly replied, then took out his phone. "The hottest news right now is that there's a live room on Douyu where someone is broadcasting time travel. This is very inconsistent with our mission." "What? They're actually broadcasting time travel? Are you kidding me? How dare they not take our NRTA's mission seriously? This is simply reckless." The chubby director was immediately furious, feeling as if someone had defecated on a tiger's head, completely disregarding the NRTA. "Call the president of Douyu right now and tell him to shut down that room immediately. Otherwise, we will launch a severe crackdown on internet live broadcasts," the chubby director said aggressively, appearing quite imposing. "Understood, director." After saying that, the deputy director immediately called Douyu's president. However, halfway through the conversation, the deputy director's face turned sour. "Are you saying you don't have the authority to shut down that room? Are you treating us like fools? Without further ado, since you won't close it voluntarily, we will take action ourselves." The deputy director hung up the phone angrily. "What happened? He doesn't want to shut it down?" the director asked curiously. He used a pathetic excuse, saying they don't have the authority to shut it down. "It's ridiculous. We'll go and seal that guy's live room ourselves," the deputy director said fiercely. "All right, this is a big case. Broadcasting time travel is reckless." The director immediately agreed to the plan. Chen is live streaming the appearance of the spaceship, and countless new viewers are captivated by the technology, showering him with gifts. Chen's show-off value quickly exchanged quite a bit from these rewards. It went directly from 485 points to 500 points. Only 500 points away from unlocking the exchange mall. "I'm really looking forward to it." Chen looked at the growth of the numbers with anticipation. However, at that moment, an ID named the director of the State Administration of Radio and Television appeared. In Chen's mind, a prompt immediately appeared. "Since we are live streaming to show off, we naturally cannot limit ourselves to just showing off in the other world. The original world also has endless opportunities for showing off." Task name: the first air slap in the origin world. Task hint: for those who want to show off, please slap back harder with an even bigger show-off. Task reward: clue to the legendary origin of Super Saiyans. In the universe, the most suitable combat race. Why is its strongest combat power only in the tens of thousands? What exactly happened? If you want to know, complete this task, and clues will be provided to you. Task reward 2. Achieve a score of 95 or above. Reward: magic converging light killing cannon. In the original work, Piccolo's ultimate move, a super strong energy attack. First, place the 2 fingers of the right hand, index and middle finger, on the forehead. Store energy for a few minutes to give it enough lethality. Then suddenly thrust the right hand forward, shooting out a super strong energy beam surrounded by spiral-shaped energy from the 2 fingers. After Piccolo's improvement, the charging time can be increased, and the power will also increase with the length of the charging time. Chen saw the prompt in his mind and felt a bit puzzled. Why did a task appear out of nowhere? It was strange. There were no villains around. Chen was somewhat curious, but the rewards for this mission were indeed tempting. Not to mention anything else, just the magic light killing cannon, which in the original work was a powerful weapon. Although the character duly became somewhat weak in the later stages, it cannot be denied that this skill is very strong. As for the other reward, it made Chen ponder. Chapter 25, Battle Space. The legendary origin of the Super Saiyans? This was a bit strange, after all. This peculiar thing never appeared in the original work. Just as he was about to inquire, a comment from an ID called Director of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television caught Chen's attention. Chen, you are suspected of violating the regulations on online video dissemination. I now order you to immediately shut down your live broadcast channel, and within 3 days, report to the State Administration of Radio. film, and television to admit your mistakes and provide a guarantee that you will never commit such issues again. What? You tell me I broke the law? I crossed over. And you don't even pay attention to my crossing over, yet you think my live broadcast of crossing over is illegal? Are you sure you're not messing with me? Chen was a bit confused, and the audience in the live broadcast room clearly saw the long barrage of comments. First, they were surprised, then they burst into laughter. I'm the director of the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television. Call me Dad. I'm the grandfather of the director. Hurry up and call me Grandpa. Your great-grandfather is here. Come greet him. You ungrateful descendants. You beasts. I'm your ancestor. No one in the live broadcast room believed this at all. It was a bit amusing, but such an old trope had long been out of style. However, in front of the computer at the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television, the director was furious. His chubby face was drenched in sweat from anger, and he couldn't believe he was being insulted. Our State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television has already issued a rectification document, and you can find it on Baidu now. I've already had the technicians record your IDs. Just wait. The director sent another message that left everyone stunned. Could it be true? Immediately, someone went to check Baidu and was astonished to find that just moments ago, the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television had indeed issued a document regarding the strict crackdown on live streaming and time travel. Back in the live broadcast room, after this news spread, everyone was first bewildered, then they all fell silent. Going against the government? Seeking death, especially those who thought it was a joke just moments ago, suddenly turned pale. Could their IDs really have been recorded? It seems you have confirmed my identity. The director wore a proud expression, relishing the fear that this group felt upon knowing who he was, especially those stars and celebrities who, upon seeing him, were like mice seeing a cat, only able to lie low in defeat. Chen, you need to immediately close the video stream and turn yourself in. We will give you the chance for leniency. Otherwise, we will lock you up for a few years, the director said triumphantly to Chen. Chen saw this sentence and exclaimed, "What the hell?" He closed the video, thinking it was a joke. He needed the system to earn bragging rights. As for the later mention of turning himself in, if he could go back, he would have slapped you dead already. Although Chen's combat power isn't very high right now, only 2,000 if he could return to the real world. He would be like a superhero. Destroying a small country would be an easy task. No need to say more. Are you out of your mind? Chen looked at the camera and spoke clearly. What the hell? You actually dared to insult me. You're finished. I'm going to shut down your live stream right now. Then trace your IP. Once I catch you, you're done for. Chen looked at the barrage from this guy and felt only one thing. How could such a scoundrel hold such a high position? It's simply enough. I'm begging you. Come and catch me. If you don't catch me, I'll look down on you. Chen laughed heartily, mocking the director. The number of viewers in the live stream increased again. Although they were all silent, seeing Chen's expression brought them immense satisfaction. You're done for. I'm going to kill you. The director of the Broadcasting and Television Bureau went crazy, angrily sending comments. Chen was just about to seek something he couldn't obtain when a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Someone wants to challenge the host. Would you like to activate battle mode? The two will fight in a battle space created by the system, with their real bodies, not a virtual battle. Are you sure? What? Are you sure you're not joking? You can actually bring someone into fight? This behavior is simply cheating. Haha, you've been digging your own grave. Don't blame me. Chen laughed at the camera, leaving the director of the Broadcasting and Television Bureau and several viewers puzzled. Just as the director was about to say something, he saw Chen shout, "I definitely accept the challenge." Ding. The battle space is generated. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins, and both sides will automatically enter the battle space. Teleportation starts. Whoosh. In an instant, accompanied by a red flash, Chen disappeared from in front of the camera. The empty interface left everyone stunned. Has the streamer crossed over again? A viewer weakly asked. At this moment, the director of the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television sent a message saying, "Haha, he must have fled in fear of punishment. Just watch how I capture him later and make him confess in front of everyone." Chapter 26. Strongly shifting blame, however, just as he thought Chen was afraid of him, the live broadcast interface suddenly switched. It then appeared in a completely white space. Seeing this, everyone was a bit confused. What was going on? Surrounding them was a vast expanse of white, with nothing in sight. Only Chen standing quietly in the void. "Streamer, have you crossed over again? What is happening? Please explain. Has the streamer ascended? You're telling me this is the Dragon Ball world and talking about ascension. Are you sure you're not joking with me?" The crowd was extremely curious and in an uproar. Chen smiled. "This place is called the battle space. I can use it to fight against people from reality, Like this time with the director of the Broadcasting Bureau, who said he wanted to kill me. I have to give him a chance. So I came here to fight him. Yi Chen's words left everyone in the room stunned. The chubby director, sitting in the General Administration of Radio and Television, was also momentarily taken aback, but he quickly burst into laughter at the deputy directors around him, saying, "Is this guy crazy? He actually said he wants a duel with me. I'm right here. Does he think he can just interrupt me?" Suddenly, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and the director mysteriously vanished from his spot. The crowd in the General Administration of Radio and Television initially couldn't believe it, but soon they erupted into frantic shouts. What has happened? On the screen, in the originally empty white space occupied only by Yi Chen, another person suddenly appeared. What? The audience looked at the suddenly appearing chubby director, their faces filled with confusion. Who's this fat guy? However, the question was soon answered, as the director arrived here, looking dazed and then instantly filled with terror. How'd he end up here? Seeing Yi Chen's smiling face in front of him only heightened his panic. This can't really be a duel. You actually kidnapped me. You're dead. I am the director of the General Administration of Radio and Television, and you are suspected of illegally kidnapping an official. Surrender now and let me go, and you might have a chance to live. Otherwise, you'll definitely be executed by the government. The director shouted angrily. Yi Chen, see me that. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? Now that we're face to face, go ahead and hit me. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, I can't say anything at all. The audience was in shock. They really brought the director over. No way, this is a joke. If Yi Chen has such abilities, then who would dare to provoke him in reality? Streamer, go for it. Take this guy down. Yes, take him out. He just threatened us in the live stream. The streamer must avenge us. This guy can't be allowed to live. It's against justice. Countless anime have been taken down because of this scoundrel. Please, streamer, help us fans get some justice. Exactly, it's against justice. This guy is to blame for the AV censorship. He must be dealt with. Is there an idiot upstairs? AV censorship has nothing to do with the Broadcasting Authority. In short, the crowd was furious and all wanted Yi Chen to deal with this guy properly. Yi Chen smiled and walked towards the guy, causing the director to immediately retreat in fear for several steps. You can't hit me. If you dare to hit me, I will. The director threatened Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly and instantly appeared in front of the director, delivering a slap directly to the director's face. Without using even 1% of his strength, the director was sent flying, losing several teeth in the process. The director rolled on the ground, crying. In the live broadcast room, there was a wave of cheers. Well done. Streamer 666, a round of fish balls. A plane, take him out. The streamer is a scion. It's not illegal. Take him down. We'll rely on you for anime in the future. The streamer is an alien. Go for it. Take him out. 10 planes are waiting for you. A crowd of people were filled with righteous indignation, all wanting Yi Chen to eliminate the director. At the National Radio and Television Administration, there was first a moment of shock, followed by a dazed expression as they watched the director getting beaten up. The director was really taken to a strange place to be beaten. I was wrong. The director no longer dared to threaten Yi Chen, as he had realized that Yi Chen's so-called time travel was not only real, but also incredibly powerful. If he continued to act tough, he would definitely be killed. Is that so? But I think it wouldn't be bad to have a new director at the National Radio and Television Administration, Yi Chen said with a smile, showing no hint of murderous intent. Yet the director felt a chill run down his spine under Yi Chen's gaze. No, there's no need to change. I promise I won't meddle in other people's affairs or abuse my power again. The director wept as he made this promise to Yi Chen. Really? But before I traveled through time, so many of my favorite anime, like Attack on Titan and Tokyo Ghoul, were taken down, Yi Chen said with a smile. The director knew this was his last chance, so he quickly shifted the blame, saying, It's not me, really not me. It's that deputy director of our broadcasting and television department. He abused his power and made me do such things. I will definitely punish him well after I go back, and I will put those anime back on the shelves. Yi Chen listened, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Chapter 27. Urgent execution. I'm begging you. Let me go. Please let me go. The director of the National Radio and Television Administration pleaded with Yi Chen, ignoring the blood still flowing from his mouth. Yi Chen remained unmoved by this pitiful sight. There must be something detestable about a pitiful person. If it weren't for his system that could pull the other person from the real world into this virtual space, the other party would definitely still be sitting in front of the computer, arrogantly taunting him. Such a person could only understand what it means to not go too far after being violently beaten once. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast room, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel elated and satisfied. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said to the audience in the live stream, What do you think? Can we just let it go like this? The host must make him promise not to make any more stupid decisions in the future. Yes. And all the removed comics must be re-released. My Legend of Wu Zetian must be restored to the original version. I don't want to keep seeing the big-headed dolls. China must introduce adult films into the market. I want to watch me puppet troupe in the cinema. To the beast upstairs, please have some self-respect. In short, these viewers, with Yichen backing them up, immediately voiced their demands. Yichen took a look and found that aside from some absurd and quirky requests from others, the rest were normal demands and not excessive. You now promise me that after you go back, you will relist those comics and animations that were randomly taken down, and then delete all those unreasonable restrictions on the TV, such as prohibiting time travel and banning quirky content. Yichen looked at the chubby director on the ground and said. The chubby director was almost in tears, thinking that such a small matter should be agreed upon quickly, and he could deal with it when he returned. Okay, I promise, I guarantee, the chubby director said loudly. Yichen's sharp gaze immediately detected his insincerity. He coldly laughed and said, You better remember today's promise. Otherwise, when we meet here again, it won't be so easy. Upon hearing Yichen's words, the plump director shuddered, his corpulent body looking extremely ridiculous. All right, I promise. I never want to come here again. The plump director was almost in tears, shuddering at the thought of being dragged here again. Just remember, Yichen bent down and patted the chubby director's fat face, then said to the system, Send him away from me. Yichen finished speaking, and the system immediately responded, sending the other party out of the space as requested by the host. 3, 2, 1. With a whoosh, a golden light flashed around the fat director, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already back in the computer chair where he had left. Oh, it hurt so much. As soon as he returned, the fat director rolled on the ground in pain. Just think about it. He had 5 teeth knocked out directly. How could it not hurt? Director, you're back. Everyone was overjoyed to see the director and immediately went up to comfort him. The deputy director looked at the injuries on the director's face and shouted angrily. How dare he hit someone? This is too much. I'm going to call the police right now. Smack. Just as he was speaking, a crisp sound echoed in the room. The deputy director instantly covered his face, pain and confusion written all over his expression. The director stood angrily in front of him. Call the police? What police are you talking about? Are you an idiot? Right now, immediately go and lift the ban on those anime and redraft the TV drama management regulations. Got it? The director shouted furiously. The deputy director, feeling wronged, said, But those anime were just taken down. If we lift the ban immediately, won't that be too embarrassing? Smack. The director was enraged and slapped him again. Do you think I'm dead and you're happy about it? Thinking you can take my position? I tell you, do it right now. Or you can forget about being the deputy director. What could the deputy director do after being slapped twice? He hurriedly covered his face and ran out to start reorganizing the regulations and work on putting the anime back online. Meanwhile, the director was extremely frustrated and never wanted to see Yichen again. In a live broadcast room, the audience was in an uproar. Host, you just let him go like that? What if he doesn't keep his word? Fool upstairs. The host can pull him back in again. I swear, host, if you can pull that fat guy into the white space, can you also pull us into the Dragon Ball world? Upstairs, you open my mind. If the host can go, take me with you. I'll be the first to sign up. I also want to go to Dragon Ball. Host, if I go, I'll be your little brother, and you could just let me have Android 18. Get lost upstairs. I'll be your little brother for free. Host, please take me. Host, if you can get me over there, I'll give you all my belongings as a reward. Chapter 28. Reward distribution. Multiple viewers were arguing. All wanted to go to the Dragon Ball world and hang out with Yichen. Yichen was also a bit puzzled. Since the system could bring that fat guy over, could it also bring other people in? System, can I bring other people into the Dragon Ball world? Yichen asked the system, can I bring someone from the real world in? The system replied, yes, as long as the host spends 1,000 points of show-off value. You could bring one person from the real world in. The quantity is limited. Only 3 people can be brought into each world. Yichen nodded upon hearing this. Bringing one person in for 1,000 points is just too expensive. It's better to forget it. Even if I have to bring someone in at the end, it definitely won't be you guys. Of course, I would bring in some girls to play together. You might as well give up. Naturally, Yichen didn't say this out loud. He just thought about it casually. However, he still addressed the audience in the live stream, saying, everyone, I can bring people into the Dragon Ball world, but it's very difficult and currently impossible. Please be patient. Yichen's words delighted everyone. Although it wasn't possible right now. As long as there was a chance, no one would let it slip by. Host, I want to sign up. 20 planes as the registration fee. I donated 20 planes for Timo to reach King. I have no money. Host, take me with you, and I'll be your little brother. Make a contract with me, 299359586. The crowd was excited. Everyone wanted to experience a different world. Chen looked at this scene with a faint smile, then said to the system in his mind, "Send me back. I estimate that Aphia and the others are anxiously waiting." At this moment, the system responded, confirming transmission for the host. 3, 2, 1. With a whoosh, accompanied by a golden light, Chen disappeared from spot. Soon after, Chen reappeared beneath the spaceship. At this time, a ding sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task." Slapping faces from a distance, now proceeding to score. The system scored 95 points. The audience scoring began. Indeed, at this moment, scoring input boxes appeared on the screens of the audience. Everyone should understand. I don't need to explain this to you, right? Chen smiled and said, "Of course I understand, 100 points." All the audience members began to score. After all, Chen had just solved a major issue for them, so they had to give full marks. Sure enough, the average score from the audience was 100 points. The system scored 95 points, resulting in an average score of 97. 5 points. Perfectly completed the task and obtained the clue to the origin of the vanished Super Saiyan. Acquired Piccolo's ultimate move, Special Beam Cannon, a powerful energy attack that can even penetrate the strongest armor. Originally a technique used by Piccolo to deal with Sun Wukong. Later he teamed up with Sun Wukong to fight against the Saiyans due to the Saiyan invasion. Show-off points 97 by 5. Beginner streamer achievement, 5 times, 485 points. Chen was very satisfied and planned to check the rewards when a sudden sound of wind came to his ears. "Where have you just been?" Leona frowned and approached Chen. Chen scratched his head apologetically and said, "I need to pee." Leona was a bit annoyed and replied, "Our spaceship's space jump function means it will take about 2 weeks to fly directly to Wadrat Star. I really don't understand why you want to go there." Chen couldn't explain it. He could only smile at Leona. Leona had no choice but to directly lift Chen and fly away. Chen, feeling a bit frustrated, muttered while being grabbed by the collar, "Can't you be a little gentler with me in the future? Just pick me up and fly with me. This is too rough." Chen's mumbling voice was not loud, but it could not escape Leona's ears. Leona glared at Chen fiercely and said, "During the 2 months on the spaceship, I will carefully guide you on the art of flying. Can't you learn it?" Chen felt that Leona's state was a bit off. It might be that the Scion female star also had those couple of days each month, so it was better not to provoke her. As the spaceship's hatch opened the moment the two took off, Leona directly threw Chen out as they reached the door. Chen grimaced as he propped himself up with one hand just before hitting the ground. "This woman is really too rough. I must teach her a lesson later." Inside the spaceship, the circular areas around the perimeter are all rooms, and in the center, there's a hall of about 100 square meters. At the very front of the hall, Aphia is tinkering with something in front of the spaceship. "Aphia, what are you doing?" Chen smiled as he approached Aphia. Aphia was also very happy to see Chen and sweetly said, "Brother Raditz, I'm setting the route, and it will fly automatically later, so we won't have to worry too much." "Really? Aphia is so smart. Come here, let me hug you." Chen approached with a smile. However, in an instant, he felt a surge of murderous intent from behind, accompanied by a crisp cough. Chen was instantly frozen, casually waving his hand and saying, "Just kidding, just kidding." After finishing, he awkwardly turned around and indeed found Leona standing behind him with a frosty expression. "Really, I must deal with you later. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing." Chapter 29, Diligent Training. Chen being suppressed by Leona at every turn made the audience burst into laughter. The streamer is already under strict control before even getting married. Nonsense from upstairs. The main reason is that the streamer is too weak. Hurry up and train. Yeah, what is the point of showing off without strength? With a battle power of 2,000, you're just a nobody in my Dragon Ball world. I feel sorry for my streamer, come on. You have to achieve double rewards. But before that, you can rely on your own hands. This group of viewers with endless dirty jokes made Chen feel a bit disheveled. Looking at the popularity of his livestream, it had already reached 300,000. Not bad, and it was still growing thanks to various news driving traffic. There might be significant growth later on. Great. The more people watching, the more rewards and ratings there will be, which greatly benefits Chen in gaining show-off points. With a buzzing sound, the spaceship trembled and ascended into the sky. Through the spaceship S-glass, Chen saw King Vegeta looking at him with a cold gaze. Seeing this scene, a faint smile crossed Chen's lips. "Goodbye, proud Scion King. Take your arrogance and die with this planet." Chen actually didn't dislike King Vegeta very much in his heart. Although he was very proud, cold, and lacked human warmth, He fought for freedom and resisted Frisia. If Yi Chun had strength right now, he wouldn't mind helping out a bit. However, with his current pathetic combat power, it's better to forget it. He still plans to live and flirt with girls, not intending to die this early. So goodbye. The spaceship suddenly let out a loud roar. The anti-gravity system activated, generating a massive thrust, and in an instant, it had already rushed out of the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. Yi Chun looked at the increasingly distant green planet, smiled, and turned back. All right, let's start our training now. Riona was very dissatisfied with Yi Chun's inability to perform the void dance and immediately began to teach him. Yi Chun did not refuse. Learning is important, and he must improve his strength. The void technique involves evenly dispersing the chi within the body to various parts, and then controlling the body's gravity to allow oneself to fly. The more skilled one is at manipulating the chi, the faster they can fly. The stronger the chi, the faster they can soar. Leona explained the principles of the void technique to Yi Chun and then began to teach him how to control the chi. Yi Chun listened quietly, trying to control the energy within his body. Finally, he slowly began to float, albeit a bit wobbly, but he was indeed flying. Not bad. Leona nodded lightly and said to Aphia, Aphia, activate the gravity system and set it to 5 times gravity. If you two can still fly freely under 5 times gravity, then you both pass. Okay, Mom. Aphia immediately flipped a switch and began to control it on the console. Yi Chun was trying to experience the wonderful feeling of flying, and he actually managed to take off. He truly was a genius. He just heard about how to control the air, and he could already fly. A genius. Absolutely an extraordinary talent. Yi Chun arrogantly thought to himself. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful gravitational force appeared beneath him, and in an instant, it felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on him. Yi Chun, who was originally flying, lost control of his body in an instant and crashed down to the ground with a thud. Woo-woo. Yi Chun was in great pain, and Leona looked at him with a smile on her frost goddess-like face. Let you be proud. Train well. I'll come out to see the results of the two of you in 5 days. After saying that, Leona entered the room. Yi Chun gritted his teeth and got up. Under 5 times the gravity, his movements were somewhat difficult, but this kind of training was the most effective. However, when Yi Chun tried to use the sky dance technique again, he found that he couldn't get himself to fly at all. Then he looked at Aphia and noticed that she was slowly taking off. Although she couldn't fly very fast and was a bit wobbly, she was indeed flying. Yi Chun felt a moment of shock. This can't be right. How could he not even be able to compete with a girl? Yi Chun felt the energy within his body and began his steady cultivation. Diligence is the way to success. The audience in the live stream watched this scene, and instead of finding Yi Chun's cultivation monotonous, they continuously cheered him on. Everyone enjoys witnessing the rewards that come from hard work. But not everyone has the perseverance to put in the effort themselves, so they hold a positive attitude towards the efforts of others. Watching Yi Chun cultivate diligently made them happy, and they encouraged him, sending their blessings, hoping that Yi Chun would grow stronger and stronger. In the universe, there are no sun or moon. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Yi Chun can now fly freely under 5 times the gravity. In front of Yi Chun, Leona is teaching him how to use the chi wave. Yi Chun quietly watched, a faint smile on his face. The author wants to say something here. The results are too dismal, and I don't know if it's because my writing is too poor or for some other reason. My friends all suggested that I stop writing, but after thinking about it, I decided against it. It would be too unfair to everyone if I just quit. Once I reach 100,000 words and see the results, if everyone dislikes this book, then it would make sense not to subscribe. If the number of subscribers exceeds 300, I will continue writing and then update 4 chapters daily. I hope more people will read it and support me. Thank you. Chapter 30. Magic Conquering Light Killing Cannon. The so-called Qigong wave is a wave-like attack emitted from the palm by compressing the qi within the body. Its power is not great. Unless dealing with enemies weaker than oneself, it doesn't have much effect. However, this move can be used to push back enemies and buy oneself some preparation time, so it's still worth learning. Yi Chun quietly looked at Leona. Her enchanting face remained stern, but when she was teaching him, she carefully explained everything one by one. Yi Chun was not foolish. He was able to draw inferences from one example. The use of qi was just a few methods. So, with a casual motion, he unleashed a qi wave. Seeing Yi Chun's progress, Leona smiled with satisfaction, while Aphia looked at Yi Chun with admiration and longing. There was nothing more to teach. These were just basic applications of qi. Next, they would increase the gravity inside the spaceship to 10 times, allowing the two to begin their training. Yi Chun, who had only just adapted to 5 times the gravity, suddenly attempted 10 times and instantly felt a sharp pain, as if his muscles were about to tear apart. This level of gravity also reached Aphia's limit, and she was grimacing in pain. With a week and a half left until they reached the planet Adrat, Leona declared that they should work hard, fight each other, and improve during this week. At Leona's command, Chen began a life that was both joyful and painful. Chen's combat power is not much different from Aphia's, but in battles, Chen always loses more and wins less, never winning from the very beginning. Chen's combat experience was far inferior to Aphia's, and being defeated by a girl made him feel embarrassed. Therefore, Chen became even more diligent. Finally, after 3 days, he was able to fight to a draw with Aphia, and after 5 days, Aphia was no longer a match for him. This was still under the condition that Chen did not use any combat skills. If he used the King of Worlds fist, Aphia would not even be able to contend with him. Leona watched Chen's progress with astonishment in her eyes. However, whenever Chen felt proud and complacent, Leona would remind him that he still had a long way to go. On the last day, there was half an hour left until they reached the planet Adrat. Outside the glass, a brown planet could be seen appearing in the distance. Their training came to an end. They stopped the increased gravity and began to recover their stamina to prevent any unexpected occurrences upon reaching Adrat. Chen finally relaxed at this moment, sat on the ground, looked out the window, and opened his attribute panel. Chen, combat power, 3,000 still in it. Keep it up, bloodline. Advanced Scion bloodline, pretentious value, 500,485,985 points. Reach 1,000 points to unlock the exchange shop. Martial arts and spells. Weak version of King Kai Fist. Solar Fist, flight technique Kamehameha. In 14 days, Chen's combat power increased by 1,000, which, in Leona's eyes, was already an astonishing speed. However, Chen knew that for the broken world of Dragon Ball, this speed was still too slow. Nevertheless, Chen did not explain and happily enjoyed Leona's astonished gaze. As Chen's talent gradually revealed itself, Leona no longer had the contempt she previously held, and instead, she began to feel a lot of curiosity. Chen's talent is obviously not inferior to that of the young man with a high-level Scion bloodline. So why was his increase in combat power so slow before? This is truly intriguing. Chen suddenly remembered that the reward from last time was still in his backpack and hadn't been taken out, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. The demon-penetrating light killing cannon. It has astonishing power and can penetrate incredibly hard armor. Disadvantage: it requires a long charging time, needing at least half a minute. But its destructive capability is such that even a powerful enemy might be seriously injured or even killed if hit accidentally. Chen looked at the explanation of the demon-searing light cannon and felt that this skill was somewhat useless. Although it was powerful, it required such a long charging time. Who would give you that much time to charge during a battle? It was simply ridiculous. However, it's better than nothing. Maybe one day it would come in handy. Chen opened the book and chose to study. With a flash of golden light, the pages of the book entered Chen's mind. Chen felt the sudden influx of knowledge in his mind and had already gotten used to it. He took out another item from his storage space. It was a broken battle power detector, its glass shattered. He pressed the switch a few times, but it was of no use. What? Is this really the reward I got last time? What is this thing? How could it possibly be related to the legendary Scion origin? It's just a broken detector. I could give you a dozen of these. Chen was furious, feeling like he had been played. He asked the system, what is this thing? You wouldn't just randomly find something to fool me, would you? The item was indeed a task reward. Streamer, please cherish it. It will automatically seek opportunities to unravel the mystery. This reward is unique. If you give it up, you will never find another item related to the vanished Scions. Hearing this, Chen was quite unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. He could only helplessly put away the detector, planning to let others see if there was anything strange later. Chapter 31. The invaded planet Adrat. On planet Adrat, a massive city was enduring the spread of artillery fire. Ha, you are all going to die. This time, after capturing this planet, I will definitely receive a reward from King Frisia. A brown creature, about the height of 2 men, had a bumpy head with 2 sharp horns glinting coldly. This is indeed a weak planet. The highest combat power here is only 5,000. I really don't understand why King Frisia set this planet's danger level to high. The man sneered. Surrounded by dozens of creatures with combat power around 3,000, all wearing battle suits and green detectors on their faces, rushing around to start the slaughter. As the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia had a considerable and well-quality army under his command, helping him wipe out the aliens on some planets, and then selling them to interstellar merchants. Moreover, the Frisia clan was immensely powerful, with a history that could be traced back to the cosmic pirate Zild from the first universe. They were incredibly arrogant, believing themselves to be the best in the universe. And now, his subordinates had already appeared on planet Adrat. Yi Chun and the others had now landed on the planet Adrat, and about 100 kilometers away was a huge city. However, flames were spreading and melting there, with many powerful energies rising up. It seems like a battle is happening over there. Leona frowned and used her detector to look into the distance. Leona was using a new green detector, which had many functions, and soon she was able to see everything happening ahead. After a while, Leona sighed and said, "It seems that the aliens on the planet Adrat are going to be exterminated, as a small team under Frisia has already appeared here and started killing." Yi Chen frowned upon hearing this. It shouldn't be the case. In the original work, Sun Wukong went to planet Yardrat to learn instant transmission after the explosion on Namek. If it is destroyed now, it would not be consistent with the original history. By the way, do you know who is in Frisia's team and what their combat power is like? Yi Chen asked, under the circumstances within his ability. It would be better to save the people of the Mandrath planet. After all, he still needed to learn some skills, and if he could save them, he might gain their goodwill, making it easier to obtain skill teachings. The team leader seems to be Gita. I don't know about the vice captain, but their combat power should only be around 4,000. There are probably about 5 other members, all with combat power around 3,000. Leona said with a serious expression. Gita? Who is that? Yi Chen asked curiously when he saw that Leona could actually name this guy. Gita is the brother of Jinyu, who is known as the top general under Frisia, with a terrifying combat power of 120,000. Although his brother is far inferior, he should not be underestimated either, as his combat power is also 9,000. Leona explained Gita's identity, causing Yi Chen's body to tense up. Jinyu. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Although he wasn't clear about his identity in the original story, it was definitely a good idea to ask netizens if he had questions. A friend? Isn't Jinyu one of those special forces or something? Yi Chen asked in the live stream. Many people in the live stream were attracted by the fighting ahead and wanted Yi Chen to go over. When they saw Yi Chen's question, they immediately responded in a frenzy. Of course, in the original story, Sun Wukong suffered a huge loss from that. Yeah, that guy has a skill that allows him to switch bodies with others. It's simply a bug. If he hadn't died early, I think Majin Bu wouldn't have been able to handle him. Streamer, first go kill his brother, then take out Jinyu. Learn Jinyu's skill to switch bodies with Majin Bu, and the whole world will be yours. A group of people fantasized freely, while Yi Chun had an expression as if he had been messed with. And to switch with Majin Bu, what if that guy doesn't have male functions? I'd suffer for a lifetime. He ignored their nonsense since he already had the information. Let's go help, Yi Chen said solemnly. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, Leona's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. We are not each other's opponents. Jide's combat power has already reached 9,000, and only I can deal with him. Moreover, he has a deputy captain with 4,000 combat power by his side. Finally, there are some small fries whose combat power is about 3,000, which is roughly the same as yours. We are simply not a match. Yi Chen shook his head upon hearing this. It definitely wasn't the case. Although the Yadalat star was at a disadvantage now, there must be some hidden trump cards. Otherwise, Sun Wukong wouldn't have been able to learn instant transmission here later on. Therefore, going to help now would be like providing timely assistance, while waiting until the Yadalat star was ready to counterattack before helping would be just embellishing the cake, and the goodwill gained wouldn't be too high. So, he must go help now. Chapter 32. The beginning of the Great Battle Kite was to be held back by Leona, while he would deal with those squad members alongside Aphia. A vice captain with a battle power of 4,000, and 3 squad members with a battle power of 3,000 were not unbeatable opponents for Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen's determined expression, Leona did not stop him any longer. Scions were a fighting race and never feared battle. Upon seeing Yi Chen's insistence, a look of appreciation even crossed Leona's eyes. Since that's the case, let's hurry over. Otherwise, everyone will be dead soon, Leona said softly, and then her immense energy burst forth, causing the surrounding rubble to continuously roll away. Leona's body shot forward, leaving a golden streak as she flew towards the city. Yi Chen and Aphia exchanged glances. After these days of cultivation, they had become quite familiar with each other. Let's go too, and then we'll deal with those guys. Yi Chen grabbed Aphia's delicate little hand, and the two of them instantly floated off the ground, soaring into the distance. Leitais, no, brother Yi Chen. Why did you come here? Aphia curiously asked Yi Chen in midair. Yi-chan has corrected the way the two of them address him on the spaceship. Now, Aphia and Leona both call him by his original name instead of Raditz. This is a peculiar planet. Although their strength is not strong, their technology is advanced. And there are many strange abilities. If they could learn them, it would be very beneficial for the future. Yi-chan explained it. Aphia seemed to understand, but didn't fully grasp it. However, she still unconditionally trusted Yi-chan. Yi-chan simulated faintly, and the two of them stirred up countless waves of air in the sky, speeding along at an incredible pace. After all, they had been training under 5 times gravity for so long, so it was normal to move quickly on a planet with normal gravity. In just a few minutes, they had arrived in the city. Kit was initially laughing wildly, watching his team slaughter the people of planet Yadalat, feeling quite pleased. However, at this moment, 3 powerful auras suddenly rushed over, causing his expression to change. Turning his head, 3 figures instantly appeared in his line of sight, and a detector near his ear immediately showed rising values. It was actually a battle power of 9,000. How could this be? Kit was incredibly surprised. How could a powerhouse with 9,000 battle power appear here? Be on guard. Captain Kit shouted loudly, and the team members hurriedly returned to his side. Meanwhile, the Yadalat people on the ground were fleeing in panic, trying to hide. Soon after, Yi-chan and the others had arrived in front of Kit and his team. Initially, Kit was still on guard, but when he saw Leona, he relaxed, then looked at Leona's perfect body with a gluttonous gaze and said, "It's actually Leona. Why are you here instead of Planet Vegeta? I've taken on the mission for this planet. You can't interfere." Since the Scions were also mercenaries for Frisia, Kit recognized Leona. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Leona's mouth, her icy expression looking even more stunning. "It's been a long time since we fought. Let's have a battle," Leona said, initiating the fight with a powerful energy wave aimed at Kit. Kit was taken aback at first, then hurriedly dodged, looking at Leona in shock and shouting, "Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. I just want to kill you." As she spoke, Leona had already rushed to Kit's side and landed a heavy punch on his head. Bang! Kit was instantly sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. He smashed into the ground, collapsing a large building. Watching this scene in the live broadcast room, the comments were filled with 666. Leona was truly too violent. The last time she fought Yi-chan, it was entirely because she couldn't unleash her power. Otherwise, Yi-chan wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. A woman so violent and beautiful captivated everyone's attention, igniting a desire for conquest. Especially Yi-chan, who was determined to conquer this wild woman. Kit wasn't injured. He flew up from the dust, looking somewhat disheveled due to the dust covering him. "Leona, you are betraying Lord Frisia. Do you know that?" Kit was furious, unable to understand why Leona would attack him as soon as they met. Leona replied with a disdainful cold laugh, causing his body to freeze momentarily as he sensed the murderous intent surging from her. "You want to kill me? If that's the case, don't blame me. The so-called warrior race of Scions is nothing in my eyes." Kit was not an easy target either. Seeing that Leona truly wanted to kill him, he immediately shouted frantically, unleashing an incredibly powerful aura, shaking off the dust in an instant. A great battle was about to begin. Chapter 33. Unbearable Desstrikunft. You can't kill me. Our battle powers are about the same, and those 2 little guys you brought will definitely be taken down by my subordinates. Kit laughed heartily, directing his subordinates. "You guys, kill those 2, and then let's take down this crazy woman together." Upon hearing Kit's words, Leona showed no sign of panic on her face. This was the Scion way. The more they fought, the stronger they became. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot grow. Only through true bloodshed can they grow. Although the enemy was strong and her daughter only had a battle power of 2,500, she believed her daughter would not disappoint her. Deep down, she was even more eager to see Yi-chan. Although his battle power was only 3,000 now, he was definitely not limited to that level. She also wanted to see what Yi-chan's true battle power was. "Come on, let's have a good fight." The Scion in battle was obviously different from their usual state. Leona's pupils had turned a faint red, and a fierce aura suddenly erupted as she began to attack Kit furiously. Kit did not dare to underestimate her, and the two immediately became entangled in battle, sending powerful energy in all directions, terrifying in nature. The boss will definitely take down that woman. After we deal with these 2 little guys, let's continue killing. The vice captain was a blue monster, with a face resembling a frog and a long tongue. Ding! Mission triggered. Fierce Scion. As a brave Scion, what does it matter if their SA gap of 1 or 2,000 in battle power? The mission requirement is to defeat a member of Frisia's team alone. This is not a show-off mission, and it won't reward show-off points, but will reward random skills or items. Do you accept? The system's voice suddenly rang out. Chen listened and smiled faintly. Of course, he accepted. Aphia. Don't take action yet. Let me see what my current combat level is like. This was Chen's first serious battle, and he was very much looking forward to knowing what level his combat skills had reached. Come on, you mongrels. These guys look quite bizarre. So calling them mongrels was not an exaggeration. However, upon hearing this, the few of them became furious, and the vice captain immediately commanded 2 subordinates to take down Chen. Kill him for me. A guy with a combat power of 3,000 dares to be so arrogant. Upon hearing the order, the 2 subordinates immediately grinned and charged forward, planning to eliminate Chen, although they both had a combat power of 3,000. In their view, 2 against 1 guaranteed victory. 2, huh? Bring it on. Chen smiled faintly, his long hair flying up as he instantly charged forward. Chen's speed was obviously faster than the 2, and in an instant, he had charged in front of them. With a fierce punch, one of them was directly sent flying by Chen's overwhelming force. The other person looked at Chen in shock, not understanding why Chen was so fast. Chen similed cold, and the speed of training under 10 times the gravity was indeed extraordinary. Get down from me. Chen clearly had no intention of explaining to the enemy. He delivered an elbow strike directly to another guy's head. Instantly, that guy let out a loud shout as he was slammed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chen swiftly dealt with 2 opponents, leaving the opposing vice captain with a look of astonishment. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, it also stirred up a huge uproar. I have been watching the streamers training these days, and it really wasn't in vain. Indeed, the streamer couldn't fight it all at first, but has grown little by little. I donated 20 planes for Teemo to reach the king rank. I love the streamer and donated 10 planes. The battle is the most adrenaline-pumping moment. So now the audience is excited, shouting loudly for Chen to take down all those guys. Chen looked at the bullet comments in the live stream and smiled faintly. It seems your subordinates are of no use. Otherwise, why not all come at me together? Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the vice captain with a look of disdain. The vice captain was extremely angry. Although Chen's combat skills were beyond his expectations, he was a powerful warrior with a combat power of 4,000. You're seeking death. The vice captain roared furiously and charged forward at high speed, almost on par with Chen. A punch came flying in. Chen also threw a punch. Boom! At the moment of their clash, a thunderous roar erupted, causing both of them to step back. Kid, you're really too arrogant. I'm going to make you remember this today. After saying that, the vice captain attacked Chen like a raging storm. This guy had long arms and legs, giving him an advantage in fights, and his strength was immense, making Chen wary as he could get hurt at any moment. As the battle unfolded, Aphia furrowed her delicate brows, because the last remaining guy with 3,000 combat power was secretly planning to ambush Chen and had already sneaked up behind him. Chapter 34. The use of the tail. The ambusher's huge tail was raised, with a sharp needle at the tip. The tip of the needle shimmered with a greenish light, clearly indicating it was infused with deadly poison. Brother Chen, it was too late to stop it now. Leona could only try to warn Chen, hoping he would react in time. However, in the live stream room, since it was a full 3D projection, they clearly saw the ambusher sneaking up behind Chen. Streamer, watch out. There's a guy behind you trying to blow your flower. Quick, brace yourself. Look at my diamond poison dragon drill. My poor streamers. Flower. The aliens in the live stream were all shouting, and it seemed Chen was about to suffer a loss. Behind Chen, the ambusher's tail had already risen, charging fiercely towards him. In just a moment, it could strike at Chen's back. Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he was currently restrained by this vice captain, making it difficult to take action. To everyone, it seemed that Chen could not avoid the opponent's inevitable attack. However, Chen's face remained extremely calm, showing no signs of panic. Chen's golden tail, which usually wrapped around his waist and was not very noticeable, suddenly straightened at this moment. It then slid into the air, tracing a semicircular arc, and fiercely swept towards the guy behind him. The teammate behind him didn't expect Chen had this move, and was caught off guard, getting hit right in the face by Chen's tail. The Scion's tail is a weakness for Scions, but after training, they can overcome the weakness of being rendered powerless when their tail is grabbed. During these days on the spaceship, Chen had been training his tail with Aphia. At first, when his tail was grabbed, Chen would just collapse to the ground. And when Aphia's tail was grabbed, not only would she fall to the ground, but her body would go soft, her delicate face would flush, and she would even let out a few uncontainable moans. Well, At that time, Chen was really excited. It turned out that the tail was not just a weakness for scions, for female scion stars. It had another effect. This made Chen, during those days on the spaceship, unconsciously look at Leona's tail whenever he saw her. If it weren't for the fear of getting beaten to death by Leona, he really wanted to see her delicate, moaning expression. Forget it, better not think about it. If he really couldn't help himself and did something like that, he would probably be killed. Anyway, Chen's tail had not only overcome its weakness, but had also become a means of attack for him. The sudden explosive power of the tail was even comparable to any part of his body. So, the guy who tried a sneak attack was directly knocked to the ground by Chen and could no longer get up. Seeing the scene, the live stream was stunned. And after a long while, a comment finally appeared. I want to report, the streamer is being a rogue, using a big stick to bully people. Yes. And it's golden too, so bad. Streamer, I want to have your baby. I feel sorry for that teammate who got beaten up by the streamer's big stick. These dirty-minded people made Chen tremble all over, and he almost wanted to turn off the comments. Is it really okay for you guys to be this dirty? However, seeing Chen effortlessly take down his 3 subordinates, the vice captain's originally green face turned even greener. Kid, not bad. You can actually defeat an enemy of equal combat power in one blow. The vice captain said with a cold smile, continuing his relentless attacks. His long arms and legs constantly striking at Chen. As he resisted the continuous attacks coming at him, Chen's expression was not very good either. After all, there was 1,000 combat power difference, and the opponent was far superior in strength. However, you're dead, the vice captain said, suddenly laughing loudly, his bloody mouth wide open. And a bright red tongue shot out in an instant, shimmering with a fierce bloodlight, looking extremely sharp, heading straight for Chen's face. Damn, Chen suddenly felt a wave of danger, his heart racing. This tongue attack was truly terrifying, and its speed was so fast that it was difficult to block or dodge. At this moment, both Aphia and the audience in the live stream were sweating nervously. This is how battles are. Victory or defeat can be determined in an instant. But did Chen lose? At the moment of danger, Chen knew he could no longer hold back. Immediately, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from his body. Red light, like a mesmerizing flame, enveloped Chen completely. Chapter 35. Dead. The vice captain was first startled by this scene, then coldly laughed to himself. Although the sudden burst of energy from Chen was somewhat terrifying, his tongue attack was a talent of his race, and its speed was dozens of times faster than a normal attack, making it nearly impossible to block. Even someone stronger than himself would be gravely injured under his sneak attack. Not to mention, what's happening? A look of terror appeared on the vice captain's face, because at this moment, Chen had calmly reached out his hand and accurately grabbed the incoming tongue. How is that possible? How could you catch my tongue? The guy looked at Chen in utter horror, his voice somewhat muffled as his tongue was caught. Chen's face showed a hint of disgust because the other person's tongue was sticky and uncomfortable in his hand. Let go of my tongue, the vice captain shouted. Chen looked at the vice captain with an expression of disbelief. Can you be a bit more professional? We're not playing a game. We're fighting, okay? You actually wanted to let go of you. Are you out of your mind? Chen directly grabbed the vice captain's tongue and then swung it violently. At this moment, Chen's power surpassed that of the vice captain by a considerable margin. The weakened version of the King of the World Fist had a significant enhancement to his body, raising his combat power to 4,500, which was 500 higher than the vice captain's. Bang, bang, bang. The vice captain was tossed around like a yo-yo by Chen, looking incredibly cool in midair. Finally, Chen threw the vice captain hard, slamming him onto the ground. Who would have thought that the vice captain's vitality was quite strong, and despite this, he was still alive? Kid, just wait. Captain Jite won't let you off after he takes care of that woman. After saying this, he unexpectedly turned and ran away. Chen was initially stunned and then smiled, realizing that this guy had actually been scared away by him. It was really funny, but can you really run away? Looking at the guy who had stopped about 500 meters away, Chen smiled faintly. Kid, do you have the ability to come chase me? The vice captain laughed heartily, mainly because he maintained a safe distance. If Chen chased, he would run, and if Chen didn't chase, he would stop. The live stream was filled with viewers who were infuriated by this jerk. Anchor, don't let this guy go, he's too despicable. Yeah, he must be dealt with. Anchor, 10 airplanes, take him down. I support it. He must be eliminated. The live chat was buzzing, urging Chen to take down this guy. Chen raised his head and shot a sharp glance at the vice captain. Do you think that just because you ran far away, I can't kill you? Come on, kill me. This guy was incredibly arrogant, convinced that Chen couldn't catch up to him and that he couldn't be killed from such a distance. Chen lightly shook his eyebrows and smiled, saying, "As you wish." His voice was very soft, and the vice captain did not hear it. But the audience in the live broadcast room did. They immediately stopped sending bullet comments and focused all their attention on Chen on the screen, wanting to see how he planned to deal with this guy. Chen slowly raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers to point at his radiant forehead. Seeing this, everyone was curious about what Chen was doing. However, some quick-witted individuals who were more familiar with the Dragon Balls had already guessed from Chen's initial gesture what technique he was about to unleash. It was Piccolo's special beam cannon. What? The special beam cannon? When did the streamer learn this powerful technique? I remember in the original story, Raditz was killed by Piccolo using this move. Unexpectedly, the streamer has now crossed over as Raditz and learned this technique. It is said to have tremendous power, but it requires charging up, which is perfect for dealing with this scoundrel. Looking forward to the power of the special beam cannon. Once the viewers in the live stream guessed the technique, the chat instantly erupted. However, the vice captain, unaware of this technique discovered on Earth, laughed heartily at Chen's strange posture and said, "Kid, are you crazy? Why are you striking such a pose?" The reason he could mock Chen so cheerfully was that he couldn't sense energy and could only rely on a detector. If he could sense energy, he would realize that Chen, having unleashed the Kaioken, had a combat power that had reached 4,500, and all the energy in his body was converging towards his two fingers. Finally, half a minute passed. Chen closed his eyes, revealing a brilliant light. Chen slowly began to speak. The vice captain was a bit puzzled and was about to say something. Chen's next words had already been spoken. "You're dead." As soon as the words fell, Chen's finger suddenly pointed at the vice captain. Although he couldn't feel any energy, the vice captain felt a threat of death in his heart. How is this possible? Chapter 36. What the hell is the Dragon and Tiger Great Pill? Feeling this sense of deathly threat, the vice captain was drenched in cold sweat and trembling all over. He wanted to escape, but under this terrifying threat, he didn't dare to move a single step. Chen's bright eyes slowly looked at him, smiling as he said, "Go to hell." As soon as the words fell, his index and middle fingers, which had been brought together, slowly moved away from his forehead and pointed at the vice captain. The originally unremarkable fingertips suddenly emitted a glimmer of golden light. Then, in a flash, a golden beam shot out from Chen's fingertips, surrounded by spiraling red energy beams. Charging forward, the target was, of course, the vice captain. The vice captain opened his mouth, wanting to scream, but no sound came out. He could only watch helplessly as the beam traced an arc, covering 500 meters in an instant, and reached right in front of him. Then, there was nothing after that. The vice captain's massive head was directly pierced through the center by the magical beam. The live stream room fell silent as everyone watched this scene in shock, unable to speak. Everyone clearly saw the vice captain's head being penetrated, and a huge void appeared before their eyes. The vice captain, who had just been so formidable, was dead just like that, without the support of life. The vice captain's body fell towards the ground, crashing down. The live stream room fell into silence, followed by an earth-shattering cheer, with countless 666 comments flooding the screen. Meanwhile, Aphia looked at Chen with a gaze full of admiration. Aphia's combat power was originally not much different from Chen's, but in just a few days, Chen had become this powerful. Chen was a bit out of breath. The demon channeling light kill cannon was indeed a trump card, with immense power. But using it left him nearly exhausted, with hardly any energy left. Chen sighed and canceled the state of the king of the realm. Ding! The streamer has single-handedly defeated 3 opponents with the same combat power and 1 opponent with 4,000 combat power, perfectly completing the task. Random reward obtained. Reward is randomly selected. Congratulations to the host. You have drawn the Dragon and Tiger Small Rejuvenation Pill. Dragon and Tiger Great Rejuvenation Pill. Does the name make you feel related to something invincible? Young man, you are thinking too much. It's just a simple pill that increases the chi in your body. Don't get it twisted. Taking it should increase your combat power by about 5,000. Good luck. What the heck? Chen just wants to curse right now. The name Dragon and Tiger Great Pill. Hearing this name, who would think of dragons and tigers? You're so inappropriate. Naming a pill that increases cultivation with such a name is really too much. Chen was too lazy to bother with the system anymore. As for the reward pills, he naturally took them out and consumed them directly. What was the point of keeping them? Money shouldn't stay overnight. That's the way to go. Keeping them wouldn't help him have a big fat baby anyway. In an instant, the pills were swallowed by Chen. Chen suddenly felt a jolt of energy. And as the pill entered his mouth, It transformed into a warm current that surged throughout his body, frantically filling every corner of his being. Yi-Chun could feel that his physical body had not changed after taking but the energy within him had suddenly become incredibly strong. This feeling was called an explosion. Yi-Chun opened his attribute list. Yi-Chun, combat power, 8,000, finally close to breaking 10,000. How come you're so useless? Yi-Chun, damn you. Show off value, 985 points, just 15 points away from unlocking the exchange mall. Can you give me a little help? Yi-Chun, damn you. Martial skills and spells. Demon piercing light cannon, sky dance technique, chi wave, sun fist, weak chicken version of the king fist. Yi-Chun was too exhausted to complain. The system's comments were really frustrating. However, when Yi-Chun saw his own combat power, he was surprised. It had skyrocketed from 3,000 to 8,000, which was quite something. After working hard for so long, the gains he made were still not as impressive as a so-called vitality-boosting pill. Damn it. Aphia looked at Yi-Chun, her eyes shining. Yi-Chun, your strength has increased to 8,000? Sure enough, the detector could clearly show Yi-Chun's surge in strength. Yi-Chun nodded lightly and said, it seems that your mother, Leona, is struggling against her opponent, so we're just going to help. That's why I increased my combat power. The live chat was full of comments criticizing Yi-Chun for being thick-skinned. The streamer is so impressive, taking the golden pill and instantly showing off. Streamer, please stop flirting and focus on the fight. Can you be a bit more professional? Hurry up and take down Jit. Then take down Jinyu, and then defeat Frisia to successfully usurp the throne and become the emperor of the universe. Everyone was urging Yi-Chun to quickly help Leona defeat her enemies. Yi-Chun turned his head and saw that Leona was already caught in a bitter battle. She was even at a disadvantage, having been knocked away by Kit several times. Seeing this scene, Yi-Chun became angry. Bastard, dare to touch my woman? You're asking for death. After saying that, Yi-Chun flew forward, leaving behind a golden streak in the air that slowly dissipated. Chapter 37. The brother Kit with a rebellious heart. Kit was originally laughing wildly, but his laughter suddenly stopped. A powerful aura was erupting around him. 8,000. How is that possible? Why is another strong fighter appearing? Kit frowned and looked in the direction of the aura's explosion. Meanwhile, after being blasted away, Leona stabilized herself in midair and also felt this powerful aura, frowning as she looked to the side. What? It's actually Yi-Chun? Seeing the person flying at high speed was indeed Yi-Chun, and the immense aura was emanating from him. How is this possible? Both Kit and Leona showed expressions of surprise. Kit had seen Yi-Chun's combat power from the very beginning, 3,000. So he had never taken Yi-Chun seriously, thinking it was just 3,000 combat power, unable to withstand even one of his attacks. But now, Yi-Chun's combat power had skyrocketed to 8,000. This was truly unbelievable. Leona felt the same way. Such terrifying combat power suddenly erupted. She had seen Yi-Chun training on the spaceship, rapidly increasing from 2,000 to 3,000 combat power. That improvement was already astonishing, but now Yi-Chun had surged to 8,000. How could it be? Leona, are you okay? Yi-Chun had now arrived in front of the two, looking at Leona with concern. Hearing this, Leona's cheeks flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. In terms of combat power, she was actually somewhat inferior to Kit. So after being suppressed by Kit just now, she was covered in dust and looked a bit disheveled. This made Leona, who always prided herself as a goddess of war, feel a bit embarrassed. Yi-Chun knew that Leona was strong-willed, so he didn't say much. He just smiled and said, you should go rest. I'll take care of the things that follow. Yi-Chun's calm smile gave Leona a strange feeling. But although Yi-Chun already had a combat power of 8,000, Kit's combat power was actually not just 9,000. It should have reached around 9,500. That's why Leona was suppressed by the opponent, but not directly defeated. His combat power was 9,500. Although your 8,000 is not low, you're no match for him, Leona said. Yi-Chun shook his head. Have you forgotten my sudden surge in combat power during our showdown? Don't worry. There won't be any problems. Hearing what Yi-Chun said, Leona recalled the sudden surge of his combat power that day and nodded. In fact, Leona was not happy about it. After all, she was supposed to be stronger than Yi-Chun, but now she found herself facing an enemy she couldn't handle, needing Yi-Chun to deal with it. This situation was hard for the proud Leona to accept. However, she knew she was indeed no match for Keith and could only silently make way for Yi-Chun. Keith's face was extremely grim, and his already inhuman features looked even more menacing. You little brat, how dare you look down on me like this? Keith shouted angrily. Yi-Chun looked up at him and said, Kit, do you have your brother's ability? What ability? In an instant, a look of panic appeared on Kit's face. but he still put on a calm demeanor. Of course, the ability to swap bodies. Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Kit was struck as if by lightning the moment Chen uttered these words, his body becoming incredibly stiff. Immediately, a dark expression appeared on Kit's face. How do you know this secret? Kit was indeed somewhat terrified, because the ability to forcibly exchange bodies with others was a unique talent of his race. Kit and his brother Jinyu were not born, but hatched from eggs on a desolate planet, where the two of them came into existence. Although both had a battle power of around 1,000 at birth. Their progress was slow until a subordinate of Frisia appeared on the planet where Jinyu and Kit were located. They unexpectedly exchanged bodies with him and entered Frisia's team. The two did not truly submit to Frisia. The battle power difference between them and their target needed to be within a certain range for the body exchange to succeed. Otherwise, it would be impossible. However, when facing Frisia, Jinyu and Kit didn't even dare to entertain the thought of using their body exchange ability, which made them realize the gap between themselves and Frisia. Nevertheless, they did not give up and planned to slowly search for sufficiently strong enemies to seize their bodies, aiming to eventually take Frisia's body once they reached a comparable battle power. Unfortunately, despite the vastness of the universe, there were not many strong individuals, especially given that Jinyu's battle power of 120,000 had already reached the peak among all of Frisia's subordinates. Besides Frisia, he had never seen anyone with a battle power higher than 120,000. Yet, they still did not give up, fighting everywhere not only to complete tasks but also to grow stronger. Strong enough to one day seize Frisia's body and make their race the rulers of a universe. Chapter 38. Transformation. Jinyu and Kit had always hidden their abilities, fearing discovery, as anyone who had witnessed their body-snatching capability had died. Although Frisia appeared cultured and magnanimous, he would ruthlessly kill anything that posed a potential threat to him. Jinyu and Kit continued to conceal their powers, waiting for an opportunity. However, now, their most important secret had been revealed by Chen in a single sentence. This sparked a tremendous killing intent in Kit's heart. Chen must not be allowed to leave here alive. And of course, Leona and Aphia must also die. They had to die. You're absolutely right. I do possess that ability. Kit's murderous intent had arisen as he stared at Chen. Chen nodded. It was indeed the case. Your kind of ability should have limitations, right? For example, if the difference in combat power is too great, you can't switch bodies or something like that. Chen asked curiously. There must be limitations, otherwise, it would be too overpowered. Sure enough, Kit had already decided to let Chen die. So he didn't hide it and said, I have maintained a combat power of over 9,000 just to test my own strength. I found that as long as the difference is within 50,000, I can seize the body of the other party. If the difference exceeds 20,000, then my ability becomes ineffective, and my brother's ability is stronger than mine. He can seize the bodies of those with a difference of within 100,000. 50,000 to 100,000? Chen nodded upon hearing this. The difference between 50,000 and 100,000 was quite significant in the early stages of the Dragon Ball world, making this skill basically invincible. However, in the later stages, a few tens of thousands were nothing. Even a strand of the energy overflowing from Super Scion's body would exceed that value. It felt powerless in the later stages, but this ability could presumably evolve as well. Thinking of this, Chen couldn't help but exclaim, the universe is truly vast, with all sorts of strange races emerging one after another, and each race has its own formidable strength. Kit coldly sneered. Have you said enough? If you're done, I'm going to send you to the afterlife. Chen looked at Kit with some confusion and asked, who gave you the courage to act so cocky? Even if we can't take you on one-on-one, we can definitely take you down together. It's just 500 battle power after all. The live chat was also mocking the show-off Kit, thinking he was too arrogant. Trash Kit, the streamer currently has 8,000 battle power, and with Kaioken, it's 12,000 battle power. Beating you is like bullying a dog. Streamer, slap him hard. Kit replied, who knew you had such a cheating skill like Kaioken? Don't, streamer. Kit is really trying hard. Do you know how hard he works? The live chat was supporting Chen to directly slap him in the face. Kit sneered and said, this body is not mine. It has a talent that you may not know about. What? Chen was puzzled for a moment. Could there be some hidden card? His talent allowed him to transform and increase his combat power, going from 9,500 to 14,000 directly. You all better be ready to die. Kit roared, and the silver armor that covered his body, which was over a person's height, suddenly fell off, revealing a gray body covered in scales. Damn it, you suddenly stripped off, not knowing there are women here. Chen had a face full of disbelief. thinking, these bastards, fighting is one thing, transforming is another. But why take off their clothes? Fortunately, this race doesn't have any reproductive organs, so Aphia and Leona's eyes were spared from any filth. Otherwise, I would have to chop them up and feed them to the dogs. The live stream was filled with excitement. No one expected Kit could transform as well. What an eye-opener. The scales on Kit's body suddenly surged, and the joints made crisp cracking sounds, incredibly clear. Then, a fierce aura erupted, shattering the surroundings. Following that, the body, which originally didn't seem very robust, inflated like a balloon, muscles bulging, growing half a person taller, looking extremely imposing. After the transformation, Kit had become a small giant, standing at 1.5 times the height of an average person. The aura emanating from him was terrifying, creating a fierce gust of wind. Little brat, do you think I can kill you now? The Scions are a peculiar race. They don't grow taller before the age of 16, but once they reach their 16th birthday, they suddenly transform into their adult form. Chen, being only 14 this year, was still just a little brat. Chen was very unhappy about this. Damn it, you haven't grown up at all. You're the little brat. Your whole family is a bunch of little brats. Although the opponent's aura was very powerful, Chen still scolded without hesitation. Leona looked at Kit with fear in her eyes. Scions are an extremely proud race, whether it is the information passed down or the legends of other races about Scions. They are a naturally born warrior race. However, now, even the strongest Scion, King Vegeta, only has a battle power of 10,000. Yet, there are so many warriors under Frieza's command with battle powers exceeding 10,000. The reputation of Scions as a so-called warrior race is indeed not worthy of its name. Chapter 39, Crushing Defeat. 12,000. Chen smiled faintly, not expecting Kit to transform as well. It was truly surprising. However, he wasn't lacking either. Kit, to die under my transformation is also your honor. Kit's fierce face stared closely at Chen as he spoke. Chen laughed heartily. Is that so? I can also give the battle above the 10,000 battles a try. After speaking, a surge of red flames suddenly rose above Chen's body. King of the Realm Fist. Chen shouted loudly, and why is he shouting? It's not a necessary procedure for using the Kaioken, but it's how it's done in anime, and it feels really cool. However, the live stream was filled with embarrassment. The streamer was fighting and still calling out the names of the moves. How cringe-worthy. Yeah, I used to find it annoying when people yelled out move names before fighting on TV. So weak. Streamer, take care and cherish this moment. I always thought you were a rational person. The streamer should shout the full name, weak version of Kaioken. That would have some impact, right? The disdain in the live stream for Chen was like a raging river, endless and continuous. Chen stood in front of the door with a few black lines on his face. Is it really okay for you to look down on me like this? But it doesn't matter. As Chen executed the King of the World Fist, his physical strength surged dramatically. His battle power also skyrocketed. On Kit's detector, Chen's battle power value continued to rise. 8,000, 10,000, 12,000. In the end, he actually reached the same level of battle power as Kit. Kit was shocked, but the most astonished was Leona. Leona, proud and arrogant, was initially surprised by Chen's increase in strength, but now it had turned into horror. Especially since Chen's current strength had surpassed her own. This was something Leona could not accept no matter what. Half a month ago, Chen's battle power was only 500, but now it had actually reached the peak of 12,000, surpassing her and King Vegeta. This was simply astonishing. Suddenly, Leona recalled the legend that a legendary Super Saiyan would appear every 10,000 years. Could it be that Chen was that legendary Super Saiyan? With this thought, Leona was filled with confusion. Chen did not have mind-reading abilities. Otherwise, after hearing Leona's words, he would definitely say, I wish I could, but unfortunately, I am not the legendary Super Saiyan. There is another person named Broly who was persecuted by your family's King Vegeta, and as a result, the legendary Super Saiyan, who is supposed to revitalize the Saiyan race, has become the mortal enemy of the Scions. How could your battle power increase so much? Kit's face was filled with terror. His transformation was a racial talent of the body he occupied, and a battle power increase of 2,500 after transforming was already very high. However, Chen's battle power had directly increased by 4,000, which was simply ridiculous. Chen smiled faintly. There is no reason. The so-called racial talent you speak of is nothing in my eyes. Now just go die. After saying that, Chen gathered his energy and stepped forward, striking out a punch towards Jite from a distance. In an instant, a wave of energy condensed in the air and shot fiercely towards Jite. This was just an ordinary energy wave, so Jite swung his fist hard, and the energy wave was directly deflected, shooting towards the distant mountain. A booming sound echoed, accompanied by the sound of the mountain collapsing. A small mountain was shattered into pieces under Yi Chen's energy wave attack, the rocks crumbling and leveling the ground. "Kid, you're gonna die, you're gonna die," Jite roared angrily, opening his mouth wide. Roar. Yi Chen initially didn't pay any attention to Kit's loud shout, but then he realized something was off. The energy within Kit's body was actually surging towards his throat. Is this what they call a verbal cannon? Yi Chen simulated it. Sure enough, as soon as the words left his mouth, a massive beam of light shot out from Kit's mouth, the fierce energy carrying an explosive aura, as if it could destroy everything. If it were anyone else caught off guard by such a sudden attack, they would surely be flustered and unable to defend, suffering serious injuries. However, Yi Chen was not only well prepared, but had already devised a countermeasure. With a flicker, Yi Chen instantly dodged to the side, leaving only a shadow of himself in place. Accompanied by the shockwave from Kit's mouth, the shadow dissipated and the void trembled slightly, clearly indicating its significant power. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful it was, if it couldn't hit anyone, it was useless, wouldn't you agree? Kit stared ahead, but couldn't find Yi Chen's figure no matter how hard he looked. Suddenly, a chill ran through Kit's heart, sensing something was wrong. But it was already too late. Accompanying Yi Chen's voice was a fierce elbow strike. The elbow strike landed decisively on the back of Kit's head. Bang! Kit's body was instantly sent flying, as if it were a cannonball struck by Yi Chen. How could this be possible? Kit couldn't believe it. But once again, Yi Chen's voice reached his ears. Chapter 40, Eldoradrat. In the air, sent flying by Yi Chen's elbow strike, Yi Chen had already closed in tightly again. Why was it impossible? Yi Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile, as he kicked again with all his might. Ugh! Kit let out a painful wail. Once again, sent flying by Yi Chen. Yi Chen pressed tightly again and struck again in midair. Yi Chen, at this moment, seemed to be like a person playing volleyball, hitting the ball away and then hitting it back, enjoying himself in a very relaxed manner. The people around him were dumbfounded, and Leona and Aphia had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Although Yi Chen's combat power is on par with Jit, why is he so powerful that he can crush Jit? This is something they do not know. In fact, it is because Yi Chen's speed and strength have been amplified by the Kaioken, allowing him to overpower his opponent. In any case, at the same level, in front of Yi Chen, they are weaklings. Even with the same combat power, they are still weaklings. Yi Chen had never held back, and after a long time of fighting, Kit's already burly body became even more massive, swollen from the beating. The live stream was filled with chaos. Yi Chen's attacks flowed like water, and Kit had no chance to retaliate. It was pure slaughter. Where are the police? Someone is being bullied here. The streamer is too cruel. It's really too much. Just beat him to death. My heart aches for Kit. Do you know how hard he worked? As Kit's brother, Jinyu, I'm angry now. Yi Chen, be prepared to face my wrath. If I had to say anything, watching Yi Chen bully Kit just feels satisfying. In the end, Yi Chen delivered a powerful blow, sending Kit plummeting from the sky and crashing hard to the ground. How is this possible? Even now, Kit still wore an expression of disbelief, lying on the ground without the strength to get up. But at that moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from afar. Yi Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly because of this aura, which was incredibly powerful. Even with his use of the Kaioken, he couldn't compare. Who on earth could this be? Huh? Who is this person? Yi Chen was somewhat confused. Kit's face also showed a look of terror. Yi Chen had already forced him to retreat step by step. And now another unknown strong warrior had appeared. Was he doomed? Sure enough, an angry roar, accompanied by a rising aura, echoed in everyone's ears. How dare you slaughter the people of my planet, Adralat? You are truly seeking death. Yi Chen felt a sharp pain upon hearing this. Damn it, it's always like this on TV too. The main character finishes off the enemies, and only then do these people come out to clean up the mess. I was about to take down Kit, and only now do you, the trump card of the Yadarat planet, show up. If I hadn't made a move, I bet all the people on your planet would have been wiped out by now. Sure enough, as this voice sounded, the originally hidden citizens of the Yadarat planet in the city below excitedly ran out, shouting, "The great elders have come out of seclusion. They've finally come out. We're saved." Yi Chen felt a wave of frustration. After all, he was the one who saved them, and this was just too disheartening. Sure enough, a green figure flew in from a distance, creating a massive shockwave in the air that seemed capable of turning the tides, incredibly terrifying. This person's strength was definitely formidable. Indeed, The faces of Leona and the others also showed extreme shock, because on the detector in front of their eyes, the values were continuously rising. 5,000, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, an astonishing 50,000, which was truly frightening. Chen was even more annoyed. It would have been better if you had jumped out earlier and slapped Keith to death. I spent so much effort to finish him off, and only then did you appear. It's really frustrating. Soon, that person flew to the place where Chen and the others were. Chen looked closely at the green, big-headed monster in front of him. It appeared very friendly, but the anger on its face made it seem somewhat fierce. People from the Yatarat star usually enter a deep sleep during their seclusion, which takes a long time to wake up from, so they couldn't make it in time. If it weren't for this friend, our people might have faced a catastrophic disaster. So thank you very much, young friend. We will definitely repay you well in the future. The person spoke in a very pleasant manner, and when he came over, he saw that the enemies had almost been dealt with, so he respectfully thanked Chen. Although his combat power was much higher than Chen's, he still expressed his gratitude in such a respectful manner, which shows the humility of the Yatarat people. This is how it should be. It's not in vain for my efforts towards you. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Little friend, after I deal with this guy, I will take you to our elder hall. Please wait. The elder said to Chen, then turned to look at the fallen Kitu, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. You slaughtered our people. Your crimes are unforgivable, die. After saying that, he raised his palm to directly eliminate Kitu. However, there was no fear on Kitu's face. Instead, he showed a peculiar smile. I've set my sights on your body. Chapter 41. Transforming into a mouse, there is no doubt that this newly appeared Adrat Star person is a strong fighter. Kitu, on the other hand, is just an enemy with a combat power of 12,000. But at this moment, the person felt a wave of panic. How is it possible? Why does an enemy with a combat power of 12,000 make me feel this way? Although confused, the Adrat Star person had already prepared the energy ball in his hand, ready to blast Kitu. At that moment, Kitu let out a loud shout. Exchange. Instantly, the energy ball that the Adrat Star person had prepared could no longer be launched, and his entire body suddenly stiffened, unable to move at all. It was as if an unknown force had bound his body, rendering him immobile. How is this possible? The elder shouted. Kitu laughed heartily, and a column of yellow light suddenly erupted from his body. Within the light, there was a faint shadow of someone laughing heartily. If one looked closely, they could see that this shadow was Kitu himself, who was laughing. This is Kitu's racial talent, body exchange. Riona's face showed a look of surprise. If Kitu really exchanged bodies with the Adrat Star Elder, then they would definitely not be able to compete. Although the Adrat Elder did not know the specifics. He also felt that he was facing the threat of death at this moment. The light column rose higher and higher, already halfway up, about to rush in front of the Elder. Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Kit, you are still too young. Chen said lightly. There was no way around it. Since he knew the other party had the talent for body swapping, how could Chen not be prepared? In the palm of Chen's hand was a golden mouse. The mouse was extremely plump, and it had no fur. Its golden skin looked somewhat cute. This was a mouse that Chen had accidentally come across on the planet Adaltrat. He found it quite interesting, so he caught it and placed it in the system's storage space. Now, it seemed to have come in handy. Want to swap bodies? Here, have a mouse's body to play with. Chen laughed loudly and directly threw the mouse in his hand towards the beam of light. No, don't. Kit, who was laughing heartily, instantly froze with a stiff expression upon seeing Chen's action and then shouted in terror. However, it was already too late. Just as the beam of light was about to touch the immobile elder, the mouse arrived first and touched the top of the beam. Strange sounds began to echo. Chen frowned. Is this the sound of soul exchange? In any case, Kit's plan has already been disrupted, because Kit, who was originally lying on the ground, suddenly moved. But it wasn't like usual. Instead, he curled up and looked around suspiciously. Then he saw Chen, and a look of terror appeared on his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kit immediately ran to the side, and there was a mouse hole in the nearby building, so Kit dashed straight towards it. Boom, boom, boom. The building instantly collapsed. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Leona looked incredulously at Kit, who had dug a big hole and was running toward the ground, and asked, Kit, what's going on? Chen smiled and said, he is no longer Kiter. His current soul is just a mouse, and the one truly carrying Kiter soul is that golden little mouse. As he spoke, Chen pointed to the mouse that had dropped to the ground. The golden little mouse also wore a terrified expression, and seeing that Leona and the others had noticed him, it became even more frightened. In a flash, the mouse tried to escape. However, the elder had already reacted, coldly smiling as he reached out his hand and unleashed a wave of energy. Boom! With a single wave, the mouse was turned to dust. Kiter, the ambitious one who dreamed of replacing Frisia to become the ruler of the universe, had died just like that. Chen Sikit, the elder, looking somewhat fearful, cast a grateful glance at Chen. Thank you so much, little brother. Otherwise, I would have probably made a fool of myself just now. Chen smiled casually and said, It's no problem, just a small effort. In any case, thank you very much. Please come to the elder hall on my door. Yadalat to sit for a while. Our great elder will wake up soon, and it's just right for him to give you some rewards. Chen laughed upon hearing that. This is the right approach. He had indeed made the right bet from the beginning. He should provide help when it's needed. Although the Adrat planet is not powerful, it definitely cannot be weak. It seems that he was correct. All right, Sister Leona, Sister Aphia, let us go take a look. Upon Chen's strange titles, Leona shot him a glare. Aphia also felt a bit shy. After all, they are a mother and daughter. Calling them sister and younger sister undoubtedly exposed his ulterior motives. Anyway, the live stream was filled with excitement. Chapter 42. Meeting the Great Elder, everyone followed the Adrat Elder as they flew forward. Soon, a magnificent hall appeared before them. The grand entrance, the mysterious patterns, and a sense of historical weight instantly impacted everyone's hearts. The Adrat planet is indeed not that simple. Chen thought to himself, I am a third elder of the Adrat star. The second elder is in slumber, and the grand elder is waiting for you inside the elder hall. The third elder casually introduced himself by waving his arm, and the hall doors immediately opened with a response. Inside was pitch black, resembling a black hole. Young friend Chen, please come in. The grand elder is already inside. The third elder said with a smile. Chen, seeing that the third elder had no intention of leading the way, asked with some confusion, Aren't you going to go in with me? The first elder said he wanted to see me himself. The third elder gestured for him to enter. All right. Chen nodded and was about to go in when Leona furrowed her brows and pulled him back. What's wrong? Chen was puzzled. Leona frowned and said, It feels a bit strange. It might be dangerous to go in. Hearing this, Chen shook his head and replied, Don't worry. After saying that, he planned to take the two women inside. However, the third elder firmly waved his hand and said, Sorry, the great elder said only you can go in. As for the two ladies, I will take them to visit here. This is somewhat strange. Chen was very curious, but he didn't feel any malice. So he said to the obviously reluctant Aphia and Leona, Don't worry, I'm fine. You two go check out other places first. Although Leona and Aphia were still a bit concerned, they could only nod helplessly at Chen's determined look and said, All right, if there's any problem, just unleash your aura, and we'll come right over. Seeing Leona, with her cold elegance, utter such caring words, Chen smiled. Leona shot Chen a fierce glare at his mischievous grin. Her face slightly flushed. She huffed softly and directly pulled Aphia away to fly off. Aphia, being dragged away by Leona, glanced back at Chen reluctantly and timidly said, Brother Chen, hurry up. I still want to train with you. Chen laughed mischievously. Of course, he had to cultivate. When his exchange shop opened, he would definitely exchange for a legendary dual cultivation method. Ha ha ha. Host, your smile looked quite smug. Tone it down a bit. Yes, host, even I, as an outsider, can see your ambitious nature. The host is truly a dragon among men. If you can achieve dual cultivation, a big rocket will be offered with both hands. If the host can achieve dual cultivation, that would really make him a winner in life. In the live stream, everyone could see the sly smile on Chen's face. Being all men, they could naturally tell. Countless words of envy and jealousy floated by in the bullet comments above Chen's eyes. Chen curled his lips and didn't bother to speak. You guys are just jealous, okay? Chen did not wait and directly stepped into the Elder Hall. As Chen entered, the door of the Elder Hall slammed shut again, and the light that could originally be seen from the outside instantly vanished. Chen frowned slightly, feeling that this was somewhat cryptic. What does the Grand Elder mean? Chen could see nothing. The room seemed like a black hole, absorbing all light. Chen frowned and walked forward, gently observing his surroundings. Although it was dark and nothing could be seen, his keen senses could clearly feel various malicious intents. Every attack was accompanied by malice. However, there was nothing. Just as Chen was becoming somewhat impatient, a voice softly came through. Young man, please keep moving forward. Chen frowned slightly, his voice carrying a sense of weariness, as if it concealed endless history. The heavy dust of history rushed towards him at that moment, and Yichen did not sense any malice, so he walked straight ahead. The further he walked, the worse his expression became, because he had observed the Elder Hall from outside, and it was only about 100 square meters. According to his speed, he should have reached the wall within a minute. However, it had now been 2 minutes, and he still had not seen anything. What was going on? Could it be something like a time chamber? Yichen speculated as he continued to walk forward. On one hand, he had just helped the people of the Audrat planet, so they shouldn't harm him. On the other hand, it was based on the original work's description of the Audrat people by Sun Wukong, who portrayed them as simple, kind, and hospitable. As for Sun Wukong's comment about the Audrat people being relatively weak, after all, Sun Wukong had already become a super scion at that time. With a combat power exceeding 100 million, a few million would probably seem weak to him, so Yichen didn't take that into account. While Yichen was lost in thought, a faint blue light appeared ahead. The light was weak, but in this pitch-black place, it resembled a bright lamp. He finally found it, and Yichen quickly walked over. The moment he saw the bright lamp up close, he was utterly stunned. Chapter 43. Killing to silence you have arrived. In front of Yichen, there's a gray flame. However, this flame seems to be able to speak, and it appears that a figure can be seen hiding within it. Are you the Grand Elder? Yichen frowned and asked, Yes, I'm the Grand Elder, but I'm already dead. My soul is entrusted to this sacred fire, so that I can avoid going to hell. Yichen was even more confused. However, the Elder did not give Yichen a chance to speak, but instead asked, You saved the people of our Adelat star. As a reward, I can give you something. What do you want? Instant téléportation. Yichen answered without hesitation. The reason for coming to the planet Audrat was precisely for this thing. Very well, teleportation. Although I don't know where you learned this skill, as a reward, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, he directly threw out a ball of flame. A gray flame separated from the large fire of the Grand Elder, floating in front of Yichen, transforming into a white page. Yichen opened his palm, and the pages directly fell into his hand. He looked at it and saw it was written about how to maximize the perception of others' aura, and then how to directly transfer by breaking through the void. Breaking through the void requires immense strength, which is something Yichen cannot achieve at the moment. However, teleportation is originally a skill that takes advantage of shortcuts. If it required the strength to break through the void, it wouldn't have such a great reputation in this world. Yichen glanced at it and then put the book away. I can't see where you come from. The Elder sighed. Yichen frowned slightly. I come from planet Vegeta. No, you are not from planet Vegeta. You come from a far more distant place. A place that may not even be in this universe. The Great Elder's next words made Yichen's body tremble violently. How could this be? Could the Great Elder see through his identity as a traveler? Impossible. How could that be? This was his first time meeting the Great Elder. Meanwhile, the livestream room was also in shock. Who exactly is this old man? And how can he see through the host's identity as a traveler? I suspect the old man is trying to bluff the host. Host, stay calm and don't be scared. Host, it's time to silence him. Take him out. Yes, he must be eliminated. The livestream room was filled with clamoring, speculating about the Great Elder's identity. Seeing Yichen's vigilance, the gray flame ball wobbled slightly, and a friendly smile appeared on the face inside. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. I just want to make a deal with you. Yichen suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked, What transaction? At the moment when our Mana Tribe's people are facing a crisis, helping them to resolve the crisis. And when the Mana Tribe faces the threat of extermination, leaving a spark of hope for the Mana Tribe. The people of Adelat Star are the Mana Tribe. Yichen was even more puzzled, but still asked, Since it's a transaction, what do you have to offer? What I offer is this space and this sacred flame. What does that mean? Yichen remained silent, waiting for the Grand Elder to continue. The sacred fire is the holy relic of our Mana Tribe, and its energy is incredibly powerful. When the sacred fire shatters, the energy released can condense a time barrier that lasts for 3 days. The time barrier alters the flow of space. 1 day outside equates to 10 years inside. If you cultivate for 3 days here, it's equivalent to 30 years. The Grand Elder's words left Yichen astounded, his mouth agape. Isn't this just an enhanced version of the time chamber in the temple? The time chamber allows 1 day of cultivation to equal 1 year, but here it's 10 years. Why? Yichen asked with confusion. My soul is about to dissipate, and the turmoil in the universe is about to begin. The Mana Tribe is too weak, especially in the face of the impending chaos, utterly powerless. Yet in you, I see the dawn of the future. Although you are still very weak now, I am willing to place my bets on you. The Great Elder has always been mysterious. And now he speaks of some cosmic turmoil. This left Yi Chun somewhat bewildered. However, this matter posed no harm to Yi Chun, and right now. His biggest issue was the lack of time. The time chamber on Earth could only be used for 2 days before it permanently closed. If he could cultivate here, it would be perfect for Yi Chun. If you agree, you can gather your friends to come in and cultivate together. I will have the tribe prepare food and fresh water for you. Upon hearing the great elder's words, Yi Chun nodded. An ethereal promise in exchange for an opportunity to enhance his strength was undoubtedly a good deal. That's great. Remember your promise. After the great elder finished speaking, the door opened, indicating that Yi Chun should go outside to call Leona and the others. Yi Chun nodded and walked directly outside. Leona and Aphia didn't walk far and were a bit worried about Yi Chun. Yi Chun smiled and flew directly in front of the two. Don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing that Yi Chun had indeed come out safely, Aphia happily grabbed Yi Chun's shoulder. Leona rolled her eyes and said, "Who was worried about you? You're just being self-indulgent." This Tsundere personality, her words contradict her feelings. Yi Chun looked at Leona and smiled happily. Chapter 44. The Arrival of the Jinyu Force. It doesn't matter. During the 30 years of cultivation, it was only the 3 of us. When the time comes, I will make you understand that being shy is not right. Yi Chun smiled and talked to the two about the time training, which left them both astonished. However, no one refused. Such a great opportunity to enhance their strength was something no scion wanting to become powerful would turn down. Meanwhile, the third elder's face showed a look of sadness upon hearing the news. Was the first elder really going to leave? Yi Chun nodded. The third elder looked at Yi Chun with a peculiar light in his eyes. I hope you live up to the expectations of the great elder. 3 days from now, you will come out, and we will have a battle. If you can't even defeat me, it will mean that the great elder made a mistake in his judgment, and you would have let down the great elder's expectations. At that time, I will kill you to honor the great elder. Yi Chun smiled faintly upon hearing this. Your great elder has a keen eye. You don't need to think too much about it. Yi Chun's words made everyone in the livestream comment that Yi Chun has quite a thick skin. Yi Chun didn't mind and directly pulled the 2 girls into the elder hall. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were staring intently at the screen when suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and a line of text was displayed. Sorry, the streamer is currently in a time distortion area and cannot continue the live broadcast. The next expected live broadcast time is in 3 days. This news left everyone stunned. Come on, you can't be serious. I wanted to see the streamer's shameless 30 years of cultivation life. Yeah, the streamer's camera is really unreliable. Streamer, hurry up and come back without you. My whole life is dull. Since I started watching the stream, nothing else, not even any dramas or novels, can hold my attention. Streamer, come back. I'll tip you a rocket. It's fine. The streamer is cultivating to become stronger, and right now they're indeed a bit weak, unable to even defeat Frisia's Jinyu Force. So it's better to train. With so many opinions, the live broadcast was interrupted anyway. Yi Chun also received this message and smiled faintly. Inside, food and fresh water were plentiful. Moreover, the gravity was 20 times stronger. If Yi Chun's strength hadn't suddenly increased to 8,000 later, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure it. The gray flame that contained the great elder had already vanished without a trace. An old voice slowly echoed, Yi Chun, please remember your promise. The future of the Mana tribe is entrusted to you. Yi Chun smiled, and everything was unspoken. Next, it was time for cultivation. The urgent need to enhance strength was the way to go. Outside the Elder Hall on the planet Yatarat, countless clan members gathered at the hall's entrance, bowing their heads. The Grand Elder, the guardian spirit who had existed with a soul for nearly 10,000 years, vanished today. This was simply devastating news for the Mana clan. The third elder stood in front of the crowd and said, Everyone, please trust the Grand Elder's vision. I believe that the person he has chosen will not disappoint our expectations. Everyone fell silent, waiting for the Elder Hall to open again. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The Mana clan's members showed no impatience, kneeling here in wait. Outside the atmosphere of the planet Yatarat, a massive spaceship flew toward this place. Inside, 5 oddly shaped aliens were slowly communicating. Jinyu, is your brother Jeet really dead? A muscular guy with a strange hairstyle resembling a pineapple combined with his large head looked quite comical. In front of this guy stood a tall creature with a light purple body, towering at least twice the height of a person, with 2 sharp black horns on its head. Raikum, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll just throw you out. Jinyu's face was dark, and his light purple skin already appeared to have darkened. All right, you're the boss. I won't say anything, okay? Raikum said weakly, although he was reckless. He knew who the leader of the team was. Jinyu was ruthless, and he was no match for him, so it was better not to seek discomfort. Behind them stood a short, chubby guy behind a transparent chair, which barely concealed him. His round head and body, short and stout, along with his black skin, looked quite ridiculous. The most important thing was that he had 4 eyes, 2 of which were located where ears should be. Boss Jinyu, don't worry. Once we find the guy who killed your brother, we'll take him down for revenge. This guy was Gildo. He looked weak, but there was a sinister glint in his eyes. Another figure, seemingly a woman with red skin, had long white hair and a detector on her head that flickered with light. This person was using the detector to scan the planet Yadarat below. I found a guy with a combat power of 50,000 through the latest detector. That should be the one who killed your brother. As for the others, the highest is only 500, not worth worrying about. This person was guys who had immense trust in the power of technology. His battlesuit and detector were the latest models, evident from their appearance. The last person was a thin light blue alien who remained silent. If Chen saw these people, or if the viewers in the livestream saw them, they would definitely be shocked, because these individuals were the strongest special forces under Frisia, the Jinyu Force. Chapter 45. The Third Elder's Hope. In half an hour, the time would be up. I hope they haven't let the Grand Elder's sacrifice go to waste. The Third Elder stood before the countless kneeling Mana clan members, looking at the tightly closed doors of the Elder Hall, and sighed softly. Just then, a sharp sound pierced through the atmosphere, echoing across the entire planet. Suddenly, both the Third Elder and the kneeling Mana clan members looked up in surprise. A gigantic spaceship was descending toward them. What's going on? The Third Elder furrowed his brow tightly. Only the Grand Elder among the Yadarat people could teleport instantly, but although the other 2 elders couldn't teleport, they could sense the aura of others. The Third Elder clearly felt that there were 4 powerful auras coming from the spaceship, along with one that was weak but strange. How could so many strong beings come to the planet Yadarat? The Third Elder's face turned pale with panic, for 4 of the 5 auras were stronger than his, and the Second Elder was asleep and could not be awakened. He was utterly unable to protect his clan. Damn it! Get ready to fight and retreat to the shelters. The Third Elder shouted loudly. The other Mana clan members, although unable to sense the auras, could clearly feel that the spaceship was not coming with good intentions. In an instant, a group of clan members frantically ran away. But it was already too late. A blue figure streaked across the sky, moving so fast that it shattered the Third Elder's worldview. How can it be so fast? The Third Elder stared in disbelief. The blue figure instantly blocked the path of the fleeing Mana clan members and then let out a loud roar. You think you can run? That's just too ridiculous. In front of me, the fastest in the universe, Bada, escaping is futile. You might as well go back obediently. After saying that, he roared again. Watch my universe's most rapid destructive attack. As soon as the words fell, Bada's figure shot down toward the ground like a meteor. In an instant, he landed among the crowd in front. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions, accompanied by flying debris, bright red blood, and severed limbs, made the Third Elder's eyes one burst. Come back. The heavy casualties among the clan members drove the Third Elder to despair, and he yelled loudly. Some Mana clan members ran in another direction, but it was too late again. A white-haired figure slowly appeared, raising a hand to unleash a massive energy wave. Yet another group of clan members perished. The Third Elder's eyes turned red with rage, wishing he could kill all these monsters slaughtering his clan. In the third direction, a muscular man with a pineapple head appeared. Watch my disappearing cannon. Raikum opened his mouth wide, and a massive beam of light appeared, looking incredibly terrifying. Boom! The beam swept across, instantly obliterating a group of Mana clan members. You bastards! The Third Elder could no longer hold back and charged toward these people. But at that moment, a cold voice sounded from behind him. Don't go over there. I have something to ask you. This voice made the Third Elder's body stiffen immediately. What a joke! How could someone sneak up on him without being detected? Slowly turning his head, he saw a light purple figure standing behind him, with 2 sharp horns looking menacing. Who are you? Why are you killing my clan members? The Third Elder shouted in grief and anger, demanding answers. I came here to find a murderer of my brother. It seems it is you, Jinyu said with a cold smile. Your brother? The Third Elder was first puzzled, then suddenly realized. The kid who died 3 days ago seemed to be the brother of this guy in front of him. He didn't expect him to come for revenge so quickly. If the First Elder were still around, even in his soul state, he could resist these people. But the First Elder had already disappeared, and the Second Elder was still asleep and could not be awakened. This meant that there was no one on the entire planet Adralat who could stop these killing demons. Is it really you? Jinyu smiled faintly and reached out a hand to strike the third elder's chest fiercely. The third elder couldn't react at all and was directly sent flying, as if all the ribs in his chest had shattered at that moment, blood flowing from his mouth as he fell weakly to the ground. How weak? Since it's you, then I haven't found the wrong person. All the people on your planet will be perfect company for my brother in the afterlife, Jinyu said coldly, then gave a signal to his four subordinates. Boom! Following Jinyu's command, the members of the Jinyu force excitedly began their slaughter. The third elder looked at his kin dying, his eyes bloodshot as if they would bleed. Yi-chun, come out quickly. I hope you haven't disappointed the first elder. Whether our mana tribe has a future depends on you. Now, the only savior is Yi-chun, who is about to emerge from his retreat. What are you still waiting for? Jinyu sneered at the third elder's still hopeful expression. No one can save you. Daring to kill my brother Jinyu is seeking death. But at that moment, a loud crash sounded from behind. Then, a heavy door slowly creaked open, the sound reaching everyone's ears. The dim eyes of the third elder suddenly flashed with brilliance as he excitedly looked towards the door of the elder hall. 3 elongated figures appeared behind the door. You really haven't disappointed the first elder. The third elder, spitting blood, looked forward with anticipation at the 3 emerging figures. Chapter 46. Leaving the time house, a primary school student opened Doyu and accidentally entered a live broadcast room called Crossing Dragon Ball. After entering, he found the host was not there and the screen was black. He pouted, intending to exit. However, when he saw the viewer count on the side of the screen, he froze. 400,000 people were watching. Are you sure you're not joking with me? The primary school student was confused. Are you all here discussing life while watching a black screen? The primary school student was puzzled for a long time, his hands trembling as he typed a line. Dear brothers and sisters, please don't trace my IP. I just accidentally entered your chat room. I recently saw the news and found that many rebel organizations communicate through live broadcast chat rooms. You have 400,000 people, so you must be a big organization. Please don't trace my IP. I didn't see anything. Can you let me go? The live room was silent for a moment. Then countless 666 and ellipses floated out. No wonder the ID name is primary school student. Such an active mind. Back in elementary school, my imagination was this big. I really envy it. Ding ding ding. Checking the water meter. Your package, what? It's not yours? I'm sure it's yours. Just open the door first. The primary school student was even more puzzled, seeing that these people seemed like ordinary netizens without any bottom line. Just then, the live screen lit up. Haha, everyone who hands an embark. On the screen appeared a handsome man. Beside him were 2 beautiful women. One looked around 18, and the other seemed to be 20, especially beautiful and with a fit figure, not a trace of excess fat. Are they sisters? The live room was also in a state of confusion. Who is this man who looks like an 18-year-old adult? Where's our host? Besides Leona, who is the other woman? Oh, what have you done to our host? Our cute host, you died so tragically. The host is missing. Was he killed by a hidden monster in the time house? I feel sorry for your low IQ. Can't you see that the host has grown up? Looking at the series of bullet comments, Yi-Chen smiled. Everyone, don't overthink. I am your Yi-Chen host. As for why I suddenly changed from a cute boy to an adult, it's because of the scion physique. Before the age of 16, I basically wouldn't grow, but during the days around my 16th birthday, I would rapidly grow into a young adult. I stayed in the time house for 30 years. I'm already quite old, okay? Growing up is completely normal. Yi-Chun explained, and only then did the live stream room quiet down. The 2 beautiful women beside Yi-Chun need no explanation. Leona still looks the same, but it seems her figure has become much fuller. On Yi-Chen's other side is an incredibly beautiful woman, even taller with light, beautiful eyes. This is the grown-up Aphia. Aphia has some resemblance to Leona on her cheeks, but she appears softer, like a girl next door. Leona, on the other hand, is the ice goddess. Both have their own styles. Although they seem to be less than 5 years apart in age, they are actually mother and daughter, which makes all the wolf friends howl. Yes, we have only been here for 3 days, but the host has been here for 30 years. In 30 years, what could have happened to the 3 of them? The host is a beast. In those 30 years, he must have done everything he should and shouldn't he have done. 22233. Envious of the host, truly envious. Host, please share the seeds, please share the resources. Ding ding, student card. A chorus of whales made several black lines appear on Yi-Chen's forehead. Although he has spent 30 years with these 2 beauties, those 30 years have been truly unbearable. Would you believe me if I told you I did nothing? Yi-Chen said to the live broadcast room in his heart. Come on, Would you believe me if I said I found a girl for a hotel room and just chatted all night? The host should use their brain when lying. If I went to a massage place and then claimed that I really had a foot massage, would you believe me? Why deceive, host? If I said I downloaded a whole night's worth of adult videos just to translate the English on the start screen, would you believe me? In conclusion, we don't believe it. Chen was really helpless. This group of netizens truly had no integrity. But he really didn't. However, there was no time to explain. Get in the car, quickly. No, that's the wrong line. There's no time to explain. It seems something has happened outside. With what Chen said, the topic was successfully shifted. Everyone looked in the direction Chen was pointing. What? It seemed that 5 foolish-looking monsters were standing right in front of them. What is happening? Who are you? Chen looked at the 5 guys and felt they looked somewhat familiar. The leader said with a smile, "It's time for our group's performance." The light purple guy at the front laughed and said loudly, "We are the legendary." As he spoke, the 5 of them immediately huddled together and struck a ridiculously funny pose. However, the 5 of them seemed completely unaware, thinking they looked impressive instead. This pose was truly beyond words. Chen frowned as he heard their next line after finishing their poses. Jinyu Force. Chapter 47. A Brain Explosion. Isn't this the comedic 5-man group from the comics? Every time I see their entrance show, I feel like I'm watching a Northeastern comedy skit. Comment from upstairs. 1. Why did the Jinyu Force come out? It's a bit strange. Yeah, the streamer just defeated Goku, and now Jinyu appears. That's way too fast in just 3 days. It's not scientific. The live stream was filled with voices of complaints. Chen was also a bit puzzled, but when he saw that more than half of the Mana tribe members in front of him were dead or injured, and the 3rd elder of the Mana tribe was lying on the ground, spitting blood, he suddenly recalled the deal made by the tribe's elder. Sigh. One can't bite the hand that feeds them. Chen, see kid softly. Kid, who are you? Jinyu said as he looked at Chen. Chen glanced at Jinyu. To be honest, this guy looks pretty cool when he's not striking silly poses. It doesn't matter who I am. It's you guys who beat up the Mana tribe members like this, right? Chen curled his lips. Of course. Do you have any objections? Like him said, while waving his strong arms. Chen smiled. Of course I have no objections. Upon hearing Chen's words, the entire room erupted in laughter, while the 3rd elder, who had initially looked hopeful, was suddenly filled with despair. However, Chen then slowly said, "Killing requires paying with one's life, and injuring someone means losing a hand. This is so clear. What objections could there be? Whoever has killed someone should commit suicide, and whoever has injured someone should take action themselves. Just make sure I don't have to intervene." As soon as Chen's words were spoken, expressions of astonishment appeared on Jinyu and the others' faces. With such confidence, could he be a powerful warrior? The white-haired, red-faced Jisoo quickly pinched the latest model of the detector next to his ear. On the detector, Chen's numbers continuously climbed. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Only 500? Jisoo shouted in confusion. This voice left everyone around them dumbfounded. How could this be possible? The audience in the live stream was even more shocked. It was impossible. When a host entered the time chamber, his battle power was already 8,000. How could it have dropped to 500 after 30 years of training? Could it be that the host had indulged excessively for 30 years, damaging his foundation? Sigh, that must be it. Host, although beautiful women are wonderful, the body is the foundation. My heart aches for the host, mesmerized by beauties. It's over. He will definitely be killed by Jinyu. I was looking forward to the increase in the host's battle power, but now I'm in despair. What? Only 500? When Rikomu heard this, he was first surprised, then looked at Chen with a sneer and said, "You dare to play tricks on your grandpa? You're truly seeking death. Watch me turn you into a meat patty with one punch." After saying that, he rushed towards Chen with a powerful punch. Chen watched this scene with a faint smile, but a flash of brilliance crossed his eyes. He pointed a finger and pressed it against Lycom's fist. Lycom's combat power had reached 70,000, making him the strongest in the Jinyu Force after Jinyu himself, especially in terms of physical strength. One could feel it just by looking at her robust muscles. Chen actually extended a finger to block it. "Are you sure you're not joking? Go to hell. You reckless kid," Lycom shouted, but soon, the crazed look on his face disappeared without a trace. Because when his fist made contact with Chen's finger, it was as if he had struck an indestructible diamond, unable to advance any further. How could this be? Lycom looked at the immovable finger in front of him in disbelief, murmuring, "That's because you're too weak," Chen said with a smile. Then, he clenched his fist and instantly charged towards Lycom's forehead. Lycom, who was not known for his speed, immediately closed his eyes, waiting for the impending massive attack. However, after a long while without any sensation, He opened his eyes in confusion. He saw Yi Chun still smiling in front of him, and, noticing that he had opened his eyes, said, "Don't worry, I won't hit you with my fist. That would be too cruel. Let's just talk about your brain's explosion. What? Is it really necessary to be so playful? This is a life and death battle, okay?" The third elder on the ground was in despair. Although Yi Chen's recently displayed strength couldn't compare to Lycom's combat power of 500, was it really appropriate to treat it so lightly? Lycom was momentarily stunned as he saw Yi Chen's middle finger suddenly flicking towards the center of his forehead. "Haha, you underestimated me. I will kill you." Lycom didn't take it seriously at all and raised his fist to strike at Yi Chen's chest. However, as he just lifted his fist, an overwhelming force struck his forehead instantly. A sharp pain, accompanied by immense strength, caused his massive body to lose balance and fly backward like a streak of light. How could this be? Lycom roared, but it was futile. His huge body crashed directly into the heavy doors of the Elder Hall, making a loud sound. As he fell to the ground, a large blood hole appeared in his forehead, weakly leaning against the door. Red and white liquid spilled out from the hole. Jinyu and the others were left dumbfounded. What has happened? Chapter 48. Unable to exchange, Lycom actually died at Yi Chen's hands right in front of the four of them. The most important thing was that Yi Chen had only used a finger. "What the hell, are you joking?" Instantly, the four members of the Jinyu force wore expressions of vigilance. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, there was a chorus of shouts. Wow, is the broadcaster's combat power really only 500? How could it suddenly explode? Yes, with Lycom's combat power over 70,000, the broadcaster killed him with just a finger. What kind of combat power is this? Broadcaster, please explain. Broadcaster, what is your combat power right now? The live broadcast room had gone wild. Everyone could see that Yi Chen must have hidden his combat power, but what exactly was Yi Chen's combat power now? Yi Chen looked at the excitement in the live broadcast room and smiled faintly without explaining. Jinyu was fully focused, watching Yi Chen with vigilance. Rikumu was ranked second in strength among the Jinyu force, yet he was no match for Yi Chen. How could that be? JIS, is your detector malfunctioning? Jinyu frowned and said. JIS, with a shocked expression on his face, stammered to Jinyu, "Boss, it seems that this guy's combat power can suddenly increase. Just now, when he was facing Rikumu, my detector's combat index suddenly skyrocketed to 150,000, and then it disappeared." "What, 150,000? Jinyu's face turned ugly. Meanwhile, Bart and Guldo showed expressions of shock. Their captain Jinyu's combat power was only 120,000. Yetching, this scion actually has a battle power of 150,000. That's impossible. How could you scions have a battle power of 150,000? That's impossible. Yes, scions are a warrior race of weaklings. The highest battle power is only around 10,000. How could someone as strong as you exist? The two questioned. Yi Chen Simidet. The two beautiful women beside Yi Chen also smiled. 150,000. Are you joking? However, Yi Chen had no intention of explaining further. 150,000. That's interesting. You are the strongest person I've seen aside from Frisia. The unpleasant expression on Jinyu's face instantly disappeared without a trace. Yi Chen squinted slightly. However, since your combat power is so strong, then I'll take care of your body. Kit shouted loudly, then yelled, "Exchange bodies." In an instant, a golden beam of light shot out and rushed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. In the live streaming room, everyone was in a panic. Host, quickly dodge. Keith is forcibly switching bodies. Yes, host, your battle power is only 30,000 higher than Keith's. You can't stop it all. It's over. The host can't dodge anymore. It's charging in. Everyone watched this scene unfold with wide eyes. Time seemed to fall into silence for a moment. The third elder's eyes were dim, having gone through numerous ups and downs, leaving him exhausted. The sudden burst of power from Yi Chen gave him a glimmer of hope. However, he found himself in a body swap. The third elder had felt the body-swapping talent of Jinyu and was unable to stop it. If Yi Chen hadn't thrown out a mouse at that moment, his body would have long been taken by Jinyu. But now, Yi Chen was helpless. After the light beam disappeared, everyone focused intently. Yi Chen stretched his body and then looked at Jinyu with a smile, saying, "It seems the body swap has failed." At these words, the entire crowd was stunned. "What do you mean, failed? How is that possible?" The livestream room was initially silent, then erupted into chaos. Jinyu had claimed that their battle powers were within a difference of 100,000, allowing him to swap bodies at will. Could it be that the streamer's battle power had surpassed Jinyu by 100,000? But why couldn't the detector pick it up? It was likely that the streamer had learned some method to hide his energy. A crowd of people speculated and debated the upcoming developments. Meanwhile, underground, Jinyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this fail? What is your battle power? Jinyu shouted furiously. Ye Chen simidet. Just go die. Why so much talk? Yi Chen's voice was still very faint, but his body appeared like a phantom, leaving countless afterimages in the air. Then he appeared next to Jinyu. With one punch, he struck directly at Jinyu's chest. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Chen's punch seemed to stir up an endless wind. The power was even harder to fathom. At least, fear once again appeared on Jisu's face. His combat power had actually reached 200,000 just now. However, it was already too late to say anything. Jinyu had been directly punched to pieces by Yi Chen, blood and flesh flying everywhere. They appeared around Yi Chen, dispersing the blood rain without touching his body. Leona furrowed her brow, her aura shifting, and the surrounding blood rain also dissipated. She then looked at Yi Chen with some dissatisfaction and said, "You don't need to fight. For a weakling like this, a single key blast would have been enough. Why make it so disgusting?" Yi Chen was speechless. Chapter 49. Time stopped. The live chat was already going crazy. Wow. Streamer, what is your combat power right now? Yeah, even the 120,000 combat power Jinyu can be defeated with one punch. Have you reached 200,000 combat power? It must be higher than 200,000. Don't forget, Jinyu can exchange bodies with someone who has 220,000 combat power. Streamer, please reveal it. I really want to know your combat power. Seeing that the live chat was curious about his combat power, Yi Chen smiled faintly. However, he still didn't explain. If you're not convinced, why don't you come and fight me? There are still 3 left. Yi Chen lowered his head to look at them, and Jis, Bat, and Jildo were shivering. Among them, Jildo, who had the weakest combat power, was the most affected. With a combat power of 17,000, he was nothing but trash in front of Yi Chen. The captain is dead. We need to find King Frisia. Jis said, try to remain calm. Jildo, wait a moment and use your talent to freeze time. We will take the opportunity to escape. Bat said to Jildo. Jildo also knew this was his only chance and nodded loudly, saying, okay. Yi Chen smiled and said, you 3, will you solve it yourselves or should I take action? Hearing Yi Chen's arrogant words, the 3 of them fell silent. Sir, we are Frisia's subordinates. You have already killed our captain, so why not let us go? This way, we won't tell Lord Frisia about you when we return. Jis brought up Frisia to threaten Yi Chen. Frisia, huh? Yi Chen fronit. Frisia was indeed very powerful. Although his combat power had skyrocketed, it still seemed to fall short compared to Frisia. Sai, do you take me for a fool? If you hadn't mentioned Frisia, I might have let you go, but since you brought up Frisia, in order to prevent you from snitching on him, I definitely have to kill the 3 of you to keep you quiet, right? Yi Chen said with a smile. However, in the eyes of the 3, Yi Chen simile konjalit endless killing intent. You will regret this. In front of King Frisia, you are nothing but a small fry. Just wait to die. Jis knew that Yi Chen wouldn't let him and the others go, and he shouted, Gildo, make your move. What are you waiting for? Gildo, as if waking from a dream, instantly extended his hands, held his breath, and shouted, time stop. In an instant, an invisible force emerged around them. This force was formless and multicolored, but carried the most distinct, terrifying power. In that moment, everyone's bodies were unable to move. Time stopped. Yi Chen frowned slightly, as there was indeed a force around him that prevented him from moving. However, Jilder, Jess, and the others immediately turned to run as soon as things became dire, wanting to rush to the spaceship to escape this terrifying planet and get away from the monstrous Yi Chen. The live chat was in an uproar. Jilder's skill is truly amazing. Even the streamer is immobilized. Yeah, it's really impressive, with a combat power of just over 10,000. It's already so terrifying. What a pity if Jilder's combat power weren't so low. He might have been a big boss. I feel for the streamer. These people are probably going to escape. Exactly. If Frisia finds out, he will definitely come and take out the streamer. I feel for the streamer. Not to mention Frisia's transformed state with a combat power of 120 million. The streamer probably doesn't even match Frisia's base form. Yeah, Frisia's base combat power has already reached 530,000. It's too terrifying. The live chat was filled with concern. If these people managed to escape, they would definitely find Frisia. And Frisia would surely bring his men to kill them. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly as he watched the 3 escapees, a cold smile forming in his heart. Is it really that easy to run away? As he spoke, the energy within Yi Chen's body surged wildly and aggressively. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000, 1 million. His battle power had actually reached a staggering 1 million. Under this terrifying aura, the surrounding oppressive force showed no signs of resistance and was directly shattered by Yi Chen. Everything around them instantly returned to normal. There's actually such a capability? Leona's expression darkened. She had been restrained by someone with only 17,000 battle power. Yi Chen looked at Leona and smiled lightly, saying, "Are you very angry? Then I'll go vent your anger." Seeing Yi Chen's carefree and smiling demeanor, Leona rolled her eyes at him. With her charming and enchanting gaze, Leona immediately captivated Yi Chen, leaving him spellbound. For Leona, 30 years had only increased her allure, making her even more enchanting. Anyway, whenever Leona rolled her eyes, Yi Chen couldn't handle it. "If we keep talking, they'll run away," Leona said. Yi Chen looked up and saw that it was indeed the case. The three of them were almost at the location of the spaceship. However, do they really think it's that easy to escape? Chapter 50. Frisia is coming? "You can't run away," Yi Chen shouted loudly. After speaking, he gently placed one hand on his forehead, with two fingers aligned against it. Seeing Yi Chen's posture, the elder of the Mana Tribe's eyes immediately lit up. Isn't this the signature skill of the Mana Tribe? The starting pose for instant teleportation? Yi Chen actually learned it? It's known that instant teleportation is extremely difficult. Among the three elders, only the Grand Elder and the Second Elder can use it, while I, as the Third Elder, cannot learn it all, which shows how challenging it is. I didn't expect Yi Chen to have mastered it. Meanwhile, the live stream was also in an uproar, with viewers exclaiming, "The streamer has actually learned the legendary instant teleportation. So envious. Streamer, can you feel the aura of our original world? Can you teleport back instantly?" I think the streamer's instant teleportation must have limitations. It can't be used to run all over the world. Of course there are limitations. Otherwise, wouldn't that make him invincible? After all, this is the real world. But the streamer is indeed impressive. In just 3 days, his combat power has soared to 1 million. Already capable of easily defeating Frisia in his normal state. I wonder if the streamer has comprehended Super Saiyan. If he could transform into Super Saiyan 1, he could directly go and beat Frisia now. "You idiots upstairs, can you speak with some sense? Super Saiyan isn't something that can be cultivated through hard work. It's all gained through battle." Seeing the various speculations from netizens, Yi Chen smiled faintly. However, just as her smile appeared on her face, her entire body turned into an illusion. Then, with a swish, she disappeared from everyone's sight. Meanwhile, Jis and the others were only a few thousand meters away from the spaceship, which was just a blink of an eye for their flying speed. We can escape back soon. When the time comes, we'll invite Frisia to come and surely be able to kill this Scion." Yes, Lord Frisia has always been curious about the legendary Super Saiyan and somewhat wary. This guy is probably the legendary Super Saiyan. After we go back, Lord Frisia will definitely reward us, Jis said loudly. Bart, flying at the front, had relaxed and turned back to speak to Jis. But suddenly, both Jis and Gildo displayed expressions of terror. "What is wrong with you?" Bart asked curiously, but soon reacted and looked ahead in shock. What he saw left Bart dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen had already appeared in front of Bart, and Bart was about to collide with Yi Chen. "How is that possible?" Bart shouted in fear, instantly stopping his body. Yi Chen stood there calmly, his hair moving without wind, the black hair hanging over his waist and hips, making him look even more carefree. "Why is it impossible?" Yi Chen raised his hand and gently asked. Gildo's face was filled with terror, but it was already too late. A massive energy wave shot out from Yi Chen's hand, roaring towards them. For them, even a casual energy wave from Yi Chen was an invincible force that they simply could not withstand. Boom! The entire planet of Audrat trembled under this terrifying energy wave. The planet was not large, only 1/10 the size of Mike Star, and its mass was similarly small. Bart reacted quickly. In a moment of peril, he sidestepped to avoid the direct impact of the energy wave. However, the energy wave struck the ground, unleashing an infinite shockwave that sent Bart flying. What terrifying power! Even the residual wave of the energy attack was enough to overwhelm Bart, who possessed a combat power of 68,000. Yi Chen Simidet, Gildo, and Jis had completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. They were instantly vaporized by the explosive energy wave. However, Bart surprised Yi Chen by managing to dodge. Seeing Bart standing there, still shaken, Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Your speed exceeded my expectations. It seems your racial talent is indeed speed." When Bart talked about his speed, he was incredibly proud. But thinking of Yi Chen's even more terrifying speed, his expression darkened. Because Bart knew that his speed could not compare to Yi Chen's. Yi Chen raised his head and looked at Bart. All right, it's time to pay for the lives of those Mana tribe members you killed. Bart, realizing he was undoubtedly facing death, suddenly burst into laughter. What's wrong? Have you gone mad just before dying? Yi Chen looked at him curiously. Bart shook his head and said, Jesus' detector has interstellar communication capabilities. With her death, the images from 3 minutes before Jesus' death will be transmitted as electromagnetic waves into the universe. As long as King Frisia is within 10 light years of here, he will receive this signal. So now, King Frisia already knows about your existence and will definitely come to kill you. Hearing this news, Yi Chen frowned but still raised his hand and said, Thank you for the information, goodbye. A key blast was unleashed once again. This time Bart did not dodge. Volume 2. The legendary Super Saiyan Dream of Eternal Pavilion 19400-320, Chapter 51. Exchange System activated. A well-known traveler single-handedly defeated a comedic team and achieved a great victory, earning over 10,000 a month. The streamer is amazing. The Jinyu force has been taken down just like that. It feels so dreamy. The streamer has been inside for 30 years, raising his battle power to 1 million. No, it should be said 3 days. As long as the streamer learns to transform into a Super Saiyan, he will be able to easily defeat Frisia. But right now, the streamer hasn't learned the Super Saiyan transformation yet, so I rewarded Teemo with a rocket to reach the king rank. I rewarded the Dragon Ball world with a rocket. Countless rewards flooded in, all affirming Yi Chen's growth and power. Yi Chen simulate faintly. Ding. Would you like to convert all the rewards into pretentious points? The system voice rang out. Yi Chen nodded immediately, of course. Otherwise, what would be the point of keeping it for having children? The transformation was completed, and the host's pretentious value broke through 1,000 points, reaching 1,100 points. The conditions for opening the exchange mall were met. The exchange mall is now open. Yi Chen was overjoyed to hear this. The exchange mall had finally opened. It was truly exhilarating. He opened the exchange mall. Yi Chen said directly. In an instant, a redemption interface appeared in front of Yi Chen. Skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, 100,000 show-off points. Opens all meridians, grants the power of the Dragon Elephant. 6 meridians Divine Sword, Mysterious Sword Energy, Immense Power, 100,000 show-off points. Rebellious 7 Demon Blade, 100,000 show-off points. Life-risking sword technique. Driven by life force, each strike stronger than the last. The 7th strike can unleash tremendous power. After using 7 blades, the host will die or break through the current realm. Dangerous. Use with caution. Yi Chen looked at the martial arts items with a mix of excitement and frustration. These were all incredible things, but he just didn't have the money. Forget it. Let's look at something else. He quickly skipped over the martial arts category and moved on to the bloodline and physical body category. The holy body, an unparalleled divine body with immense physical strength. Its power reaching the heavens upon completion. 10 million display points. The heavenly overlord body, the nemesis of the holy body, but slightly inferior, yet still immensely powerful. 8 million display points. The radiant divine body, a golden little sun floating above the head, exuding the strongest brilliance, and upon completion, the body becomes like the sun. 5 million display points. Wow, Yi Chen was extremely envious of these various divine bodies. Compared to these innate divine bodies, what bloodline exchanges were just weak, right? Next came the items, and there were many powerful things in the items category as well, but compared to divine bodies and martial arts, they just didn't seem as interesting. However, while the items were good, were these prices meant to scare me to death? Yi Chen was already too exhausted to complain. Can you show me the things I can exchange for right now? The system interface was quite user-friendly. As the screen changed, a few exchange options appeared. Dynamic Light Wave, a signature move from a strange anime that can release internal energy through a peculiar pose. With a shame level of 5 stars. Exchange price, 1,000 show-off points. Magical Sakura Tarot Cards. Automatically change clothes every time they are used. Exchange price, 1,000 show-off points. Damn it, what is this thing? Yi Chen was already too exhausted to complain. What is this thing? 1,000 show-off points can't be exchanged for anything. As expected, a poor guy only deserves to fail. Yi Chen closed the interface, feeling exhausted. Returning to the crowd, the members of the Mana tribe looked at Yi Chen as if he were a deity. Especially since Yi Chen had saved them from peril, they were immensely grateful. The third elder lay on the ground, severely injured, yet still shouted loudly, "Mr. Yi Chun, thank you for saving our mana tribe. We are truly grateful." Seeing the third elder of the mana tribe spitting blood and expressing his gratitude so loudly was a pitiful sight. Yi Chun thought for a moment and took out his last immortal bean, throwing it to the third elder of the mana tribe and urging her to eat it. The rest had all been used during training. The third elder, who was originally covered in wounds, instantly felt revitalized after consuming the immortal bean, with all her injuries healed. She stood up in disbelief, looking at her restored body, and exclaimed excitedly, "This is truly amazing. It's even more powerful than our most advanced technological medical liquids, with better effects." Yi Chen similed faintly. However, thinking of Bart's last words, Yi Chen's expression became somewhat grim as he said, "Although I helped you solve the trouble with the Jinyu Force, there may be a very powerful enemy coming next. I'm not a match for this enemy." Yi Chen's words instantly deflated the excitement of the third elder. Indeed, even the members of the Mana tribe had heard of Frisia's infamous reputation, extremely cruel, with countless powerful subordinates who slaughtered planets and sold them to interstellar merchants. On the planets that were sold, there was never a blade of grass left. The most terrifying aspect was Frisia's hidden combat power. Ordinary strong warriors could only kneel before him. However, the third elder looked at Yi Chun and asked, "Your combat power has already reached 1 million. You should be stronger than Frisia, right?" The third elder's words made Yi Chun smile bitterly. 1 million might be enough to easily defeat Frisia in his normal state. But once Frisia transformed, he would only be the one getting beaten. However, at that moment, Yi Chun suddenly remembered the item he received from his last mission, which contained a clue about super psiots. This thing seemed to have some mysterious significance. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have rewarded him with it. But what use did it have? While thinking, Yi Chun took out a detector from his storage space. The detector looked extremely worn out, and even after pressing the switch, there was no response. It was clearly broken. Could it be that it needed to be repaired before he could obtain a clue? Yi Chun frowned, recalling the strong technological research and development capabilities of the Mana tribe, and carefully handed the detector in his hand to the third elder of the Mana tribe. "What is this?" The third elder frowned, staring at the detector in his hand. "Can you fix this thing?" Yi Chun asked directly. The third elder was very displeased with this question. "By asking this question, are you not belittling the science and technology of our Mana tribe? A small detector. What is there that can't be repaired? However, this detector seems to be an old model with incomplete functions. I might as well just give you a new one." After saying this, the third elder of the Mana tribe handed Yi Chun a new type of detector. Meanwhile, with the other hand, he was about to throw the broken detector that Yi Chun had been given away. Yi Chun instantly exploded with anger. "Damn it. The system told me this is the only clue. If you dare to throw away my detector, I swear I'll blow up your Adralat planet. Do you believe me?" Yi Chun shouted. The third elder's face turned awkward, not knowing why Yi Chun was so concerned about this item, but he still handed it to the researchers. The researchers picked it up, looked at it, and frowned as they said, "Third elder, this thing seems a bit complicated." The third elder was stunned upon hearing this. It was just a garbage detector. How could it be complicated? Yi Chun thought to himself that this is normal. Such an important task clue, related to the clues of the powerful race of the disappeared psiots. If it were an ordinary detector, do you think I would believe it? How long will it take to fix? Yi Chun asked directly. As soon as the question was asked, the researchers proudly replied, "Although it's not simple. Compared to the technology of our planet Adrat, it's still lacking a lot. It will only take 3 hours." "Great, go ahead and do it." Yi Chun nodded. The researchers walked into the room with the detector. The third elder looked at Yi Chun with a worried expression and asked, "Frisia's fighting power is only around 530,000. We have seen him once, and that's what the detector showed." Yi Chun smiled upon hearing this. The most useless thing in the Dragon Ball world is the scouter. Power levels fluctuate so much that you can't trust them at all. And do you know that Frisia can transform? That useless kit's transformation increased his power level by over 2,000. If Frisia is so powerful, how much would he increase? Yi Chun said. The third elder didn't understand why Yi Chun knew so much detail, but still said, "Even if you improve further, it can't compare to your 1 million combat power, right?" Yi Chun laughed when he heard this. When others transformed, they crushed him, okay? It was truly heartbreaking to say this. In fact, during the first 10 years after entering, Yi Chun's cultivation skyrocketed, and in just 10 years, his combat power reached 1 million. However, in the following 20 years, no matter how hard he practiced, his combat power barely increased at all. At first, Yi Chun didn't notice, but later he found something strange and asked the system if there was something wrong with his body. The system then gave Yi Chun an answer that made him want to destroy it, because your pretentious value hasn't reached 1,000 points to unlock the exchange system. Your combat power is capped at 1 million, and no matter how much you cultivate, it won't increase. If it weren't for the fact that Leona and Aphia didn't want to miss the opportunity to cultivate inside, Yi Chun would have left long ago. However, there were benefits to staying. Although nothing exciting happened inside, Aphia had already expressed her desires for him. If it weren't for the lack of rooms in the mental cabin and Leona being by his side, Yi Chun and Aphia probably would have had a child by now. This was undoubtedly a regret for Yi Chun. But for Leona, the mental cabin was truly a paradise. Anyway, when Yi Chun entered, he had just managed to turn the tables and sing a song as a former serf, finally surpassing Leona in combat power. But after coming out, he was no longer her match. Without the system's restrictions, Leona clearly benefited the most. Her combat power skyrocketed from 9,000 to 2 million. 2 million. That was double Yi Chun's. Yi Chun originally thought he would be able to easily defeat Leona in the future, but he didn't expect the gap between them to widen even further. The same goes for Aphia, whose battle power is also fluctuating around 2 million. It turns out Yi Chun is the weakest, which he simply cannot accept. After coming out, Yi Chun was very anxious. He had to find a way to transform into a super scion. Otherwise, being constantly overshadowed by the girls would be too embarrassing. Chapter 53. Warriors and Civilians. The third elder was very worried because Frisia was very powerful. Leona looked at Yi Chun with some uncertainty and said, "Your battle power is only 1 million, so of course you're no match for Frisia. However, my battle power has already reached 2 million. Leona, having gained such strong power for the first time, felt a bit inflated and believed she could easily defeat Frisia. Yi Chun shook his head lightly. Fully powered Frisia has a combat power of 120 million. Are you sure you're a match for him? What? Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Leona was shocked. 120 million, that level of combat power. How is that possible? There aren't even enough detectors to measure it anymore. Yi Chun smiled. It's just that scary. Otherwise, if your 2 million combat power could solve Frisia, why would you still have a headache? For a moment, the atmosphere on the planet Yadalat was gloomy. But at that moment, the researchers came out. Has it been fixed already? Yi Chun saw the researchers and said with surprise. Leona and Aphia were both curious. And Aphia even ran to Yi Chun's side and asked, "Brother Yi Chun, why do you care so much about a broken detector? Is there something going on?" Yi Chun had no intention of hiding this matter and said with a smile, "This detector contains the secrets of the Scions." What? The secrets of the Scions? Aphia looked at Yi Chun with some curiosity, and Leona did the same. Yi Chun looked at the two of them and voiced his confusion. Don't you find it strange? The reputation of the Scion warrior race has spread throughout the universe, but among the Scions, the strongest only has a combat power of about 20,000. Of course, we don't count in this number now. Just take a look. After hearing Yi Chun's words, the two thought carefully, and it indeed seemed that way. A combat power of 20,000 is not low, but compared to the powerful beings in the entire universe, it's still quite weak. Not to mention anything else. Just that Jinyu has already reached a combat power of 120,000. He alone can sweep across the entire Vegeta planet. If the Scions are so weak, how can their reputation as a warrior race spread throughout the universe? The reason must be that a long time ago, the Scions were incredibly strong. Strong enough to instill fear in all the races of the universe. However, those powerful Scions mysteriously disappeared, leaving only our line of Scions. Where did those powerful Scions go? Do you know? After hearing Yi Chun's words, the two also fell into confusion. It must be said that Yi Chun made a very valid point. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast room, a group of people were also expressing their admiration. The host hasn't wasted 30 years. At least this reasoning skill has reached full marks. I'm still hung up on this, host. You spent 30 years with 2 girls, and you're still a virgin? Yeah, I'm curious too. Host, you're too cowardly. You're embarrassing us Earthlings. I feel for our host. 30 years of incredible speed. Yi Chun had already ignored the comments in the live broadcast room. He had no interest in them at all. A researcher stood in front of Yi Chun and handed him a battered detector, saying, "Mr. Yi Chun, I've repaired your detector. Seeing that you were anxious for it, I didn't remake the exterior. However, it seems to be locked, and I can't open it. Can you see if there are any special restrictions?" Yi Chun curiously took the detector, put it on his ear, then stared at the tattered lens and pressed the switch. Beep activated. The owner's bloodline was detected, which contained ordinary Scion blood, and the program was automatically activated. Yi Chun felt a bit annoyed upon hearing about the ordinary Scion bloodline. His bloodline level had already been upgraded to high rank, okay? Immediately afterward, A flash of light flickered. Then, a scene appeared on the mirror before Yi-Chun. We have failed. The first sentence left Yi-Chun in shock. A tattered Super Saiyan, covered in wounds, appeared on the mirror. Yes, it was a Super Saiyan with light blue pupils, golden hair and eyebrows, radiating golden energy enveloping his whole body. The warriors of the Saiyan race would all die here, leaving behind only civilians, among whom the chance of being born with Super Saiyan bloodline was less than 1 in 10,000. Our Saiyan race is truly on the verge of decline. On this detector, I leave my last message. On the Chakra planet, at the location of my final battle, I left a drop of blood. Please come, merge with this drop of blood, and save the Saiyan race in the distant future. Saiyans, the strongest fighting race, must not disappear from this universe because of us. The reputation of the Saiyans must not be severed here. Otherwise, we will be the sinners of the entire race. Please come here, to the Chakra planet, where I left that drop of blood symbolizing hope. Yi-Chun listened thoughtfully, but the figure on the detector suddenly looked up at the sky mid-sentence. They're coming again. It seems I'm going to die as well. You must calm my descendants. He let out a loud roar, and the golden aura around him surged violently, his muscles fiercely expanding at that moment. You dragons. The scene then vanished without a trace. Yi-Chun was extremely surprised. From the words of the other party, Yi-Chun realized that the Saiyan race was originally divided into civilians and warriors. All the warriors had died in battle, and what remained were civilians with average training talent. This completely overturned Yi-Chun's worldview. How could this be possible? Although the current Saiyans were not particularly powerful, they were not weak either. However, if they were merely civilians among the Saiyans, then what level of strength did the Saiyan warriors possess? Could they all transform into Super Saiyans? If an entire race was like this, the terror of the Saiyans was unimaginable. But was it really like that? What kind of terrifying enemies could such a formidable race have encountered that all their warriors were killed, leaving only Saiyan civilians? Everything was shrouded in mystery before Yi-Chun. It was only at this moment that Yi-Chun realized that the world of Dragon Ball must be hiding something he did not know. Chapter 54. Journey to Chakra Planet. The system's intervention was indeed extraordinary, although the repair detector did not provide Yi-Chun with much more information. Just the information about Super Saiyans was enough. That drop of blood was something Yi-Chun was determined to obtain. Beep. According to the host's thoughts, the main storyline mission has been triggered. The mystery of the Saiyans' disappearance. Once the host investigates the true circumstances of the Saiyans' disappearance, rewards will be granted. Rewards, 100. 000 show-off points. 1 random skill draw. Yi-Chun lowered his head to take a look and casually nodded. However, this was not over yet, and another beep sounded. Beep. The host triggered a task. Find Saiyan blood. Success reward. 10,000 show-off points. Failure penalty, none. Yi-Chun tilted his head. This task was simply nonsense. He was already planning to go to the Chakra planet to find Saiyan blood. However, Frisia could arrive at any moment, and if he left, it would clearly lead to the destruction of the Adrat star. What to do? Swish. The countdown for Frisia's arrival, 1 month. Suddenly, a countdown option appeared in Yi-Chun's mind. The system was quite considerate in this regard. Not bad. Yi-Chun nodded in appreciation of the system. Do you have the star map coordinates of the Chakra planet? Yi-Chun looked at the third elder and Leona and asked. Leona frowned upon hearing this and pressed her ear-mounted detector a few times. I don't have the coordinates for this planet. Hearing this, Yi-Chun felt somewhat disappointed. He looked at the third elder, only to find that the third elder's expression was a bit strange. What's wrong? Yi-Chun asked curiously. Meda Yi-Chun. Are you talking about the Chakra planet? The third elder frowned and asked. Yi-Chun nodded, and the third elder sighed and said, That is an ominous planet. I advise you not to go there. Why? With this remark, Yi-Chun became even more puzzled. Sigh. Our Yadarat planet collected resources and once sent a team to investigate a planet not too far from us, where we detected a large amount of resources. So we sent more than 100 people there, including the previous third elder, whose combat power had reached 100,000. However, the entire team was wiped out as soon as they arrived, and only a signal was transmitted back to our planet. It warned us that the planet was filled with strange phenomena, and that we should never set foot on it. As the third elder spoke, it seemed he was still haunted by the memory. Yi-Chun frowned and said, Is that all the information? Is there nothing else? Yes. The last sentence of the Grand Elder was that there are 2 monsters from the last epoch on this star, monsters with hair in gold and green colors. Yi-Chun trembled upon hearing this. The ghost with golden hair, could it be the Super Saiyan who died back then? Yi-Chun became increasingly curious. Could it be that the Super Saiyan who died back then has transformed into a ghost? This is quite surprising. However, no matter what, Chen had to go take a look. But thinking about the possibility of encountering danger, Chen said to Leona and Aphia, I want to go to that planet and take a look. You two wait for me here. If I don't return after 29 days, you must leave immediately and never stay any longer, understood? Chen's words made Leona frown. Why do you want to go to that planet? Why can't you take us along? That planet is a bit strange. I should go by myself. After all, it's the last place where the Super Saiyan fought. It's not surprising if something weird appears there. As for you, stay here. Frieza will arrive in 30 days. If I haven't returned in 29 days, you should take the Mana tribe and escape. Chen's words made Leona somewhat unhappy. I am your bodyguard. How can I let you face danger alone? Yes, brother Chen, Aphia will protect you too. Both beauties were unwilling to leave Chen. Leona felt the same way, but her stubborn personality made it a matter of responsibility to voice her thoughts. No need to say more. You two stay here. I have a feeling that the chakra planet is definitely not simple, so you should stay here. After saying that, Chen turned to the third elder and said, prepare a spaceship for me, the fastest one, and give me the coordinates of the chakra planet. The third elder nodded in response, without any hesitation. Chen really had no choice but to agree with the elder. Otherwise, in a dangerous situation, he would definitely turn around and leave, not caring at all about the fate of the Mana tribe. Remember this. If I don't return in 29 days, you must run immediately, Chen said firmly. He then stepped into the small spaceship. This was a new type of spaceship from the Mana tribe, which was extremely fast, taking only 10 days to reach the chakra planet. Aphia looked reluctant, but seeing Chen's resolute expression, she knew there was no way to persuade him to take her along, until Chen's spaceship ascended, broke through the atmosphere, and disappeared into the universe like a point of starlight. Everyone finally withdrew their gaze. I hope he can return safely. The hope of the Mana tribe relies on you, the third elder thought silently. Chapter 55. Changed history in the distant starry sky. A signal suddenly passed by Frieza's ear. Soon after, an impact appeared on his detector. The video of Chen, who had a combat power of 1 million, slaughtering his subordinates, the Ginyu Force, made Frieza's eyes twitch slightly. When he saw the golden tail wrapped around Chen's waist, a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. A scion with a combat power of 1 million? How strange. The killing intent dissipated instantly, and Frieza chuckled softly. Thousands of spaceships formed a large fleet, heading towards planet Vegeta. Frieza was originally worried about the scions, planning to exterminate all of them and destroy planet Vegeta. However, he abandoned this plan now. A scion with a combat power of 1 million. This should be the legendary Super Saiyan. Although it was somewhat different from the yellow hair left by the ancestors' legends, it also convinced Frieza that it was Chen, a Super Saiyan that appears once in 1,000 years, with only a combat power of 1 million. How interesting. Frieza chuckled softly. On planet Vegeta, everyone watched as thousands of warriors appeared from the countless spaceships in the sky, like dumplings. Most of these warriors had combat powers of 6 or 7,000, far exceeding the lower-class warriors of a Scion race. There were quite a few with combat powers exceeding 10,000, causing King Vegeta's expression to twitch. Frieza's army was truly terrifying. Mr. King Vegeta, are you not planning to come meet me? Frieza said, sitting in a chair suspended in the void, elegantly like a noble, looking down at King Vegeta on the ground, inviting him. This invitation made King Vegeta's expression somewhat unpleasant. The proud King Vegeta was unwilling to become someone else's vassal. But looking at the current situation, the gap in strength was too great. Sigh. King Vegeta struggled for a long time, and in the end, he flew to the diminutive Frieza, lowering his noble head. Finally, he submitted. King Vegeta, what do you think of the legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza swirled the wine in his glass, the bright red liquid spinning continuously. The legendary Super Saiyan? Nonsense. King Vegeta said without hesitation upon hearing this. Is that so? Then do you think a Scion's combat power could reach 1 million? Frieza said with a light smile. What? 1 million? How is that possible? King Vegeta was taken aback. As the strongest of the Scion race, his combat power was only 10,000. How could there be a Scion with 1 million combat power? Seeing the disbelief on King Vegeta's face was not feigned, Frieza chuckled and threw out his detector. King Vegeta brought it to his eyes, and his heart stirred. In the video, a familiar Scion was battling the Ginyu Force. King Vegeta was naturally aware of this elite team under Frieza, with each member having a combat power higher than his own. But those 5 powerful warriors were actually killed by that young scion. Especially when a detector displayed a combat power of 1 million. King Vegeta was even more shocked. How is this possible? Who is he? King Vegeta truly could not remember who this scion was. But when the video shifted and revealed a beautiful female scion, King Vegeta's body stiffened. It was Leona. Leona had left planet Vegeta with her daughter and Raditz. So the young scion next to Leona was actually that guy Raditz. How could this be possible? Half a month ago, King Vegeta was certain that Chen's combat power was only 500, and now it had reached 1 million. This was simply ridiculous. Watching King Vegeta's expression change constantly, Frieza speculated that King Vegeta must know Chen. But it didn't matter. A combat power of 1 million could be easily killed. A cold smile appeared on Frieza's face. This should be your legendary Super Saiyan, right? Frieza asked. King Vegeta's heart trembled as he thought of the terrifying Broly, who had a combat power of 10,000 at birth. That terrifying guy, and now Raditz's combat power had actually reached 1 million. It was simply shocking. I don't know, but the legendary Super Saiyan should have golden hair. King Vegeta said in a low voice. Go and see for yourself. You all should go see your legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza laughed heartily and flew back into a spaceship while sitting in a chair. King Vegeta's expression was somewhat unsightly, but he also nodded, signaling his subordinates to launch one spaceship after another, blending into Frieza's fleet. Chen did not intend to change history, but history still changed because of the butterfly effect. The planet Vegeta, which was supposed to be destroyed today, was spared due to Chen's overwhelming battle power, attracting Frieza's interest. If Chen knew this, he would definitely feel that fate was playing tricks on him. However, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza finally set off towards the planet Yardrat. Chen, where is he now? Chapter 56, The Strange Corpse. In just over 10 days, Chen's spaceship hovered outside the atmosphere of a yellow-brown planet. Standing on the spaceship, Chen looked down at the planet through the glass, his expression somewhat grim. This planet seemed like a dead star, devoid of any signs of life, and there was no vegetation. In the barren expanse, a huge black altar stood out conspicuously. What is that? Although it felt a bit strange, he couldn't back down at this critical moment. Boom! Chen landed on the plane. Stepping out of the spaceship, the dry air and wild winds stirred up dust all around. Chen expelled a surge of energy, directly resisting the fierce wind and sand as he flew towards the altar. This planet wasn't large. In just half an hour, Chen arrived in front of the altar. What he saw made Chen's eyes widen. On the black circular altar, which covered several hundred square meters, 2 figures were intertwined in the center. How could this be possible? Chen frowned, clearly not sensing any life force. So how could such a strange scene suddenly appear? Cautiously, he stepped forward and onto the altar engraved with fantastical patterns, arriving at the center of the altar. In his view, a Super Saiyan and a bizarre monster were intertwined. If they were alive, it would definitely startle Chen. However, both were already dead. The Super Saiyan's palm was inserted into the monster's mouth, holding a red heart. Meanwhile, the monster's claws were also embedded in the Super Saiyan's mouth. The two had fought to the death. Chen looked around, his face showing an even more obvious expression of shock. This was clearly a corpse that had been dead for a long time, yet it still exuded a powerful aura. As he got closer, he could feel the immense force flowing through their bodies, as if it were a tidal wave. How could this be possible? Chen frowned. What was the situation? Chen looked around. Apart from this altar and the 2 corpses on it, there was nothing strange left on the entire planet. Moreover, the face of the dead scion was indeed the same as the one in the video, confirming that he had died here. But what about the blood essence he mentioned? After searching for a long time, he believed that the key must lie in this altar and the 2 corpses. Sigh. Although I'm a traveler, my current body is still that of a scion. I don't know if your scion race has any customs regarding burial, but I'll just do it my way. Chen lowered his head and said. Then, Chen asked the live stream room. Everyone, you are knowledgeable. Does anyone recognize this monster? I don't think I've ever seen it in the Dragon Ball manga. Upon hearing Chen's words, the audience, who were originally shocked by this scene, began to flood the screen with comments. Host, I haven't seen it either, but looking at this dead Super Saiyan, I feel like his power must be stronger than Frieza's. After all, look at his muscles. They have swollen to the second state of Super Saiyan 1. The muscle inflation and power increase should be much greater than Frieza. Yet he still died here. Here is the explanation of the 3 forms of Super Saiyan 1. The first form is when Goku first transforms into a Super Saiyan, 100 times. The second form is the muscle inflation state created by Vegeta and his son Trunks. But it still couldn't defeat Cell due to insufficient speed 120 times. The third form is when Goku and his son convert the Super Saiyan state back to a normal state, where various states have reached the lowest level, but the combat power skyrockets 150 times. However, that muscle state is incorrect. It has been proven to be wrong. Did the previous Super Saiyans make such a low-level mistake? There is no right or wrong in the pursuit of strength. Sai, host, hurry up and find some essence blood. Quickly transform into a Super Saiyan and take down Frieza. These monsters are completely not worth worrying about. Chen also felt that these guys could not provide him with any hints, so he planned to bury the Saiyan and then search for the essence of blood. However, as soon as Chen's palm touched the body of the deceased Super Saiyan, he trembled all over. What was happening? In an instant, Chen felt a force pulling him from that body, directly drawing his soul into it. Chen felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and lost all sense of feeling. In the outside world, the viewers in the live stream were startled to see Chen's body collapse to the ground. What happened to the streamer? Why did he suddenly faint? Could this actually be a conspiracy and there wasn't any blood essence at all? It felt somewhat confusing. Streamer, please wake up. What's wrong with you? The live stream chat was in an uproar, while the unconscious Chen slowly began to awaken. Or rather, it shouldn't be called the unconscious Chen, but rather Chen's soul had regained consciousness. When he clearly saw the surroundings, his pupils dilated. In a pitch-black void, two immensely powerful auras were clashing. Chapter 57, The Terrifying Saiyan Warrior. Chen was shocked, his mouth agape, because in front of him, a Super Saiyan was battling a monster. But that wasn't the most shocking thing for Chen. The most astonishing part was that this Super Saiyan and the monster looked exactly like the two corpses he had just seen. How could this be possible? Boom! The fierce aura emanating from the Super Saiyan seemed powerful enough to obliterate everyone, with every move displaying an overwhelming might. The monster was not to be underestimated either, with a light gray body stretching several dozen meters. Its sharp claws and thick tail were intimidating, and the most bizarre aspect was its head, which was covered in menacing fangs. The terrifying face bore some resemblance to the summoned dragon Chen had seen in his comics. Chen felt that his worldview had been completely overturned. The two were fighting fiercely in the terrifying battle. Even the waves of energy that were merely dissipating made Chen feel extremely unable to accept it. Such terrifying power was simply impossible to withstand. Fright, it's been millions of years. Although our bodies have long since died, our souls are still trapped within our flesh. After fighting for so long, aren't you tired? The monster and the Super Saiyan separated their bodies, and the monster surprisingly spoke human words, which startled Chen. The Saiyan also stopped and glanced at the monster, said, "You Dragon Clan designed to trap and kill the strongest of our Saiyan race to win the fourth era. That era was originally meant to belong to us Saiyans." The Super Saiyan shouted in anger, "To the victor belong the spoils. Since the day your three ancestors died, your Saiyan race has been in decline. It's just that you proud Saiyans refuse to admit it." The monster sneered coldly, disdainfully curling its lips. After saying this, the monster's eyes turned to Chen, and a gleam passed through them. "Is that a Saiyan?" The monster said with some surprise. The Saiyan named Fright was taken aback and looked at Chen. Upon seeing Chen's golden tail, he nodded. "Indeed, we are Saiyans." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared right next to Chen. This action startled Chen and further shocked him about the opponent's strength. Chen clearly felt that the other party did not use skills like instant transmission, but flew directly over. This meant that the opponent's speed had already reached such a terrifying level. The fourth era should have passed. We are now in the fifth era. How is the current situation of the Saiyans? And why are you so weak? Fright frowned and said. Hearing this, Chen's heart was immediately filled with a surge of 1,000 galloping grass mud horses. Am I weak? Before I crossed over, the strongest of the Saiyan clan only had a battle power of around 10,000. I already have a battle power of 1 million, and you still say I'm weak. Sai, being of common bloodline, is like this. Reaching a battle power of 1 million is already quite good. Fright suddenly thought of something and sighed softly. You came for that drop of essence blood, right? I waited for you for millions of years, and you finally came. Fright suddenly looked at Chen and said with a smile. Chen felt powerless to complain. Are you feeling both lost and amused? Have you gone a bit crazy over the years? Where am I right now? Chen's first question was this. You are now in the soul space between me and this monster. We died together in the final battle, and, as a result of a twist of fate, our soul spaces fused together. Our souls are entwined and fighting here, both wanting to eliminate the other, but later we discovered that to some extent, we have already merged into one. No matter whose soul disappears, the other will also die. So for all these years, I have not killed him, but instead left him with one life. Fret said. However, his words made the monster quite displeased. Humph, boasting without fearing to slip your tongue. Fright smiled lightly at this and did not argue. I never expected that I would really wait for a scion. Do you know the difference between scion warriors and civilians? Fright asked. Chen shook his head upon hearing Fret's question. That is the true warrior of the scions, born with immense power. A power level of 1 million is considered a high-level warrior, 500,000 is a mid-level warrior, and 10,000 is a low-level warrior. As for civilians, their combat power usually peaks at around 10,000 to over 1 million. After hearing this, Chen felt as if his heart had been completely crushed. So according to what you said, my current combat power is just barely better than that of a so-called advanced warrior in a baby state? That's just too powerful, isn't it? Chen was shocked, but Fret's words were not finished. Moreover, a true scion warrior, even without training, will experience a dramatic increase in combat power over time. And this is the reason why the scions once dominated the universe. Chen immediately thought of Broly upon hearing this. Broly's battle power reached 10,000 at birth, and it continuously increased, which means he is the legendary scion warrior. This is a phenomenon of reversion, meaning that even the parents of ordinary scions could give birth to a scion warrior, though the probability is quite low. Chapter 58, Scion Blood. Chen seeked accidentally, realizing that his original bloodline was merely that of a commoner. It's truly heartbreaking. Chen lowered his head and sighed, looking at Fret and said, "Where is the essence blood?" Chen was very busy. Frisia was about to arrive at the planet Yaret, and if he couldn't get back in time, something unexpected would definitely happen. So, there was no time to understand these things. Seeing Chen's anxious expression, Fret laughed heartily. Indeed, even as a civilian, you still have a strong heart. Our scion race will not easily disappear from the universe. That drop of blood, you will get it soon. Just eat it directly when the time comes. Fret smiled faintly, then his body suddenly surged. Let me show you the true legendary Super Scion. This way, you won't be able to control this power later. After saying that, a surge of golden energy exploded, and his already muscular body became even more robust. His white eyes disappeared, and his golden hair strangely revealed a hint of grass green. The most terrifying thing was that his body was surrounded by arcs of electricity. This was the lightning produced by the collision of the overflowing energy. Seeing this scene, a look of realization crossed Chen's eyes. Super Scion 2. So that's how it is. Broly is the true Super Scion. In this state, Fret's combat power was several hundred times stronger than that of the previous Super Scion. Seeing this, the monster's face revealed a fierce expression. You've been hiding your strength all these years. The monster shouted in terror. Fret smiled indifferently. Yes, all these years. If it weren't for waiting for the scions to arrive, I would have killed you long ago. It's a pity that if I had comprehended this state while I was alive, perhaps the entire battle would have been different. It's too late, haha. In the battle back then, you lost. The monster laughed maniacally. Chen frowned and looked at the system, asking, can it measure combat power? Fret, combat power, 1000. 000. Chen looked at the long string of zeros in front of him, feeling a bit dizzy. Units of 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, trillion, quadrillion. How is this possible? Chen shouted in horror. Super Scion 2, even a legendary Super Scion state, shouldn't be able to reach such terrifying combat power. System, let me give you a free lesson on common knowledge. The Super Scion state does not have a fixed combat power, but rather increases your own strength by a multiple. When your strength is infinitely high, your combat power will also be infinitely high. Even in his normal state, Fret's combat power can easily overpower you in your current Super Scion 100 state, of course. If there is such a thing as Super Scion 100, the system's words plunged Chen into deep thought. Is it really like this? The Super Scion state is just an enhancement. When one is strong enough, even in a normal state, they can easily defeat other Super Scion 3 or 4. So that's how it is. Chen looked ahead, his heart understanding the situation. Indeed, one must be strong to survive. At this moment, the battle was nearing its end. To my enemy, these years have not been lonely with your company as I waited for a successor. To repay you, I will kill you. Fret stepped on the monster, preventing it from moving even an inch, and slowly extended a hand. You are indeed powerful, but you failed in the 4th era. Now is the 5th era, and you scions have no chance left. The monster, unafraid of death, shouted back. Freet smiled faintly. Who can see the future? Those so-called gods? I've already slaughtered quite a few of the lowest level destroyers. As for the higher gods, they hide too deeply and are too afraid of death. Otherwise, my scion clan would have long since wiped out those who cling to life, and they would not have been given the opportunity to watch from the sidelines. Freet said somewhat despondently. However, the implication in his words sent chills down Yi Chen's spine. Slaughtering so many destroyers? This is simply a joke. Yi Chen was dumbfounded for good reason. The destroyer was a level of existence that was self-evident. However, in Fret's words, the so-called destroyer was nothing more than a mere chicken or dog, which was somewhat excessive. Fret said softly. A not very bright wave of energy emerged from his outstretched right hand. However, the surrounding void began to shatter strangely due to the appearance of this energy wave. Yi Chen looked at the pulsating force, his heart trembling. How terrifying this power is. Whoosh! The monster's soul dissipated the moment it touched the wave of energy. As the monster's soul vanished, the entire space became unstable. Fret's smile flickered amidst the fragments of the void. I'm going to die. The future of the Scions is entrusted to you. Our clan has too many enemies. We failed in the 4th era, and the 3 ancestors have died. In the 5th era, without the protection of the ancestors, can you ignite the holy fire of our Scion clan and make the entire universe tremble under the name of the Scions? Remember, you are a Scion warrior. Make a mark on this world. The voice echoed softly, and before long, Yi Chen had already left that space. The 2 corpses in front of him slowly began to dissipate, starting from the feet, up the legs, and towards the abdomen. Bit by bit, they vanished into thin air. This is that drop of essence blood. Please use it wisely. Fret's body moved, and a drop of golden blood automatically floated from his brow, flying towards Yi Chen. Goodbye. Finally, the smoke cleared, and only a drop of golden blood remained in this place. P.S. Flowers and rewards are appreciated. Recently, it feels like playing a single-player game, and my heart is so tired. Chapter 59, Power Surge. Yi Chen looked at the drop of blood in front of him, silently pondering. He was just a traveler from another world, with no grand ambitions. He just wanted to eat well, drink well, and have fun. Who cared about the glory of your Scion race? But Yi Chen thought of the hope hidden in Fret's calm gaze at the end. Fret believed that seeing Yi Chen was seeing hope, but in reality he truly sighed. Yi Chen sighed, reaching out to catch that drop of blood. The moment the blood touched Yi Chen's fingertip, he felt as if struck by lightning. What a terrifying blood it was. Just a single drop contained such an unfathomable power that it made Yi Chen feel overwhelmed. Damn it, will swallowing it cause me to explode? Yi Chen frowned and said. However, fortune favors the bold, so although he was a bit worried, he resolutely swallowed his drop of essence blood. The livestream viewers couldn't see what was happening deep within his soul, but when the unconscious Yi Chen woke up in a strange manner, they were startled to see the corpse move. However, the corpse and the monster's body disappeared together, leaving only a drop of golden essence blood. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining Scion essence blood. Reward: 10,000 show-off points. Please consume it. This time, it will protect your body for free. The system's words made Yi Chen smile slightly. Gulp! Yi Chen directly swallowed the essence blood. Wow, this is just too damn intense. Yi Chen shouted, as if there were countless explosives surging and charging within his stomach, extremely intense. Then, waves of overwhelming power seemed to want to shatter Yi Chen's entire body. Endless energy erupted within his blood, continuously merging into Yi Chen's body, and then Yi Chen felt as if something was awakening within his blood. As a result, the veins on Yi Chen's hands bulged, and a strong pain struck his mind, causing him to sweat profusely. This medicine effect is really damn fierce. Yi Chen roared in anger. Looking at Yi Chen's expression, the onlookers in the live stream exchanged glances. It seems that becoming powerful is not that simple. Isn't that obvious? If it were so easy to become strong, everyone could be a powerhouse. Feeling sorry for our streamer. I won't say anything more. Here's a plane as a gift. Feeling sorry for our streamer. Here's a rocket as a gift. Streamer, go for it. Become strong and take down Frisia. Yi Chen's mind was in utter chaos under the pain, and a long time had passed. Yi Chen slowly regained his consciousness. Is this it? Yi Chen felt a tremendous power within his body. System, check the attribute panel. Yi Chen combat power, 5 million. It's just barely enough for now. Keep it up. Young man, bloodline, lower level legendary, super Scion bloodline. also known as the lower-level Scion warrior bloodline. Martial arts techniques: Solar Fist, King Kai Fist, instant transmission, magic light cannon. Instant movement. It's already 5 million, but the most important thing I still haven't learned, which is the Super Saiyan transformation. Although it's said that if the basic combat power is strong enough, there's no need for the Super Saiyan transformation. However, the enemy I'm about to face is just too powerful. Without the Super Saiyan state, I would definitely not be a match. System: why can't I transform into a Super Saiyan? Chen asked the system. The system was silent for half a day and then replied, with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, you actually no longer need to transform. You just need to tap into the powerful forces within your bloodline, and that's enough. The power you currently possess is less than 1% of your bloodline's potential. Keep working hard, young man. Chen silently nodded upon hearing this. Yes, there is an incredibly powerful force within his bloodline, but he cannot control that power. How to tap into it? With effort. As soon as this answer from the system reached Chen's ears, he nearly cursed out loud. But then Chen quickly realized. With effort, huh? Chen lowered his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Let's go back and continue sitting on the spaceship and explore my true power up here. Chen lowered his head and was surprised to see his reflection on the spaceship's mirror. His hair had turned golden without him realizing it. Suddenly, Chen remembered Broly's hair color. Indeed, the biggest difference between Scion warriors and Scion civilians was their hair color. Black hair was just for civilians. Well, it didn't matter. And besides, golden hair looked pretty cool, didn't it? Chen could actually use teleportation to go back now, because with his greatly increased strength, he could sense the auras of Leona and Aphia from a long distance. However, Chen still did not return. He chose to cultivate instead. After his cultivation, he would be able to go back. Chen boarded the spaceship, which took off directly from the desolate and uninhabited Chakra planet, heading towards the Yadrit planet. This is my choice. Frisia, you're dead for sure. Chen muttered to himself as he gazed at the brilliant starry sky through the glass window. P.S. Please send flowers as rewards. If we reach 4,000 flowers tomorrow, I'll add an extra chapter. If the rewards reach 10,000, I'll add another chapter. I'm really putting my heart into writing this. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 60. Return to Yadrit planet. Time passed slowly as Chen sat quietly in the spaceship, heading towards Yadrit planet. He sat cross-legged on the floor, his long hair brushing against the ground. It seemed he had tapped into that power. After an unknown amount of time, Chen slowly opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, 2 beams of light shot out from them. This was not an ordinary gaze. It was the overwhelming energy within him that overflowed uncontrollably the instant he opened his eyes. Whoosh! The 2 beams of light pierced through the spaceship made of steel, shooting into the depths of the infinite universe. Chen looked at the wound on the spaceship on the ground, slightly furrowing his brows. Forget it, it's time to go. Chen closed his eyes and thought. The Scions are very strong, but they cannot survive in the universe. They need air. This puzzled Chen. The Scions only pursue strength, the stronger the better, but they do not have eternal life. They also experience aging, illness, and death. Moreover, in terms of physical existence, they're not the strongest beings. The Scions are actually a race with very obvious shortcomings. Sigh, that Frisia spoke ambiguously back then, mentioning something about the Dragon Clan. Could it be that the dragons summoned by the Dragon Balls killed the Scions at that time? Don't joke around. Even the weak Piccolo, with a power level of a few hundred, could defeat the dragons summoned by the Earth-S Dragon Balls. It seems that the Namekian dragon is somewhat stronger, but it doesn't seem very powerful either. Could it be that the super dragon god summoned by the Wish orbs is involved? That would be a bit terrifying. You have to know that when the super dragon god first appeared in the manga, it almost scared people to death. Under its wings, countless galaxies are covered, and its head is larger than 10 galaxies combined, with a terrifying body. Anyway, when the super dragon god appeared, Chen was quite scared. Could it be that the super dragon god killed the former Scion warriors? It's incomprehensible. Chen speculated about various possibilities as he looked at the increasingly depleted spaceship and shook his head helplessly. It was time to go back. Thinking this, Chen stretched out a hand and placed it on his forehead. Whoosh! He disappeared. In the empty universe, only the broken spaceship remained, drifting quietly. Mom, Brother Chen want to get into trouble, right? Aphia said with a worried expression, looking at Leona. With a perfect, delicate, and well-toned body, Aphia's beautiful figure left one drooling. She could be said to be surpassing her mother, looking like a pair of sisters. Leona, on the other hand, still had the demeanor of an ice goddess, but the severe coldness had long melted away after 30 years of cultivation with Chen. Don't worry, Xiaoya. Since Yi-chan decided to go on his own, he must be confident. We just need to wait for him. Leona comforted as she hugged Aphia. But today is already the 29th day, and brother Yi-chan still hasn't returned. Are we really going to leave? Aphia said anxiously. Upon hearing Aphia's words, Leona also felt a bit restless. All right, let us wait a little longer. We can leave tomorrow, Leona said with a smile. Yeah, let us wait a bit longer for brother Yi-chan. Aphia also cheered up. However, at that moment, a light bump landed directly on Aphia's smooth forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Who hit me? Aphia immediately became unhappy and looked around. When she saw a young man with golden hair looking at her with a doting expression, her displeasure vanished. Brother Yi-chan, you're back. Why didn't I see you? Aphia joyfully dashed into Yi-chan's arms. Yi-chan felt the surging waves in his arms and couldn't help but exclaim, the little lowly from back, then is really grown up. Yi-chan stroked Aphia's beautiful hair and said reproachfully, Aphia, didn't I tell you to leave on the 29th day? Why aren't you listening? Hearing Yi-chan's admonishment, Aphia playfully stuck out her tongue and immediately replied, but Mom agreed too, so it's fine this way. After saying that, Aphia broke free from Yi-chan and hurriedly flew out, saying, I'm going to find something to eat, you and Mom can chat. With that, Aphia ran off without a trace. Seeing this scene, Leona had a face full of black lines. As her own daughter, to pass the blame like that was really too much. Sister Leona, do you still care about me? Yi-chan approached Leona with a cheerful smile. Of course, although Leona's attitude towards Yi-chan had gradually changed, she still maintained her usual icy goddess demeanor in front of him. However, Yi-chan just liked this vibe, so he flirted and chatted with Leona about various topics, constantly making suggestive jokes. Watching the adorable blush on Leona's beautiful face, Yi-chan smiled with satisfaction. Oh, are we almost there? Yi-chan suddenly felt several auras rushing towards him from the distant space. Finally here, it seems there is a familiar aura nearby. King Vegeta is not dead. This is really interesting. Yi-chan murmured softly, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In contrast, curiosity shone in Leona's eyes. Yi-chan, what did you just say? Yi-chan smiled faintly, took Leona's delicate hand, and said, It's nothing. The enemy is about to arrive. Let's get ready to go out and welcome them. Leona looked at Yi-chan's mischievous hand, rolled her eyes at him, but did not refuse. Instead, she walked forward with Yi-chan. Chapter 61. Frisia's arrival, you're back? The third elder looked at Yi-chan, a look of surprise crossing his eyes. Yi-chan smiled and stood in front of the elder's hall, looking up at the sky. Dots began to appear in his field of vision. What? The third elder watched this scene and screamed in shock. Take your clan and hide well. I'll handle the rest. Next to Yi-chan were Leona and Aphia, who said softly. The third elder nodded immediately upon hearing this. No matter if Frisia's combat power was 530,000 or some other number, it was something he could not withstand. Immediately, the third elder began to prepare to evacuate the crowd. The black dot slowly approached, and finally revealed its full appearance. It was a dense swarm of spaceships. Finally, they have arrived. Yi-chan did not stop them, and countless spaceships landed on the surface. This planet is really interesting, isn't it, King Vegeta? Frisia still sat in his chair, floating out of the spaceship. Beside him was King Vegeta. Once defeated for the first time, dignity would never be regained. King Vegeta lowered his head and remained silent. Frisia raised his head and looked ahead. In front of the Elder's Hall, Yi-chan also raised his head, looking in the direction of the other party. Invisible gazes had already intertwined, terrifying beyond measure. It's UISNT it? Did you already know I was coming? Frisia smiled faintly and, accompanied by countless subordinates, walked forward. This time the Scions, under King Vegeta's orders, also mobilized entirely. Why are we here on this planet? Bardock stepped out of the spaceship, frowning as he spoke. The Scions beside him were also curious, but it seemed they knew a bit of the inside story, whispering. It seems to be related to the legendary Super Scion. What? The legendary Super Scion? Bardock scoffed upon hearing this. It's just a legend. How could you believe it? Who knows? His companions also felt it wasn't true and laughed coldly. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Vegeta, which should have been empty, within a golden light shield amidst cosmic debris, a child and an adult were inside. The child's hair, like Yi-chan's, was also golden. All the Scions have left. Just right, father, let's go. In a few years, we will come back for revenge. The young man said softly, then carried his severely injured father, found a spaceship, and randomly chose a planet to leave. Everything changed. Originally, Broly was supposed to leave only after planet Vegeta's destruction, but now he was gone. Everything was developing in an uncontrollable direction. You are very strong. Yi Chen was still standing in front of the elder hall, his golden hair exceptionally dazzling. How did it turn golden? It was clearly black in the video. As he got a good look at Yi Chen's appearance, Frisia furrowed his brows. Because of the golden-haired scion, this was something passed down from ancestors. So, does that mean it really came true? Investigating the opponent's combat power, Frisia directly picked up a new type of detector. The combat power index kept soaring. 100,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. With each increase, Frisia's expression turned more and more grim. How could this be? 5 million combat power? Frisia's face was icy as he stared at Yi Chen ahead. King Vegeta also widened his mouth in disbelief. 5 million combat power? How could that be? This terrifying combat power had exceeded his imagination. As the king of the Scions, his combat power was just over 10,000. King Vegeta looked at Yi Chen's face in silence, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Frisia laughed. The frosty look on his face vanished without a trace. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Not bad. Frisia's voice was light, sending King Vegeta into despair. How is this possible? King Vegeta exclaimed. Frisia's combat power was only 530,000, as the detector showed, but how could Frisia remain calm when facing a Scion with 5 million combat power? Did Frisia have some hidden trump card? King Vegeta's mind was in chaos as he looked at the two women beside Yi Chen. He was naturally familiar with Leona, but the combat power reading on the detector left King Vegeta in extreme astonishment. 2 million? King Vegeta was already too shocked to be surprised. Why had Leona, who had only 9,000 combat power not long ago, suddenly skyrocketed, and Yi Chen and Aphia, who were still in their childhood state before, had abruptly transformed into young adults. They still had 2 or 3 years until they reached adulthood. What on earth is going on? What exactly happened? King Vegeta's mind was in disarray, while Bardock's heart was in turmoil. Was that his useless son? Yi Chen had already surprised himself during the battle with Leona, as his combat power had reached an unimaginable level. What exactly had happened? Author's P.S. It's quite embarrassing. I just woke up from a nap and saw a lot of criticism in the review section, which made me feel quite frustrated. So many negative comments really prove that my writing is lacking. There's nothing I can do about it, but I've already written it. So I can't just say that what I've written doesn't count and start over, right? So I apologize. There's no way to change it. For those who really can't tolerate it, feel free to remove this book from your shelf. It should be available for purchase tomorrow. And I hope those who still have hope for this book will support it. Thank you. Chapter 62. Hell Rocket Launcher. Finally, Yi Chen encountered Frisia. Hello, Mr. Raditz. Frisia said politely to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled after seeing Frisia. You came here to destroy me? Yi Chen looked at Frisia and said. Frisia's brow twitched slightly. I came to witness the legendary Super Saiyan. So, how do you feel after watching? Yi Chen chuckled and said Super Saiyan truly lives up to its name. A battle power of 5 million is indeed astonishing. Frisia said openly. When Frisia mentioned that Yi Chen had a battle power of 5 million, his subordinates, along with a group of Scions, were shocked. How is that possible? 5 million battle power? The group couldn't believe it and immediately took out their own scouters. These scouters were a mix of new and old, but most of the detection indices were around 100,000. Crack, crack. The sound of scouters shattering filled the air. It really is 5 million battle power. The audience in the live stream was very excited to see Frisia, but some people were pouring cold water on the situation. Streamer, I don't know why you're trying to show off. Why didn't you run away just now? You're not even a match for Frisia. Yeah, streamer. You have a legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Your power is increasing rapidly. You could have trained for a while before confronting Frisia. I feel sorry for my streamer. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power. Poor streamer. The audience in the live stream developed a pessimistic mindset about the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Yi Chen calmly looked at Frisia and said, now that you've seen me, do you still want to fight me? Frisia nodded and said yes. Not only do I want to fight you, but I also want to kill you. The Super Saiyan is a bit frightening. In the video, you had a battle power of 1 million, and within just a month, you've reached 5 million. If I let you continue to grow, I might not even be your match. Frisia was afraid. Yi Chen's talent is truly terrifying. Frisia is not afraid of Yi Chen's 5 million battle power. What he fears is Yi Chen's growth potential. If Yi Chen's battle power continues to skyrocket like this, there will definitely come a day when he surpasses Frisia. As the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia cannot tolerate that day coming. So Yi Chen, you must die. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Frisia's eyes. I thought you would say you wanted to kill me for the sake of avenging the Jinyu Force. Yi Chen said with a smile, if they die, It just means they are useless. Revenge, and all that is the most boring thing. Frisia's coldness was evident. All right then, let's do it. The two had only exchanged a few short sentences, but everything was already clear. This battle was inevitable. It is said that our ancestors, the interstellar pirates of the frozen demon, Zild, also encountered your super psiots. Back then, our ancestors were no match and fled to the sixth universe. I wonder if they're still alive now, Frisia said with a gentle smile. As he spoke, he slowly raised his fingertip. Just a simple action caused everyone's expressions to change. Streams of black energy instantly wrapped around Frisia's fingertip, appearing in his hand. The surrounding void became unstable as streams of black energy gathered. Hell, fire rocket cannon. Frisia softly said the name of the technique. Dark energy slowly formed a black energy ball. The energy was incredibly stable, yet everyone who caught sight of the energy ball felt a chill in their hearts. The terrifying energy, if it were to explode, would likely be impossible for anyone present to withstand. Of course, there was one exception, Chen. Frisia smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Chen. This is an appetizer I prepared for you. Fidia karmli invited Chen. TSK. Chen looked at the black energy ball, a smile crossing his lips. As Frisia gently waved his finger, the black energy ball instantly moved, revealing a bizarre black hole in the void it passed through. Terrifying beyond measure. At this moment, King Vegeta clearly recognized the gap between himself and Frisia. He had previously dared to fantasize about assassinating Frisia, truly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. He feared that he wouldn't even be able to withstand a casual strike from Frisia before dying. Truly, King Vegeta fell into despair and then looked at Chen. With a battle power of 5 million, Chen had already crushed Frisia, who only had a battle power of 530,000. So, could Chen kill Frisia? Chen watched as the speed increased, eventually turning into a black line that charged straight towards him like a hellish rocket launcher. You two leave first. Chen had no worries at all. Instead, he spoke to Aphia and Leona behind him. The two nodded and directly held hands to leave. At this moment, the Hell rocket launcher finally charged in front of Chen. The rapidly returning Hell rocket launcher was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to dodge. But Chen merely tilted his body slightly, allowing the rocket to graze past him and fly towards the back. Chen looked at Frisia and smiled. And Frisia's eyes were also filled with laughter. Chen, be careful, Aphia shouted, because the Hellfire rocket launcher that passed by actually turned around and charged towards Chen again. Frisia said softly. It seemed that there was no way to dodge it now. Chen raised his eyebrows and stretched out a hand. He actually intended to use his hand to fend off such a terrifying energy attack. Everyone looked on in surprise. The Hellfire rocket launcher was getting closer and closer to Chen's palm. Chapter 63. The terrifying golden-haired Chen under everyone's gaze. The Hellfire rocket launcher was getting closer and closer to Chen's palm. Destroy it. Chen gently opened his mouth. A tremendous force filled the palm of his hand. As the black Hellfire rocket launcher reached Chen's palm, it immediately vanished without a trace, not causing any ripples. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Frisia's attack was effortlessly neutralized by Chen. Even Frisia's expression was extremely unpleasant. Although he had long suspected that this move wouldn't harm Chen, the fact that it was so easily countered still left him feeling dissatisfied. Chen retracted his hand, looked at Frisia, and smiled as he said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly vanished from everyone's sight. What? In an instant, Frisia's entire body became alert, looking around, but he couldn't see Chen's figure at all. How is this possible? How can he be so fast? A trace of fear crossed Frisia's mind, and he immediately wanted to transform. But it was already too late. A sinister voice rang out. "Frisia, you're a bit weak." Frisia was taken aback, but before he could turn around, a terrifying attack struck him on the back. The armor on his back made a sound of being overburdened, instantly cracking open, and his entire body uncontrollably flew backward. The throne he had been sitting on, made of steel, was also instantly turned to rubble. It turned out that Chen had appeared behind Frisia without him noticing. Frisia was sent flying by Chen's punch, tracing a gray arc before crashing into a mountain thousands of meters away. The mountain collapsed in an instant, and the sound of rumbling echoed endlessly. Truly terrifying. Chen stood where Frisia had just been, watching the figure in the distance with a faint smile. The people around him were dumbfounded. What had just happened? The invincible King Frisia had actually been knocked away by this blonde guy. Frisia must have let his guard down. That must be it. One of Frisia's subordinates shouted loudly. but the sweat on his forehead revealed his nervousness. Yi Chen glanced at him, and the imposing gaze made him unable to bear it, causing him to kneel down immediately, unable to say another word. King Vegeta was originally standing beside Frieza, but at this moment, Frieza had been knocked away, and Yi Chen stood here. "Why, you erratics?" King Vegeta said with a trembling voice. He was the king of the Saiyans, and even when facing Frieza, he could lower his noble head. But he would never allow himself to appear so flustered in front of others. However, now he could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. "King Vegeta? So you are here too?" Yi Chen seemed to have only just noticed King Vegeta at this moment. This tone made King Vegeta feel a deep sense of humiliation, but he did not dare to voice any objections. Yi Chen similed. Just a month and a half ago, King Vegeta could still hold his proud head high, using his combat power to bully him. But now, even though he looked down on the other party, King Vegeta didn't dare to say another word. "What about Vegeta?" Yi Chen looked at King Vegeta and spoke. "Vegeta is behind," King Vegeta said, not daring to disobey. "Very good. The Saiyan race has 3 geniuses in this generation. One is Kakarot, who was sent to Earth. However, it seems that Kakarot's talent is too low. If he hadn't gone to Earth, he probably wouldn't have become a strong warrior, but that's not the point. The other one is your son, who is even more powerful than your own talent. You can be proud." Hearing Yi Chen praise his son, King Vegeta felt a surge of pride in his heart. Of course, compared to Broly, both Son Wukong and Vegeta are nothing. Yi Chen finally said softly, "Yes, if it weren't for Son Wukong's protagonist halo, Vegeta would probably have wiped out all the Dragon Ball warriors on Earth." Upon hearing Yi Chen mention Broly, King Vegeta's face instantly turned ashen, as if it were dead gray. How could this be? When he killed Broly and his father, he was absolutely the only one there. How could Raditz know about this now? King Vegeta was unsure of Yi Chen's attitude towards this matter and felt extremely anxious in his heart. Yi Chen looked at the flustered King Vegeta and smiled. "Don't worry, I have nothing to do with Broly. But the one who will definitely have bad luck is you. Because Broly is not dead." Vegeta was struck like a thunderbolt by Yi Chen's words. "What? Broly is not dead?" Broly's battle power reached 10,000 at birth. Such a terrifying talent. If he grows up, no one on the entire planet Vegeta would be his match. And if Broly is not dead, he will definitely come looking for his killer. At that time, King Vegeta could hardly imagine what would happen. Yi Chen looked at King Vegeta's regretful expression and smiled. "I guess, deep down, you're not regretting taking action against Broly, but rather regretting why you didn't check things after killing Broly and his father. Am I right?" In an instant, King Vegeta felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Yi Chen seemed to see through his innermost thoughts. Yi Chen has already grown tired of dealing with this guy. "Take everyone and leave, Saiyans. My battle with Frieza hasn't even started yet, and this planet might just be destroyed." Yi Chen said softly, "What? Not started yet?" King Vegeta was shocked beyond measure. Could it be that Yi Chen had not already won? Just as he was thinking this, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from the distance. "Saiyan, I am angry." The ominous voice echoed throughout the universe, making everyone shiver with fear. Chapter 64, Frieza. "The ugly second transformation, you've angered me, Saiyan." Frieza's furious voice rang out, leaving everyone at loss, especially his subordinates, who had never seen Frieza so enraged. In their hearts, Frieza was always a polite gentleman. This was because they did not know that Frieza was always courteous to those who posed no threat. However, those who threatened him needed to be eliminated. As the dust from the collapsing mountain cleared, Frieza stood in midair. "Let me show you my transformation," Frieza roared, and his originally small body began to tremble violently and expand. The aura around him also grew stronger as his body stretched. King Vegeta's face turned even paler at this sight. The Frieza from just now was not even his strongest form. It was simply astonishing. Frieza's body surged violently, ultimately growing 3 times taller, reaching a height similar to that of an average person. However, his appearance became even more monstrous. "Yi Chen, I want you dead," Frieza said with crimson eyes. Yi Chen looked at Frieza's first transformation and shook his head non-committally. Others may not know about Frieza's transformations, but he was well aware. After the first transformation, Frieza's battle power was only over 1,000,000. He was simply not a match for him. "Go ahead and transform again, or else you will be beaten by me once more." Yi Chen stood majestically in midair and said calmly, "You actually dare to look down on me?" Frieza was enraged. "I'll say it again, continue transforming." Yi Chen said impatiently, "Go die." As the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza had never been looked down upon like this before. In an instant, filled with anger, he rushed to Yi Chen's front. His speed was incredibly fast, almost to the extreme. This was an advanced version of the instant transmission technique, a rapid dash. However, Frisia was fast, but Yi Chun was even faster. As Frisia charged forward, a fist was ruthlessly thrown out. The fist, covered with endless energy, smashed out as if it aimed to strike the empty space. But at that moment, Frisia's face had already collided with Yi Chen's fist. Everyone watching this scene was utterly confused. From their perspective, it was clear that Frisia had dashed right into Yi Chen's fist to take a hit. Frisia felt even more frustrated. He had just approached Yi Chun, planning to attack, when Yi Chen's punch had already reached his face, not giving him any chance to dodge, as if Yi Chun had already calculated all his speeds. Bang! Another thunderous sound echoed. This time, Frisia was sent flying even further, directly soaring hundreds of thousands of meters before stopping midair. Meanwhile, Yi Chun remained standing in place, as if he had done nothing at all, just swatted a fly. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene, filled with astonishment. The mighty Frisia, who had just transformed, couldn't even defeat this scion. The scions are truly terrifying. Look at his golden hair. He is definitely not an ordinary scion. This must be the legendary Super Scion. How terrifying. Otherwise, we should escape. It seems that Frisia is not a match for him. Frisia's subordinates, warriors from across the universe, were not necessarily loyal to him. So at this moment, they began to have thoughts of retreat. But just then, an even more powerful force surged forth. You will pay the price for your underestimation. Foolish scion. Frisia roared. His already massive body, which had just transformed, surprisingly shrank again, but his not-so-wide shoulders began to stretch out strangely to the sides. Was this the second stage of Frisia? Yi Chun looked at this scene and revealed a hint of battle intent. In his second form, Frisia's combat power had reached 5 million, finally making him a match for Yi Chun. Now you can be considered my enemy. Yi Chun simidet. Frisia once again flew into the air, and everyone gasped at the sight of him. At this moment, Frisia had transformed into an incredibly ugly monster. Although he was not handsome to begin with, he looked even more hideous now. Of course, looks didn't matter. What mattered most was Frisia's skyrocketing battle power. Everyone believed Frisia was strong, but no one had ever guessed he was this powerful. After 2 transformations, his battle power soared from 530,000 to 5 million, which was simply astonishing. The most important question was this transformation Frisia's last? A sense of endless panic filled everyone's hearts. As for King Vegeta, he felt like he had narrowly escaped disaster. Thankfully, he had bowed his head at that moment. Otherwise, the entire planet Vegeta would have been destroyed by King Frisia. Looking at the ugly second form of Frisia before him, Yi Chun frowned. It was just too damn ugly. The smooth third form of Frisia looked much better. However, it seemed that unless he defeated Frisia in this form, he wouldn't transform. For the sake of my eyes, I will brutally beat you up and force you to change into your third form. Yi Chun smiled. It should be available for purchase soon. I hope everyone will support me. Thank you all. I will do my best to write good stories for everyone to read. Chapter 65. Battle. Crushing Frisia. Go to hell. Frisia was already furious, instantly rising into the air and charging towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun's expression also became serious as he charged toward Frisia. This was Yi Chun's first proactive attack, and everyone was fully focused on watching. Bang! The two, reaching their maximum speed, collided in midair, and each person's fists could directly sink a mountain. Their punches and kicks intertwined, creating an endless gale that even the universe warriors under Frisia could hardly withstand. Some with slightly lower combat power were directly swept away by the whirlwind generated by the battle between the two. Everyone's expression was serious as they retreated backward. Yi Chun and Frisia were in midair, exchanging blows, pouring all their strength into every move and technique. Yi Chun suddenly vanished from his spot, causing Frisia to miss with a punch. In that instant, Yi Chun appeared behind Frisia and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Frisia was directly knocked down by Yi Chun, creating a deep crater where he fell. Even with the same fighting power, you are still no match for me. Yi Chun stood in the air, looking down and curling his lips. But in that instant, Yi Chun felt a gust of wind moving behind him. What? Before Yi Chun could react, a punch had already struck his back. This powerful blow sent Yi Chun flying, as if a burning pain was transmitted to his mind. He was directly knocked back several thousand meters before stabilizing himself in midair. Turning around, he saw Frisia standing in his original spot with a dark expression. I underestimated you after all, Yi Chun said with a smile, showing no signs of tension. However, Frisia's expression was extremely displeased. A mere scion, who has repeatedly made me look so embarrassed, is truly an unforgivable sin. Frisia said darkly, extending a finger. Yi-chan felt a sense of danger. Earth splitter, Frisia said softly, and a fierce aura suddenly appeared at the tip of Yi-chan's finger, shooting out a beam of light directly towards Yi-chan. Yi-chan's expression changed, and he instantly dodged to the side, the beam passing by him and stirring up a few strands of his yellow hair. Is this all you've got? Yi-chan similed coldly. Frisia revealed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, and with a sudden swipe of his finger that shot out a beam of light. The beam did not vanish. Instead, it swept toward Yi-chan like a massive energy sword. Damn it! Yi-chan spat lightly and narrowly avoided the sweeping strike once again. Then he reached out with both hands and touched his forehead. Swish, swish. Yi-chan disappeared from the spot, and Frisia frowned. However, the fierce attack from behind made Frisia feel alarmed, until Yi-chan had already arrived behind him. But it was too late. The violent attack struck his head, leaving him incredibly dizzy. Frisia's body shot away like a cannonball, but Yi-chan showed no intention of letting him go, moving swiftly to charge out again. Bang, bang, bang. Yi-chan struck again and again, with one hand grabbing the sharp horn on Frisia's head, while the other hand fiercely swung punches at Frisia's mouth. Yi-chan's fist carried endless power, causing Frisia to roll his eyes back. But that wasn't the end. Yi-chan struck again, slamming Frisia harshly onto the ground, then placed one foot on Frisia's forehead. It seems that even with your second transformation, you still can't defeat me? Yi-chan smiled, his hands shimmering with light, pressing towards Frisia's mouth. Demon converging light killing cannon. Yi-chan muttered softly, as one foot was pressing down on Frisia, making it impossible for him to escape. Frisia could only feel the terrifying fluctuations emanating from Yi-chan's hand. Damn it, damn it. Frisia was filled with humiliation, not just from the threat to his life at that moment. As the Emperor of the Universe, being bullied like this by Yi-chan was simply unforgivable. I will kill you, I must kill you. Frisia shouted wildly. Yi-chan disregarded everything, the brilliance in his hands flickering more intensely, causing a deep tremor in people's hearts. Sigh, Frisia, I gave you the chance to transform, but you arrogantly chose to only transform to the second stage, so you're seeking your own demise. And you can't blame me for that. Yi-chan said softly, showing no signs of joy or sorrow. Meanwhile, the dangerously powerful aura that was gathering in his hand was becoming increasingly agitated. Yi-chan's strength has become so powerful, and at this moment, the need for a charge skill must be extremely dangerous. Therefore, Frisia's face is filled with terror at this moment. Damn it, damn it. Frisia struggles madly, but he cannot escape from under Yi-chan's feet at all. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it, so go die. Yi-chan extended his right hand, and a flash of light flickered. A golden beam was wrapped in red energy, charging directly towards Frisia's mouth. At that moment, an incredibly intense aura erupted from Frisia. This aura was so fierce that it even directly repelled Yi-chan. The magic in Yi-chan's hand, due to this accident, shot directly into the shot into the distant mountains, turning an entire mountain range into flying ashes. Alas, what a pity. Yi-chan furrowed his brows and looked at Frisia, who was slowly getting up. Frisia had a gloomy expression, and his terrifying second form looked even more horrifying. Scion, you must die. The humiliation of being stepped on by Yi-chan was something the proud Frisia could not accept, and he roared in anger. It's finally time to transform. Yi-chan looked at the furious Frisia and suddenly smiled. Come on, let me see your transformation. Yi-chan shouted. Chapter 66, Mach Super Scion. Frisia's third transformation. The conversation between the two sent chills down everyone's spine. Frisia had not yet reached his limit. His battle power of 500,000 had transformed into 5 million, and he still hadn't reached his limit. What a terrifying race. You will regret it, Scion. Frisia roared, and an incredibly fierce aura instantly erupted. The entire planet seemed to tremble under this overwhelming aura. The ground cracked, and the clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed. The overwhelming momentum surged into the sky as if the atmosphere itself was about to be shattered by Frisia's transformation. Everyone was shocked by the increasingly frenzied aura emanating from Frisia. Pieces of his originally fierce armor fell off, revealing skin that shimmered with brilliance underneath. Watching the scene, King Vegeta's eyes showed the numbers on his scouter fluctuating violently. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million, 9 million, 10 million. Crack! The scouter on King Vegeta's eyes exploded. This phenomenon left King Vegeta's mother dumbfounded. What a joke! Her scouter was the latest model, and it couldn't even detect Frisia's current battle power, which meant that Frisia's battle power had surpassed 10 million. This was simply too terrifying. Hee hee, Scion, you shouldn't have given me the chance to transform. After the dust of transformation settled, a brand new Frisia appeared before everyone. He was somewhat short, but his skin looked incredibly smooth, entirely white, with only a faint purple hue on his head and shoulders. This was indeed the most perfect form. Chen looked at Frisia and smiled, saying, 12 million battle power, 10% of that. Not enough. Hurry up and increase your battle power by 100%. Unlike the astonishment of those around him, Chen remained calm and composed. Hearing Chen's words, Frisia's expression darkened. Transformations were meant to suppress battle power, and his body could not yet withstand an excessively strong battle power, which was why it was sealed. This was a secret of the Frisia race, the Ice Demon clan. Only his closest subordinates knew about the transformation secret, but they had no idea how many times he could transform. Yet Chen seemed to understand everything, which filled others with a sense of unease. Why does he know? How does he know so much? Frisia suppressed the killing intent in his heart and asked Chen. Chen simidet. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and increase your strength. 12 million combat power is best to be raised to 100% all at once. Otherwise, I won't give you another chance to transform. Chen slowly said, so arrogant. A scion with only 5 million combat power actually dares to brag like this. Truly too arrogant. Frisia became furious, and his petite body directly vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Chen. Arrogant scion, you can't even keep up with my speed now. What else is there to say? Chen looked around, and suddenly he heard Frisia's voice behind him. Then, a wave of intense pain struck, sending Chen flying. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid attack wave was instantly unleashed from Frisia's hand, rushing towards Chen. Chen swung his hand to unleash a massive energy sphere, devouring all the waves of energy and charging towards Frisia. A trivial trick, Frisia sneered coldly. He stood his ground, needing no defense as Chen's energy sphere struck him directly. A torrential wave of energy erupted instantly, sparking a glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes. However, disappointment washed over them all. As the energy dissipated, Frisia stood unscathed, not even a speck of dust on him. Arrogant scion, is this really your limit? If so, then you should just die. Frisia's cold gaze fixated on Chen's body, his murderous intent completely unabashed. Chen stood in midair, stabilizing his form, and fixed his gaze steadily on Frisia. You arrogant scion, do you still think I am not your match? Frisia said proudly to Chen. Chen smiled upon hearing this. In fact, during those years in the time house, I was unable to improve my combat power due to system restrictions. So I wondered if I could use this opportunity to break through to the level of a super scion. Frisia seemed not to be Chen's enemy, but rather a friend, as Chen stood there talking, not caring whether Frisia could understand. The restriction on combat power seemed like the best opportunity for a breakthrough. But perhaps due to a lack of sufficient sense of crisis, I had always been unable to break through to the normal level of a super scion. Chen continued to speak leisurely. Frisia's expression changed upon hearing this. How is that possible? Aren't you still the legendary super scion? Chen smiled. Of course not. If I were super scion right now, then the legendary super scion would be too weak. In short, during those years in the time house, I tried every possible way to break through, but I just couldn't reach super scion. In the end, because I was too anxious, I accidentally broke through to a strange state. Chen continued to speak slowly. This should be a mimicry of the super scion state. It has the same golden energy and the same surging aura. But there is one difference. When I first entered this state, my mind completely vanished, becoming crazy and filled with a desire to kill. At that time, I almost killed Leona and Aphia. If I hadn't woken up at the last moment, I would have regretted it for life. In that state, my fighting power could increase by about 20 times. But being lost in madness made me afraid of hurting my own people, so I never tried it again. Chapter 67. Frenzied Torture. Cold-Blooded Scion. Third update today. Please support. Until a few days ago, I gained some opportunities. Not only did my strength surge, but my soul also became much stronger. So now I feel I can control that state. Today, I will let you witness this super scion who is not in the super scion state. Chen's original smile gradually turned serious. Invisible ripples seemed to begin to change around Chen's body. The void around Chen's body seemed to ripple like the surface of water after rain, making it hard to see clearly. A golden aura began to rise from Chen's body. The terrifying pressure overwhelmed everyone around him. Frisia's previously proud expression instantly vanished, leaving only vigilance. The energy on Chen's body is a bit too powerful. 5 million, 10 million, 80 million contracted with me 299359586 crack. The detector on Frisia's face also shattered, and there was no longer any detector left in the entire arena. Because Yi Chen's aura had already exploded all the detectors. Yi Chen stood quietly in the void, his whole body enveloped in a faint golden aura. The aura around Yi Chen is also different from usual. On ordinary days, even during battles, Yi Chen appears relaxed and kind. But the current Yi Chen makes both Aphia and Leona feel a sense of unfamiliarity. A cold and ruthless aura spreads within Yi Chen's heart. Hey, Frisia! Yi Chen's sudden voice startled Frisia. Although I have restrained this weakness of losing my sanity, my heart is still turned cold. I now feel that there is no one I cannot kill. Even those I really like, if they stand in my way now, I would still kill them. This feeling is truly unpleasant. Yi Chen's terrifying aura shocked everyone present. In a live stream room, seeing Yi Chen like this, everyone instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Is a streamer in this state not a Super Saiyan? It seems something is off. A normal Super Saiyan would lose their sanity and emotions. However, even though the streamer hasn't lost his sanity, his expression shows he has no emotions. I get it now. This is a mimicked Super Saiyan. A viewer's comment floated up, causing everyone to pause and prepare to watch this guy's next comments. In the theatrical version, when Son Goku was fighting against Shrag, he was pushed to the brink and unleashed his potential. At that moment, Goku's pupils disappeared. He briefly lost consciousness, his hair stood up, and his entire body was engulfed in golden energy, with a power level 20 times his normal state. This is not the normal Super Saiyan form, which has a 50 times multiplier. I apologize for the earlier mistake. The normal increase for Super Saiyan 1 is indeed 50 times. Broly also transformed by burning with golden energy, dramatically increasing his combat power. The commonality in these two instances is that once consciousness was regained, the form immediately dissipated. The streamer must have also entered this state, but overcame the drawbacks of losing consciousness, yet still lost all emotions. This explanation made everyone nod in understanding. So that's it. Yi Chen, engulfed in golden energy, stood quietly in the air and looked at Frisia, saying, "My heart is now filled with killing intent. If I don't kill someone, I feel like I will explode, so you shall die." Yi Chen spoke slowly, his voice neither happy nor sad, as if devoid of any emotion. This made Frisia extremely angry. "I am the Emperor of the Universe, the strongest warrior. A mere Scion dares to look down on me like this. I will make you pay with your life." Frisia shouted furiously, his petite form in third form charging directly in front of Yi Chen. His speed was so fast that one could hardly see his movements. Bang! Frisia's fist slammed directly into Yi Chen's abdomen. Super Saiyan, is that all you've got?" Frisia scoffed, but soon his expression changed. It seemed that his attack had caused no harm to Yi Chen at all, as if he had not been injured. In losing my emotions, I also lose the sense of pain in this state. Yi Chen spoke slowly, as if he were not the one who had been struck by Frisia's immense power. Frisia realized something was wrong and immediately tried to retreat. But it was already too late. Yi Chen's hand had directly grasped Frisia's head. In his third form, Frisia's head was still smaller than Yi Chen's hand, and at this moment, it was completely enveloped by Yi Chen's grip, sending chills down Frisia's spine. "Do you think I can crush you?" Yi Chen said with murderous intent. This sentence instantly struck fear into Frisia's heart. "Crush me?" Yi Chen's words were incredibly domineering, as if Frisia were just a little chick in his hands that he could easily crush. Too arrogant, too arrogant. Frisia roared in anger, his body bursting with an overwhelming aura. His tail swung directly at Yi Chen's face. However, Yi Chen extended his other hand and directly grabbed his tail. Meanwhile, the hand gripping Frisia's head began to apply force. The sound of grinding teeth echoed painfully. Frisia's face contorted in agony within Yi Chen's grasp. 1-6 is really hard. The mimicking Super Saiyan Yi Chen said, feeling somewhat disappointed after squeezing for a long time without being able to crush Frisia's head. Frisia became even angrier, trembling with rage. But with only 10% of his fighting power, he had no strength to resist in Yi Chen's hands. Since he couldn't crush Frisia's head, Yi Chen directly grabbed Frisia's tail and began to swing it around. Mountains collapsed under the impact. Frisia's cries were cut short by Yi Chen's actions. Frisia was utterly powerless to resist under Yi Chen's might. "Wow, Scion, I will kill you." Unable to fight back, Frisia severed his own tail. Chapter 68, 100% Frisia, mimicry disappears. Whoosh! A smooth severed mark appeared on Frisia's tail. Frisia was truly ruthless, seeing he could not escape Yi Chen's attack. He simply cut off his own tail. With a whoosh, Frisia discarded his tail and charged forward, distancing himself from Yi Chen. Everyone watched this scene in shock. It was terrifying. Frisia's tail had actually been severed. Yi Chen, surrounded by golden aura, looked at the remaining half of the tail in his hand, disdainfully curled his lip and tossed it to the ground. Seeing his tail thrown away by Yi Chen, Frisia roared in fury. "Scions, all scions must die," he shouted, his fierce aura surging violently, as if it would instantly intimidate the entire world. His originally small body seemed to inflate like a balloon, instantly expanding, with bulging muscles on his arms and legs that were shocking to behold. Most astonishingly, Frisia's terrifying aura shot into the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. 10%, 50%, 80%, 100%. This time, Frisia did not hesitate, unleashing his full power at 100%. That terrifying physique left everyone around in shock. "Scion, you're dead." Frisia glared at Yi Chen with a grim voice. Yi Chen was in a state of pseudo-super scion, completely devoid of emotion. So he merely glanced coldly at Frisia before charging forward. Looking for death, Frisia shouted loudly as he charged at Yi Chen. Bang, bang, bang. The two fiercely attacked each other, creating endless towering waves in midair. The terrifying aura rolled over, instilling a sense of fear in everyone, causing them to retreat in haste. Afraid of being caught up in the battle between the two, Kamehameha, Yi Chen waved his hand and launched a wave of energy, but when it hit Frisia, he only paused slightly before charging at Yi Chen again. At this moment, Frisia's fighting power had reached 120 million, with an incredibly terrifying attack power. In his mimetic state, Yi Chen's fighting power only reached 100 million, making him somewhat troubled by the energy unleashed by his opponent. The Dragon Ball world is one where energy is key. The stronger the energy, the more powerful the fighter. Although physical strength is not weak, it pales in comparison to energy. Therefore, Yi Chen did not dare to withstand Frisia's energy attacks with his physical body. "Scion, aren't you quite arrogant?" Frisia roared angrily. Losing his tail was a tremendous humiliation. No one could stop Frisia's determination to kill Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained expressionless after hearing this, only raising his hands in front of his forehead. The others, witnessing this scene, thought Yi Chen was about to unleash some powerful technique. However, Vegeta and Leona, who had seen Yi Chen use this move before, immediately closed their eyes. The rest who did not close their eyes felt as if a small sun had exploded right in front of them. With Yi Chen's immense power, the solar fist he unleashed was incredibly terrifying, as if a sun was directly in front of everyone. Even Frisia, a non-human race, felt dazed in the intense light, instantly experiencing immense pain. "Frisia, you shall die." Frisia's eyes were dazed under the strong light, and he heard Yi Chen's emotionless voice behind him. Damn it! Frisia realized he had been hit, but it was already too late, as Yi Chen's punch had struck him hard. His body simply could not withstand such overwhelming power and was sent flying. Yi Chen would certainly not miss such a good opportunity, pressing tightly against Frisia and continuously attacking him. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Chen combined his punches and kicks, continuously smashing hard, causing Frisia's heart to tighten. Angrily, he swung his fist, and a burst of white energy erupted, knocking Yi Chen away. "Scion, you can die." Frisia sneered and directly threw out an energy wave. Strangely, this energy wave was not aimed at Yi Chen, but rather at Leona and Aphia. "Let's see if you can save them." Frisia's face flashed with a sinister smile. At this moment, Frisia's combat power had reached 120 million, and the energy wave he casually released was something that Leona and the others could not withstand. However, Yi Chen's heart remained unchanged. At this moment, Yi Chen was extremely cold-hearted. He only wanted to kill, and whether others lived or died truly had nothing to do with him. With that thought, Yi Chen planned to charge directly at Frisia. But just then, he heard Aphia's startled voice. A ripple stirred in his calm and cold heart. "What's going on?" Yi Chen turned around. Aphia and Leona could have escaped, but Frisia's move was too powerful, and the intimidation was extraordinary, making it impossible for the two of them to leave under this pressure. Leona's face was like frost, and she didn't make a sound. Aphia first let out a cry, then understood why her mother was silent. She was afraid of disturbing Yi Chen. In a life-and-death battle like this, anyone who gets distracted would die. Therefore, Leona was unwilling to speak up, not wanting to disturb Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at this scene with some confusion, and suddenly, endless emotions arose in his heart. They can't die. The two of them can't die. They are the women I love. The feelings that had disappeared returned, and Yi Chen suddenly realized. However, as Yi Chen's rationality and emotions returned. The golden aura around him instantly dissipated. That golden energy also quickly retracted into Yi Chen's body, hiding away. Yi Chen's once immensely powerful aura instantly dissipated. The mimicry of the Super Saiyan state vanished without a trace as Yi Chen's emotions returned. Chapter 69, Overwhelm. The true Super Saiyan. Damn it. Seeing Leona and Aphia in a state of panic, Yi Chen, who had regained his emotions, cursed under his breath. Then, with a flicker of his body, he appeared between Leona and Aphia. Yi Chen reached out and placed his hands on the shoulders of the two, instantly using teleportation again. The three disappeared right before the oncoming shockwave, and then appeared beside King Vegeta. Yi Chen, what are you doing? The golden energy on Yi Chen disappeared, and his combat power plummeted, causing Leona to feel a wave of worry. It's okay. I just realized that the so-called mimicry Super Saiyan is actually a wrong path, Yi Chen said with a light smile, showing no signs of frustration despite his battle power dropping back to 5 million. Yi Chen's words left both Leona and Aphia extremely puzzled. Yi Chen looked at Leona and Aphia and said, "You don't understand? I will explain it to you later. For now, let me deal with Frieza." After saying that, Yi Chen flashed and rushed back to Frieza's side. "Your battle power has dropped a lot." A cruel smile appeared on Frieza's face, taking advantage of Yi Chen's weakness to threaten his life. 5 million battle power, at his level of 120 million, was simply nothing. Yi Chen did not argue. He just looked at Frieza and said, "Is your brother Cooler strong?" Frieza furrowed his brow at Yi Chen's words. Why does Yi Chen know everything? Cooler is his brother, equally powerful, reigning in another part of the 6th universe. The familial ties of the Frost Demon race are quite weak, so Frieza had hardly seen his brother Cooler since his birth. Even his closest subordinates, the Jinyu Force, were unaware of this matter, yet Yi Chen knew. "Kid, how do you know so much?" Frieza said darkly. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "That's because I don't want to tell you." Frieza was originally listening intently, but when he heard Yi Chen's next words, he suddenly realized he had been played and became furious. "Kid, soon I will break your bones inch by inch, forcing you to tell me everything in front of me," Frieza shouted and was about to charge forward. However, a cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he sneered. "Oh really? Breaking my bones? Let's see if you have that ability." Yi Chen's cold laughter made Frieza even more furious. Although he didn't know why Yi Chen's combat power had suddenly plummeted, there was one thing that couldn't be denied. Yi Chen's current strength was definitely not as good as his own. Taking advantage of his illness to claim his life was the most prudent thing to do. "Kid, you're going to die," Frieza shouted, just about to launch an attack on Yi Chen. But at that moment, a strange smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. "I have already grasped the path that leads to the true Super Saiyan, so it's you who will die." Yi Chen let out a loud roar, and his aura surged violently once again. The golden flames engulfed Yi Chen's body completely, then surged wildly. Compared to the previous simulated Super Saiyan form, the aura around Yi Chen became even more terrifying. What? A look of horror appeared on Frieza's face. The terrifying aura emanating from Yi Chen had become even more fearsome. 10 million, 20 million, boom. The ground cracked, and the planet Adrat trembled violently under Yi Chen's terrifying aura. How is this possible? Frieza was left dumbfounded. Yi Chen's combat power has now surpassed his previous limits, and it shows no signs of stopping, continuing to surge terrifyingly. 50 million, 100 million, 150 million, 200 million, 250 million. Only at this moment did Yi Chen's skyrocketing combat power slowly begin to settle down. In Frieza's heart, there was no longer any fighting spirit. Under Yi Chen's terrifying aura, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. How is this possible? How could you become this strong? Frieza shouted in frustration. Yi Chen Simidet. At this moment, Yi Chen had not lost his will and emotions. This was the true Super Saiyan state. Wrapped in golden energy, Yi Chen looked at Frieza ahead and smiled faintly. "This is the Super Saiyan you have always feared. Of course, this is not the legendary Super Saiyan. That is a different state. I still don't know how to break through to that state, so I can only make do with you. But it's fine. The ordinary Super Saiyan state is already enough to crush you. So, you will die. You will die." Frieza's brows twitched, and he could not muster any thoughts of resistance. Yi Chen was simply too powerful now. Run. A thought of escape arose in Frieza's mind, but just as he was about to turn around, Yi Chen's cold voice rang in his ears. "Frieza, you can't escape." After saying that with a wave of his hand, he clasped his hands together and forcefully slammed Frieza to the ground. Frieza was instantly sent flying like a cannonball by Yi Chen, directly sinking below the surface. Yi Chen showed no mercy, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his hands, striking the ground. After half a minute, Chen finally stopped. The entire planet trembled from the impact of his attacks, and everyone present believed that if the planet Yadarat was destroyed, it would definitely be Chen's fault. Chen expressed that he was very innocent. After a long while, Frisia finally flew up from the ground in a disheveled state. "Scion, your power exceeds my imagination," Frisia said softly. Strangely, Frisia no longer showed the fear he had before. His severed tail looked extremely pitiful, making it hard to associate him with the identity of the Emperor of the Universe. The word disheveled was the only way to describe Frisia now. Chapter 70. Frisia in Despair. Planète Destruction Bombe. Frisia raised one hand, gathering a dark energy in his palm. "You are indeed very powerful. Powerful enough to make me feel incredulous. However, you scions cannot survive in the universe, while I can," Frisia shouted. Chen immediately felt something was wrong, but it was too late. "So you all can die." As expected, Frisia let out a loud roar, and the energy ball in his hand instantly surged. "Planet-destroying bomb," Frisia shouted loudly. In that moment, Chen felt a wave of threat. He never expected Frisia to be so decisive. Upon realizing he was no match for Chen, he was willing to destroy the planet Audelat. However, this was also Frisia's best choice. If the planet Audelat wasn't destroyed, he would definitely be killed by Chen. So, destruction was the better option. At this point, it was a bit late for anything. Chen looked at the arrogant Frisia, a surge of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. However, Chen could not kill Frisia at this moment. Swish, swish, swish. Chen instantly rushed towards Leona and arrived beside the two of them. "Hurry up!" Chen grabbed hold of Leona and Aphia and charged directly toward the distant spaceship. The annihilation ball at the tip of Frisia's finger had surged again, reaching its limit. "Everyone go die!" "Ha ha ha ha!" Frisia laughed maniacally. Chen's face was cold as he rushed into the spaceship. Aphia and Leona knew time was of the essence, so they immediately went to start the ship. Meanwhile, Chen looked through the window at Frisia. Frisia, too, gazed at Chen with a murderous intent. "I will definitely kill you," Chen said coldly with ice-cold eyes. Frisia, on the other hand, had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The planet destruction bomb in his hand instantly smashed down towards the ground. Everyone present, whether they were from the Mana tribe, the Scions, or Frisia's subordinates, was filled with immense terror. Frisia actually intended to kill everyone and destroy this planet. The third elder looked at Chen with a pleading gaze. In this life-and-death moment, Chen could only care about himself. However, at this moment, King Vegeta was surprisingly shouting frantically, "Raditz, I beg you, take Vegeta with you." King Vegeta had realized that the only ones who could leave planet Yardrat were Chen and Aphia. King Vegeta could die himself, but he could not tolerate Vegeta dying here as well. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. King Vegeta had done many bad things, but it was all for his son. Alas, Chen thought for a moment and flew out of the spaceship again. Leona and Aphia saw this scene and immediately shouted, "Chen, what are you doing? Come back quickly." Chen shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I have instant teleportation, it's fine. You all hurry and go. I'll be there soon." After saying that, Chen disregarded everything and flew directly out of the spaceship. Aphia looked at Chen's back and stopped her movements. Leona rushed over to continue piloting the spaceship, which instantly powered up. "Mom, Chen is still outside." Aphia shouted loudly as the spaceship lifted off. Leona shook her head. "Leaving would put Chen in danger. We absolutely cannot stay. Let's go. He can teleport directly onto the spaceship." After saying that, the spaceship charged into outer space. Meanwhile, Chen instantly arrived in front of King Vegeta, lifting Vegeta with one hand. At this moment, Vegeta understood the life-and-death situation, but being naturally proud. How could he watch his father die here? "I'm not going. Put me down." Vegeta struggled violently in Chen's grip. Chen didn't indulge him and directly gave Vegeta a slap. Chen didn't hold back, and Vegeta was instantly stunned by Chen's hand. "Bardock, let's go." The planet-destroying bomb in Frisia's hand was already heading straight for the planet Yardrat, accompanied by Frisia's maniacal voice. "All of you die," Frisia shouted. Damn it. Chen knew he only had 5 seconds left, and he directly appeared beside Bardock, supporting him with one hand. Raditz saw Chen standing in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared on Bardock's face. Chen has no feelings for Bardock, but in his heart, he still feels a bit guilty about occupying the body of Raditz. After all, that guy, although not very good-hearted, was still a living person. He took away Raditz's life and saved Raditz's father, which can be considered a form of compensation. The massive planet-destroying bomb has already reached the surface of the planet Adrat. Yichen looked up and saw King Vegeta looking at him with a grateful and pleased expression. Yichen glanced at Vegeta. Saving Vegeta was not because of King Vegeta's gratitude, but because there were still many mysteries about the Scions that needed to be unraveled. The fact that his own Scion mystery mission was not yet completed was the best explanation. Therefore, having Vegeta, the Scion Prince, around was still very useful. Frieza, we will meet again one day, and I will surely cut you down. Yichen looked up at Frieza and said coldly. Frieza's icy gaze, as venomous as a snake, fixed on Yichen. You can't escape. The moment the planet-destroying bomb touched the ground, it exploded instantly. The raging airflow instantly swept across the entire Adrat star. Yichen watched this scene calmly, and with Bardock and Vegeta by his side, they instantly disappeared from the spot. Frieza, seeing Yi Chun vanish in an instant, showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He actually escaped? Damn it. Yi Chun, I will kill you no matter what. This planet-destroying bomb was prepared specifically for Yi Chun, and he actually managed to escape. However, the aftermath of the planet-destroying bomb had already begun to sweep across the entire Yardrat planet, which started to tremble violently in that moment. Then, Chapter 71, heading to Earth. Yi Chun disappeared with Bardock and Vegeta above the planet Yardrat, inside the spaceship that had already flown out of the atmosphere of Yardrat. Aphia and Leona looked worriedly at the exploding Yardrat planet. At this moment, the Yardrat planet was violently trembling, turning into a spectacular firework, incredibly dazzling. Everyone on the Yardrat planet, whether they were members of the Mana tribe, Scions, or Frieza's subordinates, were all completely dead. No, there was still one person alive, and that was Frieza. The planet destruction bomb was a powerful weapon, but at this moment, he was also on the planet, which was a self-destructive act. Frieza was now charred all over, heavily injured, and his broken tail looked exceedingly miserable. Damn it, Scion, I will kill you. Frieza's furious roar resonated throughout the universe. However, his broken tail behind him seemed to mock him as pain surged through him. At the last moment of the explosion on the planet Adrat, Yichen used instant transmission to bring Bardock and Vegeta onto the spaceship. Upon seeing Yichen's sudden appearance, Aphia and Leona were not surprised at all, but extremely excited. Aphia immediately threw herself into Yichen's arms, shouting in excitement. Leona, with her slender eyes, also showed a look of relief, clearly having been very worried about Yichen. However, when she saw the two people Yichen brought with him, she frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Frieza destroyed the planet Adrat? Even now, Vegeta and Bardock were still staring in disbelief at this scene. Yichen was too lazy to talk to the two of them and directly pulled Aphia and Leona inside. Brother Yichen, where are we going now? Aphia asked Yichen, looking at Aphia's stunning face. Yichen remembered the promise he made to the Elder to protect the Mana tribe. However, now the Mana tribe had been completely destroyed along with the planet Adrat. What a damn mess. Yichen frowned it. Since he had promised the Elder, he had to fulfill this task. Now that the situation had arisen, he needed to find a way to remedy it. Should he go search for the Dragon Balls? Yichen thought for a moment and said, it seems that this is the only way. Yichen was contemplating where to go, as there were many Dragon Balls. First of all, Namek had Dragon Balls. However, as soon as this thought entered Yichen's mind, he dismissed it. The Namekian Dragon Balls could not save everyone. Although they could grant 3 wishes, they could only resurrect one person at a time. This limitation immediately ruled out what Yichen needed. Next, there were the Super Dragon Balls, which were elusive and could not be sought after. There were only 7 in the 6th and 7th universes combined. The search would be too difficult and seemed somewhat wasteful. Most importantly, Yichen felt that the disappearance of the Scions was related to the Super Dragon that the Super Dragon Ball summoned. Regardless of whether this speculation was true, Yichen was unwilling to take risks when he was not strong enough. Therefore, only one possibility remained, to go to Earth and search for the 7 Dragon Balls there. Logically, there should be 2 sets of Dragon Balls on Earth, one being the Red Star Dragon Balls used by Sun Wukong and his friends, and the other being the Black Star Dragon Balls, which were said to be a deluxe version made before the separation of the Kaioshin and Demon King Piccolo. However, this thing was a bit terrifying. Using it would lead to the destruction of Earth, and Yichen estimated he couldn't defeat the 7 evil dragons. So he decided to wait until he became stronger. That left only the Red Star Dragon Balls. Yichen has already made up his mind to go to Earth and revive all the people who died on planet Yardrat, fulfilling his promise to the Elders. As for Frieza, he must die. However, Frieza is currently in the vacuum of space, and he cannot fight in a vacuum, so he will have to be let go for now. Let's go to Earth. Yi Chen said to Aphia. Aphia found Yi Chen's decision a bit strange. But she didn't ask anything and directly began setting the spaceship's coordinates. When Bardock heard the word Earth, he showed a look of astonishment. Earth, isn't that where Kakarot fell? And Vegeta no longer had his usual arrogant expression. With his father dead and his planet destroyed, Vegeta felt an immense sense of loss. Yi Chen looked at the 4-year-old Vegeta and felt no sympathy. Yi Chen is not obligated to raise Vegeta. When the time comes, he could just throw him next to Sun Wukong and let Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan, deal with the headache. I never understood why Sun Wukong named his son after his grandfather. Is it a Japanese custom? Yi Chen said 2 sentences to Bardock and Vegeta, telling them to find a place to rest. Fortunately, there are plenty of rooms here, and both of them need to rest after the exhausting events of the day. However, the looks they gave Yi Chen were filled with a sense of awe. Yi Chen is truly powerful, able to force Frieza into such a desperate situation. If it weren't for Frieza's last-ditch effort, Yi Chen could definitely have killed him. Just over a month ago, Yi Chen was a weakling with a power level of only 500. The one who found it hardest to accept was actually Vegeta. He had always regarded himself as the pride of the heavens, yet he was surpassed and defeated by a low-class Son, who also defeated Frieza, the strongest in his eyes. This made young Vegeta unable to accept such a reality. Coupled with the death of King Vegeta, he went straight to his room to sleep. Now, only Yi Chen and Leona were left outside the house. Yi Chen, what was that state of yours today? Leona pondered for a long time before finally asking. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this and did not hide anything. He knew how strong-willed Leona was and how much she wanted to become powerful. Therefore, he conveyed his insights to Leona in their entirety. Chapter 72. Destruction Hand. Yi Chen was actually a bit headache about how to deal with Vegeta and Bardock. After all, although their combat power couldn't compare to his if brought to Earth, they would definitely be top-tier fighters. Given the Scion's tendency for violence, they would surely bring disaster to Earth. Forget it, just bring them to Earth and see how it goes. Yi Chen didn't mind, mainly because the Earth in the Dragon Ball world is different from the Earth in the real world. It didn't feel like much to Yi Chen. He planned to first visit Son Gohan, throw Vegeta there, and let Bardock protect his son. Since he had made the decision, there was naturally nothing more to say. The spaceship would take about 2 months to reach Earth, which gave Yi Chen a bit of a headache, but it didn't matter. Time to cultivate. Yi Chen has already advanced to the Super Saiyan state, but this is not Yi Chen's pursuit. Scions with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline can transform again at the level of Super Saiyan 1, reaching the legendary Super Saiyan state. However, Yi Chen is still a bit uncertain about this state and can only attempt it for now. Finally, there is the system. Yi Chen completed the task and accumulated an additional 1,000, bringing his total to 11,000 show-off points. Although he still couldn't exchange them for the Sacred Body or the Tsang Tiandamen's body that he had long coveted, it was still good to exchange for a decent martial arts technique. He just didn't know if the martial arts techniques from other novels could be effectively utilized through Chi. System, I want to exchange for martial arts techniques. Yi Chen directly spoke to the system. Beep. 9 secrets. Those who fight in formation proceed in order. Fight. Evolving myriad techniques for offense. All aspects beneficial to oneself are enhanced tenfold. Created by the Emperor. Proceed. Speed enhancement. Able to traverse the void and influence time. Created by the carefree heavenly sovereign. Front. Utilizing the utmost. Predicting the future. Soldier. Confining weapons. Reaching the ultimate can capture imperial artifacts. 1. Restoring divine techniques. Operating once and reconstructing the body requires only a drop of blood for rebirth. Formation. Great technique of formations. Created by the spiritual treasure, heavenly sovereign. Lineup. Heart realm cultivation. As firm as a rock, the primordial spirit is supreme. Approach. Cultivating the physical body. Reaching the peak, fist power shatters the void. Exchange for show-off points. 10 million show-off points. Supreme forgetting emotions record. The Tao is heartless, but people have feelings. The Supreme is heartless. Cultivating to great success. Body like the Supreme. Every move carries the heavenly Tao. Combat power invincible. System prompt. Cultivation has risks. A brand new self will evolve within. But is that brand new self still the real self? Exchange for show-off points. 1 million show-off points. 8 aspects world. Yi Chen looked at these things with a surge of excitement, but his brows twitched for a moment as he angrily shouted, System, can you just show me the things I can actually exchange for? Why are you putting these out here for me to look at? Yi Chen expressed that he was really angry. It seemed that the system was aware of Yi Chen's anger, and the scene suddenly changed. Dragon Capture Hand. Concentrate the energy within the body to form a huge hand in the distance to grasp all enemy entities. When cultivated to perfection, it can directly crush planets. Exchange for show-off points. 5000 show-off points. Heavenly Destruction Hand. The advanced version of Dragon Capture Hand. Requires no time at all. Concentrates the energy within the body to create a huge golden handprint above the enemy, attacking towards them with boundless power. When cultivated to perfection, it can directly shatter a galaxy with one palm. Of course, matching combat power is essential. Exchange for show-off points. 10,000 show-off points. There were still a lot of other things behind, all of which were good. However, after Chen saw the Heavenly Destruction Hand, he couldn't take his eyes off it. How could he give up such a perfect thing? Chen opened the panel while making his selections, allowing the audience to see as well. The viewers in the live stream had just witnessed the explosion of a planet, and they were all exhilarated. Now, in front of Chen were various martial arts and techniques he could exchange for, which made the audience's blood boil with excitement. Streamer, you must go for the 9 secrets. Those who are ready to fight should line up and advance. You're invincible. Stop kidding. How does a streamer have that much money? I feel sorry for my streamer. Still a loser, even after becoming a top-tier player. He's broke. The Destruction Hand is also very powerful. It was used by Chen in the God Tomb and was really strong. You must choose the Destruction Hand. Next time we see Frisia, just slap that bastard to death. Chen smiled indifferently and directly said to the system, exchange for the Destruction of Heaven Hand. The exchange for the Destruction of Heaven Hand was successful, and the technique has been transmitted to the host storage space. Please check it. The system responded quickly. Chen closed the exchange panel and opened the storage space. Inside, a manual radiating a golden light was quietly placed. Taking it out, the 3 bold characters destroying Heaven Hand were extremely imposing. Destroying Heaven Hand, TSK, TSK. Just hearing the name sounds powerful. Without saying anything else, let's learn. Chen opened the secret manual, and in an instant, it transformed into a beam of golden light, appearing in Chen's mind. Chen thought for a moment and opened his attribute panel. Chen, combat power, 5 million bloodline, lower level legendary Super Scion bloodline martial arts techniques, Destruction Hand, Solar Fist. Weak version of King Kong Fist, demon piercing light cannon, Sky Dance technique. Chen looked at his combat power and found that it had not increased at all because he had learned the Destruction Hand. However, his strength had definitely increased. Combat power only considers the strength of the physical body and the energy within, with energy accounting for the majority. But in practical combat situations, it is not the same. Glancing at the spaceship, Chen didn't foolishly test his new techniques there, so he directly sat cross-legged and chatted with the live audience, asking if there were any new happenings back on the original Earth. During this time, Chen also explained to Leona and Aphia about his transformation into a Super Scion. He shared everything without reservation, but it seemed that female Scions were unable to transform into Super Scions. He wasn't sure if that was true. Seeing Leona's excited expression, Chen chose not to dampen her spirits. Chapter 73. 1 palm to destroy the moon in the blink of an eye. They were about to reach Earth. At this moment, the outline of Earth was already visible, and they would arrive in about an hour. The spaceship had just passed by the moon, and seeing the moon reminded Chen of his Scion identity. When a Scion is exposed to the moonlight during a full moon, they will transform into a giant ape. In the giant ape form, they lose their sanity, but if they could control their consciousness, they would become incredibly powerful. However, such immense willpower is required. In any case, Chen was unwilling, so he thought, why not just destroy the moon? It would be a perfect opportunity to test the Destruction Hand he had just exchanged for. Chen looked at the moon and smiled faintly. Chen raised his right hand high. Heavenly Destruction Hand. This loud shout echoed in the spaceship like a thunderclap, surprising everyone and drawing their attention to Chen's raised hand. However, Chen's right hand looked ordinary, leaving the others somewhat curious. Suddenly, a purple light burst forth from the outside, capturing everyone's attention. What is this? A massive purple golden handprint suddenly appeared several thousand meters ahead. This giant hand was at least 1,000 meters in diameter, and the most terrifying aspect was its overwhelming aura. The terrifying fluctuations caused the spaceship to stagger. A dreadful energy storm whipped up a cosmic gale. Fall! Chen spoke lightly, and his palm descended. The purple golden light palm then fiercely struck towards the moon. The people around widened their mouths, looking at this scene in disbelief, not knowing what to say. This was too terrifying. Chen actually wants to attack the moon, and the live stream is filled with shock. Police? Someone is damaging public property. Come here. The streamer is incredible, actually planning to take on the moon. I wonder if he can really destroy it. It seems unlikely. After all, the moon is also a celestial body, and while it can't be compared to the Earth's mass, it shouldn't be destroyed so easily, right? Nonsense. Even Master Rashi could destroy the moon. So how could the streamer not be able to? Go for it, streamer. The live stream is buzzing with excitement at this scene. Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as his giant palm instantly descended, pressing down on the moon. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The crowd on the far side of the earth, in the darkness of night, was about to enjoy the full moon, but suddenly, the moon disappeared? Where did the moon go? There wasn't any mention of a lunar eclipse today. Moreover, the speed of this eclipse is too fast. The people living on Earth thought a lunar eclipse had occurred. However, the next scene made it impossible for them to believe that a lunar eclipse was happening. Because in the place where the moon once existed, a magnificent firework suddenly burst forth. Did the moon explode? The crowd on Earth had gone crazy. Meanwhile, Chen sat in the spaceship, watching the fireworks that emerged after the moon's destruction, as the spaceship swayed and staggered forward amidst the energy storm, terrifying beyond measure. Leona kicked Chen in annoyance. Chen expressed his innocence and looked at Leona with frustration. Leona raised her voice and said, "How can you do this? Our spaceship is right next to it. Aren't you afraid of being affected by the explosion of the moon? We'll all die." Chen shook his head helplessly. He really hadn't thought about this matter just now. Sigh. Seeing Leona still seething with anger, the peaks in front of her chest swelled violently with her fury. At that magnificent angle, Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Hee hee." Chen immediately jumped up, startling Leona. "All right, Sister Leona, don't be angry anymore." Chen pretended to be very flirtatious and directly pounced into Leona's arms, enjoying her voluptuousness. Leona didn't expect Chen to use this tactic, and her body immediately stiffened. Leona had never been this close to a man in all these years, and at that moment, she was stunned by the masculine aura emanating from Chen, leaving her body completely rigid. Chen secretly smiled. He had been thinking about this move for a long time. Anyway, Chen didn't care, enjoying the softness of Leona's body. Meanwhile, Bardock watched from a distance, a hint of bitterness on his face. His goddess in his heart was actually taken by his own son. Truly, how should this feeling be described? It was painful. Bardock felt very helpless. As for Vegeta, he was still a child, with no other thoughts. At this moment, Vegeta was only focused on becoming stronger. He had to defeat Frieza and avenge his father. He must become stronger. And how to become stronger? With this thought, Vegeta secretly glanced at Chen. Chen's strength intimidated Vegeta. Whether it was Chen's earlier battle with Frieza, where he had Frieza utterly lost, or Chen's golden aura that made him look like a mighty deity, these made Vegeta realize that Chen was undoubtedly a powerful warrior. If he could become Chen's disciple, he believed he could also become strong. He couldn't tolerate his own weakness. However, the proud Vegeta couldn't imagine himself humbly begging Chen to take him as a disciple. So, Vegeta looked at Chen with great inner conflict. Deep down, he hoped Chen would take the initiative to accept him as a student, and then he would reluctantly agree. That would be the normal way of things, right? After all, I am the Prince of the Scions. I should be entitled to this treatment. But this was certainly just a dream in Vegeta's heart. Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy. Vegeta was eagerly waiting for Chen to take him as a disciple. The spaceship had already approached Earth, and a faint smile crossed Chen's face. Earth? The original place of the Dragon Ball world. I've finally arrived. However, Goku is still a child. Bulma hasn't grown up yet, and Chi-Chi is barely born. It seems that aside from looking for the Dragon Balls, there's nothing else I can do. It's a bit complicated. Chen frowned, contemplating what he should do at that time. Chapter 74, Earth. An unusual atmosphere. The spaceship landed in a desolate area. Chen and Aphia, along with others, stepped down from the spaceship and looked around. The gravity here is so light. Aphia casually bounced around, jumping dozens of meters high with each leap. Chen nodded, then looked at Vegeta and Bardock and asked, "Do you have anywhere you want to go?" Both shook their heads. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, "Raditz, can you teach me how to train?" Hearing Vegeta's words, Chen smiled faintly. It was truly not easy for the proud Vegeta to speak such words of requesting to be a disciple. However, he had no intention of teaching a disciple. So he shook his head and said no. Seeing Chen reject him, Vegeta felt a surge of humiliation. He had finally mustered the courage to ask Chen to be his master, only to be turned down. Chen smiled faintly and said, "I will find you a master. Although he is not very powerful, If you can learn to perfectly control the energy from him, you will definitely become a strong person in the future. Vegeta was excited by Yi Chen's words. Who is it? Vegeta asked immediately, unable to contain his impatience. Yi Chen smiled and said, Master Roshi. Master Roshi? What a strange name. Vegeta felt a bit curious in his heart, but didn't say anything more. Since a strong person like Yi Chen believed that he could teach well, then he must be extraordinary. Yi Chen smiled. Master Roshi is one of the most enigmatic figures on Earth, with many claims of feats like blowing up the moon. However, in the manga, Master Roshi only has a combat power of over 100. Even if his fighting ability has declined due to old age, it is impossible for him to destroy the moon. Therefore, there must be something hidden that I haven't discovered, which has led to such events occurring. Yi Chen expressed curiosity about the Turtle Hermit and decided to directly throw Vegeta over to him, now that Gohan and the Ox King are both disciples of the Turtle Hermit. Adding Vegeta will be nice too. As for Bardock, Yi Chen didn't know how to arrange for him. I'll go train too, Bardock said proactively. Bardock's combat power is even lower than Vegeta's, so he also needs to train. Yi Chen nodded. The Earth's mastery of Qi is actually far beyond that of these Saiyans. Although the Saiyans are stronger, their foundation is not solid. The reason why Vegeta has always been suppressed by Goku's combat power is partly because Goku is the main character with great fortune. On the other hand, it is also due to their foundational differences. It's worth trying out. Who knows, in the future, Vegeta might be the one overwhelming Goku. Yi Chen smiled as he thought, expanding his aura and probing the surroundings. After a long time, he finally sensed a powerful presence on a small island. That's not right. Yi Chen frowned tightly. This powerful aura definitely did not belong to Master Roshi, as this aura was actually as strong as several million. How could this be? At this time on Earth, Master Roshi should be the strongest being on the entire planet. Yi Chen furrowed his brows. After arriving in the Dragon Ball world, Yi Chen discovered many strange things that did not appear in the comics, such as this aura. With a battle power of several million, not to mention Earth, as long as the Frieza race doesn't show up, he could dominate the entire universe. Of course, the Kaishin don't count. But this is still too strange. Why is that? Yi Chen couldn't suppress his curiosity, but he felt that this shouldn't be simple. He decided to first head to the Turtle Hermit's residence and let Vegeta and the others stay there for now. Moreover, Yi Chen had always wanted to know why the Turtle Hermit could live to over 300 years old. This had been a source of curiosity for him. Could it be due to summoning the dragon? But if that were the case, he should be eternally young, not the old Turtle Hermit. Yi Chen wanted to see what the real Turtle Hermit was like compared to the old pervert in the comics. Yi Chen dodged that aura and continued to sense his surroundings. Finally, he felt an aura that was over 100, almost 200. This should be the Turtle Hermit. It wasn't too far from here, only tens of thousands of kilometers away. If he flew at full speed, he could probably reach it in about half an hour. Let's go. I'll take you to find a master first. Yi Chen spoke up, his body directly rising from the ground and flying towards the direction where Master Roshi was. Aphia and Leona closely followed, and then Bardock and Vegeta hurried to catch up. Yi Chen deliberately slowed down, not in a hurry after all. Bardock and Vegeta's flying speed was not fast. They flew over the mountains and crossed the small river. Finally, everyone arrived at a small island. On the island, there was only a small, somewhat tattered house, and an old man with a bald head and a white beard was leisurely sleeping in a chair, enjoying the breeze from the sea. Yi Chen's hearing was astonishing. Although the distance was still a bit far, he could clearly hear the Turtle Hermit drooling in his sleep and the continuous sounds of so big, so soft. Could it be that this guy was having a spring dream? Yi Chen looked at the Turtle Hermit below with a face full of black lines. What he couldn't accept the most was Vegeta. This old man is the master you're going to introduce to me? Vegeta said with a frustrated expression. Yi Chen nodded naturally. Of course, this is your master. So be more respectful in the future. He's so weak that he can't even take one of my punches. Vegeta glared at Yi Chen in anger, thinking that Yi Chen didn't want to teach him and was just casually brushing him off. Yi Chen saw Vegeta's displeased expression and didn't give this guy any leeway. With a slap, he sent Vegeta crashing down from the sky, landing headfirst into the beach. The turtle sage, who had been sleeping, was suddenly awakened by the loud noise and looked around in surprise. When he discovered only a pair of small legs sticking out from the sand, a serious expression appeared on his face. The turtle sage looked up at the sky and saw Leona and Aphia, immediately spurting 2 streams of nosebleed. Chapter 75, An Unusual Turtle Sage Dam. Seeing those 2 streams of nosebleed left Yi Chen dumbfounded. This old pervert wouldn't react like this just because he saw beautiful women, would he? Fortunately, the turtle sage's next reaction made Yi-chan hold back and not go down to beat him up. How could such a powerful energy suddenly appear on Earth? Damn, this powerful energy is making me bleed. You guys are definitely not Earthlings. The turtle sage stood on guard, watching Yi-chan and the others. Yi-chan simulated faintly. Of course, they're definitely not Earthlings. Can't you see we all have tails? The moon was destroyed, and you people just appeared. Tell me, what is your intention in coming to Earth? If you don't tell me, I will kill you. Although Master Roshi usually appeared to be a lecherous old man, he was extremely righteous at critical moments. He could sense that Yi-chan and the others were very powerful, but since they didn't unleash their energy, Master Roshi didn't feel too much of a threat. Suddenly, Vegeta sprang up from the sand, finally flipping over, angrily spitting out the sand from his mouth, glaring at Yi-chan from below. At that moment, Master Roshi realized there were 4 little brats around. Damn it, you aliens, quickly tell me what you came here for. Master Roshi said angrily. Old man, what right do you have to ask me? Vegeta, having been slapped into the sand by Yi-chan and losing face, was very unhappy but didn't dare to vent his anger at Yi-chan, so he could only glare at Master Roshi furiously. Master Roshi was so angry that he was puffing out his beard and glaring. TSK, a little alien child dares to disregard me. How outrageous. I am the Turtle Hermit, the strongest on Earth, revered as a martial arts god. These arrogant aliens are actually letting a little kid provoke me. They really underestimate me. Little guy, be careful, or Grandpa will spank you. Hurry back. Master Roshi looked down on Vegeta, a 4 or 5-year-old alien, thinking he was nothing to be concerned about. His words completely enraged Vegeta. What a joke. I am the Prince of the Science. My battle power has reached 5000, stronger than any adult warrior in my clan. And you dare to look down on me? Vegeta shouted as he threw a punch directly at Master Roshi's face. Seeing Vegeta about to hit him, Master Roshi was unfazed, thinking, I am the Turtle Hermit. My defense is strong. But then, boom. Master Roshi was sent flying dozens of meters by Vegeta's punch. Yi-chan frowned as he looked at Vegeta, who had a battle power of 4000. Would he directly kill Master Roshi? However, the next thing that happened relieved Yi-chan. He saw Master Roshi, with a pained expression on his face, propping himself up with his large turtle shell, slowly getting up from the surface of the sea, and then walking towards Turtle Island, stepping on the water without showing any sign of sinking. Moreover, from his appearance, he only seemed to have a pained face with some swelling, and no other injuries at all. This is not scientific. Although Yi-chan didn't think much of his opponent's strength, this was still too unrealistic. Vegeta had just unleashed his full power, with 4000 battle power flowing out. Yet Master Roshi, who had a battle power of less than 200, seemed completely unscathed after being hit. Indeed, Master Roshi was not like the incompetent old man depicted in the comics. There must be something hidden within. Master Roshi returned to the island and ran up to Vegeta again. This little brat is really violent. Although he doesn't use his energy well, his strength is considerable. Seriously, don't you aliens know to respect your elders and love the young? Master Roshi said with a frustrated expression. Vegeta felt somewhat embarrassed. His full power attack only caused Master Roshi's face to swell a little, which was too humiliating. Vegeta, who had always been ruthless since childhood, charged at Master Roshi again, wanting to beat him to death. Yi-chan squinted his eyes and did not stop. Instead, he observed carefully. However, to Yi-chan's disappointment, the aura around Master Roshi remained incredibly weak, showing no signs of a potential outburst. Could it be that his guess was wrong? Was Master Roshi merely strong in defense? Yi-chan furrowed his brows, while the live stream was filled with noise. Streamer, stop it. Without Master Roshi, Sun Wukong would never have grown into what he is later. Yeah, streamer, hurry up and deal with that little brat Vegeta. He's too ruthless. I've never liked that guy. It's not that bad. Vegeta isn't likable at first, but he gets better later. Anyway, streamer, Master Roshi absolutely cannot die. This is my ransom for Master Roshi. Whoosh. I donated a rocket for Teemo to reach the rank of king. In the Dragon Ball world, Master Roshi is still quite popular. So a group of people shouted for Yi-chan to save Master Roshi. Yi-chan had this idea in his mind, but he felt that something was off. Yi-chan decided that if Master Roshi was really going to be killed by Vegeta, he would definitely stop it. However, for now, Yi-chan still wanted to know what secret Master Roshi had. Haha, old man, you're dead for sure, Vegeta shouted, throwing a punch towards Master Roshi's face. At that moment, Master Roshi's body suddenly vanished. Yes, he disappeared right in place, and then reappeared behind Vegeta in an instant. Then, Master Roshi reached out a hand and directly grabbed Vegeta's calf, lifting him upside down. How is that possible? Yi-Chen's brow furrowed even tighter, because even Yi-Chan couldn't tell how Master Roshi had changed his body position just now. Does this mean that Master Roshi is even stronger than Yi-Chan? That's quite strange, isn't it? Yi-Chen's lips curled into a smile, increasingly feeling that many things in the world of Dragon Ball were not simple. Chapter 76. Master Roshi takes a disciple. Beating up Vegeta. Little guy, today your Grandpa Roshi will teach you to respect your elders and care for the young. Master Roshi directly slapped Vegeta on the butt, causing Vegeta's face to turn red immediately. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans. He was actually slapped on the butt by an old man, and this old man's power level was less than 200. It was truly humiliating. Vegeta felt a wave of humiliation, while Master Roshi didn't hold back, making Vegeta yell out in pain. Bardock's face showed a look of shock. It was known that Vegeta's battle power was even higher than his, yet he was completely defenseless against this old man. If he were to encounter this old man, he would surely end up the same way. But how could that be? According to the data from the scouter, the danger level of this planet was 0. How could it suddenly be like this? The reason Bardock sent Kakarot to Earth was ostensibly because Kakarot's potential was too low, and he found him embarrassing. However, the real reason was that if Kakarot stayed on planet Vegeta, he would definitely be bullied, and during missions, he would surely be cannon fodder with a high death rate. It was safer to send him to this planet with a danger level of 0 to grow up peacefully. That was why Bardock sent Goku to Earth. But now, Bardock realized he was wrong. Master Roshi was happily bending over to slap Vegeta's, but making Vegeta so frustrated that he started to cry. After all, he was still a 4-year-old child. Physical pain and emotional distress were normal reasons to cry. Seeing Vegeta's appearance, Master Roshi stopped and tossed Vegeta to the ground. Then he muttered a few words softly. These words were very quiet, but Yi-Chen's hearing was extraordinary, and he immediately heard. How come so many Saiyans showed up all of a sudden? Could it be that all the surviving Saiyans have fled here? This sentence made Yi-Chen's body suddenly stiffen. How could Master Roshi know about the Saiyans on Earth? In the original plot, it was only when Raditz first invaded Earth that everyone learned about the Saiyan race. But now, Master Roshi not only mentioned the word Saiyan, but he also seemed to know that the rest of the Saiyans were dead. This was indeed interesting. Yi-Chen's lips curled up into a slight smile as he looked at Master Roshi. Master Roshi's gaze was also fixed on Yi-Chen, but there was not a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Instead, he appeared as ordinary and unremarkable as an old man. If Yi-Chan hadn't just noticed the differences about Master Roshi, he might have truly been deceived by the old man's seemingly dull gaze. Master Roshi, I've heard so much about you. Yi-Chan landed on Turtle Island and looked at Master Roshi with a smile, saying. Master Roshi wiped his shiny bald head and asked, It's great that even aliens like you have heard of my fame. Why don't you just obediently scram? What the hell? This guy is actually pretending to be done with me? Yi-Chan asked impatiently. If you were just the #1 expert on Earth, then you're nothing in my eyes, right? Yi-Chan wanted to make Master Roshi reveal his secret directly. However, Master Roshi pretended to be crazy and foolish, refusing to say anything. Yi-Chan was a bit angry, thinking about whether he should give the Turtle Hermit a good beating. Although he couldn't see through the Turtle Hermit's recent movements, Yi-Chan felt that he should be able to easily defeat this old man. However, as soon as the Turtle Hermit caught a glimpse of Yi-Chen's expression, he seemed to sense something and immediately shouted, Are you trying to bully this old man? That's really too much. You aliens are so impolite. Even old men like me are not spared. Yi-Chan almost wanted to curse. However, seeing the Turtle Hermit's demeanor, it was really inconvenient to act, so he could only shake his head in frustration and say, How about that kid becoming your disciple? No way. Our Earth does not welcome you war maniacs. The Turtle Hermit replied firmly. Yi-Chan understood even more in his heart. The Turtle Hermit must surely know what the Saiyans had done for Frisia. This was not something an old man who had never left Earth should know. Who knew? Yi-Chan didn't speak, and the Turtle Hermit muttered with his head lowered. These Saiyans are truly embarrassing, actually serving under Frisia, getting more and more disgraceful. Yi-Chan furrowed his brows and soon realized that this was intentionally meant for him to hear by the Turtle Sage. Nevertheless, Yi-Chan felt even more confused. What exactly is the identity of this Turtle Sage? Earth doesn't seem to be as simple as it was in the original story. Yi-Chan looked at Master Roshi, who only spoke halfway, and knew that he didn't want to reveal the secret to him. It didn't matter, although he was curious. It wasn't to the extent that he would die if he didn't hear it, so he decided not to ask. Yi-Chan directly said, Don't worry. You can deal with that kid however you want. As for our race's original business, we haven't done that for a long time, and it definitely won't cause any destruction to Earth." The turtle sage nodded upon hearing this, as if he wasn't worried about Yi Chun going back on his word, and said, "In that case, I will graciously and reluctantly take in this little brat who doesn't know his place. I will educate you well." Saying this, the turtle sage smiled at Vegeta. Vegeta shivered in fear and immediately jumped up. The turtle sage was too terrifying, and Vegeta ran over to Yi Chun, saying, "I don't want him to be my master. I want to train by myself." Vegeta was genuinely scared. Yi Chun had no feelings for Vegeta, so he didn't mind. However, he still said, "You can see for yourself, but if this continues, you will never be able to avenge your father." Upon hearing Yi Chun mention his father, Vegeta's eyes turned red, but he quickly composed himself. His angry little face was filled with determination. "Old man, I will consider myself your disciple. When I become strong in the future, I will definitely repay you for today's humiliation." Master Roshi continued to look at Vegeta with a smile and said one thing. "Come here." Chapter 77. Searching. Extraordinary energy. First update of the morning. Master Roshi smiled and asked Vegeta to come over. Vegeta was confused, but walked towards Master Roshi anyway. "What's going on?" Vegeta still looked down on Master Roshi, thinking, "How dare he hit my bottom, even worse than Raditz. I will definitely take revenge on both of you in the future." Vegeta thought fiercely. Master Roshi still smiled. "Turn your back to me." Vegeta didn't say much and directly turned his back. Without hesitation, Master Roshi picked up Vegeta by the waist and continued to spank him hard. "I'll let you bully your teacher and destroy your ancestors. I'll let you deal with me in the future. I let you." Master Roshi was also quite mischievous. Yi Chun looked at Vegeta, who was being punished painfully by Master Roshi, and felt a sense of amusement. No matter what secret Master Roshi had, since he didn't seem to hold any hostility towards them, there was no need to be on guard. After all, aside from his peculiarities, there wasn't much else to say about him. His strength was somewhat strange, so you all should stay, Vegeta said to Aphia and the others. This made Leona frown directly. "Are you saying I also have to learn?" Leona's combat power had already reached 2 million, while she couldn't destroy the Earth yet. She could probably wipe out all the strong fighters on it. Yi Chun actually wanted her to learn from this lecherous old man. The Scions were strong, but their mastery of Ki was not as good as that of Earthlings, so you and Aphia can stay and train for a while. "I believe it won't be long before your strength improves again," Yi Chun sincerely said. Yi Chun planned to seek out that powerful aura. On Earth in the early Dragon Ball world, there shouldn't be any strong beings with battle powers over 1 million. Yi Chun needed to clarify what was going on. However, it was a bit dangerous to take Aphia and the others with him, so it was better to let them stay behind and cultivate. When Leona heard Yi Chun say that he could become stronger, she stopped insisting on following him. Aphia's pretty little face was filled with reluctance. "Brother Yi Chun, aren't you going to stay? I have a little something to take care of, but I'll come back to see you." Yi Chun nodded. Aphia reluctantly threw herself into Yi Chun's arms, her big eyes glistening as she said, "Brother Yi Chun, you must come back soon and visit Aphia often. Aphia will miss you so much when you're gone." Yi Chun could feel the love in Aphia's heart and knew that she had already devoted herself to him. So he gently patted Aphia's jade-like back and said, "Don't worry, I will never forget you, no matter who I forget. I will definitely come back to see you." Yeching's assurance made Aphia nod. Although Leona's expression remained cold, there was a hint of unacknowledged resentment in her eyes. Yi Chun watched and laughed heartily, knowing Leona's concerns. "Sister Leona, I'm about to leave. Aren't you going to say goodbye to me?" Yi Chun looked at Leona and said. Leona saw Yi Chun's mischievous gaze, and her face immediately turned red. She then turned her face away and said, "I don't care about you. If you want to go, then go. Hey, your personality is off, clearly the ice goddess, yet you're being Tsundere. It's wrong to say one thing and mean another." However, Yi Chun didn't continue speaking. This progress was already good. Taking it step by step is the way to go. If he really embarrassed Leona too much, she would probably explode. So it was better to stop here. Yi Chun's wolfish ambition couldn't escape the discerning eyes of the viewers in the live stream, and soon the room was filled with shouts. "Come on, streamer, hurry up and get double rewards. I promise there will be 10 rockets waiting for you that day. The streamer is useless. Don't even think about double rewards. It's been 30 years and you still haven't made any progress. Sigh, streamer, I'm so tired. You've already crossed over. Why are you still acting like a loser? Just accelerate the push. Cultivating is too lame." This group of guys seemed to thrive on chaos, eagerly encouraging Yi Chun. Yi Chun stated that he wouldn't be fooled. a mere 10 planes couldn't shake his principles. However, if it were 100 planes, he would abandon his principles. After all, there were too many things to exchange in the system store, but he didn't have the money. With so many good things available, he needed to save up more money. You should strive for that show-off value. Chen said to the turtle hermit. How about it? Can you help train them a bit? The turtle hermit didn't seem unhappy at all. As for why Chen was at ease handing over the two beauties to the old pervert turtle hermit, it was because these two beauties were not ordinary people. Their battle power was at 2 million. If the turtle hermit dared to provoke them, the earth would probably be turned upside down. So, Chen was very relaxed. The turtle hermit asked, "Where are you going?" Chen thought for a moment and did not hide it from Master Rashi. "I plan to go to a small island that is very far from here. On that island, I discovered a very powerful energy that far exceeds that of Earth. It's a bit strange. Could it be related to you?" Chen looked at Master Rashi with a smile, wanting to know if the owner of that powerful aura had any connection with him. Master Rashi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he shook his head, saying, "The owner of that aura doesn't have much to do with me, but with you, or rather with you, the legendary Super Saiyan. It has a lot to do." Master Rashi's words made Chen frown. Master Rashi knew a lot. Not only did he know that Chen was of the Saiyan race, but he also confidently stated that he was the legendary Super Saiyan. This Master Rashi was indeed not simple. However, what connection did that aura have with him? Could it be that the owner of that aura was also a Saiyan? Chen furrowed his brows in thought, but couldn't come up with anything, so he could only shake his head helplessly. Seeing that the turtle hermit wouldn't, he decided to go take a look himself. Chen waved his hand at the crowd and flew off into the distance. Chapter 78. The corpse floating in the universe. Watching Chen's figure flash away, leaving behind a streak of golden light as he flew further away, Leona felt a bit strange and surprisingly reluctant, which made her cheeks flush. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Aphia asked curiously upon seeing Leona's expression. It was as if Leona's secret had been discovered by Aphia, making her face turn red again. "It's nothing." Although Leona tried hard to hide it, everyone present, except for the youngest Vegeta and the innocent Aphia, noticed it. Master Rashi sighed and remarked, "This little guy really has a lot of fortune with the ladies." Then, looking at Chen's back, he said, "That guy, Dr. Jero, really knows no fatigue, causing so much trouble. The mess he has created this time is probably not small. Originally, I intended to take action myself, but since the little guy wants to step in, let him do it. It just saves me some effort." After saying this, Master Rashi smiled and looked at Vegeta. "Come on, little guy, I'll teach you to respect your teacher." Vegeta looked pale. Master Rashi was like a demon. Chen crossed the mountains and walked past the rivers, flying towards the distant island. As he got closer to the island, he increasingly felt a powerful aura, and it seemed to be not just one, but many strong auras. This made Chen furrow his brows even tighter. How could this be possible? How could there be a group of such powerful beings hiding on Earth? It was unscientific. Chen directly asked in a live broadcast room, "I have discovered many powerful auras on Earth, and some might even exceed a combat power of 10 million. Such terrifying auras shouldn't appear on early Earth. Have you found any clues in the original work?" Upon hearing Chen's question, the already lively live broadcast room suddenly fell silent. This news was somewhat unusual, and no one was foolish enough to think that Chen was mistaken. So what exactly was wrong? Could it be that powerful beings from other planets have come to Earth? This was the first speculation. Chen thought for a moment and said, "It's impossible. There are no obvious strong beings on Earth. If it were a powerful alien invasion, there would be no reason to hide." Seeing Chen shake his head, other guesses emerged. Could it be that some sleeping strong beings are about to awaken? After all, this part of history isn't mentioned in Dragon Ball. Or maybe there are actually many powerful humans on Earth. That would make more sense. Yes, considering that in the later stages of Dragon Ball, humans are basically weak, with only characters like Ub reincarnating, while others like Tien and Krillin have been eliminated and disappeared. We Earthlings shouldn't be this weak. That makes sense. Perhaps there are hidden strong beings. Let's have the host take us to broaden our horizons. Chen saw various guesses and knew that just guessing was useless. However, what did this have to do with him? Wasn't his own matter about finding the Dragon Balls to resurrect the planet Adrat? Chen suddenly realized that he had already reached the sea, but he immediately stopped. Indeed, he was here to search for the Dragon Balls, so why bother with other matters? The dangers on Earth had nothing to do with him. It wasn't even the real Earth. Therefore, Chen felt justified in stopping about 1,000 meters away from the island. How should he search for the Dragon Balls? Bulma was still young and couldn't create a dragon radar. So what about her father? Would he be able to make one? Chen was contemplating and planning to search for Bulma's father. After all, he had promised the elder to leave it there. Although Yi Chen was not a saint overflowing with a sense of justice, once he made a promise, he had to fulfill it. So, Yi Chen was set to find the Dragon Balls to keep his word. However, just as Yi Chen was about to turn around, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted. Beneath an island in the ocean, there was a massive underground base. Inside, a white-haired figure was busy at work. He was Dr. Gero. In front of Dr. Gero were 3 transparent glass life pods, and inside them were 3 non-human beings. They had greenish skin, sharp claws for hands, and webbed feet with 3 toes connected together. Their towering 2-meter-tall bodies had the most unusual feature in their heads. They had sharp fangs, long whiskers, fierce faces, and 2 long forked dragon horns. This creature, resembling a human standing upright in the glass life pod, would surely astonish Yi Chen if he saw it. This being was the same monster that Yi Chen had encountered on the Chakra planet, fighting against a Super Scion and dying together. Yi Chen initially thought it was a vanished race, but now, 3 identical monsters have appeared on Earth. Such powerful corpses drifting from the universe to right in front of me. Truly, this is heaven's assistance. Dr. Grow laughed maniacally. The corpses of these monsters were incredibly strong, and when they floated to Earth, they looked ancient, as if they had been dead for millions of years. Yet they had not turned to dust and were incredibly hard. Even Dr. Grow's most advanced guns couldn't break through the skin of the corpses, which only made him happier. Dr. Grow was researching a cyborg project, aiming to create the strongest cyborg. However, cyborg number 1, number 2, and number 3 had all failed. Just as Dr. Grow was about to make another attempt, he discovered these 3 corpses, which brought him immense joy. The previous cyborgs were made from ordinary humans, so they were not powerful, disappointing Dr. Grow. But these monster corpses were undoubtedly strong, and Dr. Grow was confident he could create the strongest artificial monster on Earth. If that happened, he could unify the planet and use all its resources for his research. This was Dr. Grow's ambition. But just as the corpses had shown no reaction, the moment Yi Chen arrived, they suddenly opened their eyes. Chapter 79, Hostility. The revived monster corpses. Silence? The corpses that were supposed to be dead surprisingly uttered these 3 words with difficulty. Dr. Grow was preparing to soak the corpses in a cultivation solution before mechanically modifying them, so they would obey his commands. However, a strange hoarse voice interrupted him, causing him to furrow his brow. Strange, could it have been an auditory hallucination? Dr. Grow thought, frowning, not paying much attention. Since he was alone in the underground laboratory, it was impossible for anyone else to be speaking. It must have been his excitement causing the hallucination. But now, a more grandiose voice echoed, making Dr. Grow frown once more. Science, mortal enemies, kill, kill, kill. This time, the voice seemed to pierce the heavens, causing Dr. Grow's body to tremble and stiffen. And it was just one voice, but 2. The 3 massive glass life pods were shattered by these 2 powerful voices. The sound of shattering glass filled Dr. Grow with terror. Kill the Science. When Dr. Grow turned to look, he discovered that 2 of the monsters had stood up among the 3 corpses. Their bodies were still quite stiff, but they could walk, and upon closer inspection, it was clear that their feet were a full half-foot off the ground. This meant that these creatures could fly. This completely shattered Dr. Grow's worldview, especially under the cold gaze of the 2 standing monsters, trembling in fear and daring not to move. Fortunately, the 2 monsters showed no interest in the weak human before them. Science, kill, kill, kill. The hoarse voice rang out again, and the 2 monster corpses seemed to have no consciousness, instinctively rushing toward the outside, towards the Scion aura. The Scions must die. What a terrifying instinct. Even after being dead for countless years, upon sensing the Scion presence, their bodies instinctively moved to attack. This revealed just how deep the hatred between this monster race and the Scions ran. What kind of race were they? Dr. Grow watched as the 2 monsters left, with only the last corpse remaining in the middle, showing no signs of awakening. Phew, this scared me to death. The fact that a dead monster could come back to life was simply... Dr. Grow was so frightened he became incoherent. But at that moment, the monster in the middle, which seemed to still be unawakened, suddenly spoke. Leave this place, modify me. The monster's voice was loud, yet its eyes remained closed, and its body showed no signs of movement. Dr. Grow struggled to stand up, but was immediately terrified back down. What a joke. The 2 monsters appeared to have no intelligence, driven only by instinct. Yet this monster could speak normally. This was simply... Dr. Grow was so frightened he felt weak all over, but the next words from the monster jolted him awake again. Give me 1 minute. Take me away with your aircraft, or I will kill you. As soon as the words were spoken, Dr. Grow felt an overwhelming killing intent wash over him, as if it were piercing through his entire body. The pain felt like countless needles stabbing him, making him extremely uncomfortable. All right. Dr. Grow realized he might actually die, hurriedly got up, and forced his trembling legs to retrieve his flying device. It was a high-tech model that could operate on land, water, and air, developed by Dr. Grow himself. He quickly activated his flying machine and sat inside, while the monster's corpse automatically flew into the ship. Fortunately, the aircraft was large enough to accommodate it. However, Dr. Grow's fear escalated. Was this thing really a corpse? He dared not speak or ask, activating the flying device, which punched through the ground and sped away into the distance. The terrifying aura from the monster that had kept its eyes closed suddenly vanished, leaving no trace behind. Was this monster truly dead? No one knew. Even the monster itself did not know whether it was alive or dead. Science, kill. Chen had originally planned to leave directly, but the suddenly erupting, incredibly strong aura made his brows twitch. These two auras were very powerful, truly powerful. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important aspect was that within these two auras, there was a terrifying killing intent, as if they wished to tear him apart. The third aura had completely vanished. What was going on? Chen furrowed his brows tightly as he heard a sonic boom behind him. This sound could only be produced by something moving faster than the speed of sound. Of course, the speed of these two individuals might have already surpassed the speed of sound by countless times. As the terrifying sonic boom directly stirred up towering waves hundreds of meters high beneath his feet, incredibly frightening. It was as if a tsunami had occurred, with giant waves rolling in and dark clouds forming in the sky. Enemies? Chen furrowed his brows. He shouldn't have any enemies on Earth, right? Could it be a misunderstanding? Chen turned around and saw two monsters appearing in his line of sight. What? The surprise in Chen's eyes was definitely not feigned. The appearance of these two monsters was exactly the same as the ones he had seen on the Chakra planet. How could that be possible? Chen's expression darkened as he looked ahead, a clear voice reaching his ears. Scions, kill. Scions, kill. Are the Scions naturally enemies of this race? Countless mysteries left Chen even more confused. Was the entire Scion clan, which once dominated the universe, really destroyed by this monster? As he watched the monstrous crowd charging forward, a cold smile appeared on Chen's face. Kill me? Do you have the ability to do that? Chen stood proudly at the tip of the massive wave, the roaring wind blowing through his waist-length hair, looking exceptionally carefree. If you stand, then I will fight. I want to see what level the so-called arch-enemies of the Scions truly are. Chapter 80, Fierce Battle. Destruction of Heaven's Hand. Two green-faced, fanged monsters with dragon heads charged directly in front of Chen. Scions. The two monsters halted their bodies, positioning themselves on either side of Chen, their cold gazes fixed on him. Chen looked at the two monsters and frowned slightly. Why was there not a trace of life energy on them? Moreover, their eyes were vacant, and their bodies appeared somewhat stiff, completely different from the monster he had seen earlier on the Chakra planet. Who are you? Chen was very curious about who these guys were. At that moment, a voice rang in his mind. Ding. The host has triggered a mission. Archenemy. The grudge hidden in the bloodline. Mission requirements. Slay 2 monsters. Mission reward. 10,000 show-off points. Mission failure penalty. None. Are you ready for the outcome after being defeated by your archenemy? The system prompt made Chen understand clearly. He was already planning to take down these two guys, and now there was a mission too, which was quite nice. The two monsters ignored Chen's question. They only continuously emitted a rough voice, repeating, Scion, kill. Chen sneered. Could it be that this race is an intellectually challenged one? If Scions were defeated by such a foolish race, that would be too unfortunate. Kill. The monster roared and directly swung its tail at Chen. The azure tail emitted a dazzling blue light, fleeting in an instant, and with the force of thunder, it smashed towards Chen. Similarly, the other monster behind also used the same move, fiercely striking its tail down at Chen. Chen let out a cold laugh and directly extended both hands, intending to grab the tails of the two monsters that were sliding through the air, their shadows completely invisible. However, the speed of the monsters exceeded Chen's expectations, and they directly evaded his grasp. Chen felt a bit helpless and could only use his arms to block, raising both arms to shield himself from the incoming attack. Boom! Boom! 2 heavy strikes hit Chen's arms directly, producing a thunderous sound. The sea surged with towering waves. Chen was directly knocked back several hundred meters, Wow. Yi-chan furrowed his brows. The physical bodies of the two monsters were so powerful that he couldn't withstand them in a direct confrontation. This was indeed strange. The most peculiar thing was that there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of power within the bodies of these two monsters. He could sense their aura, but he didn't see them using any techniques. What could be the reason for this? The physical body was never a strong suit of the Scions in the original story. They relied on energy waves and spirit pills to eliminate their enemies. In this world, however, there were beings capable of destroying planets with sheer physical strength in a single punch. The Scions were far behind in comparison. Therefore, it was essential to enhance their physical bodies. Yi-chen's face revealed a smile again. System, show me their combat power. Yi-chen said directly, ding. Combat power, 55 million. Combat power, 55 million. Yi-chan frowned slightly when he saw the battle power, but he didn't pay much attention to it. 55 million is not low, but it really doesn't matter to Yi-chan. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the state of these monsters. Yi-chen's guess was correct. Both monsters were corpses that had been dead for over 1 million years. It's fortunate that they hadn't decayed completely. Their physical strength was already reduced to a mere 10%. Moreover, without any consciousness, they could only act on instinct, which meant they couldn't display much power. At this moment, the combat strength exhibited by the monsters was only 1% of what they had in life. If Yi-chen knew this information, he would be incredibly shocked. The Scion's archenemies? Then let me show you what a Super Scion looks like. Yi-chen's mouth curled into a cold smile as he coldly gazed at the monster ahead. Amidst the chaos, Yi-chen clenched his fists tightly. Super Scion. With a loud roar, golden energy instantly enveloped Yi-chen's entire body, burning all over him. A fierce and overwhelming aura erupted in an instant. 20 meters beneath his feet was the surface of the sea, which had been stirred into turbulent waves by the aura of the two monsters moments ago, creating an extremely unsettled scene. However, at the moment Yi-chen's Super Saiyan aura erupted, the raging winds and waves immediately vanished without trace, and the entire ocean became calm in an instant, no longer bearing even a ripple. It was as if it had been suppressed by something. Most terrifyingly, beneath Yi-chen's feet, what should have been a flat sea bizarrely showed a situation where the center was low and the surrounding area was high. The height difference was over 100 meters. The lowest point at the center was precisely where Yi-chan stood. TSK, this little guy really has great talent. Compared to those Scions from back in the day, he can be considered an outstanding representative at the same age. Master Roshi looked into the distance, where Yi-chan was engaged in a fierce battle and transformation. However, after casually commenting, Master Roshi leisurely lay back on his recliner, chuckling at the disgruntled Vegeta. Super Saiyan. Yi-chen's sudden burst of powerful aura did not instill any fear in the two monsters. Instead, it provoked an even fiercer response from them. Super Saiyan, kill, kill, kill. The two monsters charged directly at Yi-chen once again. Yi-chen's long golden hair floated in the air without wind, and the golden energy aura around him was even more terrifying. Looking at the two monsters charging at him in anger, Yi-chen merely smiled faintly and raised a hand. Annihilation hand. Yi-chan Ganti spoke. In an instant, a golden aura suddenly appeared above one of the monster's bodies. The overwhelming energy caused the monster to stiffen, and it was about to flee in a moment. However, it was already too late. Chapter 81, Annihilation. Searching for the third aura. The vast energy erupted instantly, and a golden giant palm manifested above the monster's head, ready to descend upon it. The monster let out a terrified cry and instantly shifted its body to the right by 100 meters, its terrifying speed resembling teleportation. However, just after the monster moved, the giant palm that had originally appeared above its head strangely reappeared once more. The monster sensed the terrifying energy from the giant palm and dared not resist, fleeing again. Once, twice, 3 times. Finally, on the 12th attempt, the monster could not evade the golden giant palm and was directly covered by it. The giant palm pressed down on the monster, pushing it toward the ocean. Under the terrifying aura of the giant palm, the sea was directly pushed aside, creating a strange void as the palm forced the monster down towards the seabed. Tens of thousands of meters of seawater rushed through, reaching the ocean floor. Bang! The giant palm crushed the monster onto the rocks at the seabed. The violent and terrifying turbulence erupted, producing an astonishing wave. The entire earth trembled under this annihilation palm, and the monster was directly suppressed into ashes. This little fellow is not afraid of tearing the earth apart. Master Roshi felt the tremors from the surface and let out a slight sigh. Scions are indeed dangerous. One annihilation palm destroyed a monster, leaving one remaining. Chen raised the corner of his mouth and asked the monster, "What is your race?" Chen's question did not elicit any reaction from the monster. Instead, it stared at Chen with hatred, shouting, "Super Scion, kill, kill, kill." Chen frulnit. The monster seemed to lack intelligence, almost like a beast that had not yet been civilized. Could this really be the enemy of the Scions back then? That would be too disappointing. Chen chakit koldi. Since he couldn't ask anything, he decided not to. It was better to just kill them. When he came here earlier, he could clearly sense 3 auras. Now, only 2 monsters had appeared, and the third aura had completely vanished. There had been no battle, so it seemed that the missing aura had not been killed. So what exactly had happened? There was definitely still a monster hiding. Since that monster was hiding, it indicated that it had intelligence. And having intelligence meant that he could extract some information. The mission to uncover the mystery of the Scion's disappearance was still in Chen's task list. The reward of 100,000 show-off points was very tempting to him. You could die too, Chen said lightly as he watched the monster charge at him again. The monster, disregarding everything, bared its sharp fangs and lunged at Chen's neck. Chen stretched out his hand and, in a split second, grabbed the monster's neck. Chen said softly. Crack. Applying more force. The monster's neck was directly snapped. Chen directly threw out the monster's corpse, planning to go to the small island where he had sensed a third aura to search for its owner. However, the corpse that Chen had thrown behind him suddenly stood up again. Its neck twisted in a strange manner as it charged towards Chen. Chen did not expect that the monster he had already killed could actually stand up and attack him. Therefore, without any defense, Chen was directly knocked away for over 100 meters. Chen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering it in midair. Slowly wiping the corner of his mouth, Chen turned his head to look, and the monster stood proudly behind him, roaring. It actually didn't die? Chen frowned tightly. Chen did not know that this monster had actually died long ago. At this moment, its confrontation with Chen was merely a result of the body's instinct. Therefore, lethal techniques that target life, such as breaking the neck, had no effect on these monsters at all. Chen felt the injury on his back and frowned slightly. The Scion's physical body was indeed very ordinary and not powerful at all. Without enhancements, they really couldn't defeat anyone. However, it seems that you're the first one in the entire universe to make me get hurt. A trace of cruel amusement flashed in Chen's eyes. Destruction of heaven. With one hand raised, the vast energy once again gathered above the monster's head, the golden purple light spreading outwards. A golden hand instantly condensed into shape. Then let's just crush you. Chen let out a soft breath. The monster was instantly pressed downwards in tension. The position of the monster was precisely above a small island. A golden giant hand slammed the monster directly onto the island, producing a deafening sound. Soon after, smoke and dust filled the air, and the ground trembled. Half a minute later, as the smoke slowly dissipated, Chen looked down slightly. There was nothing left. Yes, there was nothing left. The giant hand, the monster, the small island. All 3 had disappeared together. With one strike, the monster and the island were obliterated. Chen stood in the air and sneered. The battle was over. He canceled his Super Scion state. Chen is now very powerful, but he is actually feeling a bit melancholic. He has been unable to enter the legendary Super Scion state. This is a state that is even stronger than the ordinary Super Scion state, and only those with the bloodline of the legendary Super Scion can achieve it. However, even though Chen possesses the bloodline and has tried several times, he still cannot enter this state. This leaves Chen puzzled, wondering how he can achieve that state. These thoughts only briefly crossed his mind before disappearing without a trace. Where there is a will, there is a way. There is no need to rush these matters. The main thing now is to find the third aura. Based on the level they were at together, it should also be a monster. To understand more, it seems that it depends on whether the last monster also lacks intelligence. It's best to go search for it. Chen smiled and soared into the sky again, then rushed towards the small island where the 3 energy signatures he had discovered were located. Chapter 82. Exploration. Searching for Sun Wukong. Chen flew quickly, stirring up waves of water as he went, the splashes rising high. Soon, he arrived above a small island. This should be the place. The island was very small, only a few hundred square meters, situated on the ocean, and if one wasn't paying attention, it would be hard to spot. The vegetation on the island was lush. Chen landed and walked around, discovering only trees and nothing else, which puzzled him. Could it be that my previous sensing was incorrect? Chen frowned as he looked around. Suddenly his eyes brightened. In front of him was a small dirt hill, and at the bottom of the hill, there was a large door leading underground. Yi Chen's lips revealed a hint of a smile as he walked inside. Sure enough, after traversing a winding passage, Yi Chen arrived at a spacious underground chamber. The basement was not simple. It had everything, especially the experimental equipment, which was of high-end and impressive quality. Yi Chen looked around and discovered 3 broken glass life pods. Technological liquid was spilled all over the ground, still emitting a faint warmth and a pungent odor. Indeed, the 2 monsters he encountered had come from here. The 3 broken glass life pods indicated that there were indeed 3 monsters. But where had the 3rd monster gone? Yi Chen furrowed his brows and looked ahead, seeing nothing. Carefully sensing, he discovered that on Earth, there was no longer a single being with a battle power exceeding 1,000. This filled Yi Chen's heart with a sense of confusion. Where could the last monster have gone? Yi Chen carefully searched, but found nothing, so he could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it, the Earth is this big, and it doesn't matter if the monster escapes. As long as the monster dares to continue exposing its aura, Yi Chen can use instant transmission to chase after it. This is hardly a problem. So Yi Chen simply smiled and turned to fly out of the basement. Hovering in midair and looking at the small island, Yi Chen thought for a moment and directly unleashed a ki blast. With a battle power of 5 million, Yi Chen's casual ki blast was enough to destroy an island. A rumbling sound erupted, and the small island instantly vanished. Inside a distant flying vehicle, Dr. Gero nervously glanced at the silent monster sitting beside him while watching the monitor. On the monitor was the footage from the cameras he had set up in the lab. After a long time, a golden figure appeared above the island, causing Dr. Gero to frown. When he noticed Yi Chen's golden tail, his frown deepened. It actually has a tail. Could it be an alien too? Dr. Gero pondered this matter. But the next scene astonished him. The moment Yi Chen dropped a strange white object from his hand, the video on the screen disappeared. What was that? Could it be a high-power bomb? Dr. Gero frowned slightly, thought that Yi Chen should have left by now, and mustered his courage to return to see what had happened. However, when he returned to the original location using the coordinates, he was shocked. The spot where the island should have been was already submerged by seawater. This meant that his island had been destroyed. This was simply sensational. Dr. Gero was so frightened that he quickly turned the flying vehicle around and fled. This was not human. It had casually destroyed an island. Dr. Gero was stunned and declared that he never wanted to see that golden-haired guy, Yi Chen, again. Yi Chen was flying casually, and he really didn't know where the Dragon Balls were. How should he look for them? Hey friends, do you know where the Dragon Balls were during the first search in the original story? Yi Chen directly asked the audience in the live broadcast room. The netizens were very enthusiastic and knowledgeable, so Yi Chen didn't hesitate and asked out loud. The viewers in the live broadcast were watching with great interest. Battles were the most exciting. Now that Yi Chen posed a question, the audience in the live broadcast started to flood the screen with comments. Report to the host. There should definitely be a turtle sage. The host is actually looking for the Dragon Balls. How envious. I want to make a wish too. I wish for many wives. 100, 1,000. Upstairs, that's awesome. Then I wish for the strongest kidney, so we can collaborate well in the future. Be more serious upstairs. Host. There's one with the turtle sage, one with Gohan, and one with the Bull Demon King. As for the others, I don't know for now. I'll go check the original work. Indeed, netizens can be divided into 2 types, useful ones and useless ones. The turtle sage, Gohan, and the Bull Demon King definitely have Dragon Balls. Yi Chen doesn't want to see the old face of the turtle sage for now. It's too annoying. So, the only options left are the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong. Should I go to the Bull Demon King's place to see little Chi-Chi? Yi Chen frowned and thought, forget it. It's better to go to Son Gohan's place first, since Son Goku is also there. It's not a bad idea to check on his brother Son Goku. Although he is a traveler and doesn't really care about so-called blood relations, it's still good to take a look, especially since he is the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. It could be quite interesting. However, there's a problem. Where does Son Gohan live? The original work seems to only mention that he lives in the mountains, but it's still unclear which mountain it is. Yi Chen frowned, pondering whether he should go back and ask that old man, the turtle sage. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. It said that Sun Wukong is the strongest earthling besides the turtle sage, so he could just search for his energy directly. Yi Chen thought, closing his eyes to start searching for the energy around the entire earth. Most of it was around 3 or 5 points, which made Yi Chen a bit frustrated. 85? Yi Chen's eyes brightened slightly, as if he had found something. However, it is indeed not close from here. Yi Chen didn't want to rely on teleportation for everything. Appreciating the beautiful scenery is also nice. Chapter 83, Air Disaster. Infatuated Bulma. Yi Chun sensed the location of that energy and flew directly over. At this time, the sky was basically not occupied by humans. After all, there are not many who could fly, and aircraft were too expensive. Yi Chun was flying high, so the people on the ground didn't see him. Otherwise, they would definitely have shouted for their wives to come out and see God. However, Yi Chun was flying with great ease, freely moving among the clouds, feeling relaxed and cheerful. Thus, he didn't notice that directly in front of him, a flying vehicle was approaching at high speed. On the small aircraft sat two people, a middle-aged man in the co-pilot seat and a cute little girl, who looked like a delicate doll in the pilot seat. She had a serious expression while controlling the ship, which looked quite amusing. "How about it, Dad? Am I amazing?" The little girl proudly called out to the middle-aged man beside her. The middle-aged man looked pleased. He was Bulma's father, a scientist and entrepreneur, quite wealthy. He never expected that his only 7-year-old daughter had actually built a flying vehicle herself. This level of scientific achievement was truly impressive. Of course, the aircraft still had some issues, such as easily spinning several times when turning and the windshield crashing down during acceleration. After the middle-aged man secretly checked and repaired those areas, he allowed Bulma to fly the aircraft with him. Although he appeared calm, he was actually extremely anxious. If it weren't for Bulma insisting on taking him for a spin, he absolutely would not have allowed her to engage in such a reckless activity regarding their lives. He had prepared countless capsules in case of an emergency. However, once they were in the air, everything was remarkably stable, which eased the middle-aged man's worries. Bulma also relaxed her hands and happily looked at her father, waiting for his praise. But at that moment, the middle-aged man saw a golden figure appearing ahead, heading straight for the aircraft. "What is going on?" In an instant, the middle-aged man was filled with terror and shouted for Bulma to quickly change direction. But Bulma had already taken her hands off the controls. This meant that the father and daughter were about to bang. Sure enough, with a loud crash, the violent impact shattered the aircraft. Bulma and her father were left helplessly floating in the sky. Bulma's father hurriedly reached into his pocket for the capsules. But perhaps due to his panic, the capsules slipped through his fingers. "Oh no, we're doomed." He pulled Bulma into his arms, feeling heartbroken. He regretted not agreeing to Bulma's request no matter what. Otherwise, he and his daughter wouldn't be facing death now. They closed their eyes, waiting for the end to come. But at that moment, a golden figure appeared before them. After Yi Chun was hit, he looked confused. He couldn't believe he had been struck. Could it be a malicious attack? He opened his eyes and looked ahead. However, when Yi Chun saw a little girl and a middle-aged man falling to the ground, he realized that it was probably because he'd been flying around with his eyes closed that he had collided with others. Yi Chun is indeed a person of great character. He flew over directly and pulled the two people who were about to land safely into his hands, then gently descended. "How is this possible? I'm not dead." The middle-aged man looked at himself in surprise, then glanced at his daughter in his arms. They really were unharmed. Yi Chun found it a bit funny to see his expression. However, there were still things to do, so Yi Chun planned to leave. "Hey, blonde guy, you look so handsome. Will you be my boyfriend?" The little girl in the middle-aged man's arms immediately widened her eyes upon seeing Yi Chun, and then started to dance with excitement. Yi Chun's mouth twitched. He had transformed into a teenage killer. The middle-aged man was not as brainless as Bulma, and was instead filled with terror, because Yi Chun had clearly just flown. In other words, "Thank you," the middle-aged man said before attempting to leave. Yi Chun suddenly remembered something and asked, "Are you called Bulma?" The little girl instantly blushed and said, "Handsome brother, you're so bad. You know my name, but pretend not to recognize me. I'll marry you when I grow up." The middle-aged man, noticing his daughter was becoming more and more inappropriate, quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Yi Chun, on the other hand, had a dark expression. "The reason I recognized you is that in the entire Dragon Ball world, besides you, which other girl would be so infatuated?" Yi Chun's mouth twitched slightly, but it was all effortless. This was because a netizen had just reread the original work and found that the first Dragon Ball was in Bulma's family storeroom, and it seemed to be the 2-star ball. He could just take it directly and then see if Bulma's family could make a new Dragon Radar, which would make it a bit easier for him to find the Dragon Balls. After all, Yi Chun didn't believe that anyone could prevent him from getting the Dragon Balls. Yi Chun said with a smile, "Hello, scientist." Yi Chun directly explained his needs. The middle-aged man wiped sweat from his brow, thinking it was just a small matter, just a little ball from the storeroom. He was quite scared. Yi Chun could fly and had a tail, which definitely indicated he was not human. If Yi Chun had any ill intentions, he would surely be in trouble. Noticing that Yi Chun had no malice and only wanted a useless pearl from the storeroom, the middle-aged man agreed without hesitation. The transparent pearl, with 2 red stars inside, was something the middle-aged man had received in his youth, which he had never taken seriously and had thrown into the storeroom. He never expected that Yi Chen would actively want it. Yi Chen didn't expect to obtain the Dragon Ball so easily, and he felt very happy inside. After reaching an agreement, both parties expressed their satisfaction. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had completely abandoned her race and her infatuation. Chapter 9 Lolikish. Upon arriving at Bulma's home, the opulent and luxurious room made Yi Chen marvel. Indeed, she was wealthy. Because of Yi Chen's strength, the family received him with trepidation and found the 2-star Dragon Ball from their warehouse to hand over to him. Yi Chen held the Dragon Ball and felt it slightly. Indeed, there was a strange energy hidden within it. This power was peculiar and left Yi Chen somewhat confused. Yi Chen has always been puzzled by one thing. How could the weak Namekians come close to creating the seemingly omnipotent Dragon Balls? Is it that just by seeing the wish-granting orb up close, they could make one? However, the wish-granting orbs were crafted by the Dragon God himself. And while the power of the Dragon Balls is considerable, they were created by the frail Namekians. This indicates one of 2 possibilities. Either the Namekians are not as weak as depicted in the original story, or there is a hidden force behind the scenes, possibly manipulating events. But for now, there isn't too much to think about. The Dragon Balls are merely tools created to be used. Yi Chen obtained the 2-star Dragon Ball and sincerely asked Bulma's father if he could create a detector based on the faint energy fluctuations from it. Bulma's father frowned. This research was somewhat difficult, and it seemed that it wouldn't be completed in just a day or 2. However, he didn't dare to refuse Yi Chen and hesitantly asked if Yi Chen could wait a couple of more days. Yi Chen expressed that he was very anxious. Just when Bulma's father was having a headache, Bulma jumped up directly. I can do it. I can do it. The lovely Bulma looked at Yi Chen with eyes still sparkling like stars. Yi Chen lowered his head and looked at the petite Bulma, saying, Are you really capable of it? After all, although Bulma later created the Dragon Radar, she was already 14 years old at that time. But now, Bulma is only 7 years old. Is it possible? Bulma was quite unhappy with Yi Chen's lack of trust. She huffed and said, You actually don't believe me? I can finish it in a day. If you don't believe me, Uppa, just wait for me one day. When I finish it, you have to apologize to me and compensate me. Yi Chen smiled and said, Of course it's fine. Waiting for a day won't cause any loss anyway. Seeing Yi Chen nod, Bulma happily took the 2-star Dragon Ball and ran into her room to study it. Bulma's father, feeling a bit anxious, arranged for Yi Chen to settle in before leaving. Yi Chen looked at the normal bedding and room, feeling a bit nostalgic. Ever since he came to the Dragon Ball world, it had been a long time since he had seen such a normal room. After eating, he planned to have a good sleep. As a wealthy person, Bulma immediately had her servants bring a lot of delicious food to Yi Chen's room. Various strange delicacies from the Dragon Ball world. And as a scion, Yi Chen was naturally a big eater. If it weren't for the harsh conditions on the spaceship, where he could only eat bland nutritional fluids, he definitely wouldn't have eaten that. Now, with so much food, he couldn't help but indulge. The streamer was simply outrageous. Eating delicious food without bringing me along. The baby is not happy. The baby has some little emotions. The streamer is so shameless, knowing we can't eat, yet still telling us to watch the live stream. You should turn it off. I'm drooling. Just looking at it makes me hungry. One must have dreams in life. Otherwise, what is the difference from being a salted fish? When I was a child, I dreamed of being able to eat delicious instant noodles every day, and unexpectedly, that dream has really come true. New skill acquired. In the future, if I want to have a feast, I'll just travel through time. Should I go to Naruto or One Piece? It's so troubling, haha. Let us go eat at Mr. Krabs' restaurant across from SpongeBob's World upstairs. What kind of place is that? Of course, it's Mr. Pie's restaurant. It's amazing upstairs. A group of people was excited to see Yi Chen eating so happily. Yi Chen felt the emotions of envy and jealousy from everyone around him and laughed heartily. After devouring 23 bowls of noodles, 18 large pieces of meat, and 42 servings of delicious soup, he finally patted his belly in satisfaction. In the awed gazes of the servants, he returned to his room to sleep. After eating and drinking enough, what else is there to do but sleep? Yi Chen closed the live stream and fell into a deep sleep. When Bulma's father heard the news, he was taken aback. Could it be that strong people need to eat a lot? Not to mention anything else. The next day at noon, Bulma happily rushed into Yi Chen's room, shouting, Haha, big brother, my detector is ready. You need to compensate me quickly. Bulma was holding a huge Dragon Ball detector in her little hands. Oh, why is this thing so big? Yi Chen looked at this guy a bit gloomily, as it was almost the same size as his head. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many parts needed, he would be anxious and unable to optimize this thing. Otherwise, if you continue to stay at our house for another month, I could optimize it many times over. Bulma really liked Yi Chun and wished she could keep him at her home. Yi Chun complained, forget it, I'm busy. Thank you, big brother, for apologizing for the words that belittled you yesterday. Yi Chun kept his word, put away the Dragon Ball radar, and directly apologized to Bulma. Bulma nodded in satisfaction, her petite body leaning closer to Yi Chun as she said, Yi Chun, you have to compensate me. Compensation? Yi Chun then remembered the promise he made to Bulma yesterday and asked with a somewhat uneasy feeling, what do I need to compensate you with? Well, big brother, you're so handsome. Just give me a sweet kiss to save my lost soul. After saying this, her big, watery eyes looked at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, is it really okay for you, a little lowly, to be this troublesome? And you even want a kiss? That's enough. Seeing Yi Chun's unwilling expression, Bulma was almost in tears. Brother Yi Chun, weren't you just joking with me? Don't you plan to? Seeing Bulma's exaggerated reaction, Yi Chun felt like his head was going to explode. Is it really okay to be this troublesome? Chapter 85, Son Goku. A near miss. Being asked for a kiss by a little girl, the streamer, is amazing. Envious of a streamer, but please spare our 7-year-old lowly. What kind of nonsense are you chatting about? Hurry up and find the Dragon Balls, otherwise Elder Yadrit's vengeful spirit will come after you. A group of people in a live stream room all try to stop Yi Chun, not wanting him to kiss Bulma. Yi Chun has such a bad temper. If you don't want me to kiss you, I will insist on kissing you. All right, Bulma, close your eyes, Yi Chun said with a smile. Bulma's eyes suddenly sparkled like little stars. Big brother, are you going to kiss me? After saying that, she closed her big eyes, but her eyelashes kept fluttering, clearly very nervous. Yi Chun smiled, his body rising from the ground and flying away into the distance. Hearing the sound, Bulma immediately opened her eyes and discovered that Yi Chun was escaping. She immediately shouted angrily, Big brother, you lied to me. You're a bad person. Yi Chun see me that. When you grow up, I'll give you 10 times back. Yi Chun laughed heartily, then turned around and flew towards the distance. Bulma was still angry at first, but upon hearing Yi Chun's words, her heart fluttered. 10 times. Such a handsome big brother. He will kiss me 10 times. How happy. No, I need to grow up quickly. Bulma made up her mind in her heart, waiting for Yi Chun's arrival. Yi Chun flew quite a distance before taking out the Dragon Ball radar to take a look, frowning a bit. The Dragon Ball radar displayed nothing. Could it be that it wasn't repaired? Yi Chun furrowed his brows and flipped through the huge Dragon Ball radar, then saw a few small words at the back. This product is a first-generation model, so it can only detect Dragon Ball signals when within about 1,000 meters. Please understand. What the hell? It means I can only detect them when I'm 1,000 meters close. So what use do you have? Yi Chun wished he could just throw away the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. Sure enough, the little girl was still young and her skills were lacking. Yi Chun directly asked the system, do you have Dragon Ball radar? Exchange one for me. Sorry, this store is not a junkyard, so we can't find what you need. Damn, junkyard. Yi Chun really feels powerless to complain. Forget it. Let's go find Son Gohan and the Bull Demon King to take what they need, and then let Vegeta search for the remaining Dragon Balls, just to test them out. In fact, Yi Chun is just too lazy to use such a useless Dragon Ball radar to find the Dragon Balls, which is why he's doing it this way. Once he decides, he goes to find Son Gohan first. After Yi Chun put away the Dragon Ball radar, he flew towards the distance. That was where Sun Wukong was. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He flew rapidly, and even if someone on the ground looked up, they would only see a yellow streak, unable to tell that someone was flying in the sky. Soon, Yi Chun arrived at a huge valley. In the middle of the valley, there was a small wooden house. A little guy about 4 or 5 years old, with a fair and delicate face, was there. Most importantly, he also had a tail. Although the little guy looked only 4 or 5 years old, he moved swiftly, running through the mountains with great ease. Then, an old man walked out of the wooden house. Wukong, come back early. Okay, Grandpa, wait for me. Son Wukong's voice gradually faded away. This was Son Wukong, his own younger brother. Yi Chun stood in the sky, watching the scene below, and flew down directly in front of the old man who was about to return to his house. Golden hair. It's not very good for young people to dye their hair. And there's a tail. A tail? Sun Wufan frowned when he saw Yi Chun's tail. Who are you to Sun Wukong? Sun Wufan asked directly. Yi Chun smiled and said, the Sun Wukong you mentioned is called Kakarot, and he is one of us Scions. You can tell by his tail. In the original story, Sun Wufan was crushed to death by Sun Wukong when he transformed into a great ape on the night of the full moon. However, when I arrived, I directly destroyed the moon, so the so-called full moon night is of no use anymore. Sun Wufan will not die. Sun Wufan looked at Yi Chun and remained silent for a long time before saying, are you here to take him away? There was a deep sense of reluctance in Sun Wufan's words. When he first found Sun Wukong was very irritable, shouting loudly. But after he fell and hit his head, he became docile. After 5 years of living together, Sun Wufan felt an immense attachment to Sun Wukong. So at this moment, seeing Yi Chun, he was not surprised at all by their so-called scion identity. The only thing he wanted to know was whether Yi Chun intended to take Sun Wukong away. Yi Chun smiled. Don't worry, living with you is the best for him. However, in the future, I hope you can send him to Master Roshi to learn. Yi Chun did not intend to take away Sun Wukong. Growing up with Sun Gohan is the growth path in the original work, and Yi Chun did not plan to break this matter. That's good. But you actually know Master Roshi. Where is he now? As soon as Sun Gohan heard that Yi Chun knew about Master Roshi, he became anxious. He is on Turtle Island. I could just go find him then. Yi Chun spoke, and then said to Sun Wukong, you should have a bead like this here, right? I need this thing. Can you give it to me? After speaking, Yi Chun took out his 2-star Dragon Ball for Sun Wukong to see. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong's expression changed to one of understanding. So it's a Dragon Ball. All right, I just happen to have one. It's a 4-star Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong didn't take the Dragon Ball seriously and directly went back to his house to get a 4-star Dragon Ball. So quickly we have 2 now. Yi Chun nodded. The next stop is to find the Bull Demon King. Do you know where the Bull Demon King lives? Yi Chun looked at Sun Wukong and asked. Sun Wukong naturally knew where his junior brother was and directly told Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded, glanced at the back of Sun Wukong, thought for a moment, and then left directly. Sun Wukong had his own path to follow. Chapter 86. The Mighty Bull Demon King and the Cute Girl Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong had his own path to walk, and his future strength was inseparable from his childhood. Yi Chun and Sun Wukong waved goodbye and turned to leave. Next, they would head to Flame Mountain to find the Bull Demon King. Half an hour later, the air began to feel hot. In front of them, a gigantic peak loomed, with endless flames spreading and licking the sky, dyeing half of it red. Is this Flame Mountain? It really is scorching. Yi Chun frowned and rushed down the mountain. Landing on the ground, standing at the foot of the mountain, he could clearly see a large castle atop the flaming mountain's peak. Just as Yi Chun was observing, a delicate voice rang in his ear. Who are you, and why are you sneaking around my home? What do you want? Huh? Yi Chun turned around and saw a cute girl in a leather jacket and triangular shorts standing behind him. The cutest part was that she was wearing a white helmet with a circular shuriken weapon of Leo Ultraman on top. Isn't this Chi 250? Chi was really cute when she was young, but after following Sun Wukong, she aged quickly due to poverty and seemed very worldly. It's better not to suffer with Sun Wukong. Let me save you, my dear sister. Yi Chun put on a friendly expression and smiled at Chi-Chi. It was indeed a friendly smile. However, in the eyes of young Chi-Chi, it seemed to be malicious. You bad guy. Not only are you peeping at my house, but you also want to scare me? Go to hell. Chi-Chi directly extended her tender little hands and swung the half-moon boomerang above her head fiercely at Yi Chun. So violent at such a young age? Of course, that wasn't the most frustrating part for Yi Chun. The most frustrating part was that he couldn't understand how she thought he was trying to scare her. His smile was genuinely friendly. Okay? The boomerang arced through the air, rushing towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun gently waved his hands, and the boomerang obediently landed in his hands. Little sister, come here. Big brother will put the boomerang back for you. Yi Chun said with a smile. Big bad wolf, daddy, there are bad people. Chi-Chi expressed that she was scared. Yi Chun, just as Yi Chun was about to explain, the ground began to shake. Thump, thump, thump. Then, a booming voice came through. Who dares to bully my daughter? Are you tired of living? You're really asking for death. Hearing the rough and coarse words, Yi Chun frowned. Sure enough, when he turned around, a guy wearing a helmet appeared right in front of him. This guy was at least 4 to 5 meters tall and wore a fierce-looking helmet, making him seem anything but friendly. Yi Chun helplessly curled his lips. Am I really a good person or not? You took a blow from me and still want to spy on my treasure and even bully my daughter. The huge axe swiftly chopped towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun helplessly, directly blocking the axe that was coming at him. What's going on? How could this happen? The Bull Demon King looked at Yi Chun in surprise. I don't believe it. I'll chop you to death. The Bull Demon King, relying on his great strength and unwilling to back down, swung his axe, thinking to chop Yi Chun fiercely with each strike. Yi Chun was also unwilling to hit him, directly using a finger to continuously block. After a long while, the Bull Demon King was out of breath and collapsed to the ground as if drained of strength. Daughter, hurry up, this robber is a bit strong. Is that so, bad guy? What are you here for? Chi-Chi was not afraid of Yi Chun and rushed over. Questioning him, Yi Chun felt helpless. I am here to help you extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain. What? Upon hearing this, Neo and Chi-Chi looked at Yi-chan in surprise. Do you have a banana fan? Chi-Chi looked at Yi-chan suspiciously, wanting to know if he was lying to her. Yi-chan shook his head. I don't have a banana fan, but I can extinguish the fire. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. Chi-Chi didn't believe Yi-chan and wanted to rush over to hit him. Yi-chan casually stepped aside and said, You will know soon whether it's true or not. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King pulled over Chi-Chi and whispered, Chi-Chi, let's wait a bit. Maybe this guy really has some skills. Chi-Chi let out a cute hum, but didn't say anything further. Ye-chan similed, looking at the flame mountain ahead that was burning with fierce flames, feeling a sense of amusement. It's just fire. Let's see how I can extinguish you. In an instant, Yi-chan flew directly above the flame mountain. Dad, he can actually fly. Chi-Chi exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Yi-chan take off. The Bull Demon King furrowed his brows. He can fly? That's not ordinary. One must know that even his master wasn't that powerful. Who exactly is this young guy with golden hair? The Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi stood quietly at the foot of the mountain, watching Yi-chan in the sky. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi-chan's mouth. Flames. Boom. An overwhelming force suddenly erupted from Yi-chan. Yi-chan actually planned to extinguish the flames directly with his energy. This is simply astonishing. It should be noted that in the original work, Master Rashi also destroyed the entire flame mountain with the Kamehameha. It is likely that the Bull Demon King was just pretending to wave it off because he was wary of Master Rashi being his master. Yi-chan did not plan to destroy Flame Mountain with a ki blast. Instead, he intended to use this opportunity to explore the applications of ki. In the Dragon Ball world, the use of ki is actually quite monotonous, consisting mainly of attack-type ki blasts like the Kamehameha and dimensional slashes. Then there are protective shields, but that seems to be a more advanced skill. As in the original work, only a young Broly has demonstrated a protective shield. Others do not possess this ability. It seems to be a significant skill to allow Broly and his father to survive in a vacuum. Beyond that, there doesn't seem to be much else. Therefore, Yi-chan wanted to see if ki could be used for other purposes. Chapter 87. Bringing in a son-in-law. What he was going to do today was an experiment. In other worlds, other energy systems might not match the attack power of ki in the Dragon Ball world, but in other aspects, they could completely overwhelm it. Yi-chan wants to try out various uses of gas. Today, it is going to be used to extinguish fires. Yi-chan stood atop the high mountain, fully unleashing his aura, pressing down towards the flames below. In an instant, the flames that had been soaring high were suppressed by Yi-chan's aura, causing them to dim immediately. However, it was still not enough. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi were staring in astonishment at this scene, utterly shocked. What was happening? Just by standing at the top of the mountain, he had caused the flames to start dimming. Yi-chan was a bit angry. It turned out that he was indeed a bit weak in other aspects. Yi-chan let out a loud roar, and the energy throughout his body surged once again, forcefully pressing downwards under his control. The flames were suppressed several dozen meters down, nearing the ground. As long as he could suppress it further, he should be able to extinguish the fire. Yi-chan's mouth revealed a hint of a cold smile. Super Saiyan. Boom! Yi-chan was instantly enveloped by a golden aura. The fierce aura directly extinguished the flames below. The Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi were both astonished. Just like that, it was extinguished. The flames that had troubled the Bull Demon King for so many years were so easily resolved by Yi-chan. Yi-chan's lips curled up slightly. Now it makes sense. After his Super Saiyan state, Yi-chan descended and came before the Bull Demon King. How is it? Yi-chan asked. How could the Bull Demon King say anything? He couldn't defeat Yi-chan, and now Yi-chan had helped him a lot. Thank you, thank you. The Bull Demon King bowed his head in gratitude. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, looked at Yi-chan with curious eyes, and then saw the tail wrapped around his waist, reaching out her hand to grab it out of curiosity. Yi-chan had a dark expression and directly pulled Chi-Chi into his arms, startling her. Chi-Chi, hurry up and grow up. How about when you grow up, your brother will come to pick you up? Yi-chan said with a smile. Little Chi-Chi was so adorable when she was young that Yi-chan couldn't help but like her. A look of confusion crossed Chi-Chi's eyes, and then she cheerfully asked Yi-chan, Are you asking me to marry you in the future? Yi-chan felt a bit powerless to complain. What's wrong with the little beauties on Earth? Why are they always having crushes at such a young age? Fine, when you grow up, you can marry me. Yi-chan patted Chi-Chi's little head. Chi-Chi happily nodded. However, at that moment, the tall and robust figure of the Bull Demon King appeared in front of Yi-chan. Yi-chan thought to himself, could this guy be planning to take me down for abducting his daughter? However, the next word from the Bull Demon King left Yi-chan speechless. All right, then you are my son-in-law. My castle is up there, and it contains the treasures I have plundered over the years. Take whatever you want. The Bull Demon King said loudly. Yi Chen. Wow, what's wrong with these people? However, Yi Chen really has something he wants. He took out his Dragon Ball to show the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King played with the Dragon Ball in his hand, and a look of surprise crossed his eyes. I have one of these in my warehouse too. Yi Chen simulated. Of course he knew that it was him who came to you from your family. All right, son-in-law, wait a moment and I'll go get this pearl for you. Saying this, the Bull Demon King began to move his massive body and ran up the mountain. Yi Chen was too lazy to go up and just chatted with Xiao Chi at the foot of the mountain, which was quite enjoyable. Brother Yi Chen, where are you going later? Chi expressed her reluctance for Yi Chen to leave soon. Yi Chen smiled and said, don't be reluctant to part with me. When you grow up, I will marry you. Chi happily nodded and said, okay, brother Yi Chen, you have to keep your word. After saying that, she extended her little pinky finger to make a pinky promise with Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded and seriously made a pinky promise with Chi, vowing not to change for 100 years. It felt inexplicably a bit embarrassing. The live stream was filled with disdainful voices. The host is so shameless. Even Chi, who is so young, isn't spared. Yeah, it's too shameless, too shameless. Police uncle, there's a bad guy here trafficking beautiful girls. Hurry and catch him. Hey, you yellow-haired guy up ahead, stop and come with us for questioning. Seeing the funny comments from the netizens, Yi Chen chuckled. These guys are just jealous. At this moment, the Bull Demon King came rushing down the mountain again. Here, take this pearl. The Bull Demon King directly handed Yi Chen a Dragon Ball. Yi Chen picked it up and saw that it was a 6-star Dragon Ball. In just 2 days, he had obtained 3 Dragon Balls, which was a pretty good speed. Yi Chen happily nodded, patted Chi's little head, and after repeatedly assuring her, he shot straight up into the sky. Daddy, do you think Big Brother will come to marry me in the future? Chi asked, looking innocently at the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King scratched his head in distress and said, I don't know either. This guy's a bit powerful. If it were someone else, I could just tie you up and bring you to him, but with 8, I can't handle him, so I have no choice. Oomph. Chi pouted in anger and said, if Big Brother doesn't come to find me in the future, I'll go find him and bring him back. They need to practice hard. The Bull Demon King, who had seen and heard a lot, knew Yi Chen's strength and thought that even his own teacher, Master Roshi, might not be a match for him. He was still surprised that when such a terrifying powerhouse had appeared. As for his daughter's words, he just took them as innocent childish talk. Chi was determined to practice hard and one day bring Yi Chen back to Mount Huiyin as her son-in-law. Yi Chen did not know that Chi had set such a great ambition and quickly flew towards a distance. In a live broadcast room, Yi Chen was communicating with the audience through his thoughts. Chapter 88, Brutally Beating Master Roshi. Yi Chen Fei was in the air, asking netizens about the whereabouts of the other Dragon Balls. However, after receiving the information, Yi Chen was a bit disappointed. Although the next Dragon Balls had appeared, they were not in the hands of any famous people, and with the Earth being so big, it would be difficult to find them even if he knew the locations. Yi Chen planned to go directly to find Master Roshi. When he arrived, he asked Master Roshi to give him the Dragon Balls, and then he handed the Dragon Radar to Master Roshi, letting Vegeta go search for them. This was to train Vegeta. Yes, that's right, he was really very virtuous. Yi Chen flew directly towards Turtle Island. Soon, he disappeared into the sky. In a faraway mountain, there was a huge laboratory where Dr. Galo was busy. With this vial of serum, your physical activity should be able to recover by about 50%. Seeing Dr. Galo handing him the serum, the monster swallowed it immediately. Crunch, crunch. The moment he swallowed it, the monster's previously stiff body began to swell oddly, with its scales and muscles expanding. A massive aura burst forth in an instant. This aura was so powerful that it caused the entire Earth to tremble. Violent tremors occurred in countless places. Dr. Galo was greatly frightened. Don't worry, I won't harm you. You helped me today, and our half-dragon clan will definitely repay you. The monster spoke, his voice becoming increasingly clear. Dr. Galo thought to himself, repay you? Just hurry and get away. I'd be grateful if you stayed away from me. But he still pretended to be grateful. No, my combat power has only recovered by 50%, which is still a bit low. That scion sensed my aura as just a low-level scion, but I can't act rashly. After thinking for a moment, the monster once again suppressed his aura. That powerful presence immediately vanished without a trace. Yi Chen was flying rapidly in the sky. Suddenly, the vanished third force reappeared, igniting a sense of battle intent within him. It has appeared again. Let me see what kind of deity you truly are. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he turned around to look for the source of the energy. However, just as he was about to search, the energy disappeared. It vanished again? This made Chen furrow his brows. The earth is so small, yet it hides a rather powerful enemy, which Chen found hard to accept. But since the opponent was hiding, he had no way to search for them. He decided to go back and consult Master Roshi, that old pervert, to see if he had any solutions. Chen thought for a moment and flew towards Turtle Island again. On Turtle Island, Vegeta was struggling to carry a large rock while running back and forth. Damn, old man, you actually sealed all my energy. Vegeta cursed as he continued to run. Master Roshi smiled, unfazed by Vegeta's insults. Wow, such powerful energy. Sigh, with that little Scion's arrival, it seems Earth won't be peaceful anymore. Master Roshi sighed softly and continued to mutter to himself. The path of the protagonist of the Fifth Era is about to begin. Could it be that Earth will become the main battlefield? Master Roshi whispered some incomprehensible words and fell into a deep sleep again. Meanwhile, in a small house on Turtle Island, Leona and Aphia were sitting cross-legged on the ground, cultivating. Master Roshi had to admit that their control over energy was at a very high level, and both Aphia and Leona had greatly benefited from it. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner when Chen flew to Turtle Island. Hey, Master Roshi, give me a Dragon Ball. Chen woke up the Turtle Hermit, who was sleeping on the recliner, and said directly, Hey. The Turtle Hermit wiped his mouth, looked at Chen, and said, You really don't know how to respect your elders and care for the young, do you? At my age, I need my sleep, and you just woke me up. That's really too much. Chen was too lazy to speak and directly shouted, I want the Dragon Ball. The Turtle Hermit rolled his eyes and took out a Dragon Ball from around his neck. Sure enough, it was a 3-star Dragon Ball. With this Dragon Ball, it meant that Chen had already obtained 4 of them, and the remaining ones would be left for Vegeta to find with that broken Dragon Ball radar. Chen reached out, but Master Roshi said with a lewd expression, This is my favorite necklace. I can give it to you. But how about you let me take a look at Aphia's or Leona's panties? What do you think? I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. How dare you have designs on my woman? You are truly asking for trouble. Chen did not hesitate to directly press the Turtle Hermit to the ground and beat him up. No matter whether you were hiding your strength, whether you had a significant background, or what secrets you had behind you, if you dare to have designs on my woman, then there's only one word, beat. Chen was beating up Master Roshi. Master Roshi was rolling on the ground, not fighting back, but crying out in despair. I'm just joking. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Chen kept going until he almost shattered the turtle shell on Master Roshi's back before finally stopping. When Master Roshi saw that Chen had stopped, he jumped up alertly and swiftly threw the Dragon Ball to Chen. What a stingy guy, Master Roshi muttered, extremely frustrated. Chen watched the Turtle Hermit run away swiftly, fearing that he might hit him again, and smiled. It was really interesting, truly not simple. Chen didn't use lethal force, but he did exert quite a bit of strength. Chen has a battle power of 5 million, and even just 1/10 of that strength could almost shatter a mountain with a single punch. However, the Turtle Hermit, after being beaten up by him, appeared unscathed. This old guy really knows how to hide his strength. Meanwhile, the Turtle Hermit angrily shouted, You don't know how to respect your elders and care for the young. You're driving me crazy. Vegeta, watching from the side, felt incredibly satisfied. He had been bullied by that old guy for several days, and today, seeing Chen beat up the Turtle Hermit made him feel great. Chen saw Vegeta snickering, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Chapter 89, Half-Dragon Monster. Come here, Vegeta. Chen smiled and looked at Vegeta, saying, Do you think I'm powerful? For some reason, when Vegeta saw Chen's smiling face, he felt a chill in his heart. However, he didn't dare to defy Chen's authority and walked over. Chen sat on the Turtle Hermit's lounge chair and asked Vegeta. Vegeta immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Impressive. So, do you want to learn my techniques? Do you want to transform into a Super Saiyan like me? Chen continued, Of course I have thought about it. Vegeta replied without hesitation. That's good. I'll give you a task, and as long as you complete it, I'll teach you all of this. Chen continued to seduce Vegeta. Vegeta nodded and said, Okay. Chen directly handed the Dragon Ball radar, which was the size of a human head, to Vegeta, and then said with a smile, Do you see this orb? There are 3 more on this earth, and as long as you find these 3, I will teach you. It's that simple. You're not lying to me, are you? Vegeta looked at Chen with some suspicion, worried that Chen was deceiving him. Chen is not a liar, and he said naturally, Don't worry, I won't deceive you, go ahead. After saying that, he threw the Dragon Ball radar to Vegeta. Vegeta, as if afraid that Chen would change his mind, immediately snatched the Dragon Ball radar from Chen and flew off into the distance. Chen looked at the excited Vegeta and found it somewhat amusing. You'll regret it when you see that the detection range of the Dragon Ball radar is only 1,000 meters, he thought. After watching Vegeta disappear from his sight, Chen stood up and walked toward the house. Once inside, he saw Leona and the others training. However, Chen glanced at the shabby house and was quite dissatisfied. He directly took a capsule out of his pocket. This was a capsule that Bulma's father insisted on giving to Chen. Inside were house capsules, vehicle capsules, and various others. Chen directly threw the villa capsule in his hand aside. Bang! Next to Master Roshi's room, a magnificent villa appeared. This is more like it. Chen nodded in satisfaction, then called out to Leona and Aphia, and the three of them walked into the villa. The turtle hermit watched this scene, feeling extremely frustrated and muttering to himself. These scions really don't know how to respect their elders and care for the young. They have such a nice house, and don't even let me stay. How unreasonable. In front of Dr. Gero, the monster was closing its eyes to rest. Dr. Gero looked very gloomy. Why wasn't this monster leaving? Did it intend to stay here? It was really annoying to live with such a powerful monster. He couldn't sleep well, fearing that he might be eaten by the beast in his dreams. The monster, originally as silent as a stone, suddenly opened its eyes and looked ahead. There was a familiar aura in the valley ahead. The monster said slowly, "What is it?" Dr. Gero asked curiously. "Wait a moment, I'll go check it out." The monster suddenly took off and disappeared from Dr. Gero's sight. Dr. Gero considered running but thought better of it, knowing the monster possessed incredible power, so he stayed put. About 10 minutes later, the monster returned. In the monster's hand was a golden transparent orb, inside which were 5 red stars. "Oh, what's this?" Dr. Gero asked, somewhat puzzled. "This thing feels familiar. It seems like I've seen something like this where I used to live, but its power is far greater than this orb. However, my memory is lost, so I can't recall it for now," the monster said in a deep voice. The monster then tossed the Dragon Ball to Dr. Gero. "There's an energy fluctuation on it. You should make a detector based on the energy fluctuations. Gathering 7 of these should grant a wish," the monster casually remarked. Dr. Gero was instantly excited. "What? A wish? Any wish? Of course not. This orb isn't very powerful, and the dragon summon will have many limitations. But I can't remember the specifics right now. However, most wishes can be fulfilled. Is that so? That's great." Dr. Gero was extremely thrilled. As long as he gathered the Dragon Balls and wished to dominate the world, he could become the strongest person and create the most powerful androids. However, the monster's next words made Dr. Gero's heart sink. "I need the Dragon Balls to restore my body's vitality. This planet is a bit unusual. I don't want to rush things." The monster needed wishes to restore its physical form. Dr. Gero said nothing, took out his research instruments, and quietly began developing the Dragon Ball detector. Meanwhile, Vegeta had already started his journey to search for the Dragon Balls. The world is truly wonderful. Originally, it was Son Goku who began searching for the Dragon Balls, but now it has turned into Vegeta. The entire course of the world began to change because of Chen. After Vegeta and Son Goku, who would ultimately be stronger? That aside, when Vegeta saw that the detection range written on the Dragon Ball radar was only 1,000 meters, he felt extremely frustrated. However, despite his frustration, Vegeta continued to search because he wanted to become strong, to become powerful like Chen. As for Chen, he was leisurely cultivating in the big villa, teasing Aphia and spending time with Leona. Living with 2 beautiful women was truly enjoyable. The only regret was that Leona had not given him and Aphia a chance to be alone together, which left Chen quite disappointed. "My big stick is already eager and restless," Chen thought silently, looking at Leona with. Chen now understands that in order to conquer Aphia, he must first take down the ice goddess Leona. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Chen's lips. Having a goal makes things easier. It seems that his first experience in the Dragon Ball world will involve a mother-daughter flower combination. How wonderful! Chapter 90, Vegeta's Death. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Chen has been eating, drinking, and practicing the use of his energy every day. Due to his Super Saiyan bloodline, Chen's combat power has increased by nearly 50,000 in just 3 days. This is simply astonishing. Hee, having a bloodline is awesome. Chen was very happy, but Vegeta was having a tough time. Although he was only 4 years old, Vegeta, who still looked cool, had his battle armor getting a bit dirty at this moment. His originally black hair was now covered in dust and appeared gray. There was no way around it. The sandstorm was too strong, and he had been flying for too long. It had already been 3 days, and Vegeta was anxious. He still hadn't found a Dragon Ball. If this continued, Raditz might not teach him how to transform into a Super Saiyan. This made Raditz even more anxious. Holding a Dragon Ball radar the size of a human head, Vegeta flew quickly. Just when Vegeta was getting more and more anxious, the Dragon Ball radar in his hand started beeping with a beep 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 sound. On the black and white screen, a small golden dot appeared. Vegeta shouted in joy that he finally found it and rushed forward. Ha! In the middle of a valley, Vegeta pushed aside the grass and discovered a Dragon Ball with 5 stars. Finally found the first one. As long as I find 2 more, I can become very powerful. Vegeta was overjoyed, but at that moment a hoarse and harsh voice rang out. Scion, hand over the Dragon Ball in your hand. Vegeta was startled and quickly looked up. When he saw the person in front of him, he jumped back in fear. What the hell? What kind of monster are you? Vegeta said in terror as he looked at the monster appearing before him, who was standing next to Dr. Gero. This is already the 3rd Dragon Ball I've found. Not bad, Dr. Gero said to Vegeta with a grin. Little guy, quickly hand over the Dragon Ball, and I'll buy you some candy. Looking at the white-haired Dr. Gero, Vegeta wanted to retort, at your age, calling yourself brother? What a joke. However, the monster beside Dr. Gero looked very terrifying, making Vegeta feel a bit intimidated. Who are you? Vegeta asked. Just a Scion commoner, not worth killing you. Hand over the Dragon Ball quickly. The monster spoke again. A murderous aura directly pressed down on Vegeta. Scion commoner? I am the prince of the Scions. Vegeta shouted angrily, his pride bubbling up inside him. How could he be a commoner? The corner of the monster's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Just a remnant commoner of the Scions that we let go back then. No need to be arrogant. Hand it over. My patience is limited. The monster's voice was cold. Vegeta didn't understand what the monster was saying, but knew he was definitely not a match for the monster. Go to hell. If you're so powerful, come and take it. Vegeta shouted, then took off at full speed in the opposite direction. Vegeta was flying towards Kame House. He knew he wasn't a match for the monster. Only Yecheng might be able to deal with it. He's running away. Hurry up and chase him. Dr. Gero shouted anxiously. The monster snorted coldly. Remember your identity. If you dare to order me again next time, I'll kill you. Doctor. Gero was startled by the sudden burst of aura from the monster and was drenched in cold sweat, quickly nodding an apology. The monster extended its claws and grabbed Dr. Gero's body, then sneered. He won't get away. After saying that, a violent aura erupted from under its feet, and its body immediately soared into the air. Vegeta had wasted half a minute and saw that the monster hadn't chased him, feeling a sense of relief. However, the other 2 Dragon Balls were in the monster's hands, and he definitely couldn't get them back. He also didn't know if Raditz would keep his promise to teach him those skills. Vegeta flew quickly, feeling relieved, but thinking about how to tell Yecheng about the monster. But at that moment, a blue figure suddenly appeared ahead. Vegeta was startled and hit the brakes. Right in front of him was the powerful monster reappearing. Scion, since you don't plan to hand it over, then I'll do it myself. The monster spoke clearly and logically, as if it had never died. Hearing the monster's words, Vegeta's face showed a look of shock, followed by endless fear. Because under the monster's gaze, an overwhelming sense of dread arose within Vegeta. Zion. The monster approached Vegeta and casually swung a claw. Bang! Vegeta didn't even have the ability to defend himself and was directly hit on the head by the monster. Blood gushed out, and Vegeta's face was filled with disbelief as he fell downward. The monster casually grabbed the Dragon Ball from Vegeta's hand, which appeared in its own hand. Foolish Scion. As a half-dragon team leader, I must kill that Scion warrior and completely eliminate the remnants of the Scions from the 4th era, the monster said coldly, then flew off into the distance with the Dragon Ball and Dr. Gero. Vegeta fell heavily to the ground, severely injured and on the brink of death. Yecheng was originally sitting comfortably in a reclining chair, watching the beautiful bodies of Leona and Aphia, feeling a bit shaken. Especially when Leona was exercising. The way she moved in front of him was almost blinding Yecheng's eyes. Yecheng smiled and planned to lean in to feel the cute aura between the young girl and the mature woman. But at that moment, Yecheng's expression changed. Vegeta's energy suddenly weakened. How could this be? Vegeta's battle power was already over 5,000, close to 6,000. This was basically invincible on Earth, but now, Vegeta's energy had suddenly dropped and become weak. Clearly, this was something that would only happen if Vegeta was injured or even close to death. What happened? Chapter 91, Half-Dragon. The archenemy in the bloodline. Yecheng frowned, directly supporting his forehead with one hand and using instant movement. Whoosh whoosh. Yecheng disappeared directly from spot, surprising both Aphia and Leona, who were in the middle of their training. Mom, where did brother Yecheng go? Why is he in such a hurry? Aphia asked curiously. Leona frowned. Since Yi-chun left in such a rush without saying goodbye, it must be something urgent. I don't know either, but Yi-chun must have something important to attend to. Mom, let's go help brother Yi-chun. Upon hearing that Yi-chun might be in trouble, Aphia became anxious. Leona smiled wryly and stroked her daughter's smooth forehead, saying, "Sigh, my daughter, our strength is too low. Even if Yi-chun has something going on, we would only hold him back. It's better not to go. Let's focus on training, and when we are stronger, we can help Yi-chun." "Okay, I will work hard on my training." Aphia nodded cutely and then began to train even harder. Yi-chun saw Vegeta's body lying on the ground again, with a huge wound on his small head, his breath faint and on the verge of death at any moment. "Damn it!" Yi-chun cursed and walked up to Vegeta. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared in front of Yi-chun. It was the aura of a half-dragon. Yi-chun was somewhat angry. In fact, Vegeta had nothing to do with him. It didn't matter whether he lived or died. However, the reason Vegeta was in this situation now was entirely because Yi-chun was too lazy to search for the Dragon Balls, which led to Vegeta being injured by the monster. Ultimately, it was all because of himself, which filled Yi-chun with endless anger towards the last half-dragon. Originally, Yi-chun had no intention of searching for that monster, but now he changed his mind and decided that he must kill the monster at all costs. However, at this moment, Vegeta was already on the brink of death and could die at any moment. Yi-chun frowned and directly called out to the system. "System, give me a fairy bean." Ding! The fairy bean is worth 1,000 show-off points and has been exchanged. The host now has 10,000 show-off points remaining. It's really expensive, but Yi-chun didn't feel distressed at all and exchanged it without hesitation to give it to Vegeta. Vegeta was on the verge of losing consciousness, but now he suddenly became alert, and the wound on his head was healing at a rapid pace, giving him a very comfortable feeling. Vegeta opened his eyes and saw Yi-chun in front of him, immediately realizing that he had been saved by Yi-chun. "Raditz, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Dragon Balls I obtained were also snatched away by that guy," Vegeta said somewhat dejectedly. Yi-chun has only now started to feel that Vegeta is somewhat adorable. Yi-chun touched Vegeta's head and said, "It's okay, I don't blame you. I'll go take care of that monster that just attacked you. You can go back." "Okay," Vegeta replied. Yi-chun turned around and intended to leave to search for that monster. The hidden presence of such a powerful half-dragon on the peaceful Earth was too dangerous. His own family and friends were no match for that half-dragon, so Yi-chun had to take him down. But just at that moment, a weak voice came from behind. "Raditz, can I still learn from you?" Vegeta blushed a little. Since he hadn't completed the mission, Yi-chun didn't have to teach him. However, he really wanted to become stronger to avenge his father. Seeing Vegeta's embarrassed expression, Yi-chun smiled. "Don't worry, when I come back, I'll teach you how to transform. You'll definitely become stronger." Yi-chun gave Vegeta a thumbs up and said. Vegeta was extremely happy. Yi-chun flew directly into the distance. Although the monster had hidden its aura, Yi-chun could clearly sense the lingering presence left by the monster. It was a kind of tremor that came from within his bloodline, urging Yi-chun to kill that half-dragon. Yi-chun has always resisted because this is the hatred of the Scions, not his own hatred. He is himself and should not be controlled by hatred. But now, Yi-chun can no longer hold back. Following the guidance of his bloodline and the aura left by the half-dragon, he charges forward madly and unabashedly. "I must kill you. Half-dragon, wait for me." Yi-chun rushed forward with a cold smile. Dr. Gero laughed heartily while looking at the 3 Dragon Balls in his hand. "Let's go find the other Dragon Balls," Dr. Gero said loudly. Just then, the Dragon Ball radar created by Dr. Gero suddenly emitted a loud sound. "Doctor," Gero exclaimed in surprise, "what a stroke of luck. I found another Dragon Ball." He immediately lowered his head to take a look. When he saw the traces of 4 Dragon Balls on the radar, he was overjoyed. 4 Dragon Balls together. "Ha, we're about to collect all 7. However, the half-demon let out a cold snort. "Didn't you notice that the Dragon Balls are moving rapidly?" "What?" Dr. Gero, reminded by the half-demon, was astonished to discover that the 4 Dragon Balls were indeed moving quickly, and they were heading straight towards him. It's indeed that disgusting aura of the Scion Warrior. The remnants of the Scion Warrior should all die." The half-demon also sensed the aura from Yi-chun and let out a cold snort. "Dr. Gero, you take the lead. Remember what I told you before. If you do as I instructed, the title of King of Earth will definitely be yours." Dr. Gero nodded in a panic. While being with the monster, Dr. Gero had already realized that the yellow-haired youth in the video was a Scion even more powerful than an average half-demon. This filled Dr. Gero with terror. Seeing the half-demon urging him to leave, he immediately threw down a capsule, which transformed into a flying vehicle and rushed into the distance. As for the Dragon Balls, Dr. Gero left them directly for the monster. The bloodline enemy was finally about to clash. Chapter 92, Eruption. The legendary Super Saiyan. Chen flew at high speed, and a cyan figure appeared in front of him. Ding. Mission triggered. Eliminate the opponent. Victory reward. 100,000 show-off points. Failure penalty. None. The host may be killed by the opponent. Chen was startled when he heard the system prompt in his mind. So many show-off points. He knew that his previous task of killing 2 half-dragons only rewarded him with 10,000 show-off points. Yet this time, he only needed to kill one to get 100,000 show-off points. The difference was too great. The system was not benevolent, and Chen clearly understood that the only possibility was that this monster was many times stronger than the previous ones. The remnants of the Saiyans had finally made their appearance. When Chen stood suspended in the air opposite the half-dragon said faintly, which surprised Chen deeply. This half-dragon could actually speak normally. The half-dragon people that Chen had seen before all seemed to be like idiots, only shouting things like Saiyan kill kill kill. Incredibly brainless. But today's half-dragon person looked normal. Why can you speak normally? I thought your kind were all idiots? Chen was indeed a bit curious. However, this statement was an insult in the ears of the half-dragon. Saiyan, you must die today. All Saiyan warriors will eventually be wiped out. The half-dragon said with a cold smile. Hee. Chen only responded with a ha. Come on, let's not waste words. Whoever wins can take the other's life and the other's Dragon Balls. After speaking, the half-dragon person directly tossed the 3 Dragon Balls in his hand to the side. Chen sneered, who is afraid of whom? The 4 Dragon Balls were similarly tossed aside. The Dragon Balls gathered together, but did not immediately summon the dragon, as summoning the dragon still required shouting a spell. Saiyan, you will definitely die here today. The monster moved in an instant, its body transforming into a phantom that appeared right in front of Chen. Then, its sharp-clawed forelimb lunged fiercely towards Chen. The direction of its strike was aimed directly at Chen's heart, clearly intending to deliver a fatal blow. Chen also struck out with a powerful punch, aiming for the half-dragon man's fist. Bang! Chen's body instantly retreated several dozen meters. The opponent's physical strength was simply too powerful, just now. That immense force nearly shattered Chen's arm. Saiyan, my combat power has already recovered to 50% of what it used to be. You're not my opponent. The half-dragon man laughed heartily, and the energy around him suddenly erupted. Chen frowned and asked the system, what is his combat power? The system responded, 500 million combat power. What? Chen was taken aback. This half-dragon's combat power actually reached 500 million, which is several times stronger than Frisia's full power in his 3rd form. It's truly terrifying. The most important thing is that just now, the half-dragon mentioned that his strength was only half, and he was merely the captain of a half-dragon team. This race is just too frightening. Chen frowned tightly, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. Super Saiyan, an even stronger energy instantly cut through the air again. Golden energy enveloped Chen's entire body in an instant, like raging flames, threatening to scorch half the sky red. Super Saiyan, such a ridiculous state. The half-dragon man sneered coldly and charged towards Chen again. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 figures collided violently, striking each other fiercely. Countless phantoms flickered in the surrounding space. The void around them began to distort and collapse with the fierce clash of their energies, as if it could be pierced at any moment. This is truly a terrifying battle. The entire earth started to tremble because of the conflict between the 2. Mountains crumbled, the sea roared, and houses collapsed. This was the aftermath of a battle between 2 top-tier powerhouses. However, Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, after half a minute, Chen was directly sent flying over 1,000 meters. The monster instantly flew to Chen's side and delivered another heavy punch. Chen was directly smashed into the depths of the earth, creating a hole over 100 meters deep in the crust. The half-dragon man laughed loudly. Saiyan, you are not my opponent. You are destined to die here. Chen's face darkened as he slowly took to the air, his hands in excruciating pain. The monster's combat power was simply too overwhelming. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan and gaining a 50-fold increase, his combat power only reached 250 million. Meanwhile, the monster possessed 500 million combat power. The gap was too vast. If the Saiyan is not my opponent, then you can die. The monster let out a cold laugh and charged at Chen again, bursting with rage. Chen faced the situation seriously and charged forward. Even if there was a significant gap in combat power, he absolutely could not lose to the opponent, because losing meant death. Yi Chen shouted crazily as he fought against the monster once again. However, the gap in combat power was too great, and Yi Chen's physical strength was also lacking. This time, he could only last for 10 seconds. Yi Chen was once again knocked away by the monster 3. Yi Chen heavily fell to the ground. Scion, Godi. The monster charged directly at Yi Chen, its sharp claws aiming for his throat, trying to take him down. A sense of crisis instantly filled Yi Chen's heart. Was he going to die? Yi Chen's unwillingness erupted at this moment. I'm a time traveler. How can I die? How can I be killed by a nameless little monster? I can't die. I absolutely cannot die. Yi Chen roared in anger. A strange power within him erupted instantly from his bloodline. This power is known as the legendary Super Saiyan. Yi Chen's hair slowly changed color. Chapter 93. Battle in space. The fierce energy directly rebounded the half-dragon's charging body. Boom, boom, boom. The frenzied and violent aura instantly formed an energy whirlwind around Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's originally not very robust muscles began to swell violently. His hair turned into a nearly grass-green purple, looking exceptionally enchanting. The black pupils disappeared, leaving only a white expanse in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Chen's physical state resembled the second transformation of a Super Saiyan, similar to the muscle expansion scene in Vegeta and Trunks in the original series. However, the second transformation of Super Saiyan has significant drawbacks, such as loss of speed and accelerated fatigue, among other issues. Yet, Yi Chen did not have these drawbacks. Yi Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body at that moment. A fierce energy surged within him, crashing and rolling like tumultuous waves, terrifying beyond measure. An incredibly formidable aura also erupted from his body, fierce and unyielding. Yi Chen slowly stood up. His originally 1.8-meter-tall body had unexpectedly grown a few more centimeters, reaching 2 meters. With his muscular physique, he exuded a tremendous sense of strength. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan state? Yi Chen frowned it. The legendary Super Saiyan, 100-fold increase in combat power. So that's how it is. This transformation is a power inherent in the bloodline. As long as I have enough patience to explore, I can unlock it. This disgusting aura. Yi Chen slowly floated up and approached the half-dragon man. You just had a great time hitting me, didn't you? Yi Chen's voice was very indifferent, as if devoid of emotion. The half-dragon team leader frowned. Yi Chen's strength had indeed surged, now on par with his own. The monster roared, opening its gaping maw. In an instant, a golden beam of light poured forth from the monster's mouth, charging fiercely towards Yi Chen. The beam came so suddenly that even Yi Chen had no time to evade. Yi Chen was directly engulfed by the beam of light. Half a minute later, the half-dragon man burst into laughter. What Super Saiyan? It's just garbage. There was nothing left in front of him. Yi Chen had already been directly killed by his own boast. However, in an instant, his brow furrowed tightly, because behind him, a somewhat mocking voice rang out. Are you talking about me? What? The half-dragon instantly wanted to escape backward, but it was already too late. Yi Chen's explosive hands had firmly grasped his head and forcefully threw him downward. Accompanying this was Yi Chen's rapid movement, directly appearing below the half-dragon and delivering a powerful rising dragon fist from below. The intense pain and force sent the half-dragon flying over 1,000 meters in height, almost launching him out of the atmosphere. Yet Yi Chen still showed no intention of letting him go. Standing in place, Yi Chen waved his hand, brushed his forehead, and his body instantly vanished. At the edge of the atmosphere, the monster slowly stopped. Just at that moment, Yi Chen appeared beside him. Yi Chen had not yet made a move, but the monster's face unexpectedly revealed a hint of a sinister smile. Then, the half-dragon's tail bizarrely grew dozens of times in an instant and violently charged towards Yi Chen's body. Bang! Caught off guard, Yi Chen's body was directly knocked out of the atmosphere, flying towards the outside world. Science, a race that cannot even survive in a vacuum, are truly weak. I will kill you. The monster actually knocked Yi Chen out of the earth, wanting to confront him in a vacuum. In that case, if Yi Chen cannot return to Earth, he would be killed by himself. Scion, you are doomed. The monster laughed heartily and also charged into the outer atmosphere, trying to hold Yi Chen back and prevent him from suddenly returning. In a vacuum, one cannot speak, but it is possible to communicate through vibrations produced by simulated vocal cords. Yi Chen was blocked by a monster in the vacuum and unable to return to Earth. However, there was no sign of panic on Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen turned around and saw the vast sky filled with stars. He shouted in the same way, The universe is truly magnificent. To die here is also a privilege. After saying that, Chen looked at the monster with direct mockery. The monster was very angry, truly furious. Chen can barely fight in a vacuum, but he definitely can't last more than 3 minutes, especially since intense battles consume a lot of oxygen. The time he can hold on will be even shorter. Super Saiyan, you're doomed. The monster's face is filled with mockery. Chen also revealed a faint smile. Although the Saiyan race cannot survive indefinitely in a vacuum, they shouldn't be underestimated. A protective shield can last for a year or a year and a half in space, which is really not a big deal. You act so proud just because you got me outside the atmosphere. If someone didn't know better, they might think you actually killed me. Chen's mouth was filled with a cold smile as he supported himself with one hand, directly summoning a golden energy shield that appeared beside him. Who? Chen took a deep breath and looked at the monster with a mocking smile. What? You can actually see the protective shield appearing around Chen's body and his relaxed breathing? The monster was thrown into confusion. Chen smiled faintly. Since you chose this place as the battlefield, that's fine. After all, it wouldn't be good if the Earth were destroyed. It's just right to kill you here. Didn't you float in from the universe? Where you die is just the way of reason. No need to say more. Chen's reckless words had made the half-dragon furious to the breaking point. Saiyan, you must die. The half-dragon spoke, each word resonating with the energy within him as he directed his anger towards Chen. Chapter 94. Summoning the Dragon. The half-dragon opened his blood-red mouth and launched another powerful blast towards Chen. Chen coldly smiled, not dodging this time, but staying right in place. The cannon fired, and the moment it made contact with the protective shield around Chen's body, it unleashed an astonishing wave of energy. However, on Chen's shield, there were only faint ripples continuously spreading, with nothing too serious happening. You see, you can't even break my shield. Half a minute later, the half-dragon man's attacks ceased, and Chen smiled faintly. The half-dragon man did not expect Chen to be so powerful. Since you can't hurt me, let me take action. After saying this, Chen directly shifted his body and charged towards the half-dragon man. The half-dragon man stood ready, but he couldn't keep up with Chen's speed at all. Chen's body appeared behind the half-dragon man and delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. Then came another punch. With similar combat strength, the monster was no match for Chen and was thoroughly beaten. Half a minute later, the monster had one arm and one leg brutally knocked off by Chen. I've always been curious about your race, so tell me more. Mainly, Chen has another task, which is to uncover the secret of the Saiyan warrior's extinction. A task worth 100,000 bragging points. Science. Have you forgotten how you were defeated by us in the past? The half-dragon man laughed heartily. Defeated by you? Let's see. Chen was very curious. Although the half-dragon man was trapped by Chen, he was not panicked at the moment and loudly said, You Scions competed with us half-dragons for the fortune of the Fourth Era, which angered us. And we directly annihilated your kind. Is it really that simple? However, it seems wrong, because Chen heard the other party's words, but there was no indication of task completion in the system. This means that this half-dragon squad leader was lying. You're really flattering yourselves with your foolish race. You can annihilate Saiyan warriors? How shameless. Hurry up and tell me everything that happened back then. Chen guessed that this guy must be lying to him. It seemed that the monster was displeased after Chen exposed its lies, and it glared at Chen, saying, Your Saiyan race is indeed powerful. But compared to us, you're still far behind. You should just wait obediently. I've already sent a signal to my people. Once they receive the message, they will come, and by then, you and the entire Earth will be destroyed. Chen doesn't care about things like the destruction of the Earth. It has nothing to do with him. Chen just wants to know how the Scions were destroyed. Please tell me what happened back then. Chen waved his hand, unleashing a wave of energy that directly obliterated one of the monster's arms. However, the monster was a reanimated corpse, although it was unclear why it had regained its consciousness. Its physical body felt no pain. So the half-dragon laughed heartily, saying, You killed me. Go ahead and destroy me. In my half-dead state, I am not worthy of returning to our planet. Then the half-dragon looked at Chen and said, As for how your Saiyan race was destroyed back then, you don't need to know, because you won't be alive for much longer. Chen furrowed his brows. From the looks of it, this half-dragon person would not cooperate with him. Useless guy, just go die. If you die, I can still complete the mission. Chen turned around and returned to the atmosphere. This action surprised the half-dragon. What are you planning to do? Are you going to let me go? Let you go? You're thinking too much. Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. He raised one hand, and a huge golden palm print appeared over the half-dragon man. The violent energy fluctuations could be clearly felt even by Yi Chen in the atmosphere. Half-Dragon Man, you can go die, Yi Chen said lightly and turned to leave. Accompanying him was the golden destruction hand, which crushed the half-dragon person in its palm. With a bang, the half-dragon person was reduced to ashes along with the destruction hand. In Yi Chen's mind, a sound beeped. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, slaying the bloodline nemesis. Reward received. 100,000 points of show-off value. Task completed. Yi Chen now has a total of 110,000 points of show-off value. Yi Chen thought for a moment and did not rush to make the exchange. Instead, he flew to the place where he had previously fought with the half-dragon man. The 7 Dragon Balls had not moved and were still hovering there. Yi Chen frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Come out, Pikachu." No, that's not the line. Damn it, what was it? Yi Chen plans to directly summon the dragon and revive everyone who died after the explosion of the planet Adaltrat. The live stream is filled with excitement. Summoning the dragon is a highly anticipated event. Countless people flocked into Yi Chen's live stream room. Ding! The number of viewers reached 5 million, and a reward was immediately issued. The draw is in progress. The draw is complete and has been sent to your package space. Please check. Yi Chen didn't expect an unexpected surprise. Indeed, people are in high spirits when they encounter joyful events. Everyone, what do I need to say to summon the dragon? I forgot. Looking at the Dragon Balls in front of him with no reaction, Yi Chen frowned and said awkwardly. The live stream was in an uproar. The streamer is amazing, having the Dragon Balls but unable to summon the dragon. It's quite amusing. Envious of the streamer. If the streamer wishes for countless money for Chen XX, I'll tell you how to summon the dragon. The person upstairs is really low. Streamer. Just dance a square dance in front of the Dragon Balls, and you can summon the dragon, plus get an extra wish. The person upstairs is really amazing. Is it really okay to play like this with the streamer? My heart aches for the streamer. A group of people laughed heartily, while Yi Chen looked helpless. This group of shameless guys. Chapter 95. Restoring the planet Adrat. Various funny remarks left Yi Chen feeling helpless. However, someone finally mentioned the actual incantation needed to summon the dragon. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat, and shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls in front of him. Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. After Yi Chen shouted, the live broadcast room fell silent, all waiting for the appearance of the Shenlong. Yi Chen also immediately looked forward in surprise. Swish, swish, swish. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a tremendous light the moment Yi Chen's voice fell. Subsequently, a mysterious and ancient aura instantly filled the entire earth. In the place formed by the 7 Dragon Balls, a gigantic dragon had slowly emerged from the void, followed by more and more of its body. Dragon head, dragon god, dragon tail. The Shenlong was over 1,000 meters tall, and after appearing, its crimson eyes fixed on Yi Chen in front of it. State your wish. I can help you fulfill any wish, but only one. The voice of the Shenlong was ancient and ethereal, as if it did not belong to this world. Yi Chen looked at the divine dragon with great curiosity. What exactly is the divine dragon? Is it a real existing creature? Or is it something created by a creator to entertain the masses? If the planet Adalat is restored to its state before the explosion, those people will also be revived, right? Yi Chen said lightly. The divine dragon closed its eyes. Yi Chen could clearly feel an unknown force spreading outwards, breaking free from the earth and rushing into the distance. Then, in an instant, within Yi Chen's perception, the aura of the 3rd elder of the Mana tribe from the Adalat planet appeared. Sure enough, it seems he has been revived. Yi Chen simuleth. His promise was finally fulfilled. Your wish has come true, the dragon said loudly. Well then, goodbye. In an instant after speaking, the dragon turned into nothingness, and the 7 Dragon Balls, under the influence of an unknown force, flew directly into the sky. Soon they would scatter. After being used, the Dragon Balls would turn into stone and automatically fly to various places on Earth. However, Yi Chen coldly smiled. Now that he was on Earth, the Dragon Balls were naturally his personal belongings. Yi Chen didn't hesitate to reach out his hand towards the 7 Dragon Balls above. In an instant, the Dragon Balls, which were originally flying in all directions, stopped moving as soon as Yi Chen extended his hand. Then, under the powerful pressure exerted by Yi Chen, they flew directly into his hand. The used Dragon Balls were like stones for a year, losing all their former grandeur, looking dull and unremarkable. Yi Chen smiled and directly tossed the Dragon Balls into his storage space. The livestream room had already gone crazy. Host, you are so shameless. Actually treating the Dragon Balls as personal belongings. If I were strong, I'd do the same. You're so lucky to be able to make a wish every year. I envy you. Host, I'll give you 10 million as a tip. Sell me next year's wishing rights. Big brother Yi Chun, I'm begging you. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I'm about to run out of food. Please send the Dragon Balls over and save me from this predicament. Upstairs. Nice one. May I ask your age? The livestream audience was filled with various feelings of envy and jealousy towards Yi Chen's actions. There's no helping it. Yi Chen was just too impressive. He had just finished making a wish and had already collected all the Dragon Balls. In this situation, the Dragon Balls basically belonged to Yi Chen. On Earth, with Yi Chen's strength, absolutely no one could compete with him. Yi Chen smiled and flew towards the distance. There wasn't much of interest next, so Yi Chen directly returned to the place where Master Roshi was. On Kame Island, Master Roshi was teaching Vegeta the techniques of using ki. Yi Chen quietly watched for a moment and then said to Vegeta, "Once you learn everything Master Roshi teaches you, I will start teaching you." Vegeta nodded happily and then, feeling a bit shy, said, "But have you found the Dragon Balls?" "I have already found them, so focus on your training." Yi Chen smiled at Vegeta and walked directly into his luxurious villa. Looking at Yi Chen's opulent villa, Master Roshi curled his lips, thinking it was really excessive. He had no regard for respecting the elderly and caring for the young. However, he did witness Yi Chen taking down 3 monsters. The Super Saiyan truly lived up to its reputation. In the following days, Yi Chen lived a relaxed and pleasant life, flirting with Aphia every day and secretly teasing Leona. Finally, he would also give some guidance to Vegeta. Yi Chen really felt bored, but he didn't know what to do. Staying here with beautiful women every day was the most comfortable thing. So, Yi Chen became a homebody. The Dragon Ball world also had the 087 network, and there were plenty of games, including things like LOL. What? Yi Chen spends his days at home cultivating, playing games, flirting with girls, and sleeping. The audience in the live stream is somewhat annoyed, shouting, "Yi Chen, you time traveler, you're embarrassing all time travelers." While others who time travel become emperors or empresses at the very least, the slightly more powerful ones aim for godhood. Yet here you are, time traveling and playing games. It's simply intolerable. However, despite the insults, most viewers still tune in to Yi Chen's live stream every day. There's no way around it. There are countless live streamers out there, but only one who time travels. So even though Yi Chen spends his days flirting and gaming, everyone is still watching with great interest. Thanks to Yi Chen's relentless efforts, Leona and Aphia have finally opened their hearts to him. It seems that Yi Chen can now do some naughty things. This is a transitional chapter. The next one will enter the artificial human segment. There are some things I have to express. The results of my writing today are quite poor, but I still manage 6 updates every day. I sincerely hope that friends who enjoy this book will support it, subscribe automatically, or remember to check it out daily. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 96. The arrival of the artificial humans. Although Yi Chen has been working hard these days, Aphia has been wholeheartedly open to him from the start, and Leona, who used to be cold towards his teasing, has now become proactive. However, both women still feel shy about being teased together in front of Yi Chen and find it hard to accept. This makes things a bit frustrating for Yi Chen. After all, having both women together is the way to go, right? Just having one isn't interesting at all. But judging by the situation with the 2 women, it seems there's still a long way to go. Yi Chen sighed softly, casually played a game for a while, and then dropped the mouse. Was this just too boring? However, Yi Chen really had nothing he wanted to do. What should he do? Was he really going to remain so lazy until he conquered both Aphia and Leona? In a daze, 10 years passed. Dr. Glow did not follow the original plan and join the Red Ribbon Army or anything like that. Instead, he continued to focus on research. Over these 10 years, he developed many powerful technologies. However, he was not satisfied because these so-called powerful weapons were nothing in front of Yi Chen and half-dragons. This did not discourage Dr. Glow. Instead, it made him work even harder. In the following years, Dr. Glow developed androids that would normally take at least 20 to 30 years to create. Moreover, his skills kept evolving. The first 2 androids he created were Android 16, a fully mechanical type, just a robot covered with a layer of human skin. Their movement and intelligence were no different from humans. However, the first android he made, Android 16, was incredibly powerful beyond imagination, yet surprisingly kind. It refused to kill and rejected a lot of things. What? This was supposed to be a killing machine I created? What a joke. Zo, Ductua. Glow didn't think much and directly put it into sleep mode, leaving it in a corner of the lab. Next, he thought about transforming humans. Android 18, originally named Lazili, was a twin sister of Android 17, Lapith. They were originally ordinary Earthlings, but were transformed into androids due to Dr. Glow's idea. This transformation was powerful, even not weaker than the purely mechanical Android 16, and most importantly, because they were human bodies, they could have infinite energy. However, right after the transformation, both were extremely angry about being turned into androids and attacked Dr. Glow upon their release. Dr. Glow was still an ordinary person, and if he had an emergency stop device in hand, he would have certainly been killed. This incident shocked Dr. Glow. What use was an unloyal android? Thus, androids 17 and 18, which were emergency stopped, were treated the same way as android 16, discarded in the stop box. Dr. Glow did not give up and finally developed android 19. Android 19 was a chubby one and very obedient. This was a different type of android, whose energy source was derived from absorbing the energy of others to increase its own power. Moreover, it was extremely easy to control and would not rebel. Dr. Glow believed Android 19 could already defeat Chen at that time, so he also underwent transformation. Finally, he felt complete. For 10 years, Dr. Glow had been afraid of encountering Chen and being killed by him. Now he was full of confidence and not afraid at all. He used some flesh and blood left by the previous monsters to create an embryo. After a series of modifications, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. That mass of flesh and blood actually developed its own intelligence and could devour the cells of others, absorbing their power. This discovery delighted Dr. Glow, and after giving his blood to that mass of flesh, he also killed many ordinary people. However, the blood of ordinary people did not cause the strange flesh to grow at all. Did it have to be a strong person? Dr. Glow frowned. Everything happening in the outside world over these 10 years was under Dr. Glow's surveillance. The two most renowned strong beings were Sun Wukong and Vegeta. King Piccolo was defeated by Vegeta in one move, while Sun Wukong won the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Their strengths were equally matched. Although they were still a bit weak, both had tails, so they should be with that Chen. Dr. Glow decided to capture both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. As for Chen, he hadn't appeared in 10 years, leaving Dr. Glow unsure of his whereabouts. If he could find Chen, it would be perfect to eliminate him as well. Dr. Glow confidently looked at his powerful body, and with Android 19, for the first time in over a decade, he left the lab. Over the years, a small village of about a few hundred people had surprisingly appeared in the previously desolate area a few kilometers to the left of the lab. Dr. Glow ordered Android 19, "Go directly destroy that village. Foolish humans don't deserve to live next to my lab." Yes, Android 19 was obedient. Its plump body flew directly into the air above the village. The people in the village were chatting and sleeping. A child looked up and saw a chubby figure floating above the village, immediately shouting for his mom and dad in shock. Others were also startled and looked up, confirming it was true. The discovery left everyone astonished. What happened next was even more surprising, even terrifying. A massive golden energy wave was heading straight towards them. The terrifying heat could be felt even from a distance. Run. Having experienced the time when King Piccolo almost ruled the world, these Earthlings already knew that some bad guys could destroy a village with a casual strike, so they fled in panic. But it was too late. The moment the energy wave touched the ground, the metallic vibrations obliterated the entire village. Chapter 97. Major Healthcare. A massacre began and ended in an instant. The entire village was leveled, no longer existing. The people who had lived there also disappeared without a trace. Because they were androids, they emitted no energy signature. Therefore, even the strongest on Earth, including Chen, did not sense the presence of these two terrifying enemies. Of course, even if Chen had noticed, he wouldn't have cared. He felt that he was very close to success. The two girls could now be affectionate with each other in front of him. Other than feeling a bit uncomfortable about their intimacy with him, everything else was fine. Chen felt that he was not far from victory. The streamer was the dumbest person he had ever seen in his life, and after more than 10 years, still hadn't succeeded. It's because you upstairs don't understand a woman's shyness. The streamer could have easily won one-on-one in the first year, but the streamer had grand ambitions. Yes, I really envy the streamer. Even watching a live broadcast feels like dog abuse. Can't we just have some fun? The streamer should speed things up, and then ask to turn on the camera. You upstairs don't think about it. The streamer is so stingy that even when it's time to get intimate, they still turn off the camera. Sigh. The streamer is abusing dogs and not giving any benefits. I want to report the streamer. A group of people in the live room were discussing. Raditz. Brother, we are back. Vegeta and Son Goku walked into Chen's house. Over 10 years, the two had grown up together. Son Goku's development in this life far exceeded that of his previous life. In his previous life, Goku only had a battle power of a few hundred at the age of 18 or 19. But now, along with Vegeta, they both reached 1 million. Their progress was simply remarkable. So over the years, when things like the Demon King Piccolo happen in the world, Yi-chan would directly have them go solve it. Just kids playing. So, how do you two feel about transforming into Super Saiyans? Yi-chan watched the two with a bit of a headache. The transformation of Saiyans mainly comes from anger. Son Wukong originally transformed out of anger because his friend was killed. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan out of jealousy towards Son Wukong, feeling anger towards himself for not being as strong. However, the situation has completely changed now, and it seems that neither of them has a source of anger anymore. Huh, but at Yi-chan's disappointment, Vegeta laughed. Raditz, I can transform now. Watch closely. I am definitely not a low-level warrior like Kakarot. Vegeta's words raised Yi-chan's eyebrows. Sure enough, Vegeta exerted himself. Suddenly, a surge of golden energy enveloped Vegeta's entire body. TSK, not bad. Yi-chan nodded. Then he waved his hand, and a massive force instantly suppressed Vegeta from his Super Saiyan state back to his normal state. Yi-chan's move left Vegeta astonished. To be able to suppress himself to such an extent using only his aura is truly terrifying. Yi-chan lazily said, "Don't transform in my room. Look, your energy turbulence has shattered my plate. Go clean it up." Yi-chan was quite rude, while Vegeta obediently went to work. Then it was Son Goku's turn. Although the two grew up together, Vegeta still found Son Goku unpleasant, and his earlier remarks reflected that. Vegeta, I can transform too." Son Goku laughed heartily, and then also unleashed his power. In an instant, a stronger energy filled the entire room. The plates and windows in Yi-chan's room are all shattered. Not a single one is left. Damn it. Yi-chan expressed his anger and kicked Son Wukong away. Vegeta laughed heartily on the side. Son Wukong returned to his normal state, feeling wronged in front of Yi-chan. "Brother, why did you hit me? Quickly clean up and get lost. Don't let me see you too." Yi-chan scratched his head helplessly, too lazy to deal with the lively Son Wukong. Son Wukong also felt wronged. After tidying up with Vegeta, they flew out over the ocean. "Son Wukong, I didn't expect you to become a Super Saiyan too. Let's have a match." Vegeta was eager to try. He was sure he was stronger than Son Wukong, so he had to teach him a lesson. Son Wukong was also very excited. Saiyans were all battle-hungry. The two immediately unleashed their Super Saiyan aura and began to clash with each other. Bang, bang, bang. The turbulent waves stirred up an endless storm, and terrifying energy flowed around them. The two fought so fiercely that it shook the heavens and the earth, dimming the sun and moon. Yi-chan was playing a game, feeling irritated by the constant banging sounds in his ears. It was especially annoying when the audience kept saying things like Yi-chan wasn't putting in enough effort. So, Yi-chan directly waved his hand out the window. Suddenly, a huge purple and gold handprint appeared majestically in the clouds. Son Wukong, run. Raditz is angry. Run. We're going to die. We're going to die. Son Wukong and Vegeta hurriedly ran away. However, Yi-chan's destructive hand was faster, directly pinning the two little guys to the ground. Yi-chan didn't even use 1/10 of his strength, so he merely knocked the two to the ground without actually harming them. However, they understood that Yi-chan found them too noisy, so they silently made their way to Master Roshi's place. They saw that Master Roshi, looking just like he did 10 years ago, was watching an aerobics program, prompting a wave of disdain. By the way, Vegeta, have you heard of Dabogen? What's Dabogen? Is it a weapon? You're so stupid. I heard my brother say that Dabogen is something very useful for men. It can make them stronger. Can make them strong? Is Raditz so powerful because he does Dabogen every day? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. Son Goku didn't know either, but still mysteriously nodded. Then let's go do Dabogen too. Then Raditz won't dare bully us anymore. Great, let's go tomorrow. Chapter 98. The Killing Androids. The two kids happily discussed how Dabogen could make them stronger. Meanwhile, Yi-chan was too exhausted to comment. In the distance, Android 19's detection device suddenly beeped. It just picked up two powerful energies. Please, Master, feel it out. Maybe the detection device is malfunctioning. Android 19 said to Drive Jero. Dr. Jero nodded. I felt it too. It's not a malfunction. There are indeed two powerful energies there. Judging by the coordinates, they are located at the Turtle Island where Master Roshi is. Android 19 searched the chip in his mind and then spoke to Dr. Jero. Master Roshi, is he the so-called strongest on Earth? How laughable. Dr. Jero scoffed. Then the two flew towards Turtle Island. Android 19, and his own energy absorption made him stronger the more energy he absorbed. Of course, encountering Chen would be even better. The two were not in a hurry and moved slowly, destroying one city after another. News of this was being broadcasted on television. Inside the turtle house, Vegeta and Son Goku were still discussing where to do Dabyojin. Suddenly, the TV that was originally showing aerobics changed to news. A powerful killer had appeared in the world, having slaughtered 11 cities in a row. They were heading towards the South Sea. Citizens in the South Sea area should escape quickly. They found us. Run. The live broadcast helicopter was blown to pieces. In the last moment, two cruel faces appeared on the screen. Then the TV turned to static. Who are these guys? Master Roshi frowned and said, Son Goku and Vegeta were both very angry. We should go kill them. No need to go. They're coming for you too. Just wait. Master Roshi told the two. They fell silent for a moment, then flew off directly. I must defeat those two bad guys. Vegeta scoffed, saying, all you know is to defeat. You must kill them. Do you understand? But I don't want to kill. Son Goku frowned and said. Vegeta ignored the fool and flew off into the distance. Meanwhile, Chen was at home playing video games when he suddenly heard the news report. Hey, ISNT, that Dr. Gero and Android 19? Why are they appearing so early? Chen said curiously. This news shook the live streaming room. Wow, enemies have finally appeared. Host, I feel like you're about to rust. Hurry up and take action. Host, the mission of saving world peace is up to you. So get moving. Sigh. I guess the host's fighting power has degraded. What was the fighting power of Android 19 and 20 again? Androids 19 and 20 are weak. It seems like they only have fighting power between 400 million to 700 million, which can't compare to Android 16, 17, and the beautiful Android 18. Host, go take them down. A group of people shouted, posting comments. Chen saw that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had left and knew that the two of them were definitely no match for the artificial humans. He could only shake his head in silence. Sigh, these guys are really restless and insist on making me take action. It's such a hassle. After saying that, Chen finally stood up. Meanwhile, Leona and Aphia were training behind him. Chen is the laziest one. Chen lazily stood up and flew outside. He couldn't just watch the two little guys get killed. Sigh, saving the world has nothing to do with me. Chen sighed softly and flew above the ocean. Master, we have arrived at the seaside. Turtle Island is only tens of thousands of meters away. Number 19 said, let's go kill them. Dr. Gero flew up directly towards Turtle Island. But at that moment, two shadows appeared in front of Dr. Gero. Oh, these two guys actually showed up by themselves? Dr. Gero was surprised for a moment. Then a cold smile appeared on his lips. Good, this is easy. Number 19, just kill them. Número 19, looking plump with a simple face, suddenly revealed a chilling murderous intent. Okay, master. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Son Goku were discussing where to go for a health boost after defeating the androids to increase their power the fastest. The two of them saw the android number 19 and Dr. Gero on the shore and immediately charged over aggressively. You two, why are you killing people indiscriminately? Son Goku shouted loudly. Vegeta helplessly covered his face, feeling embarrassed. Enough with the nonsense, let us fight. Vegeta was disdainful of his teammate Son Goku, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Oh, his battle power surged 50 times, reaching 50 million. The androids were somewhat surprised, unable to understand why Vegeta's battle power could increase so dramatically. Son Goku, not to be outdone, also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Another one? Android number 19 was puzzled. Dr. Gero frowned. This sudden surge in battle power is strange, but doesn't matter. Kill them and absorb their flesh, then a monster I create will have this ability. Number 19 received the order and immediately nodded. He then fixed his gaze on the two in front of him. As androids, they had no ki, only energy, so Son Goku and Vegeta couldn't sense this guy's energy at all. Goku hit him with a Kamehameha. Vegeta shouted excitedly. Okay, but let's not kill him. Son Goku was still unwilling to kill. Vegeta gave him a disdainful glance and then began to gather his hands. Son Goku hurriedly followed suit, and then. Chapter 99. Two Kamehameha Waves. Kamehameha. The two shouted together, intending to take down android number 19 and then head for a health boost to grow stronger. Boom! A strong energy burst forth. Master Roshi had not held back and taught both Vegeta and Son Goku the Kamehameha. This was essentially the most powerful skill in the Dragon Ball world after the Spirit Bomb, Kaioken, and Super Saiyan transformations. Countless times, the Dragon Ball warriors had turned the tide with the Kamehameha. The two mastered it perfectly and aimed it directly at android number 19. Haha, bring it on. Two terrifying energies flashed in android number 19's eyes, showing a hint of excitement. Haha, bring it on. Just as the two Kamehameha attacks were about to hit him. No. 19 stretched out his palm. In the center of his palm was a dark hole. Absorb. With a loud shout from android number 19, the two attacks, powerful enough to destroy the Earth, were directly absorbed by him. What? How is that possible? Vegeta and Son Goku were extremely shocked. Android no. 19 nodded in satisfaction. What delicious energy. It instantly raised my power. Vegeta and Son Goku exchanged glances and charged at android number 19. Close combat. You weaklings are really no match for me. Number 19 moved swiftly and in an instant grabbed both Son Goku and Vegeta by the neck. The two were instantly suppressed by a powerful force. Hee, not bad energy. Number 19 chuckled coldly and started to absorb their energy. What? What's happening? My power is disappearing? Vegeta and Son Goku's expressions changed. Clearly, they were experiencing the same fate. They both tried to break free, but there was no way to escape. No. 19's power was far too strong compared to theirs. You two will obediently serve as nourishment for my body. Then we will go kill that guy named Chen. Doctor, Jiro said with a cold smile. The feeling of absorbing power was so wonderful that number 19 was extremely excited, trembling with joy. He was about to completely drain the two. Vegeta and Son Goku had already lost so much energy that they couldn't maintain their Super Saiyan forms and instantly became weak. Useless. Just kill them. Sensing that the energy on the two had almost been depleted, Dr. Jiro coldly smiled and ordered number 19 to kill them. Okay, master. No. 19 obediently prepared to kill the two. However, at that moment, a cold voice came. Is it really okay for you to say in front of me that you're going to kill my brother and my little brother? No. 19's expression changed dramatically, but before he could react, a fierce attack sent him flying. Bang! Number 19 was knocked back dozens of meters before stopping, falling to the ground, and then jumping up, looking at the place where he had been standing. A young man with golden hair stood there casually, kicking Son Goku and Vegeta. You two little guys, how is it? Did you suffer a big loss? Chen looked at the two and said, Raditz, we are so weak. We need to get stronger. Take us to the healthcare facility. Vegeta weakly replied, What? What did you say? I didn't understand. What? Healthcare facility? I'm so exhausted. Chen was taken aback. The live stream room was filled with noise. I asked why the host sometimes ends the stream before it gets dark, and it turns out it's like this. I feel sorry for my host, surrounded by so many girls, yet still has to go for a massage. Host, you're awesome. Here's a rocket as payment. Report to the officer, there's a client here. No need to thank me, just go catch him. The audience in the live stream room suddenly seemed to have discovered Chen's secret, happily teasing him. Chen's face turned dark at this moment. He felt wronged. After so many years in this world, he was still a virgin. How could he go for a massage? Am I crazy? Who told you that? Chen endured the twitching of his face and asked, Is it Yukong? She said you mentioned that if a man hasn't gone through major health care, he can't become strong. Damn you. Chen looked at Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong was also very weak at the moment, he nodded as well. Damn it, two unfortunate kids, get lost. Chen noticed that the two guys were not injured. They were just uncomfortable because their energy had been absorbed. So, with a dark expression, Chen directly threw the two guys towards Turtle Island. If you talk nonsense again, I'll throw you two to another planet. Chen's power is so great that he directly threw the two guys away. Then he looked at Android 19 and drive Jiro in front of him. I didn't expect you to create Android 19 and yourself so early. Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. What did you say? Doctor. Gro seemed a bit confused. It's nothing. I'll give you a chance. Take me to your base, and I'll let you go, only killing the other androids. Chen was too lazy to say more and directly stated his conditions. This was simply too arrogant. How arrogant? Do you really think I'm still the weak and fragile person I was 10 years ago? Let me tell you, you are doomed today. Dr. Guo roared angrily, then commanded number 19, saying, Go, get rid of him. Number 19 still wore a simple-minded expression, but revealed a sinister smile. Yes, master. I will definitely kill him. Chen looked at number 19 walking towards him, a smile appearing on his face. Number 19, like its creator Dr. Jiro, was just a weakling among the later androids. In the original story, Vegeta defeated number 19 with overwhelming force and then hunted down Dr. Jiro. As for himself, he decided not to make a move. Can't you absorb energy? Go ahead and absorb it. Chapter 100. Did number 19 get blown up? Bring it on. Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. and without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he charged directly at number 19. Number 19 did the same. In an instant, both of their speeds were incredibly fast as they collided. However, when Yi Chun reached number 19, he surprisingly did not act, but slowly extended his hands. A hint of confusion crossed number 19's eyes, but he soon revealed a look of secret delight. Yi Chun is really too arrogant to look down on himself like this. Let me see how I could drain you dry. In an instant, number 19 quickly grabbed Yi Chen's hands, not allowing him to break free. "Ha, I've got you. You're done for," number 19 shouted happily. He originally wanted to see Yi Chen's panicked expression, but unexpectedly, Yi Chen's face was filled with a calm smile instead. "I'm going to drain you dry," number 19 roared. The live broadcast room was filled with shouts. "Streamer, struggle quickly. This guy has energy absorption devices in his hands. The streamer has been shut-in for years. He even forgot how to fight. I feel sorry for my streamer. Streamer, hurry and rip off his arms, or you'll be cleaned out. The streamer is finished." I remember the streamer's highest combat power was 500 million when he took down the half-dragon monster. He can't break free at all. A crowd of people shouted, worried about Yi Chun. But Yi Chun didn't care. He neither struggled nor shouted, just quietly looked at number 19, feeling the energy disappearing from his body. "So delicious, so delicious." Number 19's face was full of ecstasy, extremely excited. The energy within Yi Chun is incredibly powerful, causing the core device of number 19 to tremble with excitement. "How is the absorption going?" Yi Chun said with a smile. Although Yi Chun was curious about how calm he was in this situation, number 19 laughed and said, "If I absorb you, I will definitely become twice as strong." "Is that so? But I think twice is not enough." Yi Chun raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "It seems that the current energy is not enough. So I'll give you a feast." Boom! Just as number 19 was puzzled about what Yi Chun meant, Yi Chun erupted. Boom! A rumbling sound instantly erupted, and a vast aura exploded forth, with golden energy enveloping Yi Chen's entire body, as if it were burning in flames. This surging energy filled number 19's eyes with heat. "Haha, this is really delicious. Número 19 la farteli." Yi Chen looked at number 19, absorbing his energy with indifference. "It seems like I can't make you full yet." Yi Chen said again. "What?" The 19th was somewhat surprised. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the energy within Yi Chen had surged 50 times. This made him increase the speed of energy absorption. Does Yi Chen mean that this is not his limit yet? Boom! Yi Chen's muscles suddenly surged and expanded. His originally golden hair transformed into a grass green, and his entire body grew by 20 centimeters. The raging energy within him surged like a tide. If the energy inside Yi Chen at the beginning was like a great river, then now it was like an ocean. Number 19 had initially felt endless pleasure from the absorption, but now his expression changed. The energy flooding through his hands had exceeded his body's capacity. However, the energy within Yi Chen showed no signs of diminishing. This was truly terrifying. Damn, it's about to exceed the limit. The instruments inside his body creaked, a result of bearing too much unbearable power. Dr. Glow looked at this scene with a shocked expression. How is this possible? He had used the most advanced materials for number 19, capable of withstanding around 2 billion units of powerful energy. But now, it seemed that even before Yi Chen had fully absorbed it, it was about to become unbearable. Could Yi Chen's energy have grown to such an extent? Damn it, I finally understand why this guy didn't act back then. Dr. Glow thought angrily, then shouted loudly at number 19. "Let go, retreat." At this moment, number 19 also sensed that something was wrong and immediately wanted to release Yi Chen's tightly held hands. However, it was already too late to react. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Buddy, running away after eating clean is not a good habit. You should keep eating until you're full." After saying that, Yi Chen directly reached out and held the other person's hands tightly. "Let go. Let go of me." The energy continued to surge into his body, and the figure of number 19 started to tremble. He shouted angrily, wanting to fly away, wanting to escape from Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's strength was too powerful, and he couldn't escape at all. The incoming energy had reached a critical point and was about to peak. "Ah!" He shouted angrily, but it was all in vain. Yi Chen quietly looked at him. Finally, they reached the designated point. Bang! From within number 19's body, small explosions sounded, making the expression on no. 19's face even more terrified. 5. For the modified area could no longer withstand the pressure and began to explode. Immediately after, the sound of bangs continued incessantly. In the end, number 19's face began to distort irregularly. This frenzied energy had filled number 19's entire body, making it unbearable. "Damn it, I want to die with you." Number 19 knew that he was doomed. At this moment, instead of dodging, number 19 directly lay on Yi Chen. Just then, number 19 exploded. The energy was too powerful. Causing une immédiate explosion. Dr. Gero was first stunned, then he breathed a sigh of relief. It was really terrifying. He had simply not lifted a finger, and his proud android exploded from the energy. Thankfully he was doomed. Chapter 101 Dr. Gero's Escape. First release of the morning, it exploded, it really exploded. And it could be played like this. Everyone in the live stream was stunned. In the place where Yi Chen had originally stood, after the dust settled, Yi Chen stood there perfectly fine, amusingly watching the shocked Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero looked at Yi Chen with a face full of terror, not understanding why Yi Chen was so terrifying. Why is the energy in your body so powerful? Dr. Gero asked in fear. Yi Chen simidit koldi. In Yi Chen's live stream room, things were about to explode. Just how strong is the streamer now to be able to blow up number 19? It's really terrifying. Streamer, please get exposed. Damn, all these years, I actually thought the streamer would lose combat power by staying at home every day. The people upstairs are all idiots. The streamer has the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Even without training, their combat power will naturally skyrocket. Yi Chen simidet. I'll give you another chance. Take me to your base, and I'll spare your life. Yi Chen must visit Dr. Gero's base. It's quite strange that Dr. Gero created androids at least 10 years ahead of schedule, and they seem to be quite powerful. Most importantly, has Cell also been created? This is a question worth pondering. And what about androids 16, 17, and 18? Yi Chen is curious to see what they look like, wondering if they are beautiful. How arrogant! Dr. Gero shouted angrily, suddenly shooting a beam of light from his eyes towards Yi Chen. A cold smile flickered across Yi Chen's lips as he soared directly into the sky. Rays struck the ground, producing a thunderous sound, terrifying beyond measure. Smoke and dust filled the air as Yi Chen stood atop the mountain, surveying his surroundings. Dealing with androids was quite a headache. After all, androids had no breath and could not be sensed at all. Therefore, he could only rely on his eyes to spot them. It seems like they ran away. Yi Chen frowned and looked around. There were indeed no traces of Dr. Gero. What a pity. Yi Chen carefully looked around, but saw nothing and could only leave with a frown. It's just an artificial human. Yi Chen didn't take it seriously at all. It could appear at any time, and he could deal with it easily. Yi Chen thought of this and turned to leave. After Yi Chen had been gone for a long time, a cloud of sand was kicked up on the beach, and a person walked out from it. It was none other than Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero had a look of palpitations on his face. Yi Chen is truly powerful, far stronger than he was back then, beyond anyone's imagination. And Dr. Gero's pride, number 19, was so easily turned into cannon fodder. Damn it, Yi Chen, I must kill you. Dr. Gero shouted angrily. In fact, there was no hatred between Yi Chen and Dr. Gero. However, now that Yi Chen had gathered all the Dragon Balls, there was hatred. Over the past decade, Dr. Gero had been trying to obtain the Dragon Balls to enhance his research, but he couldn't find a single one. The only possibility was that they were all in Yi Chen's hands. This made Dr. Gero even angrier. Over the years, this guy had become so strong. Definitely because of the Dragon Balls. Dr. Gero looked at this situation with contempt, believing that Yi Chen had become powerful because he made wishes on the Dragon Balls. In reality, this was an unfair accusation against Yi Chen. For these years, Yi Chen has been experimenting with the Dragon Balls, conducting an experiment once a year. In the first year, Yi Chen tested whether the Dragon Balls could influence the real world, which is the world Yi Chen came from. Yi Chen told the audience about this matter and planned to make a wish for someone from the original world to see if it could be fulfilled. This stirred up a huge uproar in the live broadcast room. Everyone hoped that the wish would be their own. Yi Chen saw so many people so enthusiastic, so he decided to let them tip him. Whoever tipped the most, he would help grant their wish. In the end, it was a guy who usually never spoke, but unexpectedly turned out to be the biggest tycoon. That day, countless rockets flew up, shocking the entire world. On that day, Douyu's live streaming reached its limit, skyrocketing to 1.2 billion. What does 1.2 billion mean? I won't elaborate. To me, it's just a number, and anything over 10,000 is just a number. Yi Chen's show-off value directly soared from 200,000 to 300,000. It was that terrifying. Among the 1.2 billion in tips, a guy named Wang Tsungsong's husband contributed a staggering 600 million renminbi, which is truly frightening. Wang Tsungsong. Anchor, I've already tipped 600 million. It seems I'm the highest. Yi Chen looked and nodded, saying, yes, it's your highest. Go ahead and say your wish, but of course I can't guarantee that it will be fulfilled. After all, we are not in the same world. Wang Tsungsong's husband replied, I understand. If it can be realized, then I've made a big profit. If it can't, it's just 600 million. I can afford the loss. This businessman mindset is truly a gamble. Yichen admired him, so he nodded and said, "Tell me your wish." "My wish is world peace." "Just kidding. My real wish is to hope that my League of Legends skills can reach the highest professional level, and not just gain respect in the esports world, because I'm someone's son." The netizens were confused upon hearing this wish. "I don't understand the world of the rich. Spending 600 million renminbi just to improve his League of Legends skills, that's truly one of a kind in the whole world. This is what a true tycoon looks like." The viewers in the live stream shouted in unison, envying Wang Tsong. However, many others poured cold water on it, believing it was impossible to achieve because they were not in the same world, and that the dragon's wishes have limitations. Yichen was testing whether this was true, gathering the Dragon Balls that had restored to their original state and summoned the dragon. "I hope Principal Wang Tsong can become the world's #1 LOL expert." After Yichen made his wish, the whole world fell silent. Everyone wanted to know if the Dragon Balls could actually affect the real world. Chapter 102. The world without me. Still, I am the greatest. The dragon also fell silent, and everyone remained speechless, wanting to hear if it was true. "I have granted your wish. See you next time." After a long while, the dragon said majestically to Yichen. Then, it transformed into 7 Dragon Balls and prepared to fly in all directions. Yichen took back everything without hesitation. The divine dragon said it had been realized, and Yichen was a bit curious, directly asking Principal Wang Tsong, "So, do you feel any changes in your body?" "I don't know. I'm going to find Wu Wu Kai for a game," Principal Wang Tsong said before going offline. Most of the viewers in the live stream were skeptical. Is there really someone named Principal Wang Tsong in the Dragon Ball world? I don't think so. Let's wait and see if Wu Wu Kai gets beaten up. Breaking news. The principal challenged Wu Wu Kai to a solo match, and Wu Wu Kai took it lightly, agreeing while streaming. As a result, the principal crushed him 10-0. Breaking news. The principal, crazed, after winning against Wu Wu Kai, went to challenge Ruofeng to a solo match. Ruofeng was also streaming and was brutally beaten by the principal, believing that the principal used a stand-in, claiming it was a Faker stand-in. Breaking news. The principal soloed against the Faker, live on Panda TV, and bloodily defeated the Faker 5-0. A series of messages shocked everyone. The wish-granting ability of Dragon Ball could actually affect the real world. This was simply insane. All the media reported on this event, and the whole world was stirred up. Ever since the incident with Wang Tsong, Yichen received even more tips every day. ISIS tipped Yichen tens of millions every day, hoping that Yichen's next wish could allow them to make a wish. Yichen knew this was a terrorist organization, so he asked them about their wishes, thinking they would have some mad and crazy desires. Unexpectedly, their wish was actually world peace, which was quite surprising. Subsequently, governments from various countries also began to reward Yichen, offering him 100 million, 200 million, as if they were joking. It should at least be around 10 billion. Governments from different countries were trying to curry favor with Yichen, not seeking wishes, but hoping that when Yichen made a wish, it wouldn't be something detrimental to them, especially Japan and the United States. Japan would have gladly given all its money to reward Yichen. Oh no, Yichen is Chinese. What if he wished for something like Japan sinking into the ocean? That would be disastrous. So, Japan went all out to please Yichen. The United States was the same, their hairs standing on end. Every day, the U.S. imposed sanctions on China and threatened it, but now they were scared to death. The boys' warship had instantly retracted and issued a notice of friendship between the two countries. Obama would also visit China to meet with our country's leader. Originally, the matter of Yichen's time travel was not something the government cared about, as it did not affect their rule. However, now that foreign powers were trying to please Yichen, the Chinese government was doing the same, trying to meet Yichen's demands and showering him with rewards. Yichen's show-off value has skyrocketed to 8 million. He only needs 2 million more to purchase the legendary holy body. 8 million in 10 years is truly terrifying. In just over 10 days, it will be the day of the 10th Dragon Ball summoning, which will be another feast of rewards. Every country has its demands, and every individual and company has their needs. Therefore, Yichen is making a lot of money, and he is looking forward to it in his heart, as he should be able to accumulate enough show-off value for the holy body this time. Yichen flew back to Turtle Island and continued playing games. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero was cursing Yichen while secretly flying away into the distance. He no longer dared to be arrogant. Yichen's strength had frightened him. I must go back and work hard to kill that guy Yichen. Dr. Gero made up his mind. So, he returned to his base to continue his research. After Yi Chen returned to Turtle Island, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already recovered. Seeing Yi Chen return unscathed made them incredibly happy. I knew my brother could defeat those two guys, Sun Wukong said as he approached Yi Chen. Vegeta frowned and said, I will be that powerful in the future too. Yi Chen smiled and didn't say much, directly returning to his room to rest. Vegeta and Son Goku looked at Yi Chen's tall figure and said, we should also go for a big health boost. That way we can become strong like your brother. Yeah, we should go for a big health boost. Let's go. The two eager boys immediately flew towards the city, planning to undergo a health enhancement. Host, in 10 days it's time for the next wish. Who are you planning to give it to? Isn't it obvious? For wishes, whoever bids higher wins. Sigh, I really have no money. Otherwise I would wish for a lot of money. That wish is really contradictory. Get lost. Hello, Mr. Yi Chen. I'm the President of the United States, Obama. We plan to invest $1 billion this time as an advance payment. If the deal doesn't go through, at least we maintain our integrity. Hello, Mr. Yi Chen. I'm Shinzo Abe from Japan. We plan to invest $2 billion this time, not asking for a wish, just requesting not to target our country. As a reward for mercy, Yi Chen found this scene somewhat amusing. At first, Japan approached Yi Chen with a very attractive offer, wanting to obtain the wish right. The second time, Japan offered the highest bid for the wish right. However, Yi Chen refused to give it to them and instead granted the wish to the one who offered the second highest bid. This left Japan in a state of utter panic. Yi Chen's hostility towards them is truly terrifying. The thought that in another world, a single word from Yi Chen could lead to the destruction of their country fills them with immense fear. Therefore, they pay protection fees every year. And the fees are even higher than what others would pay for their wishes. There's no way around it. After all, Yi Chen is a Chinese person who harbors resentment towards them, and it truly wears them out. Chapter 103. Redeeming the Holy Body 10 days in advance. Various countries began to offer rewards in hopes of securing a wish. By the 10th day, the victor finally emerged, an Arab country from the Middle East. Mr. Yi Chen, we hope you can grant us a wish to improve the desert environment and turn it green. This was a request for greening. The request relieved everyone, especially those countries that feared the winning nation might wish for world domination. That would be a disaster. Yi Chen looked at his show-off value. Should he convert all the rewards into show-off value? The system prompted Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Beep, the host's pretentious value has reached 11 million points. Please use it as soon as possible. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he had redeemed the physique he had coveted for a long time. Summoning the divine dragon and making the wish was done in one go. Next, everyone on Earth watched as the video showed the once severely decertified Middle East instantly covered in green grass, followed by seeds sprouting, becoming small trees, and then growing into large trees. Towering ancient trees and forests spread out. The Middle East instantly transformed into a national park-level green space. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi Chen. The representative from Middle East expressed their gratitude loudly to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and directly closed the live stream because he was about to start the exchange. Over the years, although Yi Chen had been staying at home and rarely went out, his strength had surged dramatically. Yi Chen's bloodline is the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, and his combat power increases dramatically over time, with a terrifying growth rate. In just 10 years, Yi Chen's base combat power skyrocketed from 5 million to 50 million. It's incredibly frightening, especially when Yi Chen transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan. A 100-fold increase directly boosts his combat power to 5 billion, easily overwhelming a number 19. Now, the holy body is about to be exchanged. Yi Chen opened his exchange mall panel again. Sacred body. The miraculous physique of the protagonist in Cover the Sky, with incredible combat power. Adjusted according to the Dragon Ball world. In the minor achievement realm, one can directly explode a planet with astonishing defense. In the major achievement realm, one can directly destroy a galaxy with a single punch, standing terrifyingly. In the peak realm, invincible in the universe. Exchange requirement, 10 million show-off points. Exchange. Yi Chen is now a wealthy man, and without hesitation, he exchanged for the holy body. Exchange successful. The physique matches the host's bloodline. Please wait. In an instant, Yi Chen felt an unimaginable pain throughout his body, as if his flesh and blood were being torn apart. It was torn inch by inch, and then healed inch by inch. Yi Chen knew that this was something that had to be experienced in order to change his constitution. After a long time, he finally passed through it slowly. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and within his spirited gaze seemed to exist a universe. Yi Chen felt that his body was filled with power, incredibly terrifying, and every move he made seemed to carry endless might. Yi Chen's combat power was also skyrocketing at this moment. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 100 million. Yi Chen opened the attribute panel. Yi Chen. Combat power, 100 million. Bloodline physique. Legendary super scion, lower bloodline. Holy body, beginner level. Spells and martial arts. Sun fist. Weak chicken version of the king fist. Demon piercing light cannon. Super turtle school qigong. Instant transmission. Super scion transformation 1. Legendary super scion transformation. Destruction palme. The holy body, valued at 10 million show-off points, truly lives up to its reputation, instantly boosting combat power by 50 million, and it's still the base combat power, which is really delightful. The most important thing is that Yi Chen's holy body is currently at the beginner level, yet it has already achieved a 50 million combat power increase. How terrifying would it be if it reached the small completion level? Not to mention the existence of a large completion holy body and the peak holy body. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Yi Chen can use techniques like the Chi Wave and the Destruction Hand to directly blow up an ordinary planet with just 1,000 units of energy. However, with just his physical body, he can only punch through a mountain. The Scion's physical body is not considered strong enough among the cosmic races. But now, Yi Chen could probably smash half a planet with a single punch. The holy body truly lives up to its reputation. It would be great if he could go to the world of Jetian in the future. Yi Chen thought of the various powerful techniques from the world of and felt a bit tempted. On Earth, discussions were still ongoing about Yi Chen's Dragon Balls and whether to continue investing funds next year to pursue wishes. Dr. Jero returned to the base, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Yi Chen had not given up on her and was constantly searching for her. And only now did she relax. Dam Sayance, Dam Yi Chen. Dr. Jero was incredibly furious. Today, she had proudly taken her prize creation out, only for her masterpiece number 19 to be destroyed by Yi Chen, leaving her to return empty-handed. 153 was so despicable, but suddenly Dr. Jero thought of something and immediately took out the collected blood. This was the blood of Vegeta and Son Goku. When the two were captured by number 19, she had drawn some blood with a syringe. These Scions, their fighting power can suddenly surge. If my androids could do the same, then I could kill them. Thinking of this, Dr. Jero first dropped a few drops of blood into the mass of flesh that could devour everything, and then intended to further modify the existing androids. Yes, specifically number 17 and number 18. Dr. Jero was so eager to kill Yi Chen that she decided to take the risk and strengthen androids 16 and 17 again, planning to awaken them to eliminate Yi Chen. A series of modifications began anew. While Dr. Jero was fully focused on the modifications, she failed to notice that the mass of flesh was slowly leaving the glass container and then stealthily escaped from Dr. Jero's lab. A disaster was about to unfold. Meanwhile, on a distant star in the depths of the universe, Frieza and his father King Cold stood together, preparing to board a spaceship to Earth for revenge. At that moment, Chapter 104, Frieza arrives. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the two. King Cold and Frieza were initially shocked, but then they calmed down. The newcomer had an aura similar to theirs. Yi Chen said that he is one of his own people. King Cold looked ahead in surprise. Are you our ancestor? Zerd, the cosmic pirate? The person who came was petite, even smaller than Frieza in his first form. I didn't expect you to remember me, Zerd said slowly. But you were killed by the Super Saiyan back then, King Cold said, still in disbelief. I almost died back then, but I managed to survive stubbornly and worked hard to train, intending to find the Super Saiyan for revenge. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a Super Saiyan for many years. But now one has appeared. Therefore, I want to join you all to take revenge. King Cold furrowed his brows, but still nodded. Although he didn't know how strong Zerd's battle power of 167 was, having one more person to help was always good. All right, let's go together, King Cold said with a nod. Frieza looked at Zerd suspiciously, but avenging Yi Chen was the most important thing. Last time, he had almost been killed by Yi Chen. If he hadn't destroyed the Earth at the last moment, he would have certainly died. He must take revenge. The three of them boarded the spaceship and headed towards Earth. Yi Chen still didn't know that Frieza was coming to find him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, it's just Frieza, and he could easily handle him with one hand now. Yi Chen still spends every day watching TV and playing games, enjoying himself immensely. This state of affairs has left the audience, who are eager for battles, very disappointed, especially since a shocking battle occurred just yesterday, which has made the viewers even more expectant. Come on, streamer, have some ambition. Don't just play games all day. Can't you do something else? Yeah, streamer. Go find Dr. Jero and take him down. He created Android 19, so surely Android 16, 17, and 18 must have appeared as well. Hurry up, streamer. Go out and get to work. Playing games all day is too uncharacteristic of a time traveler. We're almost getting bored watching you every day. The audience shouted in unison. Yi-Chen shook his head lightly. Are you all annoyed by me being here? Yes, host. Upon hearing Yi-Chen's question, the others thought he was feeling embarrassed and quickly responded loudly. Who would have thought? Yi-Chen nodded. Since you're all annoyed, I might as well end the live stream. After saying that, Yi-Chen directly closed the live stream. What the heck? He really ended it. Over 10 million viewers were left in confusion. This is too willful. What we meant by being annoyed was for you to go out and level up by fighting monsters. We didn't mean for you to end the live stream. Sigh. Yi-Chen was happily eating, surrounded by dozens of bowls and chopsticks. He was extremely satisfied. Burp. Yi-Chen let out a satisfied burp, feeling incredibly comfortable, and then leaned his body against the soft figure of Leona beside him. Sister Leona, please rub my belly, I'm so tired. Yi-Chen pretended to be full and leaned towards Leona, saying, if it were before, Leona would have undoubtedly thrown Yi-Chen out without hesitation. But now, not only did Leona not push Yi-Chen away, she was even worried that he might be uncomfortable resting on her thigh. So she moved his head to her soft little belly. So comfortable. Yi-Chen had a content expression on his face, enjoying Leona's tenderness. On the other hand, Aphia pouted a little but still sat cross-legged beside Yi-Chen, using her soft little hands to rub his belly. This softness is quite pleasant. Yi-Chen felt so comfortable that he was almost overwhelmed. The scent from the mother and daughter made Yi-Chen restless. Just as he was about to get hands-on with the two beauties and do some embarrassing things, bang, the door was suddenly opened, and then Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared in Yi-Chen's villa. The faces of the two women immediately turned a bit shy, and Aphia directly ran back to her room. Leona, being more composed, tossed Yi-Chen aside and then cleared the dishes before leaving. Yi-Chen, damn, my good fortune was just ruined like that. Yi-Chen felt that he could finally accomplish something he had been thinking about for a long time today. It's really frustrating. Yi-Chen angrily thought about Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Brother, you're lying. Sun Wukong unexpectedly started to talk about Yi-Chen's faults first. Yi-Chen was so angry that he laughed. Tell me how I deceived you. You told me that a health treatment could make men stronger. But when Vegeta and I went to find the health treatment, they were all weak women who couldn't possibly make us stronger. Moreover, they pulled us into a room and did some strange things to us. Ugh. Yi-Chen's eyebrows twitched for a moment, but he still asked, did you two do anything strange? Of course not. They actually wanted to touch mine and Vegeta's a little, you know? We were both really angry and just flew away. All right, Yi-Chen said helplessly. Let me tell you both one last time. If you come into my room again without knocking, you're finished, got it? You're such a bad guy for scaring me while lying. Vegeta also had an unhappy expression, thinking he had figured out the reason for Yi-Chen's strength, only to find out it was because of doing strange things with women. Yi-Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with the two thick-headed scions and instantly teleported behind them. Then, with a powerful kick, bang bang, the two were immediately kicked away by Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen was really angry because Aphia and Long's room was now locked, and he couldn't get in at all. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted on Earth. Chapter 105, Android 18, in Drive Jero's laboratory. After more than 10 days of hard research, Dr. Jero finally implanted the blood of Sun Wukong and Vegeta into the bodies of Android 17 and Android 18. As for Android 16, due to its purely mechanical body, it couldn't accommodate such biological blood. Looking at the sleeping Android 17 and Android 18, Dr. Jero felt a bit of a headache. He didn't want to rashly unlock their stasis and wake them up because they had previously shown intent to kill him. However, the fear and hatred towards Yi-Chen in their minds prevailed. He wasn't a match for Yi-Chen, but Android 17 and Android 18 were originally incredibly powerful. And now that he had added the serum containing Sun Wukong and Vegeta's blood, their combat power would definitely be even stronger. They could certainly kill Yi-Chen. Dr. Jero activated the emergency release device to wake them up. The glass chamber door opened. The once sleeping Android 17 and Android 18 were directly awakened. Android 17 had black hair and a good appearance. Android 18, on the other hand, had blonde hair, a cold expression, and a curvaceous figure, resembling a perfect cool girl. Her features were extremely delicate and beautiful, her figure slim and exquisite, with curves that were captivatingly enchanting. Most importantly, combined with her proud demeanor, she was truly perfect, a quintessential cool girl. Suddenly awakened, both of them were a bit surprised. After all, they thought that Dr. Jero would surely destroy them after their rebellion and emergency stasis. They never expected to see the light of day again. It was indeed rare. They exchanged glances and then looked forward. Dr. Jero was standing in front of them. Upon seeing him, a killing intent flashed in their eyes, but no murderous aura emerged. The last failed rebellion made them realize that to succeed, they must obtain the emergency device from Dr. Jero. Dr. Jero! They greeted him with smiles on their faces. Doctor! Jero felt relieved, but still remained cautious. Do you too feel that your power has become stronger? He asked them. They frowned and replied, no. The energy is the same as before. This answer puzzled Dr. Jero. Why hadn't their combat power surged? However, it didn't matter, as they were already powerful enough to kill Chen. You two, go to a place called Kame House and kill everyone there. Dr. Jero issued the command directly. Okay, they both responded obediently. Their attitude reassured Dr. Jero a lot. All right, you may go. Doctor. Jero still planned to wait until they killed Chen before putting them back into stasis. It was too dangerous since they were a bit too powerful. Android 17 and Android 18 exchanged glances, nodded, and said, all right. After that, they walked toward the exit. Dr. Jero watched them leave obediently, feeling relieved, and planned to secretly follow them to see how Chen would be killed. But just as he turned to open the door, a gust of wind rushed past his ear. Dr. Jero, being clever, immediately sensed something was wrong and intended to press the emergency stasis device. But it was too late. His arm was suddenly torn off by a powerful force. The emergency stasis device flew far away and eventually slid to the feet of Android 18. Meanwhile, Android 17 held Drive Jero's severed arm. You two traitors. Dr. Jero had already become an android, feeling no pain, but was extremely furious at that moment. Losing the emergency stasis device meant he could no longer control Android 17 and Android 18. It turned out to be true. Android 18 let out a cold laugh, stepped forward with her proud legs, and under Dr. Jero's hopeful gaze, she directly crushed the emergency stasis device under her foot. Once broken, it meant he could no longer survive. Dr. Jero was filled with sadness. Old man, we still remember the pain you caused us when you transformed us. Android 17's large hand directly grabbed Dr. Jero's neck, lifting him up. You two traitors. You two traitors. Dr. Jero was extremely angry. Android 17 coldly laughed, raised his hand, and directly pulled Dr. Jero's head off. Dr. Jero's head immediately rolled to the ground, just like the emergency stasis device, rolling to the feet of Android 18. A cruel smile appeared on Android 18's perfect face. We remember the pain you caused us when you transformed us, so now, pay for your past mistakes. Without hesitation, Android 18 stepped on Drive Jero's head, crushing it. Their ruthless decisiveness showed just how furious they were at Dr. Jero for capturing and transforming them. Sister, we finally avenged ourselves. Android 17 said happily. Android 18 nodded coldly, and then looked at the glass chamber next to where they originally were. Sing. Release that big fool inside. Following Android 18's command, Android 17 immediately complied, as he must have listened to his sister since 05 Creek. After the glass chamber was opened, a big fool walked out. He was indeed a giant, about 3 meters tall, looking very imposing. He was Android 16, with a fully mechanical body, luxurious and noble, and his strength was even greater than the other two. However, Android 16's personality was surprisingly kind, not killing anyone or anything. This was perplexing. Aren't androids supposed to be killing machines, existing to kill and destroy? Android 18 showed a cold smile, but soon noticed many wires buried underground. That old man didn't skimp on making androids. Android 18's voice was as crisp as a lark, but still very cold. Chapter 106. Going to kill Chen. Android 18 moved her slender legs forward, and a key blast directly broke through the ground. Once again, about 10 glass chambers hidden below were buried by dirt. These androids haven't even been completed, and they're so ugly. Brother, destroy them. Android 18 said, frowning at the bizarre and ugly androids underground. Android 17 obeyed his sister and immediately fired a key blast. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the unfinished androids underground were directly annihilated. What a pity. Android 17 frowned and said, Sister, let's go. The place was in shambles, smoke filling the sky. It was indeed time to leave. Sigh, that guy Dr. Jero, I really wish I could tear him to pieces. Killing him outright would only be a favor to him. After saying this, number 18 turned to leave. The tall number 16 followed closely behind, having not said a word since they came out. Number 17 walked at the back, and once the three left the laboratory, he raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast. A thunderous roar erupted instantly. Then, the entire mountain containing the laboratory was directly leveled to the ground. Let's go. Number 18 flew off, then frowned at her clothes. These ragged clothes were truly disappointing, utterly useless. After all, girls love to be beautiful. Even though number 18 had a mature demeanor, was an android, she still loved beauty. So she said, let's go to the nearest city. I want to buy clothes. Number 17 flew up high, looking around. The nearest city wasn't far from there, and the group immediately flew off in that direction. Upon reaching the city, number 18 entered a clothing store. What a beautiful girl. Any piece of clothing here would suit you perfectly. The shopkeeper, seeing the stunning number 18, immediately began flattering her as if it were free. He would say the same to an ugly person, but when faced with someone beautiful, he naturally sounded more sincere. Number 18 frowned, grabbed a bunch of clothes, and coldly said to the shopkeeper, "Shut up." Her cool voice seemed to carry an endless authority, and the previously chatty shopkeeper instantly fell silent. Number 18 went into the fitting room to change. The shopkeeper was left bewildered, wondering how he'd been scared by a girl. How strange. Just then, a burst of gunfire rang out from outside. "You little brat, you took my clothes. Hurry up and pay. If you don't, I'll kill you." This was old Chen from the neighboring store, who owned a men's clothing shop. At that moment, he was pointing a gun at a tall guy and a handsome young man with black hair. Suddenly, he witnessed the most terrifying scene. The black-haired youth raised his palm towards old Chen, and then, with a bang, old Chen's body was instantly torn apart and set ablaze. How is this possible? The shopkeeper hadn't even had time to be shocked when the black-haired youth began his slaughter. The entire street was ablaze with fire. Countless people ran for their lives, but still perished in the explosions. The shopkeeper screamed in terror, but quickly shut his mouth, hiding behind a counter, hoping that the group of murderers would spare him. At that moment, the door at the back of the room opened, and out walked number 18, who had just been buying clothes. "Beauty, hurry and hide. There's a murderer outside." Number 18 looked at him, a flash of killing intent crossing her eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. "Considering you complimented me earlier and the clothes in your store, I'll spare your life." Number 18, dressed in denim, had a refreshing aura that made her look even more aloof yet cooler. Speaking words the shopkeeper couldn't understand, she walked towards the door. The shopkeeper felt gloomy, unable to bear the thought of such a beautiful girl meeting a tragic end. But then something surprising happened. After the girl walked out, she directly got into the car of those two murderers. They were actually in cahoots. The shopkeeper was filled with dread, but then felt a surge of luck. He had just escaped with his life. The murderers had killed many people, but upon seeing his store, they raised their hands towards the door. This action sent tremors through the shopkeeper. He knew the murderers could unleash powerful explosions. But at that moment, the beautiful, cold head of number 18 popped out of the car window. She seemed to say something, and the murderer withdrew his hand. She got in the car with the tall guy. "Sister, killing feels so good. Let's go kill more." Number 17 said excitedly. Number 18 nonchalantly replied through the window. "Didn't Dr. Jero tell us to take out that guy named Yi-chun? Let us go check it out. Why should we listen to that old man's orders? I'm not willing." Number 17 frowned. Number 16 sat silently in the back seat, quietly listening to the two talk. "Enough chatter, let us go." When number 18 got angry, number 17 immediately wilted. "All right, sister, don't be mad. Let us go take him out. After all, we're supposed to kill everyone on Earth. It doesn't seem matter who we start with. Let us just go for that unlucky Yi-chun." Number 17 hurriedly remedied the situation, and upon seeing number 18's expression improve, he stepped on the gas and drove towards the location of Turtle Island. This was what number 18 wanted. Living like a normal person was what she missed the most. "Hey, big guy, what abilities do you have?" Number 17 asked number 16 while driving. For the first time, number 16 spoke up. "I'm a great fighter." "A great fighter? Let's have a match then. You're number 16. You should be pretty strong." Number 18 kicked number 17, causing him to crash and roll out of the car. Number 18 took the driver's seat, annoyed at her brother for being too noisy. Number 17, feeling wronged, climbed back in but didn't dare to get angry, silently flying in the air, closely following the car. The group continued on their way to Turtle Island. Chapter 106, Going to Kill Yi-chun. Number 18 walked forward with her long, graceful legs, unleashing a ki blast that directly shattered the ground. Below, there were still about 10 glass pods hidden and buried beneath the earth. These androids aren't even made yet, and they look too ugly. Brother, destroy them. Number 18 said, looking at the bizarre and ugly androids underground. Number 17 obediently followed her command and immediately unleashed a ki blast. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the unfinished androids were directly annihilated. What a pity. Number 17 frowned and said, "Sister, let us go. This place is a mess, smoke everywhere. It's definitely time to leave. Sigh, that guy Dr. Jiro, I really wish I could tear him to pieces. Killing him outright would only be a favor to him." After saying this, number 18 turned to leave. The tall number 16 followed closely behind, having not said a word since they came out. Number 17 walked at the back, and once the three left the laboratory, he raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast. A thunderous roar erupted instantly. Then, the entire mountain containing the laboratory was directly leveled to the ground. "Let us go." Number 18 flew off, then frowned at her clothes. These ragged clothes were truly disappointing, utterly useless. After all, girls love to be beautiful. Even though number 18 had a mature demeanor and was an android, she still loved beauty. So she said, "Let us go to the nearest city. I want to buy clothes." Number 17 flew directly into the sky and looked around. The nearest city wasn't far, and everyone immediately flew towards it. After arriving at the city, number 18 entered a clothing store. "What a beautiful girl. Any of the clothes here would suit you perfectly." The store owner immediately began to flatter number 18, who was so stunning. He might say the same to someone less attractive, but when faced with beauty, his sincerity naturally increased. Number 18 frowned, picked up a pile of clothes, and coldly said to the store owner, "Shut up." Her cool voice seemed to carry endless authority, and the previously chatty store owner immediately fell silent. Number 18 went into the fitting room to change clothes. The store owner was bewildered, wondering how he had been intimidated by a girl. How strange. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from outside. "You little brat, you took my clothes, pay up quickly. If you don't pay, I'll kill you." This was old Chen, the owner of the neighboring men's clothing store. He was pointing a gun at a tall man and a handsome young man with black hair. At this moment, he witnessed the most terrifying scene. The black-haired youth raised his palm towards old Chen, and then, with a bang, old Chen's body was instantly blown apart and ignited. How is this possible? Before the store owner could be surprised, the black-haired youth began his massacre. Flames erupted all over the street. Countless people fled, but still died in the explosions. The store owner screamed in terror, but quickly shut his mouth and hid behind the counter, hoping the killers would spare him. Just then, the door at the back of the room opened, and number 18, who had just bought clothes, walked out. "Beautiful lady, please hide. There's a killer outside." Number 18 looked at him, a flash of killing intent crossing her eyes, but quickly disappeared. "Considering that you just complimented me and the clothes in your store, I'll spare your life." Number 18, dressed in denim, looked even more elegant but also colder. She spoke words the store owner couldn't understand and walked towards the door. The store owner felt gloomy and couldn't bear to watch such a beautiful girl meet a tragic end. But what surprised him happened next. After the girl walked outside, she got directly into the car of the two killers. They were actually in cahoots. The store owner was filled with terror, but also felt lucky, as he had just escaped with his life. The killers had killed many people, but when they saw his store, they raised their hands towards the store door. This action made the store owner tremble. He knew the killers could unleash powerful explosions. But just then, the pretty black-haired girl's head popped out of the car window. After saying something, the killer withdrew his hand. She got in the car with the tall guy. "Sister, killing is so exhilarating. Let us go kill more," number 17 said excitedly. Number 18 casually replied through the window, "Didn't Dr. Grow say to take out someone named Yi Chen? Let us go check it out. Why should we listen to that old guy? I don't want to." Number 17 frowned. Number 16 sat quietly in the back seat, silently listening to their conversation. "Stop talking nonsense and go," number 18 snapped, causing number 17 to shrink back. "All right, sister, don't be angry. Let's go take him out. Anyway, we're going to kill everyone on Earth. It doesn't matter who we start with. Let us go for that unlucky Yi Chun." Number 17 quickly remedied the situation, seeing number 18's expression lighten before stepping on the gas and driving towards Turtle Island. This was what number 18 wanted. Living like a normal person was what she missed the most. "Hey, tall guy, what abilities do you have?" Number 17 asked number 16 while driving. Number 16 spoke for the first time. "I'm really good at fighting." "Good at fighting? Let us have a match then. You're number 16. You should be impressive." Number 18 kicked number 17, sending him crashing down and rolling away. Then she took the driver's seat and started driving, annoyed by her noisy brother. Number 18 climbed up with a wronged expression but didn't dare to explode in anger, so she silently flew in the air, closely following the car. The group headed towards Turtle Island. Chapter 107. Visitors from Beyond the Sky. Yichen still didn't know that Dr. Gro had already been killed by the artificial human he created. Otherwise, he would definitely marvel at the inevitability of history. Although many things had changed because of his arrival, more facts still followed the original trajectory. Yichen is currently playing Do Di Zhu with Sun Wukong and the others. Every time he loses, he has to give up a strand of hair. Master Roshi wanted to join the game, but he was refused because he has no hair. Unexpectedly, Master Roshi wanted to play dirty and claimed he had hair in other places. Go away. Yi Chun, the indestructible old turtle, kicked him aside without hesitation. However, these two little guys are really interesting. They are not willing to give up and have been playing for 3 days and nights straight. Their heads are almost turning into a bald spot. Sigh, Yi Chun boredly patted his own head and suddenly felt a tremor. What is this feeling? There are two terrifying auras flying towards Earth. Huh, could it be Frisia's aura? Yi Chun frowned, feeling that this aura was somewhat familiar. Another powerful aura was similar. This should be Frisia's father, King Cold. It's really sad that the son couldn't defeat him and had to call for help, but unfortunately, your father can't even beat you. Yi Chun laughed heartily, but at that moment, he sensed a third aura from beyond the heavens. This aura wasn't particularly strong, but it made Yi Chun frown because it felt too ancient, truly making him uncomfortable. Who could it be? Frisia's brother shouldn't have such a strange aura, right? Yi Chun thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything, so he gave up. In Yi Chun's eyes, Frisia and King Cold were just two insignificant characters. Frisia and the others were about to reach Earth. Father, we're almost there. Based on my studies, I've learned to sense chi. These aliens' abilities are quite useful. I've already sensed his chi, Frisia said to King Cold. King Cold frowned and looked at Earth, saying, why make such a big fuss over a super scion? We could just destroy another planet outside to wipe them out. No, Father, the one called Yi Chun has a mysterious ability to teleport. Destroying a planet wouldn't affect him at all. Fuyez Afroned, recading Y, Chenes instant téléportation. Alright, then let's go kill him ourselves, and let those so-called scions know that our Frost Demon clan is the true ruler of the universe. King Cold declared majestically. Frisia nodded, and the spaceship continued its flight toward Earth. They would arrive in half a day's time. Android 18, stunningly beautiful, sat in the driver's seat, leaning against the car window, one hand steering while the wind from outside blew her hair around, making her look even more lovely and relaxed. Sister, you're driving too slowly. At this rate, it'll take us another half a day to get there. Android 17 frowned and flew to the edge of the window, looking pitifully at Android 18. After thinking for a moment, Android 18 slapped Android 17 to the ground and continued driving at her original speed. Android 17's face grew even more sullen. So slow, so slow. This time, Android 17 learned his lesson and shouted from behind the car, staying away from the side. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, a key blasted him directly. Caught off guard, he was sent flying. Sigh, my own sister. Android 17 felt a bit helpless and obediently flew to the back seat, opened the door, and crawled inside, not daring to say another word. Meanwhile, Android 18 continued to drive with a bright expression, enjoying the breeze. Beep, beep, beep. Sister, I've detected several strong power levels. Android 17 said, frowning. Where? Android 18 asked succinctly. In the sky, they're about to reach Earth. Android 17 replied, using the detection device. Is that so? Just kill them when we see them. Android 18 said calmly. Oh, in just a few exchanges, the fate of Frisia and his group was decided. As for the tall Android 16, he remained silent. Looking out the window, they flew directly to Yi Chen's location. It wasn't until they entered the atmosphere that King Cold said, all right, adjust the course and head straight there. After the spaceship entered the atmosphere, it charged toward the island where Yi Chun was located. Haha, brother, you lost. Vegeta and Goku laughed heartily. This was the first time they had beaten Yi Chun, so they wanted him to hurry up and cut his hair. Yi Chun nodded and said, there's danger. I'll go deal with it. After finishing his words, he walked towards the outside. This made Sun Wukong and Vegeta feel very shameless. Where's the danger? They couldn't just play dirty because they didn't want to lose. Just as they were about to stubbornly cling to Yi Chun, they noticed Yi Chun looking up at the sky. A red beam of light was rapidly descending from the atmosphere, about to crash down on their location. Hey, you two. Use 2 Kamehameha waves to bring it down for me. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow at Vegeta and Frisia. All right. The two were eager to try and immediately threw Yi Chun's tricks out of their minds. Kamehameha. Android 18 frowned and also saw the red light in the sky. They were headed to Kame Island too. It seemed that Yi-chan was quite hated. Android 18 slowly opened her cherry lips and said, "That's even better. It would be best if they killed Yi-chan. It would save us some trouble." Android 17 said lazily. Unexpectedly, Android 18 directly commanded Android 17, "Go. Shoot down that spaceship." "What? Sister, what are you talking about? That's Yi-chan's enemy. Why should I help?" "I'm not going. Sorry, I clicked too many times yesterday. So here's a 7th update to make up for it. Sorry." Chapter 108. Beautiful woman, lend me a light because I want to kill that Yi-chan. Don't waste time. Just say whether you're going or not. Android 18's expression remained unchanged, still cold and beautiful, as she said coldly. Android 17 helplessly got up. "Sigh. Having a powerful sister is just unavoidable. Go do your work." In an instant, Android 17 flew towards the sky, intercepting the path of the spaceship. "Father, there's someone intercepting our path to Kame Island." Frisia frowned and said. King Cold also saw Android 17 and frowned. "Just crash into him," King Cold said directly, as he didn't sense anything powerful from Android 17. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Vegeta were already poised to launch the Kamehameha, and suddenly a person appeared in their crosshairs. "Huh, why is there someone there?" Yi-chan looked up and saw a young man with black hair. "Damn, isn't this number 17? Why did he appear so early?" Yi-chan frowned it tightly. Since number 17 had appeared, number 18 must be not far behind. Number 18. She is Yi-chan's favorite character among the original Dragon Ball series. Noble and aloof, with strong abilities, definitely a perfect mature woman. Yi-chan is not interested in Chi-Chi or Bulma, but he is absolutely obsessed with Android 18. There's nothing else to say. He has to have Android 18. However, at this moment, what is Android 17 doing blocking the way? Yi-chan waved his hand, signaling Sun Wukong and Vegeta to stop the Kamehameha. He wanted to see what Android 17 planned to do. Android 17 looked at the spaceship charging straight at him, a cruel smile appearing on his face. As the spaceship reached him, he forcefully clapped his hands together. In an instant, the dozens of tons of the spaceship, combined with the gravitational pull from high above, sent Android 17 flying dozens of meters away. Android 17 shouted, exerting force in his hands, and surprisingly stopped the spaceship. How is that possible? Frisia and King Cold inside the spaceship were both shocked. But that wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most horrifying part was that Android 17 lifted the spaceship high in the air and then slammed it down to the ground. Boom! The spaceship crashed to the ground and exploded. Hee, foolish aliens. Android 17 sneered coldly and was about to leave. However, where the spaceship had fallen on the beach, thick smoke billowed. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from there, and Android 17 immediately halted his movements. The dust was blown away by the aura, and the burning spaceship was instantly extinguished by that overwhelming energy. 3 figures emerged from the thick smoke. The tallest was King Cold. The second tallest was Frisia in his 3rd form, and the shortest was the ancestor of the Chilled clan. The 3 stood there, and Frisia angrily looked up at Android 17 in the sky. Android 17 was surprised to see that the 3 of them were unharmed, but he soon chuckled coldly. Since you didn't die, I'll send you on your way." Android 17 laughed heartily. At that moment, Android 18 and Android 16 had already driven to the beach. Android 17 didn't kill them. Android 18's delicate brows furrowed. "Sister, don't move. Let me handle this." Android 17 felt a bit embarrassed and shouted at Android 18. Android 18 didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a slip-up. Killing them was fine. Meanwhile, Yi-chan on Turtle Island had also flown up into the sky and was a bit surprised by the scene before him. What the heck? The androids are fighting with Frisia and his gang. Aren't you all villains? Shouldn't you be looking for a righteous man like me first? How can you start fighting amongst yourselves? This is not scientific. Then, Yi-chan saw Android 18. Wow, she really is a beauty, not disappointing my years of anticipation. Yi-chan looked at number 18, his heart racing. Her features were extremely delicate and beautiful, and her figure was slender and exquisite. She definitely belonged to the type of enchanting beauty that could mesmerize anyone. Moreover, the most important thing was that number 18 wore a cold and elegant expression, which made people's hearts flutter. Number 18 truly lived up to her reputation. The moment Yi-chan appeared in the sky and landed on the beach, everyone immediately turned to look at him. There was no helping it. After all, Yi-chan was their true enemy. Yi-chan looked at their hateful gazes directed at him, thinking that these people were about to resolve their conflict by beating him up. To his surprise, they merely glanced at Yi-chan and then turned back to look at each other. What the hell is this ignoring me? This made Yi-chan unable to hold back. So he directly approached number 18 and number 16 and said, "Beautiful lady, could you lend me a light?" As he spoke, Yi Chen took out a cigarette. Number 18 glanced at Yi Chen and extended a hand. Her perfect soft palm made Yi Chen's heart flutter. She was truly beautiful, with no unattractive features, long legs. Moreover, she seemed very approachable. She just extended her hand to lend a light, completely unlike what the original text described as her being cold. Could it be that I am too handsome? Yi Chen, lost in his own thoughts, suddenly noticed a huge flame erupting from the palm extended by the figure on the 18th, burning towards him. Yi Chen did not dodge and was directly burned on the head. After a moment, the flames disappeared, and Yi Chen, unharmed, took a drag from his cigarette and smiled at number 18, saying, "Thank you for the fire, beautiful. Let's talk about life and ideals." Número 18 Fronez. As expected of Dr. Gero's archenemy, her flame's temperature definitely exceeded that of magma, but after burning Yi Chen's hand, there was no sign of any burn. Moreover, in the critical moment, Yi Chen had even used his energy to create a protective shield, as if it was not himself but the smoke in his mouth. Truly impressive. Number 18 looked at Yi Chen with a gaze full of combat intent. Yi Chen smiled, reached out, and took number 18's delicate hand, saying, "Beautiful lady, let's not just think about fighting all day. How about we go eat some crayfish?" Everyone was confused. Chapter 109, Golden Frisia. Number 17 is dead. Brother, is there anyone like you? Others are fighting, and you're surrounded by enemies. Can you be a bit more serious? Plus, this girl is the one who wants to take you down the most. Your serious flirting is unbearable. Number 18 frowned, looking at Yi Chen with a look of confusion in her eyes, and then said in a cold voice, "Yi Chen, once number 17 kills these 3 aliens, it will be your demise." Yi Chen smiled at the murderous words from number 18, leaning comfortably against the car window beside her, savoring her body scent and casually smoking a cigarette. Number 17 was furious that Yi Chen dared to tease his sister, but he knew he had to kill these alien beings first. "Frisia, go kill him." The King of Cold coldly glanced at number 17 and said to Frisia. Frisia nodded, deciding to take out these self-righteous natives on Earth before dealing with Yi Chen. "Kill, kill, kill." Frisia erupted instantly. A terrifying energy surged throughout the world. Has his combat power increased significantly? 10 years ago, it was 400 million, and now it has actually become 1 billion. Quite surprising. Yi Chen was surprised because Frisia's battle power was impressively enhanced. Golden Frisia trained for 4 months to reach this level. It's terrifying. This book still slows down Frisia's speed a bit. Let's talk about it later in the story. Otherwise, it must collapse. Number 17 sneered coldly. "Such weak energy dares to act tough in front of me, truly seeking death. You should die." Frisia instantly rushed in front of number 17 and fiercely punched him in the stomach. A cold smile appeared on number 17's face. Hee. Number 17's speed was even faster, and before Frisia could attack, he landed a punch on Frisia. Then, with a ki blast, he directly sent Frisia flying. What a waste. Number 17 looked at Frisia with disdain in his eyes. King Cold was full of surprise. His son was stronger than him. Yet now he was defeated by an unknown guy. It was truly frightening. Frisia could not accept it at all. He came to kill Yi Chen, but ended up being defeated by an unknown person. It was too much. I originally wanted to reserve this move for that Super Saiyan, but it looks like I have to use it on you first. Frisia shouted angrily. Number 17 showed an indifferent expression. "Stop talking nonsense. Use any strength you have, otherwise you will die." This remark made Frisia so angry he almost laughed. "Then I'll let you see my true power." Boom! As Frisia's voice fell, his battle power, originally at 1 billion, surged again. A golden light slowly covered one of his arms, starting from his fingertips. Unfortunately, this golden light only reached his wrists and could not cover any higher. Yi Chen frowned upon seeing this. Golden Frisia? Incomplete state? Although the golden color only covered one hand, Frisia's combat power had begun to surge wildly, seemingly without limit. Ultimately, it shot up to 6 billion in combat power. I've trained this move for a long time, but I haven't reached the peak yet. The day I can cover my entire body in gold, I will become the true ruler of the universe. Of course, killing you all is also as easy as pie. Frisia said proudly. Number 17's face showed a serious expression, because the current Frisia gave him a terrifying feeling. Bang! Sure enough, Frisia instantly appeared behind number 17 and landed a heavy punch, knocking him down. Number 17 couldn't react at all. Then, Frisia unleashed a ki blast, sending number 17 flying thousands of meters away. Frisia, seizing the advantage, charged at number 17 again. On this side, number 18's face showed a worried expression, and she immediately wanted to rush to the distance. However, it was already too late. Number 17 was directly suppressed under Frisia's foot. Then, Frisia mercilessly stomped down. Crack! Number 17's head shattered, and he was killed by Frisia's stomp. Number 18 was completely enraged and instantly rushed to Frisia's side, attacking him. But Frisia casually flicked his hand and sent number 18 flying. Foolish earthlings, daring to look down on me, the cosmic emperor Frisia, truly seeking death. After saying this, Frisia kicked number 17's corpse away. Number 18 was sent flying back, her body crashing straight toward the distant mountain. Chen instantly threw away the cigarette, and then flew behind number 18, pulling her into his arms. Feeling no. 18's soft body, Chen smiled. You're no match for him. Chen said to number 18, indeed, number 17 is far stronger than number 18. Seemingly because the physical strength of females is weaker than that of males. Number 17 was killed by Frisia, and number 18 is definitely not a match for him. However, the fact that her brother was killed by Frisia causes number 18 immense pain. Even if it means death, I will avenge my brother, number 18 said firmly, pushing Chen away. Chen revealed on his face. How about this? You entrust me, and I'll help you kill him. This routine doesn't seem right. Both parties are Chen's enemies. Shouldn't it be that Chen would be happy no matter who dies? Why does he still want to help number 17 take revenge? Number 18 also showed a fleeting expression of doubt on her face. You'd better pray that you won't be killed yourself. Number 18 sneered coldly. Meanwhile, Frisia looked at Chen with a gaze filled with mad, killing intent. Scion, don't be impatient. Once I deal with these small fries, it will be your turn. Frisia's voice was chilling. Chapter 110, number 18's Super Scion. Chen fronted. Seeing that number 18 was very determined, he could only helplessly retract his arm and leave number 18's soft body. Number 18 glared at Frisia with undisguised, killing intent in her eyes. Frisia, you should die. Number 18 shouted angrily, her figure turning quickly as she charged towards Frisia once again. Frisia stood in midair, coldly smiling. Haha, foolish earthlings, you're all going to die. After saying this, at the moment number 18 rushed in front of him, he violently swung his tail. Number 18 was completely unable to resist and was directly sent flying back. She was simply no match for him. Number 18's fighting power was even weaker compared to number 17. If number 17 was directly killed by Frisia, there was no need to mention number 18. Indeed, Frisia wore an ugly smile on his face, instantly lunging forward, flying back into the air, and viciously clawing towards number 18's heart. Chen saw this scene and shrugged helplessly, just about to step forward. However, a figure had already appeared behind number 18, pushing number 18 out. This figure then punched Frisia hard in the body. Frisia, caught off guard, was hit and simultaneously grabbed by the tail, causing the person to viciously throw him away. Frisia flew backward for several hundred meters before finally stopping. A tall figure was now standing calmly in midair, looking at Frisia. It was number 16. Number 16, who had not spoken, actually had a much higher combat power than number 17 and number 18. TSK. They are all so eager to seek death. Frisia, unconcerned, lightly tapped his body and looked at number 16 with a gaze full of murderous intent. No. 16 stared at Frisia, still expressionless. Meanwhile, number 18 had just been hit and was already seriously injured. At this moment, Frisia was truly terrifying. Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. Frisia laughed heartily, his golden glowing palm instantly tearing through the void, and then his body appeared beside No. 16, delivering a punch. Number 16's body couldn't withstand Frisia's golden palm, and the arm he used to block was directly broken. Then, Frisia extended his palm again and grabbed number 16's neck. Hey, Goldie, Frisia said lightly, then snapped number 16's neck, which fell to the ground. Número 16 Goldie smiled. But at that moment, number 16's headless body strangely spread its arms and fiercely hugged Frisia. What's going on? Frisia was somewhat panicked, not expecting a headless body could still hold on to him. You will die with me. Unlike other androids, number 16 was a pure machine, and he had a big bomb for self-destruction. At this moment, number 16's head shouted loudly. Boom! A violent explosion immediately erupted, and within 1,000 meters around Frisia, flames spread everywhere. Meanwhile, Chen and number 18, who were originally standing there, also disappeared without a trace. Soon, Chen, carrying the seriously injured number 18, stood above the mushroom cloud, and beside Chen, a short figure appeared. This figure was similar to Frisia's second form, and had also fallen from Frisia's spaceship. I didn't expect him to react so quickly. Chen glanced at him and looked down. Below was engulfed by a light gray explosion cloud. Chen released a powerful aura, which immediately suppressed and dispersed the clouds. Amidst it, a chaotic scene emerged, with Frisia standing in the middle looking disheveled. Wong lay on the ground, his face filled with shock. The self-detonation of number 16 was too sudden, leaving Wong no time to react, and he was blown to death. Lastly, Frisia, still feeling lingering fear, thought that if he hadn't been in this golden state, he might have also been blown to pieces in the explosion. Damn it! Damn it! Frisia shouted in anger, raising his head to look at Chen and the number 18 in his hand. My brother, my brother? The usually composed no. 18 finally couldn't hold back, tears of sorrow streaming down her beautiful face. Not only was number 17 dead, but his body had also vanished in the recent explosion, clearly reduced to ashes. Damn it, I must kill you, you must die. A tremendous aura erupted from number 18, instantly overwhelming Chen, who was in his normal state. Chen looked at number 18 in surprise, his eyes revealing astonishment for the first time. Because on number 18, there was actually the aura of a scion, and it was that of a super scion. How could this be? Number 18 was enveloped in golden light, and the brown-gray pupils in her originally beautiful big eyes had vanished without a trace. Her entire face transformed from mature woman type into that of a queen type. The change in her appearance was too drastic, especially her originally golden hair, which stood up proudly, making her look exceptionally majestic. What was going on? Chen frowned. Number 18 had indeed transformed into a super scion, but the increase in power was somewhat low, probably only around 2 times. However, this transformation was something only scions could achieve. So how could number 18 do it? This was actually a serum that Dr. Gero had developed using scion blood in the end. Although it couldn't truly transform into a super scion and gain the expected boost, it allowed for a pseudo-super scion transformation. This transformation could also enhance one's combat power, but it simply couldn't compare to the original. Even so, it was enough to shock people. Frisia narrowed his eyes. Super Scion? Chapter 111. The death of Frisia, number 17's originally cold voice, became even colder after the transformation. The temperature of the entire environment seemed to drop several dozen degrees in an instant. Frisia looked at number 18, his murderous intent obvious in his eyes. Anyone who had the Super Scion transformation was destined to die in Frisia's eyes. You must die. Frisia roared, instantly rushing in front of number 18, his tail raised, aiming to strike her face again. Number 18 remained calm, extending one hand and effortlessly grabbing Frisia's tail, then violently swinging it, kicking up a storm of dust and smoke. Number 18 charged back in, and the sound of impacts continued to ring out in the dust. When the dust settled, number 18 stood proudly in midair, holding a white tail. Humph, you kill my brother. Number 18 casually tossed the tail aside and said coldly. Meanwhile, Frisia lay on the ground in a disheveled state, his eyes filled with humiliation and rage. Because of Chen, he had lost his own tail. After struggling to regrow it, it was cut off again by number 18. He was the emperor of the universe, the strongest cosmic ruler. How could he be so unlucky? It was truly excessive. I will kill you. Frisia raised his hand, and a black energy ball appeared in his palm. Hellfire rocket. The energy ball instantly transformed into a black line, fiercely shooting towards number 18. Number 18 coldly smiled, not dodging but extending one hand to directly grip the Hellfire rocket. You're seeking death. Frisia shouted loudly. However, something surprising happened. Frisia's Hellfire rocket didn't explode, but instead flickered stubbornly in number 18's hand, looking extraordinarily strange. Here you go. The corner of number 18's mouth lifted, revealing a cruel smile, and then she forcefully threw the Hellfire rocket back at Frisia. Frisia's mouth dropped open in disbelief at this scene, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent explosions filled the air. Frisia was once again engulfed by the explosions. Chen stood in the void, watching the scene with a hint of surprise in his heart. Indeed, she was very powerful. Although he did not know why Android 18 possessed the bloodline of a Super Scion, her displayed strength was definitely not weaker than anyone else's. At this moment, Android 18 stood calmly in the air, and as the dust settled, they saw Frisia in a disheveled state, with one of his arms blown off. Damn it, damn it! Frisia came to Earth full of confidence. Although his golden transformation was not yet perfected, he believed he could kill Yi Chun at that time. However, he never expected to be attacked by the androids upon arriving on Earth. Moreover, he was unable to defeat these androids, which was truly terrible. Go die. At some point, a golden figure appeared behind Frisia. Frisia was momentarily stunned by this cold voice, only to realize that Android 18, who was originally hovering in midair, had somehow appeared behind him. Android 17 extended his hand towards Frisia's head. Fear finally appeared on Frisia's face. No, please don't kill me. Frisia wanted to escape, as he was truly scared now, but it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. Killing my brother must come with a price. Android 18 snorted coldly, showing no mercy with her hand. A dazzling golden light, accompanied by a vast aura, instantly shot out from Android 18's hand. Frisia's face was filled with disbelief because this energy wave was simply too powerful. This was the last sound Frisia would make in this world. The brilliant light, as radiant as the sun, flashed and disappeared. Frisia's headless body stood there in a daze. His head had already been melted away by the energy wave released by Android 18. Android 18 coldly glanced at Frisia, then extended a foot and directly kicked his body away. The universe Emperor Frisia came to Earth seeking revenge, only to end up dead without Yi Chun even having to make a move. How pitiful. After killing Frisia, Android 18 turned her gaze towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun helplessly raised his eyebrows, feeling the intense killing intent from number 18, and said somewhat helplessly, I just saved you, and now you want to kill me? So heartbroken. Number 18 cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chun, then looked towards the small figure standing in the sky on the other side. Zild, the ancestor of Frisia. He coldly watched from the sky as King Cold died, as Frisia died, without making any move. At this moment, seeing number 18 looking at him with her murderous eyes, he finally spoke the first words since arriving on Earth. Hee, do you want to kill me? Zild's voice was somewhat high-pitched, sounding almost like a child's. Yi Chun looked at this guy, unsure of who he was, feeling somewhat puzzled. After all, among the race of Frisia that had appeared before, there seemed to be no one like him. This guy definitely wasn't Frisia's brother. So who could he be? Yi Chun looked at this guy with curiosity. You aliens who came to Earth should all die, to accompany my brother in burial. Number 18 said coldly. Kier was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Your cold demeanor is just like mine back in the day. He laughed heartily, but soon his expression turned icy. However, the unfortunate thing for you is that I'm not some soft persimmon. Number 18 was unfazed, her golden aura erupting again, and then she charged fiercely towards Kierd with a burst of energy. A hint of disdain flashed in Kierd's eyes. Since you're seeking death, I can't help it. After all, you have Scion blood in you, so consider this interest. Chapter 112, Crushing Kierd. Talking big without fearing your tongue might slip. A sarcastic smile appeared on number 18's cold face. Then, she raised one hand, and a wave of energy instantly struck towards Kierd. Kierd, floating in the sky, coldly smiled, the corners of his mouth curling into a strange grin. Then, in an instant, his body turned into an illusion. The energy wave directly penetrated the spot where Kierd had previously stood. I told you, you're not my opponent. Kierd's smaller body appeared in front of number 18. Number 18 didn't expect Kierd's speed to be so fast. Her expression changed as she wanted to take him down. But Kierd acted even faster, delivering a powerful punch right into number 18's stomach. Just one strike. Number 18's delicate face instantly turned pale, and the yellow aura around her vanished without a trace. Yi Chun's eyes flashed with astonishment. This was the second time Yi Chun had been shocked. This guy who came to Earth with Frisia and others had actually knocked number 18 into a serious injury with just one punch, forcing her out of her pseudo-super scion state. Number 18's body was sent flying backward, her face pale. Yi Chun flew up directly and came to the back of No. 18, catching her as she flew backward. TSK. She should be your enemy too. Why do you keep going after her? Kierd looked at Yi Chun curiously and asked, because she is very beautiful, and I really like her, Yi Chun said with an air of certainty. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Kierd displayed a puzzled expression. Just because she's beautiful, you would save her even if she wanted to kill you? Of course not. If I couldn't defeat her, that would be a different story. But I am an absolute powerhouse. She could never resist me. So, I don't care whether she wants to kill me or not. Because she simply can't. Yi Chun calmly placed the unconscious number 18, who had been knocked out with a punch, into the car. He then looked at Kierd and asked, Who are you? Me? I am your enemy, Science. Kierd replied seriously. Yi Chun smiled and said, Do you think you can be considered an enemy? Don't joke around. Yi Chen's dismissive words infuriated Kiered. What did you say? I am not worthy. Heh. Yi Chen was too lazy to speak, simply giving him a heh as a response. Although he didn't know what Yi Chen's meant, the disdain on Yi Chen's face needed no explanation. I came here today just to kill you scions. But I didn't expect these younger generations to be so useless, so I'll take matters into my own hands. Ziyard sneered and charged directly at Yi Chen. Ziyard's speed was incredibly fast, reaching its peak. In an instant, he was in front of Yi Chen and delivered a heavy punch to him. So weak. Even my speed can't keep up. Ziyard laughed heartily, thinking he could deal with Yi Chen like he did with Android 18. But then something surprising happened. After being punched, Yi Chen only frowned and showed no signs of injury at all. How is that possible? Ziyard looked at Yi Chen with a face full of astonishment. Yi Chen clicked his tongue twice. The holy body was indeed as legendary as rumored. From the fact that Kiered had just knocked number 18, who had previously beaten Frisia, flying with a single punch, it was clear that he was very powerful. However, now, when Kiered's punch landed on him, it only caused him a slight pain. Yi Chen did not hesitate and punched Kiered in the face. Bang! Kiered immediately flew backwards, heading into the distance. A dent marked from the punch appeared on his face. What a powerful body! Kiered roared in anger, and in the moment he was flying backwards, his body instantly surged in size. He transformed as if he were Frisia, becoming tall like Frisia's first form. The two gray horns on his head looked particularly ferocious. His already thick aura surged to another level. Transform? Does transformation even help? Idiot! Yi Chen's voice ominously appeared behind Kiered. What? Kiered frowned and swept his tail backward, but there was no one there. Just then, a fierce wind blew over his head, causing Kiered to frown again. Bang! Kiered was knocked down once more. Kiered roared in anger. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, with a golden aura, stood proudly where Kiered had originally been. It turned out that Yi Chen had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan state in that brief moment. Kiered's body, struck down by Yi Chen, crashed into a mountain peak, creating a thunderous sound that echoed endlessly. This is really infuriating. Kiered glared at Yi Chen and said. Yi Chen coldly smiled and said, "Is this all you can do? If you have no other skills, then just go die." Kiered silently flew towards the sky and appeared in front of Yi Chen. It seemed as if he hadn't been harmed at all by the previous attack. He quietly looked at Yi Chen and said, "You are very strong, Scion." Yi Chen did not respond. "However, you must die today." Kiered gritted his teeth. A hint of impatience flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and he planned to take action to eliminate this guy directly. The girl was still unconscious beside him, and as the central air conditioning man, a big warm guy, it was natural for him to take meticulous care of her at this moment. He had no time to waste talking nonsense with this monster. Just as Yi Chen was about to strike, a shocking scene unfolded. Kiered's body transformed once again. What the heck? Is he going to transform 3 times like Frisia? Is there going to be a 4th golden transformation after this? Yi Chen is really quite annoying. If you have the ability, why not use it all at once? Instead, you transform and can't win, then transform again. Transforming to the final form could lead to death. Other protagonists might wait for you to finish transforming, but sorry, I don't have the patience to wait, so. Chapter 113, Annihilation. 2 Super Scions. Yi Chen coldly watched as Ziyard was in the process of transforming. Boom! A devastating hand appeared in the sky, accompanied by a spreading purple aura, dazzling beyond compare. Ziyard looked up at the enormous golden hand in terror, his face filled with panic. But it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. The massive golden hand instantly descended, crushing Ziyard, who was still transforming, beneath it. The immense power directly ground Ziyard into dust, leaving nothing behind. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said, "Deserved it. These guys, why not just transform into the strongest form directly? Instead, they transform into one that can't win, then switch to the next. I am annoyed. And you think I'm not? Do you think this is a leisurely Sunday? You think you can just transform without my approval?" Yi Chen complained as he directly got into the car. Number 18 in the passenger seat had already woken up, her pretty face pale as she looked at Yi Chen and said, "You are Yi Chen. Yeah, didn't you know?" Yi Chen had already released the legendary Super Saiyan state at this moment. He looked at number 18 and said with a smile, "I want to kill you." Number 18 still maintained her cold expression. "All right, keep training. When you become strong enough to kill me, then make your move." Yi Chen smiled at number 18 and said, "I'll give you a chance. The first time you kill me, I won't kill you if I defeat you, but you must seize the second chance. If you can't kill me then, I will have no hesitation in killing you." After saying that, Yi Chen started the car and drove off into the distance. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, number 18 seemed thoughtful and lowered her beautiful face. After a while, number 18 looked up at Yi Chun and asked, "Where are you taking me now?" "Of course, to your laboratory." "Come on, you drive." Yi Chun replied to number 18. "No." 18 nodded and planned to open the passenger door and fly over to the driver's seat. However, Yi Chun reached out and grabbed number 18's jade hand, saying, "No need to be so troublesome. Just sit on my lap, and then I'll move over." This is outright being a rogue. Number 18 coldly nodded. "Surprisingly, not refusing, Yi Chen. Remember, I will definitely kill you in the future." The fragrance of number 18 wafted to Yi Chen's nose, and her soft body was already sitting on Yi Chen's lap. Yi Chen felt the wonderful sensation and didn't want to leave. However, Yi Chen still had principles and slowly moved to the passenger seat. "What are you going to lap for?" Number 18 asked. The atmosphere between the two was strange. They were clearly enemies, yet at this moment, they seemed to chat like friends. Yi Chen knows that number 18 will kill him, and number 18 also harbors the intent to kill Yi Chen. But at this moment, neither of them has shown it. "Let's see if there's a strange egg." Yi Chen leaned back against the chair and said, "The laboratory has already been destroyed by us. There's nothing left." Number 18 raised the hair that was hanging down her nose and said, "What?" "All right." Yi Chen was first surprised and then casually nodded. Because of his arrival, the entire world's evolutionary path had already changed. Not to mention anything else, it was really strange that Cell might not appear anymore. Yi Chen smiled nonchalantly and then looked at number 18, saying, "Since that's the case, let's not go to the lab. Come with me." Number 18 thought for a moment and nodded. "All right." The two flew out of the car door and headed straight for the distant Turtle Island. Upon reaching Turtle Island, Yi Chen led number 18 directly into his villa. Inside the villa, Aphia and Leona were feeling the energy within their bodies, and the gravity in the room had been adjusted to 50 times the normal. Leona and Aphia were struggling to move. The two had been experiencing slow progress in their combat power, and, perhaps due to being women, had been unable to transform into super scions. Therefore, they were training even harder. 50 times gravity? What's the use? As soon as she entered, number 18 scoffed and strolled in casually. This remark made sense. Originally, Aphia and Leona were puzzled when they saw a beautiful woman walk in. Moreover, there was already animosity among beautiful women, and it was clear that they were not on good terms. Now, with number 18's comment, it made the two very unhappy. Yi Chen helplessly raised his eyebrows. Number 18 looked like a mature woman and was so good at mocking others, and she had a sharp tongue. It's really frustrating. Aphia and Leona stood up, glaring at each other. However, number 18 remained unfazed. Those two, with combat power of less than 5 million, were simply not her opponents. "So," number 18 just asked Yi Chen, "which room do I stay in?" Yi Chen quickly pointed a room for number 18. "No." 18 casually flicked her hair and walked into the room, completely ignoring Aphia and Leona's angry glares. Hee. Yi Chen was also helpless. Everything was fine originally. But how did it suddenly turn into this after an encounter with number 18? It was truly frustrating. Leona shouted in anger, and an aura suddenly erupted from her that far exceeded her usual power level, shocking Yi Chen. An endless golden aura instantly enveloped Leona's entire body. At the same time, her hair transformed into a stunning golden color, incredibly captivating. What was going on? She was just looked down upon by number 18. How could she suddenly transform into a super scion in her rage? Yi Chen stared in astonishment at the scene before him. However, shortly after, Aphia let out a loud roar as well. She transformed too. What the heck? Is this really like repelling each other? After living together for so many years without turning into a super scion, now just seeing Android 18 once and being looked down upon, she can transform into a super scion? This is simply ridiculous. There is a bit of a problem in the background. The chapters are mixed up. It should be fine a while. Chapter 114. Is Cell being devoured? Somewhere on Earth, in an originally ordinary mountain range, a striking golden light suddenly erupted. Subsequently, a black hole appeared, within which seemed to be countless chaotic space currents that dazzled the eyes. After numerous golden rays flashed by, a bizarre-looking egg shell emerged. The eggshell struggled slowly, trembling slightly, and finally split in half. From the middle crawled out a smaller green monster that was quite fearsome to behold. The green monster was enveloped in a strange aura, which appeared exceedingly eerie. The monster broke free from the eggshell and slowly climbed down from the spacecraft. Then, after a day of continuous activity in the forest, a huge gash opened up on its back. Inside the gash, white tender flesh was struggling slowly, seemingly trying to break free from the skin. It was shedding its skin. Those who have read the original work would surely be surprised to see this scene. Because this was Cell, just arriving on Earth from the adult version of the Trunks timeline. Is the world still following its original trajectory? Is Cell already set to dominate Earth? Just as Cell's body was halfway out of the shell, a mass of white flesh slowly moved closer to the shedding and evolving Cell. Cell was completely unaware of the presence of this white flesh and was fully focused on shedding its skin. The white flesh was a bizarre creature created by Dr. Jero of this timeline, using half-scion flesh and a series of other alterations. It lunged directly at Cell. The white flesh opened wide, wrapping around Cell's entire body. Ooh. Halfway through shedding its skin, Cell sensed the eerie aura at the last moment, but it had no effect, unable to resist at all, and was directly covered by the mass of white flesh. Subsequently, Cell struggled within the white flesh, but it was as if the white flesh was like rubber, revealing that something was struggling inside. It was impossible to break free. Finally, after half an hour, there was no more struggle inside. Nothing at all. The white flesh slowly coalesced, finally shifting and transforming into a small version of Cell. However, this Cell was no longer the same as the one in the original work. No one knew. The small Cell looked up at the sky, then extended its hand to look at its own body, feeling a wave of refreshing joy in its heart. Me, Cell's voice was hoarse, and the tone was somewhat strange. But soon, he uttered a complete sentence. Kill Yi-chun, evolve. After saying that, he quickly transformed into a phantom and sped away into the distance. I must devour Android 18. I must devour, Cell said with difficulty as he was born. Then, it seemed he sensed an aura heading towards the earlier battlefield where Android 17, Android 18, and others were. Before long, he arrived at the site. It was a scene of devastation. Frisia's headless body, King Cold's body, and the Z fighters were nowhere to be found, leaving no trace behind. The auras of Android 17 and Android 16 were still strong. Everyone's aura was already thick, as battle easily leaves one's aura behind. The flesh monster laughed maniacally, transforming again from Cell's image into a mass of flesh, joyfully shouting at his surroundings. Ha ha ha, it's all mine. The flesh spread, open explosively, standing in the void like a giant piece of cloth, intending to suppress the entire area. One interesting thing this was. Subsequently, the entire land was wrapped in flesh, with a resounding noise. This land was filled with many people's flesh cells, and although Androids 16 and 17 had been reduced to ashes, those ashes still existed within this land. As long as they could be absorbed, it would be immeasurable enhancement for the flesh monster. The flesh monster absorbed all of the land and then completely integrated it into its own body. Finally, it exerted itself to shrink down, turning into a white sphere, directly entering the surrounding seawater. It needed time. It needed time to consume everything it had just absorbed. Most importantly, Android 18 was still alive. So it needed to absorb Android 18 to become even more perfect. Absorb Android 18. In Yi-chen's room, Yi-chan was helplessly watching the three women who were cultivating in the room. To be precise, 2 women were fighting with 1 woman. This conflict was quite interesting. For example, Leona and Aphia were training under 60 times gravity, while Android 18 was leisurely strolling around the room, saying, "Is your training really effective when it looks so easy for you?" This completely ignited the anger of the two. Thus, 60 times soon became 70 times. 70 times turned into 80 times. Watching Leona and Aphia drenched in sweat, Yi-chen felt a bit pained and urged Android 18 to hurry back and stop fighting with Leona and Aphia. Android 18 looked at Aphia and Leona with a faint smile, then gently tossed her golden hair and turned to leave. Yi-chen hurriedly approached the two and said, "Sister Leona, Sister Aphia, you don't need to be upset with number 18. Her body has been modified and is very powerful, so it's better not to get into a conflict with her." Yi-chen was kindly trying to comfort them, but little did he know that Leona and Aphia were not grateful at all and shouted loudly, "Go away, we need to train." Yi-chen looked at the 2 people who were stimulated by number 18, furrowing his brows helplessly. The 2 of them had already gone mad. Yi-chen curled his lips, not noticing that the place where he originally fought had already been dug 3 feet deep by someone. A powerful and terrifying aura was slowly rising. I plan to move to the small city of Lini, and I might be a bit busy lately, but I will definitely not stop updating. Just at the update time may be unstable, so please bear with me. Chapter 115, Watching Like a Hawk. Time flew by, and more than 10 days had passed. Leona and the other girl looked down on number 18, while number 18 paid no attention to Leona and the other girl. In short, no one liked the other. If it weren't for Yi-chan mediating between them, they probably would have fought many times by now. Of course, Leona and the other girl were not a match for number 18. Chen has recently closed his live stream, as the show-off value it brought him has already become unappealing. In the future, he will only need to activate it for 2 days each time he makes a wish with the Dragon Balls to gain a massive amount of show-off value. Chen planned to take some time to visit Namek. The Dragon Balls on Namek could grant 3 wishes, and although there were limitations, such as only being able to revive 1 person at a time, it was uncertain whether wishes could be made for Earth. Nevertheless, the Dragon Balls on Namek should be superior to those on Earth and capable of fulfilling his wishes completely. Under the sea, the entity that had consumed Cell slowly began to gather and take shape, shrinking bit by bit. In the end, it transformed into a half-human appearance. Its body resembled that of a human, but most importantly, there was a golden tail protruding from the monster's rear. The creature's body had human-like skin, arms, and hands. However, on its back, there was a semi-transparent green wing, speckled and particularly terrifying. Its head was not human, but rather that of Cell, resembling a mantis, looking exceptionally fierce. It transformed into this strange form and stood in the deep water, lifting its head to look in a certain direction. That was where Chen was on Turtle Island. There were 2 delicious scents. It really seemed as if it wanted to devour them. If it could consume them, it would become perfect. Cell shook its head and slowly moved towards the location of Turtle Island, eventually lurking at the bottom of the water near the island. It surprisingly possessed the power to conceal its immense energy within, which would surely astonish Chen if he knew about it. Chen has been practicing every day recently. Although he is already very powerful, there are constantly strong monsters or humans emerging in the Dragon Ball world. For example, that so-called Rib Rise from Hell was actually able to fight evenly with Super Saiyan 3 Goku, which is simply a miracle. Moreover, creatures like Majin Buu are also difficult to deal with, as Majin Buu can directly regenerate as long as he leaves even the slightest trace. And he has unlimited stamina to absorb others. That guy Cell is also very strong, and his absorption ability is even more powerful than that of Majin Buu. Majin Buu can only enhance his own strength and change his appearance by absorbing others, but he cannot use the abilities of the individuals he absorbs. In contrast, Cell's absorption ability is even more formidable. He can not only become stronger, but also use the abilities of others, such as Super Saiyan forms and other skills like the Kaioken. This is what makes Cell so terrifying. Chen didn't want to take things lightly. Although he didn't know if he had changed history and whether Cher would still appear, he absolutely couldn't be too complacent. Let's go swimming to relax a bit. Chen smiled at Leona and Aphia. Leona and Aphia knew exactly what Chen was thinking. In the past, they would have definitely rejected him right away. However, today, neither Leona nor Aphia refused. Instead, they shyly nodded and went back inside to change into their swimsuits. Chen was not in a hurry. Instead, he walked directly outside and went to Master Roshi's room. This old pervert, Master Roshi, spent every day at home watching gymnastics programs or doing something else. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had no idea where they had run off to. Their relationship was quite strange. They were competitive with each other. Yet they happily played together every day, which was really puzzling. Chen patted the Turtle Sage's shiny head and said to him, "Turtle Sage, why don't you go out and have some fun? What's wrong?" The Turtle Sage looked at Chen with a confused expression. Chen was unwilling to let others see his wife in a swimsuit. So, without explaining, he directly grabbed the collar of Master Roshi's outfit and walked out the door, ignoring Master Roshi's shouting and angrily throwing him outside. Master Roshi let out a loud yelp and flew far away, disappearing from Chen's sight. Chen nodded in satisfaction and then looked back. He heard footsteps approaching, followed by the sound of the door opening, and his eyes immediately lit up with intensity. She was simply too beautiful. Clearly, Leona's figure was more voluptuous, especially in her enticing bikini that showcased her perfect body. As for Aphia, she also had a curvy figure, and her cute belly button made Chen wish he could just lean in for a kiss. Seeing Chen's burning gaze, the two of them were not shy at all. Instead, they started to laugh. Chen naturally did not hesitate, directly taking off his clothes until he was left with only a pair of shorts, and then exaggeratedly ran towards Leona and Aphia. The 3 of them happily played together. Chen touched and kissed, feeling extremely pleased. Meanwhile, in the room, number 18 saw this scene through the window, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "I must kill Chen," number 18 said firmly. Then, he took off his denim outfit and put on a swimsuit, slowly covering his bare body with it. This perfect scene would surely make Chen's nose bleed if he saw it. After that, number 18 slowly walked downstairs and appeared in front of him. This is the second chapter for today. After finishing this chapter, I will continue organizing things. No matter what, I will update 6 times today, and I hope everyone supports me. Chapter 116, Devouring Number 18. Chen heard footsteps and turned his head during his playful interaction with the two beauties, only to see number 18 elegantly reclining on a lounge chair, her beautiful face adorned with a pair of black sunglasses, looking exceptionally alluring. Wow, she actually came out too. Chen looked at number 18 in surprise, and number 18 looked back at him with a hint of allure in her eyes, making Chen's heart waver slightly. Aphia and Leona, seeing this infatuated state, immediately got angry and twisted Chen's arm, causing him to wince in pain. Don't be angry. Chen awkwardly smiled at the two jealous beauties. Just at that moment, number 18 slowly stepped into the water, the clear lake water reflecting her perfect figure, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Number 18 proudly gave a provocative smile to Leona and Aphia, then slowly stretched her arms and started swimming. Oh dear. Chen became even more excited. While everyone was playing around, a black shadow slowly floated up from the depths of the sea towards the surface. Once I devour number 18, I will be able to enter the most perfect state. The strange creature kept whispering. It did not know why it was aware of these things. They seemed to be continuously influencing it through its bloodline, telling it that as long as it devoured number 18, it could become even stronger, strong enough to kill once. I want to devour number 18. I want to kill Chen. Under the water, the monster raised its head and could already see number 18's perfect body gliding on the water surface. Its golden tail slowly stood up, revealing a huge clasp that looked like it could swallow a person whole. It slowly reached out towards number 18, intending to devour her. Chen watched the scene of the three beauties swimming in the water, truly breathtaking. However, he felt a bit of a headache as he looked at a certain area of his body that was swelling, unsure of what to say. Just as Chen was admiring the bodies of the beauties, he spotted a dark shadow with his keen eyes. What? If he hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have felt anything strange. But now that he had discovered it, a sense of panic suddenly arose in his heart. This was a powerful enemy, and he never expected such a formidable foe could conceal its presence. It was truly terrifying. Watching the shadow slowly move toward number 18, Chen furrowed his brows. Suddenly, number 18 felt a wave of heart-pounding fear and looked down, only to see a massive maw that seemed ready to engulf her. Upon seeing this scene, despair spread across number 18's face. It was a feeling deep in her heart that she couldn't escape from. She knew she was no match for it. No, 18 was already in despair. But at that moment, she heard Chen's cheerful voice beside her. Number 18, what are you afraid of? With that, Chen reached out his hand, and at the critical moment, a shockwave struck back the monster's approaching tail. Number 18 quickly flew up, distancing herself from the water surface. Aphia and Leona also sensed something was amiss and swiftly flew over like water lilies emerging from the surface. Chen, what happened? Leona asked, frowning. Chen shook his head, indicating that he was also unclear. The state of this monster was somewhat strange, leaving him a bit perplexed. The monster slowly emerged from the water, appearing within the sight of the four. As the monster's head just surfaced, he blurted out, "Cell?" But when the monster's body appeared, Chen's expression turned ugly. How could this be? Is this really Cell? Cell? You're referring to the name of the first guy I absorbed, right? Cell. That name is good. I'll call myself Cell from now on. The monster's voice was somewhat deep. Chen furrowed his brows upon hearing the monster's words. What does it mean that the first devourer is called Cell? Isn't this guy Cell? The monster's cold gaze swept over the crowd as it said, "Give her to me, and I'll let you go today." After speaking, the monster pointed at Android 18. A look of astonishment appeared on Android 18's face, but at the same time, facing this monster, she felt an unstoppable sensation rising in her heart. This feeling was somewhat off. It was an uncontrollable instinct from her bloodline, and within Android 18's heart, there was even a vague sense that she should be devoured. What is going on? The monster, or rather Cell, looked at everyone with arrogance. Chen sneered upon hearing this. What a joke, 790, my woman is not someone anyone can have designs on. And what do you mean by letting us go? This is even more ridiculous. It seems you're unwilling, so I'll take matters into my own hands. Cell laughed wildly, his body moving swiftly, instantly reaching Android 18's side, wanting to suppress and devour her fiercely. However, his speed was fast, but Chen's speed was even faster. In an instant, a magnificent golden hand appeared above Cell's head, and as Cell reached Android 18, he was harshly slapped down onto the sea surface by the golden giant hand. What a terrifying feeling. Android 18 showed a look of shock on her face. She had always known Yi-Chun was powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have easily defeated someone like Zilder, who was no match for her. But the strength Yi-Chun displayed today was simply too overwhelming. Cell's speed was incredibly fast, and she couldn't react in time. But at a critical moment, Yi-Chun managed to push Cell back. For the first time, Android 18 felt a sense of helplessness about whether she could kill Yi-Chun in the future. Meanwhile, Cell looked at Yi-Chun with a gloomy, murderous intent. This was the second time Yi-Chun had prevented him from devouring Android 18. Damn it. Chapter 117, Heading to Namek. Cell stared at Yi-Chun in anger, and Yi-Chun smiled lightly, showing no sign of concern. I will definitely kill you, Cell shouted angrily, knowing that if he didn't deal with Yi-Chun, he would never be able to devour Android 18. Yi-Chun heard Sheru's furious roar, but didn't care at all. The current Sheru seemed much stronger than the one in the original work. However, it didn't matter in the slightest. Boom! Yi-Chun's body was instantly covered by golden energy, and his hair turned grass green, leaving people feeling a shock in their hearts. The aura emanating from Yi-Chun was even more terrifying. Sheru let out a roar and charged directly at Yi-Chun. Yi-Chun sneered, extending both hands. With his level of combat power, a super Kamehameha could directly destroy the earth. Therefore, Yi-Chun slightly lowered his body and aimed at the sky. Boom! A golden glow instantly erupted from his palms. Upon seeing this, Cell's expression changed, and a sense of terror arose in his heart. How could it be 337? But there was no time to think. Cell was directly hit by the Kamehameha. No, please. He helplessly stretched out his arms, hoping Yi-Chun would spare him, but Yi-Chun would not let him go. The beam of the Kamehameha instantly engulfed Cell in the fierce energy wave. The shock and fear on Leona and Aphia's faces were beyond words. Android 18 turned pale, as she realized that she could no longer defeat Yi-Chun, let alone kill him. 10 seconds later, everything vanished into thin air. The beam dissipated, and Cell disappeared without a trace, reduced to ashes. However, Yi-Chun felt a bit uneasy. In the original story, Cell was quite formidable, if even a single cell remained. He would not die, but could regenerate. But the surroundings were empty, and no residual energy was left, which eased Yi-Chun's mind. Alright, this monster is dead. Cell's sudden appearance had dampened everyone's spirits for fun. Leona and Aphia returned to their training. Today's events made them clearly aware of the gap between themselves and Yi-Chun. Yi-Chun can now easily kill the powerful Cell with just a casual strike. Meanwhile, number 18 has returned to her room, thinking about Yi-Chun's impressive display of protecting her, and a sweet smile appeared on her face as she unconsciously became infatuated with his image. However, she soon came to her senses and, recalling her earlier foolishness, scolded herself for not distinguishing between friend and foe, as Yi-Chun is her enemy. Yet at this moment, number 18 couldn't summon any murderous intent towards Yi-Chun. In the future, I will definitely kill Yi-Chun, she said firmly, even though she didn't believe her own words. After Yi-Chun returned to his room, he quietly looked outside, seeing nothing. Sigh, I'm so tired, I should take a nap. Yi-Chun yawned and was about to go to sleep. At that moment, at the deepest part of the ocean, a fish was covered with a small amount of red. This red gradually grew larger, transforming from a small flesh spot into a lump of flesh, and finally turned into a person. The slow opening of this figure resembled a scene from a horror movie. The fish was startled and immediately tried to escape, but it was too late. The newly appeared Cell caught the fish and devoured it. Cell stood up with satisfaction and looked towards the direction of Kame House, feeling a sense of dread in his eyes. There was no way around it. Yi-Chun was simply too powerful, strong enough to be unresistible. Cell had a feeling that even if he absorbed Android 18 and became perfect, he still wouldn't be able to match Yi-Chun. This terrifying strength made Cell feel alarmed. Cell had already decided that he must avoid encountering Yi-Chun until he became stronger. After saying this, he ran off into the distance. Meanwhile, on the surface of the ocean, Master Rashi sat leisurely on his turtle shell, muttering about how Yi-Chun didn't respect the elderly and the young. Throwing his old bones away like this, it was simply too much. Master Rashi expressed his anger and then looked down at the ocean floor, saying, "What's happening on Earth? One monster after another is appearing, and the growth limit of this monster is terrifying. If someone could see through the ocean, they would discover that the place Master Rashi was looking at was where Cell was located beneath the sea. There were too few powerful beings on Earth, and Cell had already decided to leave Earth and fly into outer space. The target Cell aimed for was the spacecraft that Yi Chun had landed in. That spacecraft had been discovered and studied by Dr. Jero previously. The technology of planet Namek was indeed superior to that of Earth, and Dr. Jero had gained a lot of technological experience and improved the spaceship. Cell planned to find that spaceship, go to outer space, devour enough monsters, and then return to kill Yi Chun and absorb Android 18, becoming the most perfect form. Cell started flying thousands of kilometers away from Kame House, fearing that his energy would be detected by Yi Chun. However, in reality, Yi Chun didn't care about Cell's life or death. After all, what was a Cell? Did it matter if he lived or died? If even Cell was afraid, what would happen when Majin Buu appeared? Therefore, Yi Chun didn't take Cell seriously. Only Cell flew cautiously and slowed down, afraid of revealing his energy. Time slowly passed, and Cell arrived at a spacecraft hidden deep in the mountains. Click! Opening the spacecraft, Cell jumped in and began to control it, randomly selecting a destination and flying away. The planet he chose was called Namek. A disaster was about to reach planet Namek. Next chapter, The Request of the God. Chapter 118, The Request of the God. High above Karen Tower, in the god's temple, an elderly Namekian appeared, accompanied by a chubby black man. The once serene old Namekian suddenly covered his mouth, his face drenched in sweat from pain. God, what is wrong? The chubby man, Mr. Popo, immediately rushed to the god's side, concerned. My hometown, Namek, is in danger. The god frowned. Hearing this, Mr. Popo said, Frisia has already been killed on Earth. There shouldn't be anyone who poses a threat to Namek. No, an extremely evil being is on its way to Namek, truly extremely evil, which is astonishing. No one in my hometown is a match. The god said in a low voice. What should we do? We can't help. Mr. Popo waved his hand helplessly. No, on Earth, the strongest Scion warrior, Yi Chun, can help us. A spark of hope flashed in the god's eyes. Yi Chun, standing in the god's temple. They could clearly see everything happening on Earth, so both the god and Mr. Popo were aware of Yi Chun's existence. When Yi Chun, this powerful individual, settled on Earth, it surprised both the god and Mr. Popo, as Scions were generally seen as evil beings by aliens. However, they didn't expect that once Yi Chun arrived on Earth, he remained well-behaved and hardly ever acted aggressively. But whenever Yi Chun did take action, it was terrifying like thunder. Yi Chun's strength has always been a topic of great curiosity for Shun and Mr. Bobo. At this moment, with potential danger looming over Namek, Shun immediately thought of Yi Chun. However, Yi Chun probably wouldn't help, as Scions are generally very selfish. Mr. Bobo acknowledged Yi Chun's powerful abilities, but felt that Yi Chun would not lend a hand. Shun thought for a moment and said, No, we have a way. Let's go take a look. Yi Chun was chatting with number 18, Aphia, and others in the villa. After the previous incident, the relationships among everyone had strangely become peaceful. This left Yi Chun a bit puzzled. However, it was a good thing, so he didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, two presences appeared at the door of Yi Chun's room. Sensing these two presences, Yi Chun smiled. It was the aura of the celestial being and Mr. Bobo. After Yi Chun arrived on Earth, he immediately felt the presence of two individuals, but he had no intention of approaching them for conversation. Firstly, Yi Chun had been occupying the Dragon Balls for many years, which were created by the gods. What if he felt that he wasn't good enough and had to let them go? That would be quite awkward. Therefore, Yi Chun had been too lazy to meet with the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo. Both Mr. Popo and the Supreme Kai were obviously aware of Yi Chun's existence, but they had never disturbed him, and the three of them had maintained a peaceful coexistence. Yi Chun did not expect that the other party would arrive today, and he was unsure what the matter was. Yi Chun greeted the three chatting beauties, then opened the door and walked out. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw God and Mr. Bobo, and immediately greeted them happily. God, Mr. Bobo, what brings you here? Yi Chun greeted enthusiastically, mainly feeling a bit guilty, fearing that the god of heaven and Mr. Bobo were there to talk about his monopolization of the Dragon Balls. Upon seeing Yi Chun, the god of heaven said with a serious expression, Hello, the powerful Scion, Mr. Yi Chun. If I'm not mistaken, this is our first meeting, right? Yi Chun looked at the serious expression of the celestial being and thought to himself, could this guy really be here to ask me for the Dragon Balls? Yi Chun frowned as he looked at the celestial being. The celestial being seemed to sense Yi Chun's concern and smiled, saying, Mr. Yi Chun, please don't worry. I'm not here because of the Dragon Ball issue. Yi Chun finally felt relieved upon hearing this. After all, the Dragon Ball was made by the Celestial, and if the Celestial wanted it from him, he definitely wouldn't give it up. However, if the Celestial wanted to take action, Yi-chan was not afraid, but would be troublesome, because if he were to defeat the Celestial, the Dragon Ball would turn to stone and would no longer be usable in the future. Therefore, Yi-chan was quite conflicted and only just felt at ease. So, Celestial, what do you want from me? Yi-chan invited the two to sit down, and then lay down on the Turtle Sage's recliner. The god and Mr. Popo awkwardly looked at the sand behind them, thought for a moment, and still stood up to say, Mr. Yi-chan, I would like to ask you to go to Namek and help my people. What Namek? Yi-chan frowned and asked, has something happened to your people? My people are facing a crisis that could lead to the destruction of the entire Namek star. A crisis of complete annihilation for the Namekians. The Celestial said with a serious expression. Oh, that shouldn't be the case. After all, Frieza has already been taken care of by himself, so there shouldn't be any strong foes heading to Namek star. Yi-chan couldn't figure it out and didn't bother to think about it, because he had no intention of going to Namek. Whether the Namekians lived or died was none of his business. Yi-chan said, oh, your kin are fortunate and blessed. They will definitely be fine. If you don't have anything else, I'll take my leave. After saying that, Yi-chan was about to go back. I'm clearly talking to you about something, okay? What do you mean there's nothing going on? I wouldn't have anything if I just left like that. The heavenly god looked confused. Meanwhile, Mr. Bobo had a look that suggested he had already guessed this attitude from Yi-chan. However, the heavenly god then smiled and said to Yi-chan, Mr. Yi-chan, don't you think that being able to make only one wish with the Dragon Balls is too little? Upon hearing this, Yi-chan immediately stopped and looked at the heavenly god. The Dragon Balls on Earth are not as good as those on Namek because I am still learning, and the Dragon Balls on Namek can grant 3 wishes. The heavenly god said to Yi-chan. Yi-chan shrugged and said to the god, I know, but the Dragon Balls from Namek can only be used on Namek. What do I need them for on Earth? They are useless. Chapter 119, Cell, Namek. Upon hearing Yi-chan's words, the god revealed an understanding smile and said, as long as you save our people, I can recreate the Earth Dragon Balls, upgrading them to allow for 2 wishes at once. How does that sound? Hearing the god's words, excitement flashed in Yi-chan's eyes. He then looked at the god and said, how about this? I will go save your people, and then you make me 10 sets of Dragon Balls. Yi-chan's plan was quite clever. If he could get the god to give him 10 sets of Dragon Balls, with 1 wish per year for each set, that would mean 10 wishes in total. This would be the best thing ever. Hearing this, the god let out a helpless, bitter laugh. That's not possible. If it were easy to create many sets of Dragon Balls, it would be chaotic. Yi-chan helplessly shrugged his shoulders, but it made sense. If Dragon Balls could be produced in abundance, then having 1 set per person wouldn't be worth much. However, changing it to 2 wishes a year wouldn't be bad either. Yi-chan nodded in satisfaction and then asked the celestial being, what crisis do you think will occur on your planet, Mike? The celestial being replied with a serious expression. I don't know, but I can sense that a terrible evil is about to descend upon our planet, posing a serious threat to the lives of our people. Yi-chan nodded and said, all right, is there a specific time? It should be 3 days later. Okay, I'll go to Namek 3 days later. Yi-chan nodded and said seriously. The heavenly god became anxious. What I mean is that the evil will arrive at Namek in 3 days. Do you understand? So you should set off now and reach Namek as soon as possible. Yi-chan said, somewhat impatiently, don't worry, I will definitely arrive at Namek in 3 days. Yi-chan's words left the two in disbelief. After all, the most advanced spaceship takes a week to reach Namek. No need to think too much, I can teleport. Yi-chan said directly. Upon hearing about teleportation, Mr. Bobo was confused, but the angel immediately covered his mouth in surprise and said, are you talking about teleportation? The secret of the Adelatrans? Yes, don't worry, I'm going back to sleep now. Yi-chan, feeling bored, patted his beak and walked towards the house. Please write more about Mr. Yi-chan, the future of our Mike Star clan. I entrust it to you. The celestial being deeply bowed to Yi-chan, then grabbed Mr. Bobo and flew towards the celestial hall. Mr. Bobo remained puzzled, not understanding what instant teleportation meant. The celestial being smiled and said nothing. Ever since inviting Yi-chan, the sense of misfortune that had lingered in his heart had vanished without a trace. Yi-chan returned to the room, where Aphia and Leona were sitting on one side practicing. Meanwhile, number 18 was leisurely sitting on the sofa, drinking a beverage and watching TV. Yi-chan was not polite at all and just moved closer to number 18 to watch TV. Feeling the softness of number 18's body, number 18 asked Yi-chan, what do those 2 guys want with you? Yi-chan replied, what else could it be? To save the world. As a chosen man like me, the mission to save the world cannot be abandoned. Yi-chan said with an arrogant expression. 18 laughed heartily and then asked Yi-chan, are you going to save the world? To Namek. Namek, huh? Take me along to see it. I really want to know what Namek is like. 18 said to Yi Chun with anticipation. Yi Chun originally didn't really want to go to Namek, but if it weren't for the temptation of the Dragon Balls that could grant 2 wishes, he definitely wouldn't have gone. However, now that he has a girl to accompany him, it's a different story. Alright, Yi Chun agreed directly. Android 18's combat power is not weak, especially since, for some reason, she has learned to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although the multiplier for her increased strength is not very high, it is still significantly stronger. Compared to her in the original story, who is already twice as powerful, Android 18 can easily handle Frieza in his 3rd form with one hand, and she could even defeat Frieza, who has just learned to transform into his golden form. That's really impressive, and there shouldn't be any danger. So Yi Chun nodded and said that we would set off in 3 days. Android 18 smiled, grabbed some snacks, and went upstairs to rest. After living together for some time, Yi Chun and number 18 have discovered that although number 18 appears very cold, she is actually just like an ordinary girl. She enjoys watching dramas, likes snacks, and loves to sleep in. It's truly unforgivable that Dr. Gero could bear to transform such a beautiful girl into a cyborg. Yi Chun sat on the sofa and waved at Aphia and Leona, saying, "Two beauties, your husband is tired, come over and give your husband a back rub." Now, Yi Chun's relationship with this mother-daughter pair was already clear. However, perhaps because Yi Chun had just flirted with number 18, both beauties looked down on him and completely ignored him. Yi Chun shook his head helplessly and said, "Fine, since no one loves me anymore, just let me sleep to death." After saying that, Yi Chun fell asleep directly on the sofa. 3 days passed in a flash. In the distant starry sky, a flying ship glided with a red glow, entering the atmosphere of Namek. The great elder of Namek, a chubby Namekian, looked up and saw a red light. Furrowing his brow, powerful evil has descended. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was dressed in a loose training uniform, the same kind that Sun Wukong and others wore in the original story. But instead of the character for Turtle, it had the character for Chun. Number 18 was already wearing a loose training uniform as well. Yi Chun didn't take the crisis on Namek seriously at all, so he invited Aphia and Leona to join him. But both of them declined because they needed to focus on their training. In the end, only Yi Chun and number 18 set off. Departure, Namek. Chapter 120. The Grand Elder of Namek on the planet Namek. Cell's spacecraft crashed down violently, creating a huge crater. Cell crawled out of the spaceship and looked around. Chaos reigned, and there wasn't a single tree in sight, making Cell frown. The environment here is really poor. Cell closed his eyes, sensing the energy around him. On the entire planet, there were a total of 7 regions, many mixed together, while the rest had hardly any people. I hope they're not too weak. Cell sneered coldly and instantly turned into a blur, dashing off into the distance. Soon, he arrived at the first tribe. It was a small tribe with only a few dozen people in total. One person saw Cell and was taken aback. Cell sneered coldly and instantly punched, directly piercing through the Namekian's mouth. The Namekian let out a painful scream and immediately died. So weak, Cell disdainfully curled his lip. Absorbing this guy's genes hardly increased his combat power at all. However, better than nothing. Cell decided to devour all the Namekians on this planet. The previous Namekian's dying wail spread throughout the entire tribe. Everyone in the small tribe came out and looked at Cell, the monster, in terror. "Who are you? And why did you kill our kin?" Every tribe has a respected elder, all of whom are very plump Namekians. TSK, because I'm very hungry." Cell sneered coldly and rushed into the crowd, beginning the slaughter. Not even a minute passed before everyone was killed. Cell was too powerful. If Frieza were in front of him, he wouldn't even be able to take a single blow, let alone these Namekians who were even weaker than Frieza. As Cell continued his massacre, his expression slightly changed. He realized that when he absorbed the first person, his combat power only increased by 5. But absorbing the second person of the same strength increased his power by 50. The third person gave him 100, the fourth 500. And after devouring the last elder, Cell's combat power increased by a whopping 100,000. How could this be? Each one weaker than the last. But why did the increase seem to double? Cell frowned at the corpses scattered on the ground, puzzled by the situation. However, this was not important. If the subsequent Namekians he killed could still cause his combat power to soar, then it would be perfect. Cell sneered coldly and was about to leave. At that moment, he suddenly felt a faint wave, making his heart stir. He directly pushed open the door of the room where the tribal elder had come out. Upon entering, he saw a golden transparent orb the size of a head, inside which was a star shaped like a pentagram. "Is this the Dragon Ball?" Cell frowned. Having absorbed so many people, he roughly understood some things. The Grand Elder created the Dragon Balls and entrusted them to 7 respected elders. If one could defeat those elders with wisdom or strength, they would be granted the chance to express their wish. If the elders approved of your wish, they would give a Dragon Balls to the requester. The meeting in his mind brought a sinister smile to Cell's face. No need to defeat them, just kill them. And after obtaining all the Dragon Balls, I will wish to become complete. That way, I can return to Earth and kill Yi-chun. Cell sneered coldly, grabbed the Dragon Ball, and flew towards the next tribe. Yi-chun extended his hand to hold the jade hand of number 18, then placed his other hand on his forehead. Goodbye, everyone. After saying goodbye to Aphia and Leona, he vanished from his original spot with a whoosh. Soon after, Yi-chun appeared in front of an extremely fat person. The person sat helplessly in a chair, as if he couldn't move at all, especially since behind this guy's chair was a Dragon Ball the size of a human head. Who is this person? The sudden appearance of Yi-chun surprised the fat Namekian. Beside the fat Namekian was a young Namekian, who threw a powerful punch directly at Yi-chun. Bang! Yi-chun casually extended a hand to block the opponent's attack, then said calmly, I'm not your enemy. I am here to help you. The young Namekian wanted to strike again, but an elderly voice rang out. Niru, step back. I can sense that they mean no harm. It seems you are the Grand Elder of the Namekians? Yi-chun said while sizing up the massive and aged Namekian in front of him. Yes, I'm the Grand Elder of the Namekians. May I ask why you have come here? The Grand Elder looked at Yi-chun and asked. Yi-chun nodded. I don't know what the situation is, but the Celestial God asked me to help you mexing people through this calamity. Calamity? Celestial God? Earth? Could be the Dragon Clan genius from back then? The Grand Elder said, thoughtfully. Yi-chun has read the original work and knows the plot of this part. The gods of Earth left when the ecological environment of planet Namek was destroyed. It is said to be the genius of the Namekians. Yes, it's him, huh? He's making a move. Yi-chun frowned and said. The elder looked at Yi-chun's expression and was momentarily taken aback, but soon furrowed his brow tightly as well. His own clansman was dead. What was going on? The elder asked in a panic. Yi-chun was also a bit curious about what kind of monster had appeared on Namek. What a powerful monster. There shouldn't be anyone among us Namekians who could stand a chance. The Grand Elder's expression grew increasingly grim, possibly feeling the overwhelming strength of the monster that was killing his kin, and he became somewhat desperate. Yi-chun closed his eyes. Chapter 121, Super Saiyan Cell. I'll go take a look. Yi-chun smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and sensed it. Sure enough, there was a faint energy continuously disappearing. Yi-chun grabbed the jade hand of number 18 and said, How about it? Would you like to go take a look with me? Okay. No. 18 tossed her hair and replied with a smile. Yi-chun said to the Great Elder, Then let's go take a look and help you solve this trouble. Nilu frowned beside him. He was the most powerful warrior on planet Namek and did not sense any strong aura from Yi-chun. He thought Yi-chun was just boasting, so he disdainfully snorted and said, talking big without fear of biting your tongue. Yi-chun casually glanced at him, said nothing, and instantly teleported away with number 18. Niru let out a cold laugh and said to the elder, Elder, I'll go take a look. The elder nodded at Niru and said, You're not a match for that scion. It's best not to provoke her. How is that possible? Niru retorted, flying straight outside. It's outrageous that someone is killing their own kin. Haha, this is too delicious. Cell laughed heartily. This was already the 3rd village that Cell had destroyed. Moreover, Cell became increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. These Namekians were not strong individually, but after he devoured enough of them, the energy within him would increase wildly. What a strange yet lovely race. Cell laughed heartily. At this moment, his combat power had already reached double what it was when he faced Yi-chun before. Soon, after I devour all the Namekians on this planet, Yi-chun, I will come back to kill you. Cell laughed heartily, and then entered the elder's room of this tribe. Sure enough, another Dragon Ball appeared before Cell. Behind Cell, 2 Dragon Balls were floating, and with this one it made the 3rd. Cell raised his hand, and the Dragon Ball automatically flew up, joining the others behind him. Alright, let's head to the next village. Cell was eager to rush to the next village. But at that moment, 2 figures with golden hair appeared before him. 2 powerful auras made Cell's eyes widen. One was the aura he longed for. It was number 18. As long as he consumed number 18, he could enter perfect form. The other was Yi-chun, the one Cell had always wanted to kill. What an unrelenting ghost. Cell glared at Yi-chun in front of him. Yi-chun smiled faintly. Do you have any objections? Of course I have objections, Yi-chun. Today, I'm going to kill you and then devour number 18. When Yi-chun was just teleported over, he didn't expect to encounter Cell, which surprised him a bit. Meanwhile, the expression on Android 18's face showed fear. Her delicate face turned pale, and she immediately took several steps back. "It's okay, Android 18, don't be afraid. I will protect you," Chen said with a smile upon seeing her fearful expression. "Boasting without fear of biting your tongue." Cell coldly sneered and directly charged in front of Chen. The devouring he did all morning had made Cell considerably taller. At this moment, he rushed in front of Chen and threw a powerful punch. Chen also threw a punch, and the two were evenly matched in terms of physical strength. "Sigh, I still need to transform." Chen helplessly raised his eyebrows and looked at Sheru. Then, a surge of madness instantly erupted from Chen's body. Boom! The energy seemed to become tangible, stirring up endless dust as if it were about to form a sandstorm. This was the ordinary state of a super scion. In the distance, Nilu, who was approaching, suddenly froze in place, unable to believe the terrifying energy emanating from ahead. This energy felt incredibly familiar. It belonged to that arrogant scion. However, why the energy that felt so weak just moments ago suddenly becomes so powerful? This was truly overwhelming. As Nilu sensed this energy, he felt insignificant, as if he couldn't even see his own existence. It was astonishing. Nilu's flying speed slowed significantly as he realized that if Chen couldn't handle the enemy, then he definitely wouldn't stand a chance. It was better to fly slower. Sheru looked at Chen, who was surrounded by golden energy, and a grim, killing intent appeared in his eyes. "Scion, do you think you're the only one who can transform into a super scion?" Chen noticed that Sheru's brows furrowed. A strange smile appeared on Sheru's face, and then an immense aura suddenly erupted. Golden energy spread throughout Sheru's body, and his combat power actually skyrocketed as well. Chen felt the state of Super Saiyan 1. "I can also transform into a Super Saiyan. You're no match for me now," Cell said with a sneer. Cell also had the blood cells of Vegeta and Goku in him, so he could transform into a Super Saiyan as well. "It's truly astonishing." Chen nodded and said, "So, Saiyan, you could have lived a bit longer, but now you've come here to seek death on your own. You really brought this upon yourself." Shera laughed heartily, believing he had already secured victory. Chen also smiled, but in an instant, Chen's expression changed. His hair suddenly turned from golden yellow to grass green. His body, which was originally just generally strong, suddenly surged at this moment, becoming incredibly muscular and terrifying. The entire figure grew by about 10 centimeters. "Do you think I'm your opponent now?" Chen looked at Sheru with a mocking smile. Sheru's expression changed slightly. Chen's strength exceeded his expectations once again. "Scion, you are indeed powerful, but you won't be my opponent." A gust of wind rose around Sheru. Chapter 122. Waiting for the rabbit. Sheru's speed was incredibly fast, instantly charging towards Android 18, who was beside Chen. Android 18 had strong combat power, but compared to Sheru, it was like a small witch facing a great witch. She was simply no match. Chen couldn't let his future woman be devoured by Cell, so he immediately rushed in front of number 18 to block Cell. To his surprise, Cell suddenly changed direction and charged off into the distance. Chen was about to chase after him when Shala's voice came over. "Scion, you'd better stay close to number 18, or else I will definitely devour her." Chen heard Sheru's words and turned to glance at number 18, feeling a bit angry. Damn it, he didn't expect Sheru to threaten him with number 18. It was truly too much. Number 18 also had an unpleasant expression on her face. The strong-willed no. 18, who was powerful both in mind and body, now found herself being a burden to Chen, which was unacceptable for her. "Chen, go kill him. I'm Fina," number 18 said to Chen. Chen shook his head and glanced at Android 18, saying, "Let's forget it." It was true, for Chen. Whether Cell went to kill or to destroy planets, it didn't matter much. However, if Android 18 were to be consumed, that would be a big deal for Chen. So it was better to stay by Android 18's side. As for Cell, if he could kill him, he would, but if he couldn't, there was nothing he could do. After all, Cell's speed was indeed very fast, and the two greenish transparent wings on his back greatly increased his speed, making it difficult for Chen to compete with him. If the critical moment came and Chen was not by Android 18's side, he might not be able to protect her. "I'm sorry." Android 18 noticed that Chen was unwilling to leave her side, knowing it was because of her own weakness. Chen let out a, saying that it wasn't that your strength was too weak, but rather that Akira Toriyama's battle power hierarchy was too obvious. The monsters that appeared later could easily the bosses that appeared earlier, which was really disappointing. Right now, it's just Cell. If a strong opponent like Majin Buu shows up, who knows what to do? To prevent such headaches from happening in the future, Chen decided that after returning, he would go find the base where Majin Buu is located and take care of the Demon King and the Demon Master while he was at it. These guys hiding on Earth pose a great threat to his woman. At this moment, Nilu came over, but only saw Yi Chun and Android 18. Mr. Yi, may I ask if you have dealt with a monster? Nilu respectfully asked Yi Chun. Everyone had enough reverence for the strong, and even Nilu was no exception. He had previously looked down on Yi Chun, but after understanding his strength this time, he treated Yi Chun with utmost respect. Yi Chun glanced at Niru and said, I didn't kill him. He escaped. What? He escaped? Niru was taken aback, not knowing what to say, his face filled with anxiety as he said, he wouldn't have gone to continue slaughtering our people, would he? I don't know. I'm on my way to check it out now. Yi Chun finished speaking and grabbed the delicate hand of number 18, flying forward. Ahead was a range of high mountains, which, apart from a bare and unsightly area, looked quite good otherwise. Yi Chun let out a cold laugh and charged forward. Niru stood in place for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed. The Namekian race had suffered greatly after environmental degradation, with most of their people perishing. Only the Grand Elder remained, who persevered and managed to reproduce the entire race. Now, just when the Namekians had a chance to revive, they faced annihilation again. It felt as if the heavens were trying to destroy him. This was unacceptable to Niru, who wished he could tear Sheru apart. Therefore, even though he knew he was no match for Sheru, Niru still insisted on following. Soon, Yi Chun and the others arrived at another village. A scene of corpses lay before them. Niru looked at the bodies of his fallen kin, his heart filled with immense sorrow. Damn monsters, damn invaders! Niru shouted in rage. Yi Chun said to Nilu, go inside and see if your Dragon Balls are still there. Nilu slowly stood up and walked into the elder's room of the tribe, only to find that the place where the Dragon Balls were originally kept was no longer there. The Dragon Balls have also been taken by that cell. Nilu said sadly, well, let's go to the next village. Each village of the Namekians has only a dozen people, so Cell was killing quickly. By the time Yi Chun and the others arrived, Cell had already taken the Dragon Balls and left. Yi Chun looked at the corpses all over the ground in the 5th village, his expression slightly unpleasant as he said, how many villages do you have in total? We have very few people. Only 6 villages. Nilu replied, truthfully. He knew he was no match for Shalu, so he could only place his hopes on Yi Chun. Yi Chun is so powerful. He is the only hope for the entire Namekian race to avoid extinction. See village? There's no time for that. Let's head back to the Great Elder. Yi Chun shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, Niru immediately became anxious. How could you abandon my people for 0? 6? Yi Chun sneered at Niru's accusation. There's no need to go over anymore, since the 6th village is already going to be killed by Shalu. Yi Chun said calmly. The 7th Dragon Ball is with your Great Elder, which means that if we want to gather all the Dragon Balls, we must go to your Great Elder. We could just wait there for our prey. After speaking, Yi Chun did not hesitate and flew directly towards the Great Elder's direction, pulling Android 18 along. Nilu's expression changed unpredictably. In the end, he couldn't bear to let his village perish and decided to try to save the 6th village. So, Nilu rushed towards the 6th village. Chapter 123. Supercell 1 Nilu flew at high speed and soon arrived at the location of the 6th tribe. However, when Nilu saw the scene before him, his eyes turned red with tears. Once again, everyone was dead. Limbs and corpses lay scattered, drenched in blood, making everyone feel a chilling shock in their hearts. Nilu was furious and about to go insane. My people. Nilu truly went mad. His tribe was already on the brink of extinction, saved by the Great Elder at the last moment, and now, just when they finally had enough people, such a tragedy occurred again. Monster, you deserve to die. If you have guts, come out and face me. It's so despicable of you to attack our civilians. Nilu shouted angrily, but after his roar, he suddenly froze as an icy chill appeared behind him, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What? What is happening? Nilu's back stiffened completely, and he cautiously looked behind him. He saw a monster with a mantis head, grinning mockingly at him, filled with a sense of severe ridicule. Nilu felt no energy emanating from the creature, but he could clearly sense a powerful aura filling the space before him. How strong could this being be? Even without releasing energy, just a glance sent chills down his spine, as if he were looking at a colossal beast that could swallow the heavens and earth. Did you kill my people? Nilu asked, a bit fearful, but the hatred in his heart made him shout angrily. Looking at Nilu, Cell casually waved his tail and said with a smile, That's right, it's me. Aren't you surprised to see me? Nilu frowned tightly at Cell, filled with murderous intent, but he couldn't muster any desire to fight back. Cell looked at Nilu with a mocking smile in his eyes, as if he saw a delicious meal, filled with greedy expression. Hee hee, you're very strong. I feel that if I eat you, The energy I gain from devouring that Namekian will allow me to multiply my power several times. Cell said with a grin. What? Eat me? Cell's words sent a chill down Nilu's spine, and he felt waves of cold rising behind him. Of course, I'm going to eat you. Don't worry. I am destined to become the strongest in the universe. It will be your honor to become one with me. Cell's words echoed in Nilu's ears, making him tremble in fear. Without thinking, he turned around and headed towards the great elder's residence. Only Yi Chun, this proud but powerful scion, could stop this monster. Nilu urged the energy within him to fly madly into the distance. His speed was already fast, creating a series of sharp sonic booms, causing the space around him to tremble. As a warrior of Namek, Nilu's strength was not to be underestimated, but facing Cell at this moment, he had no thought of resistance. He could only escape. However, Nilu's feeling was correct. It was indeed the case. Cell's power was stronger than 100 Frisias combined. Such a powerful being, even if he stood among ordinary people, would draw everyone's attention immediately. It was truly terrifying, too terrifying. Even with Nilu's speed, he still felt it was not enough, accelerating and urging the energy within him as he dashed away. Half a minute passed, and there was no sound behind him, making Nilu secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Although Cell's power was strong, his speed might not be that great. He had to leave this place quickly and go to the Great Elder. Only Yi Chun, this scion, could block Cell. But just then, Nilu saw a figure appear in the sky, which had just been void. The mocking smile on that face made Nilu freeze instantly. Such terrifying speed. It turned out that the reason he was able to escape so far was not because Cell's speed was not fast enough, but because he had never taken Nilu seriously. But then again, have you ever seen a cat take a rat seriously? They just toy with it before eating it. What's wrong? Not running anymore? Cell said with a mocking smile as he looked at Nilu. Nilu frowned tightly, his face filled with a helpless smile. He had no way out. Cell, you are very strong, but you will definitely be killed by Yi Chun, Nilu said, but he didn't have much confidence in this statement. After all, Cell's strength exceeded his imagination. Although Yi Chun was also very strong, it was hard to say who was stronger compared to Cell. Hearing Nilu's words, Cell's face revealed an expression of rage. Deep down, he knew he was not Yi Chun's opponent. However, the anger was only for a moment. Perhaps I was not Yi Chun's opponent before, but after devouring you, I will definitely be able to easily defeat Yi Chun. I can't even imagine how powerful I will be then. Cell said calmly. Nilu's expression changed slightly. Perhaps it was because death was approaching. Nilu felt no fear in his heart. Then go ahead and kill me, Nilu said slowly, but even so, you evil one will definitely be defeated by the righteous Yi Chun. Nilu's words made Cell burst into laughter. Justice? An evil scion like him can be called justice? Do you know how many planets the scions have slaughtered? Do you know how much blood is on our hands? Cell laughed heartily, mocking Nilu. Nilu remained unchanged in expression. I know the scions are like that, but Yi Chun is definitely not. Though he is selfish, I believe you will die at his hands. Nilu's persistence made Cell impatient. You might as well die. Once your bloodline merges into my body, I will let your bloodline taste the blood of the scions. Cell was finally ready to kill Nilu. Chapter 124. Terrifying Supercell, Nilu calmly awaited the arrival of death. Cell extended his tail, which instantly transformed into a huge black hole, swallowing Nilu directly into his body. Don't worry, I will definitely let you see the day I kill that scion. And that day is almost here. This was the last sentence Nyla heard. Then, he was directly swallowed by the black hole created by Cell's tail. After Cell completely devoured Nilu, his body began to change dramatically. As expected, Cell's body grew taller, and a golden light flickered in his eyes, as if devoid of any emotion. If someone were to appear right in front of Cell at this moment, they would surely find that the coldness in his golden gaze seemed capable of freezing the entire space. Indeed, my guess was not wrong. After devouring this guy, my power has increased several times, incredibly terrifying. Cell twisted his arms in satisfaction, feeling the swelling power within him, with a look of self-satisfaction on his face. Yi Chun, you are doomed. Cell stood in midair, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and then a wild turbulence erupted beneath him. The surrounding void shook violently. In an instant, Cell disappeared from his spot, leaving only the still, trembling void around him, indicating that a powerful being had just been there. Zayance, D. Only a low, yet murderous voice remained in the area. Yi Chun and number 18 returned to the residence of the Great Elder. Upon seeing Yi Chun return, the Great Elder's expression was neither happy nor sad. I foresee that Niru is about to die. The great elder said in a somber tone. Yi Chen furrowed his brows. Did Nilu die? Just at the moment when Yi Chen was confused, an incredibly powerful force, a terrifying aura that even moved Yi Chen, appeared above Namek. Yi Chen could not hide his shock, because this aura was truly too powerful. Number 18's shock was naturally even more uncontainable. Moreover, the owner of this terrifying aura turned out to be Cell. Yi Chen furrowed his brows and looked ahead. This surge of energy was rapidly moving in his direction. According to his senses, Yi Chen thought the other party had come for the Namekian Dragon Balls and immediately furrowed his brows. Yi Chen did not know that Cell's first target was to eliminate him. Whoosh! The sensed aura was far away, but Yi Chen could already clearly hear the terrifying sound of the sonic boom. If it weren't for the fact that there were no birds on Namek, there would surely be a scene of flocks of birds falling due to that dreadful sonic boom. Cell! In an instant, Cell appeared in front of Yi Chen. A violent wave of energy surged towards Yi Chen with Cell's arrival, as if a ferocious beast was trying to devour Yi Chen, who stood directly in front. A cold smile appeared on Yi Chen's face as he raised one hand, a similarly terrifying aura manifesting in his palm, directly suppressing the overwhelming wave of energy. Scion, you're dead. Cell laughed heartily, his transparent wings flapping behind him, unleashing countless golden rays of light that illuminated the entire world like the sun. Zion. Cell intended to eliminate Yi Chen directly, his body rapidly charging towards him in that instant. Due to his incredible speed, it was as if he teleported, appearing right next to Yi Chen in an instant. Then his powerful arm swung towards Yi Chen's abdomen with tremendous force. Cell was confident in this strike. Based on his current power, this punch could almost obliterate 10 mountains, and hitting Yi Chen would surely inflict serious injury. However, he was mistaken. Yi Chen did not anticipate Cell's attack, but in a split second, he managed to dodge it and retaliated with a fierce punch of his own. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted as their attacks collided, creating a violent storm of energy. At this moment, Yi Chen had not yet had the chance to transform into a Super Saiyan, so he was significantly weaker in terms of power. As soon as he barely made contact with the opponent, he was directly knocked away by Sheru's arm, which seemed to carry the strength of the entire earth. Yi Chen was instantly sent flying backwards, disappearing from sight. The opponent's power was simply terrifying, directly smashing Yi Chen away, and in the end, he crashed into a large mountain before coming to a stop. The mountain was completely crushed by Yi Chen, causing the ground to shake and rocks to roll. Although Salu did not witness this scene, a cold smile appeared on his face. The Scion Yi Chen was truly too arrogant, completely unaware of his own strength, daring to clash fists with him. After absorbing all the Namekians, Salu's body and aura had grown more than double. Under certain circumstances, Salu believed that he was now not at all inferior to his perfect form after absorbing Android 18. Of course, if he continued to absorb Android 18 now, Salu believed he could become even stronger. And at this moment, Yi Chen was no longer taken seriously by Salu. Yi Chen must be seriously injured at this moment, because his power is destructive in nature. Cell sensed the two alluring fluctuations in the Grand Elder's room. The first was naturally from Android 18, who was for Cell the most delicious food. The second was the 7th Dragon Ball, a perfect Dragon Ball. He wondered if he could become even stronger by wishing for his evolution with the Dragon Ball. However, just as Cell was about to enter the room, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Cell's expression changed. How could this be? How could Yi Chen not be injured? Chapter 125. The useless heavenly destruction. Palm Cell's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was well aware of the power behind his punch, which could definitely shatter dozens of mountains, completely obliterating them. Such terrifying power hitting Yi Chen seemed to have caused no damage at all, which made Cell feel that something was off with Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the astonished face of Cell and sneered. The holy body he had exchanged for was no joke, although it was only intra-level now. The powerful strength and defense it provided were immense, almost immeasurable. Cell's heavy and forceful strike only made Yi Chen feel unbearable pain. Moreover, Yi Chen's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was actually invulnerable to injury, and the stronger the enemy he faced, the more powerful he would become. This was essentially an invincible lineage. Of course, this ability belonged to the advanced legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. As for Yi Chen's current low-level Super Saiyan bloodline, it could partially reduce the damage received. And combined with the immense defensive power of Yi Chen's holy body, he had not sustained any significant injuries. This was truly a terrifying ability. Although Yi Chen's bloodline power was only at a lower level, he could clearly feel that his strength had greatly increased in just a moment. You actually aren't hurt. Cell looked at Yi Chen with a somewhat grim expression. Yi Chen smiled faintly, and suddenly a powerful aura erupted from his body. Golden energy enveloped Yi Chen entirely, wrapping him up completely. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's physique swelled with muscle, appearing as if it were forged from steel, incredibly terrifying. Yi Chen's hair color instantly changed from golden to grass green. Coupled with those white, pupil-less eyes, he became much more eerie. "You gave me a punch, so let me give you one back." Yi Chen spoke as if he were explaining what to eat tomorrow. Then, his fist transformed into an illusion, resembling the thousand-handed Guanyin, directly unleashing a fierce wind and waves that instantly slammed into Cell's face. Ugh! Cell was directly knocked to the ground by Yi Chen's punch, causing the entire planet to shake violently due to Cell's fall. Amidst the tremors and swirling dust, it took Cell a long time to slowly rise into the air. At this moment, looking at Cell, one could see that his face was obviously deformed, especially his nose, which seemed to have disappeared. Being punched like this by Yi Chen made Cell extremely furious. "I will kill you." Boom! The same golden energy instantly enveloped Cell's entire body. Cell's already violent and powerful strength suddenly became immensely stronger once again. "Scion, you will definitely die here today." As he spoke, Cell charged towards Yi Chen once more. Yi Chen's expression was serious as he looked at Sheru's equally grave face. Bang, bang, bang. The two instantly became entangled in battle in the sky. Each punch they exchanged created endless shockwaves, and each kick they collided with produced thunderous sounds. Their fight seemed to be able to affect the entire planet, putting planet Namek in a precarious situation. In fact, planet Namek was directly thrown off its original orbit due to their battle. However, their fight had reached a life-and-death juncture, and neither would relax. Naturally, no one cared about this matter. Crack! Yi Chen directly broke Sheru's arm, but in the blink of an eye, new flesh appeared on Sheru's severed arm, making it whole again. For me, who has absorbed the Namekians, all physical damage is ineffective. Sheru laughed maniacally, seizing the opportunity to come behind Yi Chen and delivered a fierce punch. Yi Chen was directly knocked down from the sky, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Although the holy body was powerful, it was still a beginner-level physique. On the other hand, Cell's strength had increased by 50 times due to his Super Saiyan transformation, making his combat power incomparable to before. Even though Yi Chen was strong enough and his body tough enough, he still felt as if he couldn't hold on under the opponent's attack, as if his flesh was about to collapse. Cell's strength was countless times greater than when he was on Earth. Seeing Yi Chen fall, Cell immediately rushed down to pursue him. However, at that moment, a gigantic golden palm imprint suddenly appeared in the clouds. A purple golden aura spread out in an overwhelming manner, directly covering Cell on the ground. Previously, Yi Chen's destruction palm was almost unstoppable, but this time, an unexpected situation occurred. Cell surprisingly stood firmly on the ground, using both hands to support the destruction palm, preventing it from falling down. Yi Chen slowly ascended and witnessed an astonishing scene. Sheru actually used his bare hands to directly tear apart the invincible destruction palm, which was said to be indestructible and capable of annihilating anything. As the torn-apart remnants of the destruction palm slowly dissipated into the air, Sheru stood in place, coldly sneering at Yi Chen without any mercy. It was truly overwhelming to an incredible extent. Yi Chen's destruction palm is essentially an existence that no enemy with comparable combat power can rival. However, this time encountering Sheru, he indeed suffered defeat and returned empty-handed. This indicates that Sheru's combat power has far surpassed Yi Chen's. Yi Chen's expression was somewhat grim. It was because of his holy body and the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline that he could fight against Cell to such an extent. However, in terms of endurance, he simply couldn't match the opponent, as Cell's battle power was indeed too strong. Nevertheless, Yi Chen could clearly feel that his own battle power was gradually increasing without him even realizing it. P.S. This is the third update for today. It's really too noisy in the internet CAF. I'll see if I can write a bit more. Chapter 126. Hell, Rocket Cannon Scion. You will undoubtedly be defeated. Cell looked at Yi Chen with a sinister gaze, his eyes filled with a sense of certainty. Yi Chen looked at Cell with a cold expression. At this moment, Cell was indeed incredibly powerful, and ordinary people could hardly compete with him. However, was he really that easy to kill? The gazes of the two locked onto each other, instantly igniting sparks. Their fighting spirit had reached its peak, and in an instant, they charged at each other again, clashing in the sky. Cell was indeed strong, but compared to Yi Chen, it was not an overwhelming strength. Yi Chen's bloodline gave him enough confidence. As long as Cell could not deliver a one-hit kill, he would definitely not die. Cell was actually a bit anxious inside. After all, he could see Chen's strength slowly rising. Chen was aware of it, but as Cell, his enemy at this moment, he felt it most deeply. You Scions really have a terrifying combat talent. No wonder you're called a race of warriors. Cell couldn't help but exclaim to Chen. Chen sneered, "What's wrong? Afraid? Since you're afraid, then you should just take your own life." Chen's words made Cheryl laugh heartily. "Indeed, you Scions are the most arrogant race. Today, I'll let you see my true power." Cheryl laughed heartily, then his expression changed. Hellfire rocket cannon. With a single hand, Cheryl summoned a black energy ball that instantly appeared in his palm and charged towards Chen. This was Frisia's signature move. Who would have thought Cheryl could use it as well? Chen thrown it. It seemed that this cell was still like in the original work, absorbing Frisia's genes and learning Frisia's skills. Cell's Hell Flash Cannon was much faster than Frisia's, even reaching the level of instant firing. Moreover, the black energy ball in his palm, infused with annihilation material, was extremely violent, far more powerful than when Frisia used it. Watching the energy ball rapidly approaching him, Chen furrowed his brow. The moment the Hell Flash Cannon reached him, he quickly dodged to the side. However, the most terrifying aspect of the Hell Flash Cannon, besides its immense power, was that even if one managed to evade it, it could automatically track the target and kill them. Chen had just dodged the Hell Rocket Launcher when it charged at him again. Chen flew at high speed, trying to shake off the Hell Rocket Launcher, but its speed was increasing rapidly, closing in on him. Chen could only dodge again, narrowly avoiding the Hell Rocket Launcher. Hee Scion, is a single Hell Rocket Launcher too much for you to handle? Cell sneered at Chen, confidently supporting himself with both hands in the air. At this moment, Chen was already in a terrible mood, and Shalu actually dared to mock him. This was truly something intolerable. Chen looked at Sheru in the sky, and suddenly came up with a plan in his heart. Shao, Godi. Chen had a cold smile on his face as he charged directly at Cell. When Cell saw Chen swinging his fist towards him again, he was initially stunned. But soon, an endless cold smile spread across his face. What a fool to seek his own suffering. Cell calculated the timing, and also threw a powerful punch. Cell was confident that Chen would definitely be unable to block this punch, and would be brutally knocked down by him. "You are undoubtedly doomed." Cell laughed heartily, his fist transforming into a phantom as it fiercely rushed towards Chen. Chen rushed in front of Cell at this moment, looking at the fist swung by Cell with a hint of a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. "It's really laughable, Cell, you're doomed." Chen stood in front of Cell, and just as Cell's fist was about to strike him, he gently smiled and said, "Cell, do you really think you can hit me?" Cell was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend, thinking that Chen was trying to deceive him, and he became furious. But at that moment, as Cell's fist came down, Chen's body transformed into an illusion and disappeared right before him. Cell looked ahead with immense anger, knowing that Chen had the ability to instantly move his body. This was an incredibly powerful skill. Cell was drooling over it, but he had no way to obtain Chen's DNA or flesh, thus he couldn't acquire all of Chen's abilities. He didn't expect Chen to use this trick at that moment. Indeed, it was impossible to defend against. Cell sighed. However, at this moment, his pupils constricted, because after Chen's illusion was shattered by him, he suddenly saw his own Hellfire rocket cannon rushing towards him. How could this be? Cell was furious, but it was too late. The Hellfire rocket cannon crashed directly into him. A booming sound instantly erupted, accompanied by a towering mushroom cloud. The entire Namek was violently shaken by the impact of this enormous sound, causing a massive earthquake. Cell was engulfed in thick black smoke. Meanwhile, Chen appeared in the Elder's house. The Elder and Android 18 were standing together, watching the scene outside. When Android 18 saw Chen, she joyfully rushed to him. She knew that everything happening was because of her. When Chen had captured Cell earlier, if it hadn't been for her, Chen could have easily killed Cell. But because of her, Chen spared Cell's life. Cell absorbed all the Namekians, turning the entire Namek into hell, and by merging the Namekians, his power grew explosively, becoming even stronger. The reason Cell had become so powerful was entirely because of her. Android 18 felt very guilty, and upon seeing Chen, she could no longer suppress her emotions and rushed into his embrace. P.S. Dear friends, I really tried my best, and I should be able to resume 6 updates a day after tomorrow. Chapter 127, A Difficult Choice. Has Cell died? Android 18 dashed into Chen's arms and asked him. Chen shook his head, looking at the mushroom cloud outside. The moment that Cell was struck by the Hellfire rocket launcher, he fired, his aura instantly weakened. Cell's attack was indeed extraordinarily powerful, especially this move, which was Frisia's signature skill. In Cell's hands, its power became even more formidable. Even Cell himself could not withstand the immense power of the Hellfire rocket launcher. Even if Cell did not die, he would still be severely injured. Sure enough, the moment that aura weakened, it surged back up again. In just half a minute, Cell's aura had fully recovered. The rising mushroom cloud was also instantly suppressed by a fierce force. The sky returned to clarity, and Cell stood in the sky with a dark expression. He had actually been toyed with by Yichun. This was simply the greatest insult. Cell roared in anger, wanting to eliminate Yichun. Yichun saw that Cell had returned to his original form and was not surprised. Cell possessed the abilities of an Namekians and had a core in his mind. As long as that core was not destroyed, he could be reborn infinitely. Moreover, the cores of ordinary Namekians cannot change position, but Cell, due to his immense strength, could freely change its location. Therefore, as long as the core was not harmed, Cell was essentially immortal. Yichun looked at number 18 in his arms and gently smiled, saying, "All right, don't worry, I'll go deal with him right now." Number 18 originally felt a bit frightened, as the terrifying explosion just now had failed to kill Cell, who seemed too terrifying. However, her fear was surprisingly eased when she saw the confident smile on Yichun's face, causing her to unconsciously relax. "You must come back alive," number 18 said to Yichun seriously. Yichun smiled and rubbed the neatly bright short hair of number 18, saying, "Don't worry." Number 18 thought for a moment, then stretched out her arms and hugged Yichun's neck. Since number 18 was slightly shorter than Yichun, she gently stood on her tiptoes, her tender red lips directly pressed against Yichun's mouth. At this moment, Yichun only felt a gentle warmth between his lips and indescribable comfort. The beauty's kiss was truly wonderful. However, what left Yichun somewhat disappointed was that the kiss lasted only a moment, like a dragonfly skimming the water, disappearing before he could fully savor it. How unfortunate! Yichun felt sorry for himself. The charming face of No. 18 turned slightly red as she looked at Yichun and said, "Yichun, remember, you must defeat him and come back alive." Yichun smiled at No. 18 and said, "I originally thought I wouldn't be able to come back, but because of your one word, I feel filled with strength." There was a hint of laughter in Yichun's words, causing number 18 to secretly resent herself for having just kissed Yichun. It was truly too reckless. Seeing number 18's pretty face slightly flushed and her restless demeanor, Yichun burst into hearty laughter. The great elder remained seated on the enormous chair, watching the warmth between Yichun and number 18, a trace of smile appearing in the corner of his eye. Yichun looked at the Grand Elder, feeling somewhat puzzled. After all, most of the Mech Star people's kin were dead, including the Grand Elder's personal guard Nilu. However, the Grand Elder showed no signs of worry or sadness, which left Yichun quite confused. "I believe in you." The Grand Elder seemed to sense Yichun's confusion and gently smiled at him. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Yichun furrowed his brows. Why believe in himself? In fact, Yichun knew that he was a selfish person. When Yichun was attacked by Frisia's planet-destroying bomb on the planet Yarad, he actually had a chance to defeat Frisia instantly and directly save the planet. However, because Leona and Aphia were by his side, Yichun was afraid that if he couldn't stop Frisia, he wouldn't have time to save these two women. Therefore, he gave up on this idea and left with Aphia and the others. The same thing happened at noon. He originally had the opportunity to kill Cell and stop him from continuing to massacre the Namekians, but unfortunately, due to Android 18, Yichun still chose to give up. Yichun is a very selfish person, selfish to the point of purity. The lives of others, even if the entire universe were to be destroyed, are insignificant compared to the safety of those he cares about. Everything Yichun does is under the principle that it won't affect the safety of the people he cares about. This is Yichun's survival guideline. However, this is actually selfish. The Grand Elder of Mixing not only doesn't complain about Yichun, but instead trusts him so much, which makes Yichun feel a bit strange. You're different from others. You have something you want to protect, and this is actually a very powerful force. Only when a person knows what they want to protect can they become stronger. The Grand Elder, being a wise elder, smiled at Yichun and said, which warmed Yichun's heart. "After I go back, I will use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the two Mixing people who have died." Yichun firmly said to the elder, "If I originally came to Namek because of the conditions set by the gods on Earth, now I am here because of your trust." The trust that the elder placed in him made Yichun feel warm inside. However, he looked at Android 18 with some concern. After all, Cell had wanted to absorb Android 18 for a long time. If he wasn't by her side and she got absorbed, it would definitely be painful for him. This was truly a difficult decision. Seeing the struggle in Yi Chen's heart, the elder smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will help protect your girlfriend." Chapter 128. The sorcerer Babidi, hearing the elder's words, Yi Chen looked at him in confusion. The elder was not a combat-type Namekian and had no fighting ability at all, yet he could say such things. "Don't underestimate me. Although I am not your opponent, I am still the elder of the Namekians," the elder said with a calm smile. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled at the grand elder. After that, Yi Chen looked at number 18 and said, "Wait for me to come back." Number 18 nodded, then looked at Yi Chen and said, "You must come back." "Don't worry." Yi Chen wore a faint smile and gave a thumbs up to number 18, then instantly teleported, disappearing before their eyes. "Yi Chen, I'm going to kill you," Sheru shouted angrily, feeling Yi Chen's aura in the Grand Elder's room and preparing to rush over. But just at that moment, a golden figure appeared before Sheru. It was Yi Chen. As soon as Sheru saw Yi Chen, his eyes narrowed, and he immediately charged at Yi Chen. "Zion, D." In an instant, Sheru rushed behind Yi Chen, who swiftly turned around and slapped him hard. The two began to grapple again, but a surge of golden energy suddenly rushed towards Yi Chen, sending him flying. Yi Chen also unleashed a chi wave, sending Sheru flying. A trickle of blood slowly dripped from the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Yi Chen has finally been injured. Even with the enhancement of the holy body and the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, Yi Chen is still hurt. Meanwhile, Cell flips over and stands directly in midair, looking at Yi Chen with a cold smile. Yi Chen was weaker than himself and was now at a significant disadvantage. As long as he pressed the attack, he could certainly kill Yi Chen. D. Sheru roared again and charged forward, while Yi Chen also rushed forward without hesitation. With one hand raised, a demon-piercing light-killing cannon immediately shot out from his hand, fiercely striking towards the opponent. Sheru merely sneered and dodged this terrifying blow. The demon-piercing light-killing cannon directly penetrated half a planet and entered the crust. Heaven-destroying palm. Yi Chen unleashed his powerful energy one after another, directly suppressing his opponent to the ground. "Scion, are you out of tricks already?" As the dust settled, Cell stood calmly in midair. Although his body had been harmed, he quickly recovered, showing no signs of injury. In the universe, a spaceship was flying through space. "Lord Babidi, where should we search for our subordinates now?" A short wizard floated in the air, gazing at the endless starry path. Behind him stood a strange monster that appeared quite powerful, respectfully addressing the weak Babidi. On the monster's forehead, a peculiar symbol floated, resembling the oldest runes in front of everyone. Babidi looked at the star map and said to his subordinate behind him, "We are going to the demon realm. The people there all have evil hearts, and everyone will not disobey my control. I will directly control the strongest beings in the demon realm as my subordinates, so that when I go to Earth to unseal the Majin Buu puppet, I can do so without any issues." Babidi said excitedly. His subordinate immediately flattered him. "My lord, you truly are far-sighted. I admire you. But the demon realm only exists in legends. Is there really such a world? We can't possibly cross over, right?" Babidi smirked coldly. "It's those so-called foolish Kais who think they can control everything. They created a barrier between the demon realm and this world, blocking the original passage and preventing free entry and exit. It turns out it was all those foolish Kais. Back then, Lord Majin Buu killed many Kais. Lord Babidi, how do we enter the demon realm? Of course, we enter through a passage. Those Kais, who think they have accounted for everything, cannot even imagine how many terrifying passages exist between the demon realm and this world. We just need to find one at random, and my father, Lord Babidi, left me quite a bit of information about these passages. We can easily enter." Bibidai's words were full of disdain for the Kais. It is known that above the gods are the Kais, divided into East, West, South, and North Kais, and above them are the Grand Kais. Above the Grand Kais is the god of the Kais, also known as the legendary Kaishin. Such terrifying Kais are merely a bunch of fools in Bibidai's words, which left his subordinate in awe. "My lord, shall we go now?" The subordinate asked Babidi. "Let us leave now. You are too weak. When resurrecting Majin Buu, countless people will come to obstruct us. Even those severely weakened Kais will appear here. You cannot protect me at all. I must find sufficiently powerful allies." Babidi showed no intention of hiding his disdain for his subordinate. However, his subordinate felt no resentment at all. Instead, he bowed respectfully and said, "I'm sorry, my master. I have disappointed you." Babidi waved his hand casually and intended to control the spaceship towards the passage to the demon realm. But at that moment, Babidi frowned. Looking at a planet that had just passed by, On that planet, he sensed two incredibly powerful auras battling. Most importantly, one of the auras was extremely evil, making Babidi feel the other's malicious heart. How can there be such a powerful being in this world? Babidi said in shock. Let us head to that planet and take a look. Perhaps we can find a satisfying subordinate here without going to the demon realm. Chapter 129. The legendary Super Saiyan, Yi Chen and Cell were entangled in a fierce battle, and Yi Chen's disadvantage became increasingly apparent as time passed. Saiyan, this time you're definitely going to die. Cell laughed maniacally. Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the arrogant Cell, and revealed a calm smile. Cell, do you know, I have been experimenting to see if I can reach the next state of Super Saiyan, but unfortunately, I cannot achieve it. Ye Chen's words left Shero somewhat confused, not knowing what Ye Chen meant. However, Ye Chen didn't care whether Shero understood or not, and directly said, So, I plan to skip the ordinary Super Saiyan Stage 2 and directly enter the true legendary Super Saiyan Stage 2. But this is incredibly difficult. So difficult that I have worked hard for a long time and still cannot achieve it. Just now, I finally realized why I couldn't reach the legendary Super Saiyan Stage 2. Shero's expression changed drastically. He was very clear about what a Super Saiyan was. If the regular Super Saiyan state could already enhance combat power by 50 times, then the legendary Super Saiyan state would be 100 times the combat power. This was already the peak of what Shero knew about Super Saiyans. However, according to Ye Chen's earlier words, there was actually an even more terrifying state after Super Saiyan, which was simply shocking. It seemed that Shero knew he was bound to lose and planned to use words to shake my confidence. Shero sneered at Ye Chen, adopting a posture as if he was about to attack. I know you don't believe it, but I can show you right now. Ye Chen simileth. Recalling the words of the Grand Elder, a person can only become the strongest after they have something to protect. And Yi Chen has now become incredibly powerful. Yi Chen let out a loud roar. The legendary Super Saiyan state, which had already reached its limit, suddenly began to ascend even further in strength. The golden energy around Yi Chen became increasingly violent, constantly colliding with itself. As the energy overflowing from Yi Chen's body grew stronger, the collisions of the golden energy intensified, directly forming golden lightning sparks around Yi Chen's body. This was truly terrifying. Even the overflowing energy had already created such a formidable presence, and the terrifying energy fluctuations directly shocked Cell to his limits. How is this possible? Cell shouted in anger. Yi Chen's current state is truly terrifying, far beyond Shero's imagination. Yi Chen's hair, during the recent transformation, first changed from the legendary Super Saiyan state of grass green to gold, and then back to grass green. The ordinary Super Saiyan first state has a 50-fold increase. The Super Saiyan second state has a 100-fold increase. However, Yi Chen's legendary Super Saiyan second state has a 200-fold increase with terrifying power. Cell, you're doomed. Yi Chen, now transformed, said lightly to the panicked Cell before him. Cell's face twitched a few times, wanting to say something, but Yi Chen had already raised his hand and gently pressed down towards Cell. This was just a normal motion, but Cell's expression changed drastically in an instant. Above Cell's head, a vast purple-golden aura suddenly spread out, overwhelming. This was the Destruction Palm. However, what terrified Cell the most was that this Destruction Palm was completely different from the previous one. Amidst the purple-gold glow, there were flashes of sharp lightning, and the terrifying energy made Cell tremble all over. Boom! The appearance of the Destruction Palm was instantaneous, and a vast golden giant palm directly engulfed Cell completely beneath it. Boom! Cell was instantly submerged by the giant palm, disappearing from Yi Chen's sight. Inside the room, number 18 had a shocked expression on her face, and her delicate and beautiful features could not hide her admiration. Yi Chen is surprisingly powerful. It's truly terrifying. Even the usually composed Grand Elder showed a hint of emotion on his face. On the spaceship heading back to Namek, Babidi was constantly sensing the two terrifying auras from the planet. Originally, the aura of evil was stronger, but what Babidi didn't expect was that the other aura, which had been declining, suddenly surged and suppressed the evil aura. What is happening? How could such a terrifying situation arise? Babidi was becoming impatient, because if he continued to travel to Namek at the current speed, the subordinate he intended to control, who possessed an evil heart, might soon be killed. This was unacceptable for Babidi. Finding a powerful individual with an evil heart in this world was extremely difficult, and having finally discovered one, Babidi absolutely could not tolerate watching him be defeated in front of him. No, once I get there, You will submit to me, and I will unlock your potential, making you even stronger, Babidi shouted, waving the ancient-looking staff in his hand. In an instant, a surge of energy enveloped him and the entire spaceship. Then, the spaceship mysteriously vanished from its original location, and shortly after, this massive object appeared directly on Namek, in the battlefield between Yi Chun and Cell. Yi Chun executed a devastating palm strike, and that terrifying force directly shattered Cell's body into pieces, completely suppressing him. However, it unfortunately did not harm Cell's core. In just a short time, his body restored itself to its original state. Yet, the shocked expression on Cell's face could not be concealed. What a lucky life. But let's see if your core has such good luck. Yi Chun swung his arm again. Chapter 130, Controlled Cell. Cell's vitality is very strong, and Yi Chun intends to extend his palm once more to unleash the Annihilation Palm, shattering his opponent. Perhaps once or twice. Cell was lucky enough to protect the core within his body. However, after that, Yi Chun no longer believed that Cell could have so much luck. If he couldn't kill him once, then twice. If he couldn't do it twice, then 3 times. And if 3 times still didn't work, then it would be 4 times. Now, the powerful Yi Chun has enough strength and time to eliminate Cell. Cell looked at Yi Chun with a face full of fear, his heart filled with tremors. Yi Chun is truly powerful, powerful to the point of being unbelievable. Just as a mighty purple-gold aura reappeared above Shalu's head, a huge golden handprint, crackling with lightning sparks, took shape in the sky. In the battlefield between the two, a massive spaceship suddenly appeared in the middle of them. Yi Chun frowned as he looked at the suddenly appearing spaceship, which had come without any warning. The hand of destruction in the sky slowly dissipated, as Yi Chun was unsure whether this new arrival was an enemy or something else. In the room of the Grand Elder, who had been sitting there, suddenly stood up. It was Babidi. No, Babidi's aura was even more evil than this. This was Babidi, the son of Bibidi, an evil presence. The Grand Elder shouted angrily. Android 18 did not understand what the Grand Elder was saying and was somewhat confused. Cell felt the hand of destruction above his head disappear and breathed a sigh of relief. The door of the spaceship opened directly, and a short figure walked out. This figure looked comical, with a small body wearing a large robe, especially with yellow-green skin that looked extremely disgusting. Hee, the evil aura indeed did not disappoint me. Babidi looked at Cell and chuckled. His aura was rather ordinary. Under Babidi's gaze, Cell was slightly surprised. Evil guy, accept my control, Babidi shouted without hesitation. Waving his magic staff, an incredibly evil power instantly filled Cell's mind. Cell screamed in pain, as a voice kept ringing in his mind, shouting at him to submit, promising that if he did, his power would soar, so submit. Cell was proud. He wanted to become stronger, but did not want to submit to others and become someone else's subordinate. So, he resisted the power in his mind. Babidi sensed Cell's resistance and frowned. His will was usually effective against those with evil hearts. With just a little temptation, they would become his subordinates. But this guy in front of him was resisting his control in his mind. It seemed that the temptation was not enough. Babidi sneered and looked at Cell's painful resistance, directly speaking into Cell's mind. Don't you want to kill your enemies? Your enemies are so strong. You can only defeat them by submitting to me. Babidi's words seemed like a spell in Cell's mind that could not be shaken off. Become stronger, defeat Yi Chun, kill Yi Chun, and then devour Android 18 to become his perfect self. Thinking of this, Cell's heart became extremely restless, wanting to agree with Babidi. Seeing Cell's expression, Babidi felt a sense of calm in his heart, because Babidi knew that Cell could no longer resist his control. Soon, it wouldn't be long before Cell would submit to him. The rest would be for Cell to experience himself. Babidi shifted his gaze from Cell to Yi Chun. The powerful aura emanating from Yi Chun made Babidi feel a sense of fear in his heart. It's truly overwhelming, Babidi sighed inwardly. If such a powerful being could be under his control, he wouldn't even need to go to the dark magic realm. The Supreme Kai would be unable to stop him. However, Yi Chun's mindset left Babidi somewhat perplexed, making it impossible for him to exert control. Yi Chun's heart is not evil, but it is certainly not righteous either. Babidi can only control those with evil hearts, and he is somewhat powerless against Yi Chun's peculiar mindset, having to give up. Sigh. Such a terrifying enemy possesses such immense power, but unfortunately, he can only die. Babidi laughed maniacally, raising his palm towards Cell. Cell, let me awaken your potential. Babidi's shout made the veins on Cell's forehead bulge. Within his body, It felt as if countless warm currents were flowing out, nourishing every part of his being. His already formidable power surged once again. How is this possible? Is this the power this guy has granted me? It's truly overwhelming. As Cell felt this powerful force, the last trace of his resistance finally vanished. An ancient symbol appeared on Cell's forehead, and the already evil Cell emanated an even more terrifying aura. Chen watched this scene and recognized the symbol that appeared on Cell's forehead. He finally knew who this guy was. It was Babidi, the sorcerer Babidi. In the original work, Babidi's strength is not very powerful, but he possesses various strange magic spells, all of which have great power. Looking at Cell's current state, it is clear that he has been controlled by Babidi. After being controlled by Babidi, Cell can unleash the potential within his body, making his power even stronger. And the current Cell is exactly like that. The current Cell is at least twice as strong as before. Babidi laughed heartily at this scene. Cell, from now on, you will be my strongest subordinate. Truly powerful, Cell. Now, show your energy to your enemy. Chapter 131. Cell's Death, Legend of the Demon Realm. The empowered Cell, feeling the enhanced power within him, laughed heartily. As long as he could become stronger, what did it matter if he became someone else's subordinate? However, the most important thing for Cell right now was to kill Chen. Chen, you will die. Cell sneered and charged directly at Chen. Terrifying energy instantly filled Cell's right fist. At this moment, Cell's right fist seemed capable of shattering the void itself. Chen's face showed a hint of coldness as he directly extended his fist and struck hard against Cell's fist. The moment they made contact, an immense force erupted and spread out. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy surged forth. Cell was instantly sent flying by the overwhelming power from Chen's punch, while Chen remained motionless in his place. Cell flew back for a full 100 meters before finally coming to a stop. His expression filled with rage as he looked at Chen. How could this be? He thought he was strong enough. Why was he still no match for Chen? In Cell's heart, Chen had already become a lifelong nemesis, even turning into a deep-seated ambition to surpass Chen and kill him. Meanwhile, Babidi watched this scene with a trembling heart. How could such a powerful enemy appear? The Cell he controlled was already strong enough, and he had even activated Cell's potential, causing his power to surge again. Yet even so, he was still no match for Chen. Cell, Babidi, I never expected that you two villains would come together. This is truly interesting. Chen's face was filled with a calm smile, and then he directly extended his hands. With a rumble, a massive force immediately surged forth from Chen's hands. Cell's pupils contracted as he was sent flying by Chen's palm. Seeing this scene, Babidi's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Chen. It was truly terrifying. He never expected such a powerful individual among the Psiots. Perhaps in the entire world, only the unsealed Majin Bu could compete with him. Babidi muttered to himself. As for Cell, the excitement he had just felt immediately vanished without a trace. Chen is so powerful that even after unlocking his potential, he is still no match for him. Babidi turned and entered the spaceship, then said to Cell, "Let's go. I'll take you to the Dark Demon Realm. Once we get there, you can devour to your heart's content. There are many strong warriors there, and you won't be disappointed." Babidi looked at Cell, whose eyes were filled with unwillingness. He is the strongest warrior, yet in front of Chen, he feels like a complete weakling, only able to be abused by Chen. How infuriating! Cell glared at Chen unwillingly, but he knew that even though he had the perfect cells of the Namekians, allowing him to regenerate, his core wouldn't be so lucky. Every time it would suffer a fatal destruction. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly die. So it's better to leave. Want to escape? Cell suddenly turned around and tried to fly towards Babidi's spaceship. However, Chen noticed it earlier, clasped his hands together, swayed his waist, and shouted, "Super Kamehameha." Today, while reading the manga, I found that the later translations seem to be Kamehameha instead of the Kamehameha the first knew from my childhood. Has it changed translation, or is it an upgraded version of Kamehameha? As Chen's voice fell, a terrifying aura condensed in his hands. Then, a golden energy sphere appeared in the palm of Chen's hand. Waves of terrifying light shot out in all directions. The horrifying aura caused the surrounding space to become dense. Boom! The golden energy beam shot out from Chen's hand, aimed directly at Cell. This terrifying beam, if not directed at the sky, could have easily destroyed planet Namek. Cell didn't even have a chance to evade and was engulfed by the beam, letting out a loud scream that had no effect at all. His body was completely submerged by the terrifying light wave of the Kamehameha, and along with it, Cell's core was dissolved in the light wave. Cell was finally dead. Seeing this scene, number 18 showed an excited expression, her gaze towards Yi Chun filled with admiration. The elder also had a satisfied smile on his face. As for Babidi, he looked dumbfounded.